Chapter 1, The son-in-law of the family is less than a dog. Jiangcheng, Xin pawn shop. Yunfan was carefully rubbing the curio on the counter in front of him. Waste thing, who let you move that curio? Do you know how much that curio is worth? Can you afford to pay for the damage if you break it? A snarky voice rang out. Mother-in-law Li Tsuitsui pulled her voice and pointed at Yunfan's nose and scolded angrily. Mom, I see that porcelain is stained with a bit of dust, so I thought to give it a clean up. Yunfan clutched the rag in his hand and explained with an embarrassed face. Alright, don't wipe it first. I'm thirsty, pour me a cup of boiling water to drink. Li Tsuitsui waved her hand and said impatiently. Okay Lu, Mom, hot water for you. Yunfan hurriedly received a cup of hot water and handed it to Li Tsuitsui, nodding and smiling. Dog thing, you want to scald my mother to death. Li Tsuitsui just took a sip. Her face changed drastically. She raised her arm in anger, and the boiling hot water splashed straight to Yunfan's face. Ah! Miserable screams rose in response. Yunfan was scalded and grimaced. He could only lower his head and dared not speak in anger. Bad luck thing. You really can't understand anything. If it wasn't for the fact that you're usually as obedient as a dog, I would have let Xiao Xian give you a break. Li Tsuitsui spat viciously, her eyes full of disgust. Mom, you calm down. Yunfan secretly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and immediately apologized with a bitter face. He was nothing more than the two families' door-to-door son-in-law. 3 years ago, while digging for wild vegetables in the mountains, he accidentally saved the two families' old man, and in order to repay Yunfan for saving his life, the two families' old man then betrothed the two families' first granddaughter, Tu Xinxin, to Yunfan. In this way, Yunfan became the two families' son-in-law. When Mr. Tu was still alive, his mother-in-law and Tu Xinxin barely treated Yunfan well, but since Mr. Tu's death, Yunfan's status in the Tu family is no longer as good as that of a dog. Every day in the daytime in Tu Xinxin's pawnshop work miscellaneous. At night home to Tu Xinxin family laundry cooking. As a cow as a horse, scolded is a common occurrence. Not only that, a month of hard work and no salary. Tu Xinxin said in the name of their own family pawnshop work, do not need to pay. In addition to giving Yunfan $300 a month meal money. Basically all year round Yunfan cannot see a penny. The saying that a son-in-law is not as good as a dog is reflected in Yunfan's body to the fullest. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of a conversation with a man who had a lot of money. Yunfan's parents were persecuted by murderers 5 years ago, and Yunfan witnessed the tragic death of his parents. During these 5 years, countless times dreaming of the tragic situation of his parents, as well as his sister's cries for help, Yunfan woke up from his sleep, only to hate himself for being too weak, not even the ability to protect his family. Just when Yunfan had mixed feelings, a brake sounded at the entrance of the pawnshop. A young and beautiful woman drunkenly came down from the passenger side. The woman was wearing a black ultra-short dress and staggered. The woman was Yunfan's wife, Tu Xinxin. Aya, Xiao Xin, why did you drink so much? Yunfan, hurry up and make some sobering tea for Xiaoxin to wake up. The mother-in-law Li Tsuitsui on the side had a tense face and thought of something. Her gaze glanced at Yunfan and coldly commanded, oh. Yunfan nodded, and before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped. Slow down. No need. Yunfan, let's divorce. Tu Xinxin raised her head to look at Yunfan not far away with a torchlight gaze. Not a hint of emotional fluctuation could be seen on her reddish face. What? Yunfan froze for a moment, thinking he had heard wrong. I said tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the divorce formalities done. Tu Xinxin's brows tightened as she repeated once again, her voice a few points firmer. Wife, you're not drunk and talking nonsense, are you? Yunfan tugged at the corner of his mouth and gave a far-fetched smile, wanting to reach out to gluttonously support Tu Xinxin. Don't touch me. Tu Xinxin slapped a wave of her hand on the back of Yunfan's hand and subconsciously took a few steps back. Give me a reason for divorce. Yunfan's fists were clenched, and his heart ached vaguely. Since joining the Tu family, Yunfan knew that he was an orphan with no money or power, and the Tu family looked down on him. In order to change Tu Xinxin's attitude towards herself as well as the Tu family's view of herself, Yunfan had saddled up for the Tu family over the past few years, doing her best, but she did not expect to end up getting a divorce in return. Irony. What a irony. Reason? I'm pregnant with another man's cub. Is this reason okay? I know you don't believe me. This is the hospital report card. I just picked it up today. Tu Xinxin snorted coldly. With a face full of indifference, she pulled out a piece of paper from her bag and smashed it in Yunfan's face. After Yunfan received the report sheet, he was furious. Nameless fire converged on his chest, and his clenched fists became white due to the 2 hard bone knots. Since joining the Tu family, although Yunfan and Tu Xinxin have the name of husband and wife, but there is no reality of husband and wife. Every night Yunfan sleeps on the living room sofa, In the past 3 years, even Tu Shinshin did not touch her hand, not to mention other behaviors. How could Tu Shinshin unexpectedly red apricot wall to their own cuckold? No wonder this period of time Tu Shinshin often leave early and return late. Did not think it was with the wild man dating to go? Xiao Xin. Is it Mr. Luo's child? Great. Finally we can climb the high branch. Mr. Luo's family is a family of antiques. Such a combination. Our two families' status in Jiangcheng will definitely rise. Most of all we can make Yunfan this trash get out of our two family. I've long looked at him with displeasure. Mother-in-law Li Tsuetsue was elated. Only when she mentioned Yunfan, her face pulled down and was full of dislike. Mom, I'm tired. Please call the security in and blow Yunfan out. The drunken Tu Shinshin yawned and said carelessly, no need, I'll go myself. Yunfan dropped these words, turned around and left. Yunfan, after leaving Xin pawnshop, walked aimlessly down the street. Yunfan, why are you such a loser? After living for more than 20 years, you haven't saved a single penny except for this jade pendant. Yunfan stared at the dark blue jade pendant in his hand and smiled to himself. This jade pendant was handed over to Yunfan by Yunfan's mother, saying that it was a family heirloom, so that Yunfan would not easily divulge it. So much so that even when he joined the two family, Yunfan did not hand over the jade pendant, which was Yunfan's only family possession. It is also the only treasure Yunfan's parents left to Yunfan. Without realizing it, Yunfan unexpectedly walked to a suburb. Two voices attracted Yunfan. Don't be lazy, hurry up and plow the pit, lest the night is long. Zhang Airdog wiped the sweat from his forehead while waving his hoe and digging the pit with an extremely grave expression. Brother dog, are you sure that chick was strangled to death? Wang Sanfan glanced at the snakeskin bag on the ground, then furtively looked around and said, you don't believe your dog, brother? Okay, no more nonsense. Hurry up and bury the person, so that you can go back to collect the reward. Zhang Airdog impatiently said. Two people struggled to lift the snakeskin bag, thrown into the deep pit, cover the soil after the two panicked and left. Chapter 2, A Man Must Live and Die. Holy, this is killing and hiding a corpse? Yunfan, who was hiding behind the big tree, covered his mouth and was shocked. But I just seemed to see the person in the snakeskin bag move a few times. It should not be dead, or it is better to call the police? Yunfan frowned and fell into the middle of contemplation. But by the time the police came, even the living would have been suffocated. Forget it, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Consider it as accumulating in virtue. Yunfan shook his head, and after making up his mind, he carefully came to the deep pit, and after seeing that the two thugs were completely far away, he began to plow the pit. The soil that had just been buried was relatively slack, and coupled with Yunfan's unremitting efforts, he finally managed to free the person in the snakeskin bag. I go, it's actually a girl, or a beautiful girl. After opening the snakeskin bag, Yunfan froze. A high nose, exquisite face, a white dress with red high heels. Even if her breath was weak, she could not block the aristocratic temperament of her body. The only beauty was a shallow strangulation mark on her neck. This can't be $1,000 lady from any family, right? Yunfan scratched the back of his head and murmured, hey, wake up. Yunfan gently shrugged the woman's shoulders and realized that the woman didn't react at all. Damn it, the lips are starting to turn purple. It is estimated that being buried in the earth for too long has caused the body to lack oxygen. Yunfan gradually realized that something was wrong and immediately became serious. I didn't mean to take advantage of you, huh? I was also trying to save you. Yunfan muttered in a small voice, and then lay on top of the woman, took a deep breath, and kissed the woman's cherry mouth. What a soft little mouth. Yunfan vibrated for a moment, somewhat distracted. At this time, the woman's fingers moved slightly. Yunfan was not aware of it, still repeating the action just now. Just at the time of the third artificial respiration, the woman's eyes opened. Instantly, the eyes were wide open. The air directly froze. Snap. Without waiting for Yunfan to react, the woman slapped Yunfan on the face. Yunfan was caught off guard and had 5 more slap marks on his face. Why are you hitting me? Yunfan covered his beaten face and was a little dumbfounded. You bastard. Actually taking advantage of me. Shin Shunning crouched on the ground. Her ears reddened and her pink fists clenched as she droned. She had just seen with her own eyes that the man in front of her was lying on top of her, molesting herself. Shin Shunning felt ashamed and angry. Have you got it wrong? I saved you. It's not even if you don't say thank you. You still hit me. Do you know, if it wasn't for me, you would have suffocated and died. Yunfan was not happy and solemnly explained word by word. Bastard. Why are you so good at making up stories? Also you saved me. I really haven't seen someone as brazen as you. Shin Shunning clenched her shell teeth and fiercely chided. Her icy and piercing eyes seemed as if she wanted to eat people. Her own virginity had actually been defiled like this, and her heart was in her mouth to kill Yunfan. I make up stories? Fine. Since you said I molested you, then I will really molest you. Yun Fan snorted coldly, a little angry, without saying a word, reached out and sloppily dabbed at the woman's chest. Good guy. Looking at the small did not expect quite material. This feel is also too comfortable. Yun Fan inwardly cannot help but secretly thought, cannot help but gulp saliva. Dead asshole, also take advantage of me. I'm going to kill you. Seeing Yun Fan's face of enjoyment, Shin Shunning couldn't help but feel angry and got up to hit Yun Fan. Unexpectedly, her feet were unsteady and she directly fell into Yun Fan's arms. Yun Fan was able to embrace Shin Shunning's waist and buttocks. Yun Fan's hand ghostly pinched it, and Shin Shunning's buttocks sunken then. Piss me off, denizen. This young lady is not finished with you. Shin Shunning's pretty face reddened. The hormonal scent of an exclusive man came out. Then Shin Shunning pushed Yun Fan away, and the whole person was a bit frantic. Not good. 3 fat. My cell phone seems to have lost just that place to go. Zhang Ergo walked halfway, suddenly thought of something, said with a serious look, then brother dog, let's hurry back. If we let someone else pick it up, then we're screwed. Wang Sanfan also realized the seriousness of the problem. The whole person was also a little panicked. Well, let's go. Go back and look for it. It should have fallen off the digging pit. Zhang Erdog nodded, turned around and ran back furiously. Dog bites El Dongbin. Doesn't know what's good for him. Too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'm leaving. Yun Fan lightly grunted. He had no good feelings towards Shin Shunning and turned around to leave. Stop. You want to leave after molesting this young lady? Behind her, Shin Shunning stared with glaring eyes, gritted her teeth, her eyes slightly moist, with an appearance that she would not stop with Yun Fan. I can leave if I want to. What can you do to me? Yun Fan bristled with disdain. Suddenly, a low baritone voice rang out. You two stop arguing. According to me both of you should not leave. Zhang Erdog and Wang San Fatty were holding fruit knives. Their eyes slightly narrowed as they stared at the duo not far away. It's really a blessing in disguise. If it wasn't for brother dog losing his cell phone, or else he would really let this chick run away. The corner of Wang Sanfan's mouth rose slightly, a hint of playfulness emanating from his face. It's probably that guy who saved her and almost spoiled our good deed. Sanfat, kill that guy first and then settle that girl. Zhang Erdog's brows furrowed, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Don't worry about it, brother dog. I'll make sure to get things done properly. Wang Sanfan smiled evilly, holding the fruit knife and rushing towards Yun Fan in an arrow step. Not far away, Shin Shunning remembered everything at once after seeing Zhang Ergu. It was these two who had kidnapped themselves, strangled themselves unconscious, and claimed that they wanted to bury themselves, and the deep pit on the side was the best evidence. Shin Shunning glanced deeply at Yun Fan next to her, with an apologetic face. She had wronged Yun Fan. It was indeed Yun Fan who had saved herself. Thinking of how she had insulted Yun Fan so much just now, Shin Shunning regretted a little. That was her savior. What are you waiting for? You run away. I'll take the rear. Yun Fan saw Shin Shunning was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but loudly scolded. Yun Fan also did not expect that the two thugs came back. Look at their posture. Should not intend to let go of their own. Anyway, their own rotten life. Death is dead. No. Shin Shunning shook his head. The words have not finished. Wang Sanfan and Yun Fan beat together. Yun Fan how can be the opponent of professional killers? Soon was beaten back and forth. In the nick of time, Yun Fan picked up a stone and slapped on the door of Wang Sanfan's head. Fainted on the spot. Rubbish thing. Really not enough to accomplish anything, but more than enough to lose. On the side, Zhang Erdog's eyes narrowed slightly as he paced towards Yun Fan, and with an extremely fast elbow strike, he gave Yun Fan a knockout, breaking the skin at the corner of his mouth. Without waiting for Yun Fan to react, Zhang Erdog stabbed Yun Fan in the chest. Let you mind your own business. Go to hell. Zhang Erdog smiled sinisterly, pulled out his knife and stabbed Yun Fan in the heart again, this time stopped by Yun Fan. Go away. Yun Fan roared hysterically towards Shin Shunning, who was dazed not far away, and then he hugged Zhang Ergu. He jumped into the lake behind him. When Shin Shunning rushed over, everything was already too late, and the deep bottomless lake was horribly calm. No, you can't die. I haven't apologized to you yet. Shin Shunning kept shaking her head. Her eyes reddened. Quickly, help me find someone with the fastest speed. Even if you don't hesitate to use the entire power of the Shin family, you must find him for me. I want to see a person in life, and I want to see a body in death. Shin Shunning took out the phone and yelled loudly to her men with a burning heart. Chapter 3, Goodbye First Love. Falling into the bottom of the lake, Yun Fan struggled desperately, and soon his strength ran out. Just as Yun Fan lost his last ounce of consciousness, the jade pendant in his hand emitted a dark green light. Even the entire bottom of the lake was wrapped in this dark green light. Opportunity has arrived. Inheritance has begun. Yun clan descendant Yun Fan. Wake up quickly. Opportunity has arrived. Inheritance has begun. Yun Clan's descendant Yun Fan. Wake up quickly. A deafening sound crazily bombarded Yun Fan's eardrums. Who's talking? Yun Fan opened his eyes and realized that he was in the midst of darkness. The choppy river water had disappeared, and there was only a faint bright light flickering nonstop not far away. I am the creation god emperor, but also the ancestor of air. Air's wasteful behavior provoked me, and the divine realm cannot stand to see. The idea of air to save people's good deeds is also considered to have a sense of justice. Today, to give air the absolute divine power, you need to raise the prestige of my Yun family, recast my elegance. The voice like a flood bell sounded again. Immediately after, a majestic as a rainbow momentum came, gusts of demonic wind madly tearing the dark space. Under the powerful pressure, Yun Fan actually could not open his eyes. The next moment, countless essence light surged into Yun Fan's body. A burning sensation hit Yun Fan. Yun Fan felt a steady stream of power at the dantian traveling towards the tendons and veins. His body was full of power. The loser of the past is dead. From now on, I, Yun Fan, will ascend to the top of my life. Those who bully me will annihilate Hui Fei. A voice that swallowed mountains and rivers spread in all directions with the momentum of a swimming dragon, and the dark space was immediately torn apart by this voice. Opening his eyes again, Yun Fan realized that he was lying in the middle of a hospital room, with an4 drip in his arm. Awake? A crisp voice came from his ears, only to see that a woman was guarding the front of the hospital bed, her haggard face finally revealing a smile. How long have I been sleeping? Yun Fan propped up his arms and sat up. He only remembered that he fell into the lake with the thugs, after which he dreamt of a very strange image, as if there was an old man who claimed to be an ancestor and inherited certain things from him. Yun Fan realized that his body seemed to have become leaner and stronger than before. The previous Yun Fan ate the leftovers from his mother-in-law and his wife every day and had little nutrition, resulting in his bones being as thin as firewood. But now Yun Fan was obviously a few points leaner and had muscles, trying to squeeze his fists, and incomparably abundant power filled the whole body. Yun Fan felt that his body had inexhaustible strength. You've been sleeping all night. Shin Shunning stood to the side, looking at Yun Fan with a complex expression. Was it you who saved me? Yun Fan raised his head to look at Shin Shunning, just in time to realize that Shin Shunning was looking at him with a deep expression, and his eyes reddened. Little Fan, it's me. Shin Shunning couldn't hold back completely, and bean-sized teardrops slid down from the corners of her eyes. When she sent Yun Fan to the hospital last night, Shin Shunning saw the hospitalization information and realized that the person in front of her was actually her first love from her high school days. This made Shin Shunning both surprised and regretful. Surprised that the two people met again after many years, regretting that he saved himself once again yesterday, but he beat and scolded him. Yun Fan was a little confused, not understanding what the beautiful woman in front of him was crying for, and thinking of the scene yesterday when he saved her and she beat him up. He could not help but feel angry. I'm Shin Shunning. I'm back. The corners of Shin Shunning's mouth trembled slightly. Seeing her beloved again, her heart was full of mixed feelings. Shin Shunning? Which Shin Shunning? Yun Fan had not yet reacted. Shin Shunning said again. Remember Chaochang High School, the agreement in front of the cherry blossom tree? Shin Shunning was crying into tears at this time, making people look at her without any heartache to the extreme. Is it you? Aren't you abroad? Where's your boyfriend? I wouldn't have saved you if I had known it was you. Yun Fan froze for a moment, and after a brief surprise, he could not help but coldly snort. The woman in front of him is not someone else. It is Yun Fan's first love. Yesterday did not recognize. On the one hand, the two people have not seen for too long. Shin Shunning's change is too big, coupled with the darkness of the sky. Speaking of Shin Shunning, Yun Fan memory cannot help but return to that summer, when Yun Fan was still in high school. The two people together, feelings are very good, is the object of envy of countless people, however, and the world is unpredictable. In the two people's feelings the best time, Shin Shunning without warning chose to break up, and seamlessly a man. The general idea is that the two people's status does not match. She is going to study abroad with the current man, so that Yun Fan forget about her. Yun Fan remembered very clearly at that time. He used every method to retain Shin Shunning. Almost kneeling, Shin Shunning still left very desperate. Later, Yun Fan, because of this matter, the college entrance examination failed, went to a pheasant university, parents also died at home. But think about it, Shin Shunning is right. Two people's status is not equal, will not be happy. I'm sorry, it was me who apologized to you at that time, and thank you for saving me yesterday. Shin Shunning lowered her head and cried very sadly. When she asked someone to find Yun Fan yesterday, Shin Shunning realized that the person in front of her was actually her high school boyfriend. Only then did she find the best doctor in Jiangcheng and saved him. There is no need to apologize, much less to say thank you. Yesterday's matter, let's take it as a perfect ending for our young and ignorant feelings. In the future you and I will be passers-by. Yun Fan waved his hand and said expressionlessly, Yun Fan also did not expect that he would be able to see his first love again one day. After so many years, the appearance of the two people had indeed changed quite a bit, especially Shin Shunning. The whole person has become more beautiful than back then. The phrase of female big 18 changes manifested itself. Are you still angry about my leaving back then? Shin Shunning wiped her tears and smiled bitterly. No, so many years have passed. I have long forgotten you. Time can wash away everything, not to mention that I am now married. Yun Fan shook his head and said coldly, what's more, I'm already married. I love my current wife very much. My wife also loves me very much. The two of us have a very good relationship. Yun Fan lied. He didn't know why he said that, probably to get back his lost pride. In fact, there was a reason why I left back then, and I was also. Shin Shunning was anxious, wanting to explain urgently. Enough, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense now. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Yun Fan glanced at the time. A carp got up from the bed, put on shoes and left without looking back, only leaving Shin Shunning alone, standing there huffing and puffing. Miss, do you want me to explain to him? Soon, the servant walked up and took the initiative to ask. No need, I'll settle my own matters. It's me who's sorry for him. Shin Shunning shook her head and said stubbornly. Alas, the servant couldn't say anything else when he saw this, and could only helplessly shake his head. Civil Affairs Bureau. A blue McLaren was parked on the side of the road. In front of the McLaren stood a man and a woman. The man had a big belly, wore an eye, and looked human-like in his suit. The woman was Yun Fan's wife. Tu Shinshin. Chapter 4, I'll see who dares to touch him. Hubby, it's 12 o'clock now. That waste thing still doesn't come. Annoyed to death. Still ready to say that I'll go shopping with hubby after the divorce. Tu Shinshin held Luo Xiaodong's arm. While pouting daintily, she couldn't help but spit. Baby, didn't you tell your punk ex-husband yesterday to meet you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 10 o'clock? Luo Xiaodong glanced at the Rolex watch on his wrist and asked suspiciously. Gu, husband, how could I not have said that? This punk wouldn't want to get divorced and purposely procrastinate, right? It would have been annoying enough to have a month cooling off period for divorce. Tu Shinshin buried her head in Luo Xiaodong's embrace, pouting shyly, her face involuntarily chilled at the mention of Yun Fan. Baby, rest easy. I have already greeted my friends in the Civil Affairs Bureau in advance. The divorce cooling off period is directly ignored. Even if Yun Fan people do not come, the divorce certificate can be processed in a while. Luo Xiaodong smiled with a smug face. Wow, husband also know the Civil Affairs Bureau people so powerful? Love it. Upon hearing this, Tu Shinshin immediately thought even more that she had picked up a treasure, and fell even more in love with Luo Xiaodong. As soon as the words fell, Yun Fan ran over panting. Sorry, I'm late. Yun Fan came up and apologized. It was already past 11 when he woke up from the hospital, so Yun Fan rushed over without stopping. Yo ho, you waste things still don't know to come over Thought you didn't want to divorce and deliberately hid? The originally dainty Tu Shinshin immediately stood up straight, her eyes revealing a sneer as she said in a conspiratorial manner. You can really take yourself as an individual. I can't wait to give you a divorce, and how can I possibly hide? Yun Fan laughed coldly twice. His eyes narrowed slightly as he retaliated. In the past, Yun Fan did not have the strength to be lowly and coy in front of Tu Shinshin's family, but now Yun Fan was no longer the wimp he was in the past. Whoever dared to ride on his head and piss again would be executed. Yun Fan, what's wrong with you today? How dare you speak to me so loudly now? Tu Shinshin froze for a moment, thinking that she had heard wrongly. The usual Yun Fan was lowbrow and obedient. How come he was a bit anti-bone today? You are my baby's that loser ex-husband Yun Fan. Right, listen to my baby said you all day in the Tu family to give people a cow as a horse. The status is not as high as a dog. Today I see. Really the name is true ha ha ha. The big-bellied Luo Xiaodong looked at Yun Fan with a provocative gaze, a sneer on his face. Oh, I guess this fat pig is the wild man you found outside. With dog, heaven and earth. What a perfect match. Yun Fan had a harmless smile on his face. His eye swept Luo Xiaodong and then Tu Shinshin, purposely aggravating the last few words. Stinking scum, who are you cursing? Do you know what kind of status young Master Luo has in Zhang City? The entire Zhangcheng young Master Luo owns dozens of pawnshops. He's a deservedly rich second generation. Tu Shinshin was not happy and was planning to bring out young Master Luo's identity, in a vain attempt to make Yun Fan realize the situation. Baby, low key, what's the point of talking about this with such a person at the bottom of the social ladder? My pocket money for a month catches up with his income from a lifetime of hard work. That's the gap between me and the trash. Luo Xiaodong was held up with joy. His mouth was low-key, but in his heart, he couldn't mention how dejected he was. By the way, Yun Fan, I spent $10 million to rent a small island in the country. Next month I may want to hold a wedding with my baby in the island. At that time you must come. Oh, I will make to see clearly the gap between the two of us strength. Luo Xiaodong wrapped his arm around Tu Xinxin's waist, and unashamedly kissed on Tu Xinxin's lips with a smug look on his face. Tu Xinxin, on the other hand, was shy. Yunfan had no inner fluctuation at this time. He only felt like laughing. Before he was thinking of touching Tu Xinxin and impressing her. Now he only felt that Tu Xinxin was disgusting. Mr. Luo, Mr. Yun and Ms. Tu's divorce certificate has been processed. Suddenly, the Civil Affairs Bureau staff walks out with a smile on their face. Okay, thanks. Luo Xiaodong smiled in a gentlemanly manner, full of smugness. Since the divorce is done, I'll leave first. Yunfan picked up the divorce certificate, not wanting to stay here for a moment. Wait, did I let you go? Luo Xiaodong's eyes narrowed slightly, a sinister aura radiating out. What do you want? Yunfan smiled contemptuously and asked with amusement. You delayed me and my baby for such a long time, and now you say you're leaving? Kneel down, kowtow to us 3 times and call out 3 times daddy, then I'll let you go. Luo Xiaodong's eyes erupted with a flash of essence and said viciously, what if I don't? Yunfan would smile and asked back with a calm demeanor. At this moment, Yunfan had already moved to kill. Then don't blame me for not being polite. Luo Xiaodong waved his hand, and in an instant, a dozen punks came down from the Santana by the roadside, each holding a stick, surrounding Yunfan. Since you won't kneel down, then I'll beat you to your knees today. Luo Xiaodong's shadowy eyes revealed killing intent as he said ferociously. Just when the atmosphere was tense with swords, a black Maybach stopped not far away with a sharp brake, only to see a dozen white alphas following behind the Maybach. I'll see who dares to move a hair on his head in front of me today. A petulant voice came from inside the Maybach. The next moment, 30 to 40 black-suited bodyguards came down from the Alpha, each tall and burly, and surrounded the punks as well as Luo Xiaodong in the center in unison, and just their aura compressed the punks into trembling. Chapter 5, 10 Slaps in the Face. The Shin clan Shin family's eldest miss has arrived. As a crisp voice rang out, Luo Xiaodong looked not far away and his complexion changed drastically. Where did the cat or dog come from? This matter has nothing to do with you. I advise you to mind your own business. Tu Xinxin unhappily looked at Shin Shunning in front of her. Despite being shocked by Shin Shunning's face value for a moment, she still spoke out. I'm really in charge of this matter today. If you guys dare to move him a bit, I guarantee that I'll let you guys leave horizontally. Shin Shunning's eyes erupted with a cold light. She was enraged. Yunfan had just left from the hospital when Shin Shunning chased after him, just in time to see Yunfan being humiliated and bullied. Shin Shunning couldn't tolerate this bad breath and decisively chose to strike. Who are you? Don't think you have more people. We are afraid of you. My husband is the golden pupil of the treasure appreciation city of Luoyang. Sensible words, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise a moment even you a piece of beat. Tu Xinxin held Luo Xiaodong's arm intimately and looked viciously at Shin Shunning, not realizing that she was playing with fire. What is the golden pupil treasure appraisal city? Mess with me and I'll make it disappear in Jiangchang. Shin Shunning's face was full of disdain. Hubby, why is this woman so pretentious? You beat her up for me. It's really infuriating. Tu Xinxin pasted on Luo Xiaodong's chest and pampered, then used Luo Xiaodong's hand to teach Shin Shunning a lesson. At this time, Tu Xinxin did not realize that Luo Xiaodong in front of her had his head lowered and was trembling all over. Husband, why don't you say anything? You don't even feel sorry for people anymore. Hurry up and let your people beat up this Seeing Luo Xiaodong not speaking, Tu Xinxin once again opened her mouth. Her voice was even more whiny, as if she herself was aggrieved. Asshole, who are you calling a? Do you know who she is? I thought Luo Xiaodong would fight for myself. Who knew that what I was waiting for was a slap from Luo Xiaodong? Tu Xinxin, confused, covered the face of the beaten frozen in place. She knows Luo Xiaodong's character. Usually they want him to do what? As long as the pettiness will go to do it. This time instead of doing it, he hit himself. There is only one possibility that this woman in front of him is above him in status. He can't afford to offend. Who is she? Tu Xinxin covered her beaten face and asked in an aggrieved manner. Do you know about the Jiangcheng Shin Group? She's the Shin Group's $1,000 miss. Hurry up and apologize to Miss Shin. Luo Xiaodong was ostensibly rebuking Tu Xinxin, but he was actually protecting her. What? Tu Xinxin was shocked, realizing that she had offended someone. Her legs were trembling with fear. Shin's Group was one of the top few large enterprises in Jiangcheng. The existence of those who looked at their backs. Luo Xiaodong, right? Give you 2 choices. Either let your family's golden pupil treasure appraisal city go bankrupt, or you slap that 10 times. Choose. Shin Shunning's eyes narrowed slightly and said in a cold voice. Luo Xiaodong did not say anything. A series of 18 slaps on Tu Xinxin's face. Tu Xinxin's face swollen into a pig's head. And you guys, either one of you go up and slap her 10 times, or I slap you 10 times. Shin Shunning swept her gaze over Luo Xiaodong's little brothers and said in a deep voice. Luo Xiaodong's little brothers were also scared silly one by one, and did not dare to offend Shin Shunning, so they had to go up and slap Tu Xinshin. What do you guys want? Don't touch me. Tu Xinshin covered her face that was swollen into a pig's head, and her whole body collapsed. A dozen people, one person 10 slaps down, their own face is estimated to be disfigured. 3, 2, Shin Shunning countdown began. One had not yet been said. Luo Xiaodong minions rushed up. Soon came the screams of Tu Xinshin. Tu Xinshin face has been disfigured. Blood dripping. Looks miserable. Where was Tu Xinshin's previous arrogant and domineering appearance? Squatting on the ground and crying non-stop. Xiao Fan, relieve your anger, or what do you want them to do? Directly say it. I will help you out. Shin Shunning, who had originally pulled her face and was furious, was gentle the moment she saw Yunfan. No need. I'll settle my own matters on my own, Yunfan said in a cold voice, not paying too much attention to Shin Shunning. Shin Shunning's arrival caused Yunfan to be a little surprised, but when he thought of Shin Shunning's absolute love back then, Yunfan could not help but be furious. Hey, Miss Shin, can you let me go now? Luo Xiaodong licked his face and asked in a lowly manner, afraid of angering Shin Shunning again. Beat these two dogs and girls severely. Shin Shunning turned back and said in a fierce voice. The bodyguards behind her chose to make a move. Don't hit my face. Ah, participating sounds rose and fell. Luo Xiaodong and Tu Xinshin were surrounded by dozens of people, and the beating went on for almost 5 minutes before stopping. The two of them were lying on the ground, dying. Their bodies were covered with injuries. Not a single place was intact. Alright, stop following me. Seeing that it was almost time, Yunfan turned around and left. Little Fan. Shin Shu gazed at Yunfan's departing back, a little gloomy. I will not give up lightly. Back then the mistake was forged by me. I am willing to bear all the consequences. Shin Shunning seemed to be cheering herself up as she murmured, go. Then Shin Shunning's face sank, a cold face. Turning around, she got into the Maybach, and the convoy roared away. Chapter 6, Little Sister's Sickness. Baby, are you alright? Seeing Shin Shunning and his party left, Luo Xiaodong hurriedly got up to assist Tu Xinshin, who was beaten and bruised all over. Luo Xiaodong himself was also covered in wounds and in a sorry state. He had never been the one to bully others. Today was the first time he was bullied, and the key was not daring to fight back. Hubby, my face is disfigured. You must help me take revenge. Ah, it's simply too bullying. Tu Xinshin touched her swollen face and cried. She also did not expect to receive so many slaps. It is estimated that without 10 days and half a month the body will not be able to recover. Baby, you don't worry. This revenge will definitely be avenged. Luo Xiaodong's fists clenched, teeth clenched, itching to tear Yunfan apart on the spot. Miss Shin, we can't afford to offend, but this Yunfan can be taken at will. Luo Xiaodong's eyes narrowed slightly as he said angrily. What Yunfan's identity was, Luo Xiaodong knew very well. He was an orphan, with no money and no power. As for why he was able to climb onto this high branch of Shin Shunning, Luo Xiaodong did not know. Good, husband, I will make Yunfan's life worse than death and return the pain we experienced today tenfold to him, Tu Xinshin said furiously, itching to kill Yunfan immediately. Yunfan, who left the Civil Affairs Bureau, walked on the road. His mood was quite complicated. Just less than a day's time, Yunfan experienced a big ups and downs. First, he was green by his ex-wife, and under the heart of death, he actually accidentally activated the inheritance. And then he met his first girlfriend. Just when Yunfan was feeling a lot of emotions, his cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. May I ask if this is Mr. Yunfan? A low baritone voice came out from the phone. And you are? Yunfan was confused. We are from the Jiangcheng Central Hospital. Yun Xiaoxiao is currently suffering from very serious injuries. We have just finished performing an operation, which will require roughly 300,000 RMB. Please see when you are free to come to the hospital and pay the fees. After saying these words, the doctor's phone hung up. Yunfan's entire body was a bit dumbfounded. His own sister was hospitalized? Only 2 days ago Yunfan had just sent his sister to school. Due to attending a boarding school, the two siblings only saw each other for 2 days a week. 2 days ago, his sister was still alive and kicking. How come she was in the ICU now? Holding a puzzled look, Yunfan hurriedly got on a bus and went directly to the Jiangcheng Central Hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Yunfan hurriedly went to the intensive care unit, only to see his sister Yun Xiaoxiao lying on the hospital bed with a pale complexion. Her breathing was very weak, and there was no essence left at all, with tubes all over her body. It was heartbreaking to look at. Doctor, what's wrong with my sister? Yunfan's eyes instantly reddened and he asked in a hurry, to know since the parents were exterminated. Yunfan and sister depend on each other. Sister's tuition fees are all responsible for Yunfan, but the sister is very well behaved and obedient. Not only back to the examination age first. Basically during the school does not spend money. Home will also pick up some bottles and cans to help Yunfan reduce pressure. This is such a sister. Now actually lying in the hospital bed. This made Yunfan's fists involuntarily clench. Your sister fell from the 3rd floor of the school, and is now considered to have barely saved her life. But I'm afraid that she will have to become a vegetable in the future. The doctor in a white lab coat glanced at Yun Xiaoxiao on the bed, and also had a helpless look on his face. Fell from the 3rd floor? Yunfan was confused, thinking that he had heard wrong. His sister was attending school. How could she fall down from the 3rd floor for good reason? And such a big thing happened. How come no one from the school side contacted themselves? And the hospital didn't see the school teacher? Well, we are not sure about the specifics, just that someone called 120 and looked at this child's situation as too crisis. So they carried out the surgery first. If it was a few minutes later, I'm afraid that this child will not be saved. The doctor nodded slightly, frowning as he replied, then can I take my sister home to recuperate first? Yunfan looked towards his sister on the hospital bed and asked with clenched fists. The current Yunfan had the ability to save his sister, but he could not expose it in a place like the hospital. I advise you to let your sister stay in the hospital for a period of time for observation. She just finished surgery. In case there are any complications, we can also deal with them in time. The doctor thought of something and said slowly, of course, if you want to bring it back, it's not impossible. First pay the $300,000 surgery fee. Yunfan after hearing this was a bit dumbfounded, not to mention the $300,000 surgery fee. Even if it was $30,000, Yunfan couldn't take it out. He had just divorced his ex-wife, netting him nothing. Can you forgive me for a few days? Yunfan lowered his head, some fish in his throat. He really doesn't have money now. 3 days, when the money is in place, when the person is taken away. The doctor hesitated for a moment and said, giving a deadline. Yunfan glanced at his sister in the hospital bed and nodded heavily. It was already good that the hospital was able to operate ahead of schedule, and he couldn't go too far himself. Saying this, Yunfan left the hospital. His little sister is now in the hospital. There are doctors taking care of her. Yunfan is still very relieved. 300,000 surgical fees. How can I get it together? After leaving the hospital, Yunfan looked at the sky and murmured to himself. He was a little shriveled up. 300,000 was not a small amount. Jiang Chang, inside a certain villa, a middle-aged man groveled and nodded to one of the young men in a suit. How's the consideration going? The young man in the suit lit a cigar and asked smugly. Well, considered it, but at that time, in case the Shin family finds out, you will bail us out, right? The middle-aged man hesitated, but still nodded. Don't worry about it, help me out. You definitely won't be shortchanged. Even if you guys can't make it in Jiangcheng, I'll still be able to make you guys make it in other cities. The man in the suit shook his cigar and said in a nonchalant manner, good, then I know. The middle-aged man nodded with a grave expression and then left. Yunfan, who had just come out of the hospital, was a bit at a loss for words when he suddenly saw that there seemed to be some kind of activity going on not far away, and the scene was surrounded by a lot of people. Out of curiosity, Yunfan also walked up. It was found to be a company called Lanting Jewelry holding a jade exhibition conference, which covered an area of thousands of square meters. Chapter 7, Who Are You Calling a Fool? In front of each stall were placed numerous jade wool, and from a distance, the array was overwhelming. Yunfan immediately had an idea of making money inside. With excitement, Yunfan also gathered around and found that every piece of jade on the stall had a price marked on it, and many onlookers were pointing at the jade. In front of one of the stalls, there were the most people gathered around, and all eyes were on one of the larger pieces of jadeite. I've heard that this piece of jadeite guanyin in front of me is the most expensive piece of jade in this exhibition conference. The net rumor is that it has a price tag of $30 million. It is said that a piece of a few tons in the raw stone, it opened to produce such a piece of imperial green jadeite, very rare, and the Lanting Jewelry explicitly marked more than 20 million. This is not a loss? Who bought this jade who is not blood profit? I don't think so. Really make money. Lanting Jewelry, why they don't keep it? To sell it? For a moment, there was a wide range of opinions, all of them posting different opinions. Thought I could pick up a profit from this, but I didn't expect it to be all fake. Yunfan briefly glanced at all the jades present, somewhat disappointed, and then prepared to turn around and leave. Fake? Impossible, right? This event was organized by the Lanting Jewelry. Behind the Lanting Jewelry is the Su Group. It's impossible to fake it. The onlookers beside them were dumbfounded one by one and looked at Yunfan. You say this piece of jadeite guanyin is fake? A crisp voice came out, only to see a woman in a short black skirt and OL uniform walk up and ask with an expressionless face. Not only is this jadeite goddess of mercy a fake, even more than 88% of the jades that appeared in this exhibition conference are fake. Yunfan looked up at the woman in front of him, somewhat awed by the woman's appearance. And after a short period of time and a days, he also answered truthfully. The main reason why he dared to be so sure that it was fake was that Yunfan had worked in his ex-wife's family's pawnshop for 3 years, which was considered a bit of a foundation. Now coupled with the activation of the inheritance, the eyes had an additional ability to see through and identify treasures. Whether these antique jewelry and jade were worth money or not, Yunfan only needed to take a look to know. Gaoihan froze for a moment. Lanting Jewelry is considered a very famous jewelry company in Zhangcheng. There is no need to do this kind of thing of lifting up a stone and stoning one's own feet, right? Gaoihan felt that Yunfan was joking and didn't take it to heart. The rest of the onlookers also laughed lightly, treating Yunfan as a loser with a big mouth. Seeing that everyone did not trust him, Yunfan smiled faintly and did not say much. At this moment, a man with a big belly walked over. Hey, what are you kid babbling about? Where's the security guard? Kick this smelly loser out of here. Don't affect the viewing mood of the rest of the guests. The head of the event, Zhou Tai, glared at his eyes and said impatiently. He was a little weak inside but still forced himself to pretend to be calm. Immediately after, 5 or 6 security personnel surrounded Yunfan. Making gestures, they were about to blast Yunfan out. What? The fake is still not allowed to be said? Yunfan saw that the other party had such a bad attitude, and immediately sneered. If Zhou Tai and the others didn't treat themselves like this, Yunfan himself would have left. Such a bad attitude immediately caused Yunfan to develop a backbone. Just you rotten goods. Only a fool would buy your jade jewelry. Yunfan also slammed nonchalantly. Are you calling everyone a fool? Zhou Tai was also smart enough to directly draw the trouble away from Yunfan in a vain attempt to use the power of the crowd to drive him away. Furthermore, we are cooperating with Shin's group. If you say that we have rotten goods, aren't you also indirectly saying that all Shin's group sells are rotten goods? For a moment, Yunfan was scolded. Nima, who are you calling a fool? What is the status of the Lanting group? How could it possibly sell fake goods? Even if it sells fake goods, it's not your turn to say anything about this loser, right? Hurry up and get lost. Shin's group is a big company in our Zhangcheng city. How can it sell fake goods? I'm an old customer of Shin's group. In the face of these people's insults, Yunfan pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled contemptuously, not realizing that Shin's group actually condoned harboring its partners to sell fake goods. Yunfan's impression of Shin shunning was in tatters. At the same time, he felt that these crowds were too stupid, being sold and still counting the money. Only the OL uniformed woman frowned, not saying a word. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and get this loser out of here for me. Zhou Tai was furious and chided, avoiding uncontrollable things after a long time. The security personnel after hearing the news were also not polite and directly surrounded them, intending to blast Yunfan out. Yunfan, who faced this situation, was also calm. These small fishes and shrimps were not his opponent. Immediately after, a miserable scream came. The security personnel who rushed at the front was directly kicked out by Yunfan. Seeing this, the rest of them glanced at each other and then intended to swarm up, intending to use their numerical advantage to control Yunfan. However, Yunfan merely raised his hand, and all of these people fell to the ground, wailing. Seeing that they were not Yunfan's opponents, the remaining security personnel also wimped out one by one. You looked at me, I looked at you, not knowing what to do. What are you waiting for? Give it to me. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhou Tai took the initiative and chided. At the same time, a more feminine voice came. What is such a clamor? Chapter 8, Get out of Zhangcheng. Only to see a white man standing not far away. The man's figure was thin, white and clean, looking literati breath. The only deficiency was that the man coughed twice from time to time. A sickly look. Ouyang Xiaogong? Is it that genius treasure connoisseur master from Zhangcheng? It's said that when Ouyang Xiaokong was only 17 years old, he had already obtained a master's degree in archaeology from a 985 key university, and then went to study abroad before returning home some time ago. More exaggerated is this Ouyang Xiaokong. Only with the naked eye can identify the market more than 95% of the antiques and treasures. The accuracy rate is as high as 98%. Belongs to the real treasure identification wizards. Not only that, Ouyang Xiaokong is also the youngest son of the Ouyang family, a real estate tycoon in Zhangcheng. I didn't expect him to be here as well. The audience at the scene all boiled over, surprise and admiration written all over everyone's face. Only Gaoihan was very calm. At Ouyang Xiaogong's arrival, Zhou Tai froze, realizing that the situation was a bit bad. Young Master Ouyang, what wind has blown you here? Zhou Tai nodded his head and greeted. For the Ouyang Xiaogong in front of him, Zhou Tai was too familiar. Zhou Tai, you are less likely to get close to me. The feminine voice sounded again. It's not even if you Lanting Jewelry sells fake goods, but you also bully others with your power, right? Ouyang Xiaokong's tone was a bit angry. Originally Ouyang Xiaokong was looking for Gao Yihan, but ended up passing by the exhibition assembly and saw that everyone was gathered around very lively, so he surrounded them. He happened to see the scene of Zhou Tai bullying others, which made the righteous Ouyang Xiaokong feel huffy. Young Master Ouyang, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? Zhou Tai was vaguely flustered inside, but still feigned calmness. Can't understand? Right, then let me tell you. This brother is right. More than 90% of the jewels sold at your Lanting Jewelry Exhibition Conference are fakes. Can you get it now? Ouyang Xiaogong covered his mouth and coughed and searched twice. His tone was very serious. As the vice president of Jiangchang Antique Association, facing this phenomenon of corrupting the jewelry culture of Jiangchang, Ouyang Xiaogong was naturally annoyed. The moment this statement was made, the entire room sighed. Oh my god. No? All these jewelry and jade in front of us are fake? No wonder the person in charge of the Orchid Pavilion Jewelry was trying to kick the young man out one after another. It seems to be a weak heart, but isn't Shin Group the owner of Orchid Pavilion Jewelry? Could it be that Shin's Group also sells fakes? My god. Shin's Group is the birthplace of jewelry and jade in Jiangchang. If Shin's Groups are fake, then I'm afraid that more than 80% of the surface of this Jiangchang city are fake. Everyone was shocked. Everyone showed an unbelievable look. Even Gao Yihan was surprised. She was also prepared to purchase the Guanyin jadeite here, so she didn't make a move. Yun Fan on the side looked at Ouyang Xiaogong twice, and his teasing of Zhou Tai became heavier. There was no one more embarrassed than Zhou Tai at this moment. How arrogant he was just now. How embarrassed he was now. Get lost. Unscrupulous merchant who sells fake goods. Garbage Lanting jewelry. Get out of Jiangchang. Get out of Jiangchang. Instantly, Zhou Tai stirred up a powerful public anger. Everyone basically picked up the jewelry on the stalls and smashed them madly against Zhou Tai and his party. The crackling sound resounded through the sky. Zhou Tai and the others couldn't take it anymore from the smashing, and hugged their heads. The crowd also scattered. Ouyang Xiaogong came to the side of the woman in uniform and took the initiative to talk to the woman in uniform. Yun Fan shrugged and left. However, just before he took 2 steps, he heard the clatter of high heels behind him, as if someone was chasing him. Immediately afterward, a crisp voice was heard. Wait, only to see the OL uniformed woman who was at the fairgrounds walk over, her cold as ice face showing embarrassment. What's wrong? Yun Fan was confused. My name is Gao Yihan. I appreciate your ability. I'll give you a salary of 30,000 a month. Come work in my pawnshop, Gao Yihan said coldly, without a trace of expression on her face. Obviously, she was the one who invited Yun Fan to work in her store, but it gave Yun Fan the feeling as if he was begging her to reward her with a job. That indifference of rejecting others made Yun Fan very unhappy. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your store. Not to mention that if you're really the owner, how could you possibly wear a fake? Yun Fan's gaze glanced at the Cartier necklace on Gao Yihan's neck and then said disdainfully, fake goods? Gao Yihan was directly enraged, frowning and said in a deep voice, I never buy fake goods. Don't want to come to work even if you don't want to. Don't need to insult me in this way. Originally, Gao Yihan still had a good feeling towards Yun Fan, but when she heard this kind of words, her good feeling was instantly gone. Just as Gao Yihan was about to turn around and leave, Yun Fan opened his mouth. The Cartier necklace you are wearing around your neck is fake. Just tell the truth. I didn't insult you. Yun Fan did not expect the woman in front of him to have such a big temper and personality, as if she was a bunch of roses with thorns. Ridiculous. Gao Yihan immediately sneered. The necklace on my neck is what I let a friend of mine buy back from abroad on behalf of me. Cartier's latest limited edition, worth $380,000. There's still an invoice in it. You actually say it's fake? Loss, I just thought you treasure appreciation ability is quite strong. Count me blind. Gao Yihan was completely furious, said coldly, turned around and was about to leave. Wait, then why don't we make a bet as well? Yun Fan's eyes turned, and hurriedly called out to Gao Yihan. Chapter 9. Or suffer the consequences. Originally, Yun Fan had little interest in Gao Yihan, but the Gao Yihan in front of him was too proud, and that lofty feeling made Yun Fan intolerable. Intending to tease this white swan, bet on what? Gao Yihan's eyes were slightly wrinkled as she asked expressionlessly. Saying this, Yun Fan looked up and down Gao Yihan's body and found that with a convex front and curved back, and black silk, it looked very tempting. Yun Fan's every move was taken in by Gao Yihan's eyes. Gao Yihan felt more and more that Yun Fan was a denizen, and her good feelings were completely lost. If the Cartier on your neck is fake, you will call me your husband and give me a kiss. The corner of Yun Fan's mouth rose slightly. The more arrogant Gao Yihan was and the more she disliked herself, then the more she wanted Gao Yihan to be close to her. Then if Cartier is real, you apologize to me and gouge out those 2 messy eyes. Gao Yihan agreed with alacrity, and at the same time made her own demands. No problem. Yun Fan bristled, then agreed frankly. Cartier's limited edition models all have their own number. You can log on to Cartier's official website and enter the number on the fake Cartier strap in your hand. If it's real, the purchase record time will pop up. If it's a fake, it's a check. Subsequently, according to Yun Fan's request, Gaohan picked up her cell phone, logged on to the Cartier website, and entered the number of the Cartier necklace. As a result, the 4 big words that popped up on it made Gaohan dumbfounded. Check, no such thing. Gaohan at first thought that the net card, tried a few times and found that it was indeed fake. Gaohan's complexion instantly froze, which made her realize that she had let someone fool her. I won. Please honor your promise. Yun Fan shrugged his shoulders and said dejectedly, thinking that someone as arrogant as Gaohan was going to call herself her husband. Yun Fan was a little impatient. After 3 seconds of silence, Gaohan said with a cold as ice frost, the former can be called. I can't do it by kissing you. Looking at Gaohan's cold appearance, Yun Fan could not force anything. Generally speaking, this kind of person's self-esteem would be very high, and to be able to get a little bit of a bargain was already considered very good. No problem. Then you call it. Yun Fan gestured an okay gesture and was content. Old husband. Gaohan lowered her head. Suddenly felt like a fish in her throat. Hesitated again and again situation. Still shouted out. Originally cold as ice. Gaohan's pretty face was slightly red, looking somewhat embarrassed. It was the first time she called someone her husband, or did so to an unfamiliar man. I'm done with the punishment. The invitation just now. You'd better think about it. The salary can be discussed again. Gaohan's pink fists clenched. She has already lowered her posture enough. Mainly this time the store is losing serious money. Gaohan knows that there is a problem with the internal staff. She can only see if she can save the pawnshop by recruiting. Yun Fan smiled smugly. Originally thought that Gaohan would not even call her husband, but did not expect to actually be so true to her word. Since you have invited me sincerely, then I will go to your store to take a look. Let me say it first. I am just going to take a look. I didn't promise to be your employee. The corner of Yun Fan's mouth hooked up an arc. Currently Yun Fan still owed the hospital $300,000 for the operation. Within 3 days it must come together. Aha! Gaohan nodded. Driving the Porsche 911, it carried Yun Fan to the entrance of a pawnshop called Ihan Pawnshop. Just getting out of the car, Yun Fan was stunned by the appearance of the pawnshop. With its glorious building and ridiculously large footprint, this is not like a pawnshop. People who don't know would think that this is a large hotel. With a shocked mood, Yun Fan stepped into the interior of Ihan Pawnshop. Looking at the wide array of jewelry and antiques, Yun Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. So many fakes? Yun Fan murmured to himself. Where did the stinking beggar come from? What is this nonsense? At this moment, a waitress, Zhang Mei, walked over, her face full of disgust. Another waitress also walked over, sizing up Yun Fan's outfit, covered in ground floor goods, the whole body adding up to no more than 100 players, coming in and babbling nonsense. A person would think that he was here to cause trouble. This gentleman, if you're not buying anything, please leave and don't disturb our business. Zhang Mei was still polite, but the contempt in her eyes already said it all. A fake is a fake, and you're not allowed to say it? Yun Fan bristled. He had thought that it would be fine if Gaohan herself wore fake Cartier, but he did not expect that the pawnshop he opened also had many fake goods. This gentleman, please, when you say this, can you show evidence? Don't open your mouth and shut your mouth about fakes. This makes you look unqualified. What's more, even if it's a fake that's being sold, you, a poor man, can't afford to buy it. Zhang Mei lightly raised her eyebrows and looked at Yun Fan like she was watching a joke, sneering repeatedly. The few waitresses around them also laughed out loud. The boss is here. Not knowing who shouted, Zhang Mei hurriedly became serious with a fawning face. All the rest of the waitresses also all got serious. Why don't you just rename this pawnshop of yours as a fake specialty store? It's full of fakes. It doesn't interest me at all anymore. Yun Fan did not hide anything and said bluntly to Gaohan. The waiters led by Zhang Mei, seeing Yun Fan humiliate the pawnshop in front of Gaohan, had a look of watching the show. Dare to say in front of the boss that the sale is a fake. Really tired of living. To Gaohan that violent temper. But anyone who slanders the pawnshop, that is not to be eaten. Under the eyes of everyone, Gaohan stepped on high heels, thundering directly to the front of Yun Fan. Zhang beautiful people thought Gaohan to Yun Fan mouth. Who knows that Gaohan directly stood in front of Yun Fan, expressionless and asked in a deep voice. You just said that the store antique jewelry are fake? Not all of them are fake. 120% of them are real. Yun Fan looked around again and said indifferently. Are you sure you haven't read it wrong? All these antique jewels of mine were examined by our store's chief treasure connoisseur, Zhang Wanson, who has been with me for several years. It's impossible for him to do something like this. Gaohan's frosty face was full of doubts. Zhang Wanson was Gaohan's right-hand man. Generally anything, Gaohan handed over to Zhang Wanson to do. After hearing the news, Yun Fan pulled the corner of his mouth. Believe it or not, With you, no accident. Your neck on that fake Cartier is also he helped you to purchase, right? Just now Yun Fan in front of the counter saw several similar workmanship necklace, only not Cartier, obviously a place to produce out. Gaoihan froze for a moment, not expecting Yun Fan to have guessed, and after a short period of surprise, she returned to normal. Although the Yun Fan in front of her did not look very reliable, but the ability to identify treasures is indeed very strong, which makes Gaoihan have to believe that Zhang Wanson is in the sun. While Zhang Mei and the others on the side were dumbfounded. They thought that the boss would smack Yun Fan's big mouth, but they didn't expect that they were not angry at all, which was too rare. Call Zhang Wanson back. Just say that I have something urgent to find him. After thinking for a moment, Gaoihan said coldly. Zhang Mei, who had not yet slowed down, stammered, "Boss, Mr. Zhang took a leave of absence. It seems like he went to accompany his girlfriend. Limit him to arrive at the store within half an hour, or suffer the consequences." Gaoihan's pink fist clenched. A superior presidential aura burst out, pressuring everyone to gasp for air. The waiters present all lowered their heads and shivered. Chapter 10, Get the hell out of here. Zhang Mei also realized that her boss was angry and didn't dare to hesitate. She hurriedly picked up her phone and went to make a call. Yun Fan on the side was also a bit surprised, not expecting Gaoihan to be so angry. Not a moment later, Zhang Mei carefully ran over. "Boss, the phone call has been made, and teacher Zhang is already on his way here." The so-called teacher was just a title, not really a teacher who taught. It just meant that Zhang Wanson had a higher status in the pawnshop. All the antique jewelry in and out of the pawnshop had to go through Zhang Wanson's hands, so it was obvious how prestigious Zhang Wanson's status was in the pawnshop. A few minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz Big G stopped at the entrance of Ihan pawnshop. A suit of Zhang Wanson hurriedly got off the car. He just received the phone call from the staff, said the boss looking for him to have an urgent matter. This outside to accompany his girlfriend. He rushed back. "Boss, you are looking for me?" Zhang Wanson took off his sunglasses and asked with a smile, not noticing the chill in Gaoihan's eyes. "Explain." Without saying a word, Gaoihan directly threw the Cartier necklace around her neck at Zhang Wanson's hand. "I gave you $380,000, and you bought me a fake Cartier to fool me?" Gaoihan's eyes were filled with disappointment when she looked at Zhang Wanson. Before, Gaoihan trusted Zhang Wanson very much and believed unconditionally in what Zhang Wanson said. As a result, what she got was Zhang Wanson's deception, which made Gaoihan somewhat unacceptable. Zhang Wanson subconsciously wanted to defend himself, but seeing how angry Gaoihan was, the evidence must have been overwhelming. "There's also the matter of Ihan pawnshop. You'd better explain clearly as well. Confess from leniency, resist from severity, or else in a moment when I point out your crime, you'll be waiting to eat jail food." Gaoihan wrapped her hands around her chest and asked with a sullen face, "I'm sorry, boss." At this moment, Zhang Wanson's forehead was already covered in a fine sweat. He knew that Gaoihan was in possession of some kind of evidence, otherwise he wouldn't have asked himself this way. Seeing Zhang Wanson admitted, Gaoihan was very chilled. She had simply wanted to swindle Zhang Wanson, but as a result, Zhang Wanson confessed all. "I was wrong, boss. It was my momentary confusion that made me do something that harmed the interests of Ihan pawnshop." Forced by the pressure, Zhang Wanson decisively bowed his head and admitted his mistake. He knew Gaoihan's character. If he didn't admit it, then he could only play through. But what makes Zhang Wanson puzzled is, how does Gaoihan know these messy things about himself? After hearing the news, Gaoihan's shell teeth clenched. A nameless fire surged to her heart. She was cheated by her most trusted beloved, which made Gaoihan very sad. "Tell us what's going on." Gaoihan forced herself to endure the unbearable pain and asked in a deep voice. "Aha." Zhang Wanson nodded his head like pounding garlic. After Zhang Wanson's explanation, Gaoihan realized that Zhang Wanson ate double-layer kickbacks and colluded with outsiders to sell fake goods to Ihan pawnshop. After Zhang Wanson and then buy at a high price, take the hands of outsiders 50% of the profits, and then take the Ardhan pawnshop treasure connoisseur should get a commission. In these few years, Zhang Wanson has earned no less than $30 to $40 million in the Ihan pawnshop. "I'll limit you to return the money to me within a day. Otherwise I don't mind letting you go through jail time." Gaoihan gloomy face. The more he thought the more angry. How also did not expect this Zhang Wanson hand so black. No wonder Ihan pawnshop these years nothing profitable, always in the loss situation. At first, Gaoihan thought it was his own problem, and now realized that the root of the pressure is more than one internal bloodsucker. How can it be profitable? "Boss, can you allow a few more days of grace? One day is too short." Zhang Wanson stammered and asked, not as spirited as he was at the beginning. The whole person looked disheveled. "Count on me to beg you. I don't have that much money in my hands right now," Zhang Wanson said in a pleading tone. With all the money he had earned, Zhang Wanson would have squandered it long ago. "Oh, just one day. Tomorrow at this time the money is not in place. You will go to explain to the police," Such a huge amount of corruption. 10 years 8 years is still a relatively light sentence. Gao Han snorted coldly. The threatening meaning in his tone was full. Don. Call the police. Don't call the police. Just one day. As soon as Zhang Wanson heard that he wanted to call the police, he quickly trembled in fear and his face was iron blue. Once Gao Han alarmed the police, Zhang Wanson squatting in jail is still a small matter. Mainly in the treasure appreciation circle's reputation basically stinks. In itself, the treasure circle is relatively small. Good things don't go out the door, bad things spread thousands of miles. By then no one dares to use Zhang Wanson. If you have this effort to grind your teeth right now, you might as well go and figure out how to get the money together first. With a cold face, Gao Han said in a deep voice, hurry up and get lost. After hearing this, Zhang Wanson didn't dare to stay and directly fled. Zhang Mei, who saw this scene, lowered her head and looked flustered and evasive, as if she had done something bad. The rest of the people, on the other hand, were all surprised. They did not expect Zhang Wanson to be a person who was not what he appeared to be. Yun Fan, thank you. If it wasn't for you. Gao Han turned to look at Yun Fan with a complex expression. However, before her words fell, she was directly interrupted by Yun Fan. No need to thank you. It's just a show of hands. Yun Fan also thought that Gao Han intentionally sold fake goods, but now he realized that she was nothing more than a victim. Then can you join our Han pawn shop? Gao Han stammered for half a day, and finally clenched her teeth and stomped her foot. Salary, I'll give you a base salary of 80,000 per month, and give you a 10% commission. Seeing that Yun Fan did not open his mouth, Gao Han thought that the opening condition was less and once again raised the price. I'll offer you a base salary of 100,000 per month and a 20% commission. Chapter 11, There's Nothing I Can't Fix. Gao Han directly opened a sky-high salary treatment. To know in the treasure circle, 100,000 base salary, 20% commission is unheard of. Unheard of. Even before the most pleased Zhang Wanson, a month of base salary is only 40,000. Commission is only 10%, which is still in the Zhang Wanson dry for several years in the case of treatment. And give Yun Fan directly 100,000 base salary, plus 20% commission. Visible Gao Han is really down the blood. It's not impossible. Yun Fan scratched the back of his head and hesitated, but still agreed. It must be said that the treatment given by Gao Han is really too high. The base salary is the existence of the previous Yun Fan, not to mention that there is a 20% commission. Of course, the most important thing is that Yun Fan lack of money. Sister is still lying in the hospital. To join the Ihan pawn shop is the fastest way to money. It is also the best way to earn the first bucket of gold. Whether it is entrepreneurship or how, all need to start capital. Join Ihan pawn shop is saving startup capital. Then let's put it this way. You are now the chief treasure connoisseur of the Ihan pawn shop, with a salary of 200,000 base salary a month, plus a 20% commission. Gao Han was afraid that Yun Fan would run away, and immediately took out the contract, intending to sign the contract first. Only clear black and white words could make Gao Han feel at ease. Zhang Mei and the others have long been dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. They have never seen their own boss in order to beg a person to join the job, to offer such a good condition, as well as Gao Han's sincere attitude. In the past is also rare. At the same time, Yun Fan's eyes were full of doubts. A seemingly ordinary person. In the end, what kind of magic? So that Gao Han so treated. Just at this moment, a middle-aged woman holding a guzheng came over in a hurry. You guys see how much I can still sell this guzheng for? The middle-aged woman didn't dawdle and asked straight to the point. She was holding a black box in her hands, which was covered with lines and emitted light, and from its appearance alone, its history was long, revealing an air of high-end elegance. Zhang Mei walked up at this time and politely said, "This lady, you first sit aside and rest for a while. After we appraise it on our side, we will notify you according to the result." "That's fine. You guys speed up. I'm in a hurry to sell the money urgently," the middle-aged woman said anxiously, and under the arrangement of the staff, went to the lounge on one side. Zhang Mei, on the other hand, held the box and walked over to Yun Fan. "Teacher Yun, this customer wants to sell it for 100,000. See if it's worth it," Zhang Mei said with some embarrassment. One moment she was mocking Yun Fan, who knew that the next moment Yun Fan had become her top boss, which made Zhang Mei wish to find a crack in the ground. Saying this, Yun Fan took the wooden box in Zhang Mei's hand. Gao Han also looked at Yun Fan curiously, wanting to see how Yun Fan's level of treasure appreciation was. Even though she had already seen it, she still couldn't help but be curious. After Yun Fan opened the box, the whole person froze. In front of the box lay a guzheng. From the appearance of words, this guzheng is already some years. It was a pity that a few of the strings of the koto had been broken. It's a pity this guzheng has been damaged and is not worth much. Gaoihan shook her head on one side and said with slight regret, although Gaoihan didn't know a lot about guzheng, but no matter any treasures, whenever it was damaged, the price would be greatly reduced. She wants 100,000, right? Take it. Yunfan scrutinized the guzheng twice and said slowly, Gaoihan was confused and was quite puzzled by Yunfan's behavior. Mr. Gao, believe me, I can fix the guzheng. Yunfan looked at Gaoihan and said with confidence, Mr. Gao, you're not kidding, right? This is a guzheng, not some home appliance. Zhang Mei's eyes widened, feeling that Yunfan's joking. If not for her status there, Zhang Mei would definitely want to ridicule Yunfan. The identification of antiques does not mean that you can repair antiques. Identification only need to have professional knowledge is enough. Repair requires a certain technique. The world there are not many people can repair the guzheng. Right. I'm not kidding. A small kodo only. There is nothing that Yunfan cannot repair. Yunfan smiled evilly and said blandly. This made Gaoihan frown. Since Yunfan had said so, then it must not be bragging. Let's just say it's just $100,000. Listen to him, 100,000 acquired. Gaoihan said in a deep voice with a cold face. Yes. Zhang Mei nodded, not daring to disobey her boss. After successfully acquiring the guzheng, Gaoihan as well as Zhang Mei and the others had their gazes towards Yunfan, intending to see how Yunfan actually restored the guzheng, or whether Yunfan was bragging. Chapter 12, I'd know you even if you turned to dust. Mr. Gao, please go out for a few minutes. I'll call you when the restoration is done. Yunfan said politely. Restoring antiques was naturally a skill that had been passed down, and Yunfan definitely couldn't let others see it. Aha! Gaoihan swept Zhang Mei and whirled away. In the large living room, only Yunfan was left alone. Mr. Gao, what is the origin of this teacher Yun? Being a great treasure hunter can be explained, but restoring a guzheng isn't this too much? Zhang Mei asked tentatively, curious about Yunfan's identity. Don't pry if you don't know. It won't do you any good. Gaoihan frowned and said in a cold voice. The deflated Zhang Mei instantly closed her mouth, not daring to say a word more. On the other side, Yunfan picked up the guzheng, looked it up and down, found the damaged place, and then got on with it and started to repair it with precision. The entire process lasted for about less than 5 minutes. Phew, done. Looking at the brand new guzheng in front of him, Yunfan let out a mouthful of turbid breath. Repairing the guzheng required too much energy. The whole person afterwards was as if his body had been emptied. At the same time, Yunfan called in Gaoihan and the others outside. Gaoihan people were stunned, a face of disbelief. She knew that Yunfan's ability to identify treasures was very powerful, but she did not expect that Yunfan's ability to repair antique treasures was even better. The strings that had been broken were actually miraculously repaired. No matter which way you look at it, you can't find any flaws. It's exactly the same as a brand new one. Instantly realizing that she had found a treasure, this made Gaoihan's heart rejoice wildly. Zhang Mei on the side was also wide-eyed. She was glad that she had not provoked Yunfan by speaking out of turn just now. Otherwise, she was going to be slapped in the face again. Yunfan, you actually know how to restore the guzheng? Gaoihan couldn't hold back any longer and asked in surprise. Oh, it just so happens that I know a little bit about guzheng, so I restored it by hand. Yunfan smiled modestly. The matter that he would restore antique treasures naturally could not be spread out, otherwise it would lead to big trouble, so he had to find a random excuse to cope with it. So that's also very powerful. Now this guzheng after restoration, at least worth $1 million. By the time it is sold, 1,800,000 commission cannot be reduced to. Gaoihan believed Yunfan's words. After all, restoring an antique is a heaven-defying skill. If Yunfan really knew this skill, he should be working inside an archaeological team. Thank you, boss. Yunfan smiled. With that, Gaoihan also nodded slightly. While we have time now, I'll first take you around and get to know Arehan pawnshop. Okay. Yunfan also nodded slightly and followed behind Gaoihan's ass. Lanting jewelry. Zhoutai did not expect Ouyang Shaokeng to show up and mess up the whole situation, but he could not afford to offend Ouyang Shaokeng, so he could only dump the responsibility on Yunfan. Did you find out what that kid's name is? Dare to get in the way of our Lanting jewelry's wealth. Tired of living, right? Li Donan's eyes narrowed slightly. A nameless fire surged to his heart. How could he not be angry when his plans were disrupted? Seems to be called something like Yunfan. Used to be the son-in-law of the owner of Xin pawnshop too, but it seems to be divorced now. Zhoutai wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and seriously recalled. Yunfan? Which Yunfan is it? Do you have a picture? Zhang Wanson, who had been silent on the side, opened his mouth and asked excitedly. Why, brother, do you know this Yunfan? Li Donan's wife. Zhang asked. Sister, brother-in-law. I was screwed by a kid named Yunfan. Originally I was mixing well in the Yihan pawnshop. Zhang Wanson thought of something and cried and complained. Mentioning Yunfan, Zhang Wanson hated his teeth and could not wait to kill him. I have Yunfan's photo. Zhou Tai hurriedly took out the photo. Yes, it's him. He's the one who caused me to now have to pay Gao Weihan sky-high compensation. When Yunfan was mentioned, Zhang Wanson's teeth gnashed and squeaked. He did not understand at first how Gao Weihan suddenly knew that he was the one who had caused the trouble. Then he learned from Zhang Mei's mouth that it was actually the new Yunfan who had told Gao Weihan. This makes Zhang Wanson put all the anger, all involuntarily vented to Yunfan. If not, Yunfan would not have been reduced to this point. After Zhang Wanson came to find sister, brother-in-law to put together money. His money basically spent 7 or 8. Let him sell the car and house, but also not enough to save the money. Who knew that on his brother-in-law's side, he heard about Yunfan's deeds again, and also because of Yunfan, stirring up his brother-in-law's layout, which instantly added hatred to hatred, making Zhang Wanson's hatred rise a few notches again. What? Xiao Sen, you said that the person who caused you to lose your job and compensate tens of millions of dollars was this Yunfan? Sister Zhang inquired with a frown. All eyes looked towards Zhang Wanson. Yes, sister, it's this Yunfan. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Zhang Wanson clenched his fists and said in a murderous manner, Yunfan is now the chief treasure appraiser of Ihan Pawnshop, right? Brother-in-law Li Duonan thought of something and a bad smile appeared on his face. Zhang Wanson did not understand what his brother-in-law meant, but still nodded truthfully. Yes, I was just fired on the front foot, and that, Gao Weihan, let her take over my position. Thinking of Gao Weihan humiliating herself so much, Zhang Wanson couldn't help but be furious. But the gap between the two sides' strength and status was too great, so he could only hold his fire in his stomach. If that's the case, then how about this? Li Duonan instantly thought of something, and the corners of his eyes flickered with a shadowy light. Chapter 13, I'm sure I can fix this for you. A good one to kill with a borrowed knife. Brother-in-law, it's worthy of you. Isn't Gao Weihan very important to this Yunfan? I can see that when pressurized, she still dares to protect Yunfan. The corners of Zhang Wanson's mouth rose slightly after hearing the news, smiling very happily. Well, just leave this matter to me. You guys wait for the good news. Li Duonan smiled evilly and said confidently. Zhang Wanson wanted to speak. That brother-in-law, that money matter. Today Zhang Wanson came to Li Duonan is to borrow money. He does not have so right money in his hand. Tomorrow if it is not put together, it will go to jail. He does not want to go to jail. Money small problem, a moment to let your sister to you to solve the problem. In the future you will work in our Lanting jewelry on the line. Our Lanting jewelry behind, but there is a big backing it. The future is boundless. Li Duonan waved his hand in an unimpressed manner, and said in a bold manner, then thank you brother-in-law. Zhang Wanson was delighted, knowing that the money matter was solved. Yunfan, I'll take you first, and then I'll clean up that Gao Weihan when the time comes. Yunfan didn't realize that he had already been hated by Zhang Wanson with Li Duonan and the others. At this time he is walking on the way home. Now Yunfan is considered to be formally employed in the Ihan Pawnshop. Under the leadership of Gao Weihan, Yunfan already has a rough understanding of the Ihan Pawnshop. In the entire Jiangcheng, Ihan Pawnshop can only be regarded as a moderate existence, but no one dares to touch Gao Weihan. There are rumors that Gao Weihan is the daughter of a provincial big brother. Due to her rebellious character, she came to Jiangcheng alone to start her own business, so no one dares to touch Gao Weihan. Yunfan is not sure whether it is true or not, but only knows that this Gao Weihan is very rich, very generous, although a little cold, but still good for himself. Knowing that Yunfan is currently more embarrassed, penniless, originally a month of base salary, directly let the financial advance to Yunfan, including Guzheng got 18 million commission, a total of 380,000 RMB has been to the account. Yunfan also did not take 380,000, went directly to the People's Hospital, intends to pay the surgical fee. Just before arriving at the hospital entrance, Yunfan received a text message from Gao Weihan, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Gather at the entrance of Ihan Pawnshop and take you to a place. The text message was only a few short words. Yunfan replied with an okay and entered the hospital. First went to the payment window. Thought 38 million is enough to pay for the operation. The results of the operation fee alone will be 300,000. Late hospitalization fees, nutritional costs, as well as the cost of the mess, a total of 500,000. Yunfan also owes the hospital $12,000. The ICU ward, looking at the sister, has not yet awakened. Yunfan, fists clenched, would like to be in the hospital on the sister to cure, but too much monitoring. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Yunfan had to hold back. Looking at his sister who was covered with tubes, Yunfan had mixed feelings and hesitated to give his sister's homeroom teacher a call. Sorry, the phone you dialed has been shut down. I'm sorry, the phone you have dialed has been turned off. Listening to the telephone busy tone over and over again, Yunfan frowned. How can this be? The teacher's phone is not answering? Yunfan murmured in surprise. For his sister's serious injury, he was even more curious. After hanging up the phone and staying in the hospital room for a while, Yunfan went back. His sister was still well taken care of in the hospital, and his own priority was to get as much commission as possible so that he could be discharged early. Jiangcheng University Affiliated Elementary School, Principal's Office. At this moment, the big-bellied principal was full of smiles as he served tea and water to the man in front of him. Director Luo, don't worry about it, we'll definitely take care of this matter for you. The big-bellied principal had a fawning face. Well, this is $100,000. In the future, if the school encounters any trouble, just call me. Director Luo nodded slightly, very satisfied with the big-bellied principal's performance. Alright, Director Luo, I'll take it then. A smile blossomed on the big-bellied principal's face after hearing this. The Chief Luo in front of him was not an ordinary person. That was the chief of the police station in Jiangcheng's Xishan district, and was considered a powerful person in Xishan district. Well, by the way, my son won't come to school for this period of time due to the shock. Say something to your school. Director Luo thought of something and picked up his tea and drank it bashfully. No problem, Director Luo. This kind of thing does cause a great impact on the child's psychology, not to mention resting for a period of time. Even if you rest for half a year, it doesn't affect your studies. If not, let the teacher go to the home to give the child one-on-one counseling. The big belly of the principal promised to be very quick. Smiling like a flower said, tutoring is not necessary. Director Luo looked at his cell phone and then got up. Well, there's something else going on in my office, so I'll leave first. Then Director Luo, take your time. The big-bellied principal hurriedly got up to send off. After sending off Director Luo, a woman also walked in. Principal, do you think Yin Xiaoxiao's family will come to the school to cause trouble if they know about this? The woman was very anxious and asked worriedly, what are you afraid of? Hasn't Yun Xiaoshan's family background been investigated clearly? Parents are dead, just a brother. Even if really come to make trouble, the big deal is to compensate $1 million or $2 million to send away on the line. The original smiling principal, suddenly his face pulled down, impatiently said, that's fine. The woman pursed her lips and reluctantly nodded. Well, in a while I still have to have a meeting, you go out first. The big-bellied principal waved his hand and gave an expulsion order. Chapter 14 Rolling and Rolling. Yunfan left the hospital and simply bought a bowl of noodles at the street stall outside to deal with a bite, intending to go back to the rental house to rest for the night. Yunfan's rental house in Jiangcheng, an urban village, where there are no skyscrapers, the road is not much luxury cars, only some of the bottom of the people for life. When he was not divorced from his ex-wife, Yunfan either slept on the living room sofa in his ex-wife's house or in the house he rented outside. Sometimes on weekends when his sister was on vacation, he would also live in the rented house. Although the house was not big, Yunfan and his sister lived in a fairly cozy place. Just as Yunfan was about to go upstairs, he realized that his luggage items were thrown all over the place, and his clothes were everywhere in the stairwell. Yunfan subconsciously thought that a burglar had entered. However, when Yunfan walked in, he realized that there were actually 3 or 4 men, who were plowing through his home. The original ragged but cozy home, a mess. The group of people who were smashing the fire, also realized what? Once they turned around, they saw Yunfan standing at the door with his fists clenched, his eyes spewing fire. Jiangcheng, inside a luxury villa, Zhang Erdog and Wang Sanfati were trembling and kneeling on the ground, not daring to look directly at the young man in suit in front of them. Waste stuff, a pussy you can't solve, what's the use of having you? Lu Dehai pushed the golden glasses on the bridge of his nose and angrily rebuked. Young Lu, give us another chance. Zhang Ergu was so frightened that he shivered and humbly begged. Originally they kidnapped Shin Shunning, strangled and fainted, ready to be buried alive. Who knew that they were saved by a young man? Roll, 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 useless thing, hurry up and roll away. Lu Dehai waved his big hand, full of no trouble chided. Then, Lu Xiao, we will go out first. Seeing that Lu Dehai was angry, Zhang Ergo didn't dare to disobey anything and hurriedly fled with Wang Sanfan. Saying that, Lu Dehai waved his hand and the butler walked out. Those two losers have already scared the snakes. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, you know. Lu Dehai's eyes narrowed slightly and said sinisterly, saying that he even made a neck-wiping motion. Okay, young master. The butler immediately understood in seconds. Right, how's the search for the assassin that I asked you to find going? Lu Dehai thought of something and once again asked in a deep voice. Already found, ready to go. The butler lowered his head and answered truthfully. Good, since we've already chosen to tear our faces off with the Shin family, let's carry out the plan to the end. Lu Dehai's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a shadowy manner. Let the assassin act. It's best to move neatly. Don't leave any loose ends. Understood. The butler nodded as if pounding garlic and said. Immediately, the butler thought of something and asked worriedly, but young master, If we say we really killed Shin Shunning, wouldn't that anger the entire Shin family? At that time, the Shin family will surely die with us. The housekeeper felt that it was not worth it. I'm still afraid that the Shin family won't break the net with me. Killing Shin Shunning is just to give a warning to the Shin family. If you are smart, you will honestly retreat to his 1 acre of land. Otherwise I will let his entire Shin family perish. Lu Dahai pulled the corner of his mouth and said viciously, "Okay, I know." The housekeeper didn't ask anything more after hearing this. The two people, Zhang Erdog and Wang Sanfati, had just left the villa with a grateful face. Phew, it's good that young Master Lu didn't bother with us, or else we really wouldn't be able to eat. Zhang Erdog wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had just almost pissed his pants in fear. He had planned to kill Shin Shunning and rake in a hefty reward. Who knew that now the basket was empty? Brother dog, is it that scary? We've only failed in our mission. It shouldn't be anything about us, right? Wang Sanfan scratched the back of his head and asked in confusion. Idiot, we know too much. Do you think Lu Dahai won't kill to silence us? Zhang Erdog slapped Wang Sanfati on the back of his head. Right, then let's hurry home and pack up and leave Jiangcheng. Wang Sanfan understood with enlightenment and immediately urged. Well, that's the only way. Zhang Erdog nodded slightly, still recognizing Wang Sanfati's proposal. Just as the two were about to get into the car and leave, they felt a cool whoosh behind them. Sanfat, why do I feel like we're being followed? Zhang Erdog was alert and pulled out a dagger from his arms. However, as soon as the words fell, Zhang Erdog was directly wiped off his neck, and Wang Sanfat on the side had not yet reacted, and was similarly wiped off his neck and fell to the ground. Immediately the bodies of the two people were put into a snakeskin bag, loaded onto the car, and then thrown into the river. A breeze blew by, as if nothing had happened. The scene returned to the rental house. Yun Fan was enraged when he saw these people vandalizing his home. Stop, don't run. Saying this, he directly chased after them. After discovering Yun Fan, this group of people had the feeling of being thieves and pulled out their legs to run. How could Yun Fan do as he wished? He immediately chased after them. He grabbed one of them by the shoulders, and then dropped them directly out with an over-the-shoulder slam. The other few people realized that running away was not an option, and decisively chose to strike. However, in less than a second, directly by Yun Fan to dry down, to know that the current Yun Fan is not the old Yun Fan. 3 or 5 strong men cannot get close to the body. Looking at the several people lying on the ground, wailing all over the place, Yun Fan went forward and stepped on one person's chest. Who let you come to my house to cause havoc? Yun Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he questioned in a cold voice. However, these people's mouths were very tough. Shutting up and not mentioning it, Yun Fan laughed then and directly stepped on the fingers of one of them. Miserable screams resounded then. The painful man's complexion changed greatly, his forehead sweating. The pain of 10 fingers could not be endured by the average person. Say it or not. If you don't say it, then I'll step on a finger. Let's see whether it's your mouth or your fingers that are hard. Yun Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said indifferently. Saying that, Yun Fan once again reached out and stepped on the man's second finger, and the miserable scream once again struck. Ah, I say. The man finally suffered and gave in. What made me look for trouble is, Chapter 15, you're all in this together. Luo Xiao, is the person you're looking for actually any good? On the street side of the city center village, inside a blue McLaren car sat a man and a woman. The man was none other than Luo Xiaodong, and the woman was Tu Xinshin, except that both of their faces were swollen like a pig's head, especially Tu Xinshin, whose entire appearance had changed, and whose speech leaked a bit. So much time has passed, why hasn't he returned yet? Luo Xiaodong frowned, looked at his cell phone time, and said doubtfully, ever since the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, after being beaten up, Luo Xiaodong and Tu Xinshin had been thinking about how to get revenge on Yun Fan. Shin Shunning's background, they can't afford to offend, but Yun Fan they can afford to mess with, so they directly find someone to go to Yun Fan's rental house, intending to give Yun Fan's rental house to smash a broken, so as to give Yun Fan a lesson. Why don't you give them a call? Tu Xinshin asked tentatively. Nothing will go wrong, right? How could something go wrong? Just that punk ex-husband of yours, weak in a dog that has been bullied all his life. What kind of big waves can he swing? Luo Xiaodong did not even think about it, directly out of the mouth to reject this possibility. In Luo Xiaodong view words, Yun Fan is just a pure waste. At noon at the Civil Affairs Bureau, if it wasn't for Shin Shunning's intervention, Yun Fan would have been beaten the hell out of. This is also right. Well, husband, you hurry to make a phone call to ask what the situation is. A moment after getting done we still have to go to the hospital to change the medicine. Tu Xinshin was also quite agreeable to this, thinking of the injuries on her own body. She hurriedly urged. Aha! Luo Xiaodong nodded, then took out his cell phone and dialed a call. However, after ringing for half a day no one answered, which made Luo Xiaodong completely lose his patience. What the hell these rice buckets call and don't answer. Just when Luo Xiaodong was impatient, the car window was knocked. Who is it? Luo Xiaodong hurriedly opened the car window, a little distracted. The next moment, Luo Xiaodong was dumbfounded, only to see Yunfan mouth holding a lollipop. A face of evil smile stood outside the car window, and then reached out and yanked Luo Xiaodong's collar. Hey, pain. Lighter. Luo Xiaodong held Yunfan's wrist in grimace. Luo Xiaodong, right? These people are all sent by you? Yunfan's eyes narrowed slightly. A murderous aura directly wrapped Luo Xiaodong up, especially that look that made Luo Xiaodong feel like falling into an ice cave. At the same time, he took out his cell phone, and the video footage playing on it was precisely the video footage of teaching that group of men a lesson. Yunfan, what do you want with this waste? Hurry up and let go of me, or else you'll have to suffer in a while. Luo Xiaodong was pinched red in the face, but his mouth was still unforgiving. His attitude was very strong and arrogant. No wonder the henchman did not answer the phone. He did not expect to be taken by Yunfan, but this did not mean that Luo Xiaodong would be afraid of Yunfan. Fine, then I would like to see how you make me feel bad. Yunfan smiled contemptuously, then loosened his grip on Luo Xiaodong's hand. Luo Xiaodong, who had regained his breath, coughed twice in a row, greedily breathing in fresh air. He almost couldn't breathe just now. Hubby, are you alright? Seeing this, Tu Xinshin on the co-pilot immediately jumped into Luo Xiaodong's arms and asked with concern. Yunfan's gaze obediently swept towards his ex-wife Tu Xinshin on the co-pilot. For some reason, the moment she met Yunfan's eyes, Tu Xinshin felt very unfamiliar and could not help but shiver all over her body. Baby, I'm fine. Luo Xiaodong didn't know if it was on purpose or to provoke Yunfan. He touched Tu Xinshin's head and said gently, and then he also glanced at Yunfan in triumph. Yunfan, you wimp dare to hit my husband. Do you know what the consequences are if you provoke my husband? Tu Xinshin hysterically roared. Despite some inner fear, she still acted very arrogantly. In Tu Xinshin's opinion, Yunfan was just a dog that she used to use on weekdays. Don't be in a hurry. I'll clean up Luo Xiaodong first, and then slowly clean you up. The corner of Yunfan's mouth rose slightly, and a coldness pushed straight towards Tu Xinshin, making the co-pilot Tu Xinshin couldn't help but shiver. The next moment, Yunfan slapped Luo Xiaodong's face, and Luo Xiaodong, who was already swollen into a pig's head, once again had 5 more slap marks on his face. Miserable screams resounded through the clouds at that time. Chanima Yunfan, you dare to hit me. I want you dead today. Luo Xiaodong covered his beaten face and said in a jealous rage. He was thoroughly pissed off. At noon in the Civil Affairs Bureau, he had held a belly full of fire, and now he was also slapped by Yunfan. This punk, anyone would be angry, said Luo Xiaodong directly took out his cell phone and dialed a call. A few minutes less time, came 4 or 5 vans, down more than 20 thugs. These fighters are all holding sticks and rods, and they aggressively surrounded Yunfan. Yunfan swept these fighters and said contemptuously, with these bulls and horses, you want to deal with me? Then the words turned, and don't waste time, why don't you all go together? Arrogant, really arrogant. Luo Xiaodong's teeth clenched and his body couldn't help but tremble. Then as you wish, give me the old man to go on together. Killing and maiming are all on me. Luo Xiaodong waved his big hand and coldly grunted, his eyes filled with a murderous aura. However, the next moment, slow down, a dainty voice sounded. Shen Shunning came down from within a Maybach, and Shen Shunning, who was dressed in a white dress, had a stony face and was somewhat huffy. Slow your mom down. Who the hell doesn't want to live? Dare to disturb Lao Zi's revenge. Lao Zi must abolish him. Luo Xiaodong didn't hear who the voice was, and arrogantly said without looking back, Luo Xiaodong, how dare you, even dare to waste me? Shen Shunning snorted coldly, her aura was like a rainbow. Chapter 16, Shen Shunning in danger. MS. Shen. Luo Xiaodong turned around and realized that Shen Shunning was standing not far away, followed by 2 tall black-suited bodyguards. Miss Shen, what wind blew you here? Luo Xiaodong's ferocious expression instantly disappeared and was replaced by a complimentary flattery. On the surface, Luo Xiaodong said this, but in reality, he was cursing inwardly. What a ing asshole. How can I meet Shen Shunning wherever I go? What wind blows need to report to you? Shen Shunning choked back without a good mood, her willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Luo Xiaodong was immediately embarrassed and was at a bit of a loss for words. Yunfan is my friend. If you dare to disrespect him, you are disrespecting me. Shen Shuning. Shen Shunning's gaze glanced at Yunfan, and then she said in a well-worded manner. The warning and threatening meaning in her tone was completely thick. Cough cough. Miss Shen misunderstood. I didn't dare to disrespect Yunfan. I just want to make a friend with him yet. Luo Xiaodong dryly coughed twice. His face not red, heart not jumping lied. Hurry up and get lost. Shen Shunning snorted coldly and chided unhappily. She was not a fool. and naturally knew exactly what Luo Xiaodong was trying to do just now. Originally, Shen Shunning wanted to come to Yunfan's rental house and crouch Yunfan for a while. How could she expect to just happen to see this scene and step in? Okay, MS. Shen, I'll get lost. Luo Xiaodong laughed, then nimbly got into the cab of the McLaren, a foot on the gas pedal to the end. Fled like leaving. Boss, how did you leave? Wait for me, boss. Retreat quickly. Brothers. The little brothers saw the boss leaving. One by one panicked and scattered as birds and beasts. Yunfan was still ready to step in and give Luo Xiaodong a lesson, but he didn't expect Shen Shunning to step in. Without even looking at Shen Shunning, Yunfan turned around and prepared to leave. Little Fan. Seeing Yunfan about to leave, the cold Shen Shunning hurriedly chased after him. May I ask this young lady, what is your business? Yunfan asked expressionlessly, unable to see a single fluctuation of emotion, as if facing a stranger. You saved me yesterday. As a token of appreciation, I would like to treat you to a meal. Shen Shunning stammered. The original coldness was gone. Only nervousness and shyness remained. I appreciate the thought. Dinner is not necessary. As for yesterday's matter, even if I were to replace it with any stranger, I would have saved it. Yunfan pulled the corner of his mouth and said lightly, afraid to let Shen Shunning misunderstand. Little Fan. Are you still angry with me? Shen Shunning lowered her head, her complexion somewhat downcast. Yunfan had rejected himself so much, which made Shen Shunning see it in her eyes and hurt in her heart. I, the bottom of society, wouldn't dare to be angry with Miss Shen. Yunfan coldly smiled, could not help but think of those harsh words that Shen Shunning said before breaking up back then. In fact, now think about what Shen Shunning said at that time was very right. He himself is just an ordinary family child, a lifetime of nothing, but Shen Shunning is different. She is the daughter of a large family, studying abroad, inheriting the family business, and finding someone better than yourself is the ultimate destination. It was just that Yunfan was a bit unwilling at that time. Well, I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. Take care, Miss Shen. Don't see me off. After Yunfan dropped these words, he was ready to leave. Shen Shunning, who was standing in place, had a bitter smile on her face. Her heart was complicated. She knew that everything was attributed to the mistake she had made, and this was the punishment she deserved. Miss, the two bodyguards next to her wanted to say something, and they were also a little heartbroken for the young lady. I'm fine, go back. Shen Shunning watched Yunfan leave, and then said lightly. The gloomy emotion was gone at the moment, only high and cold. Good. The bodyguards nodded. Then one of them got into the Maybach, and the other intended to open the door for Shen Shunning. Suddenly, a commotion came. A loud bang came from inside the Maybach. What's wrong? Shen Shunning, who hadn't gotten into the car yet, froze. Not good. Miss, quickly go. Another bodyguard was the first to notice the abnormality and shielded Shen Shunning with one hand, wanting to take Shen Shunning away. But, the next moment, another flying knife attacked, and the bodyguard's throat was instantly cut through. Blood splattered all over Shen Shunning. Ah! Shen Shunning reacted, startled, her pupils slightly dilated. In less than a second, the bodyguard who was protecting Shen Shunning directly lay on the ground. Shen Shunning realized that something was wrong and wanted to leave, but everything was already too late. Another flying knife attacked, stabbing Shen Shunning's neck, obviously with the intention of killing with one blow. Shen Shuning wanted to dodge, but the speed of the flying knives is too fast. She was about to die on the spot. Touch sound. The flying dagger that came speeding through the air was immediately sent flying out, shifted its direction, and stabbed straight to the side of the wall. The next second, a miserable scream came from not far away. The killer fell to the ground in response, drenched in blood. Shen Shunning rushed over and found a red bean-sized stone that pierced through the killer's skull. The killer met the king of hell on the spot. Just as Shen Shunning was confused, she found Yunfan standing in a corner not far away. Seeing Yunfan about to leave, Shen Shunning immediately chased after him. Just now, was it you who saved me? Shen Shunning looked at Yunfan in shock and bewilderment. In addition to herself, there was only Yunfan left in the surroundings. What saved you? What are you talking about? Yunfan pretended to be dumb and acted uninformed. Just now, Yunfan was about to leave when he suddenly detected a murderous aura, followed by seeing Shen Shunning's bodyguard killed on the spot. Originally, Yunfan did not intend to take action, but still the ghost of God to save Shen Shunning. Yunfan also do not know why he did so, although these years have tried to forget Shen Shunning. But the moment he saw Shen Shunning, he still found it impossible to forget. Wasn't it you who saved me just now? But there's no one else here besides the two of us? Shen Shunning said blankly with her brows furrowed. She was very sure that it was Yunfan who had just saved her, but Yunfan didn't admit it. I'm just a city dweller. How can I be that capable? Yunfan glanced at the man who had fallen to the ground not far away and said indifferently, is that so? Shen Shunning also looked at the man who had fallen to the ground. revealing a half-hearted look. Indeed, the man had perished from being struck in the brain by a stone, and those who could do this to this extent were at the very least an expert. But it was clear that Yunfan was not an expert. Believe it or not is up to you. Yunfan shrugged his shoulders to avoid being discovered in a moment, turned around and left. It really wasn't you who saved me? Shen Shunning stood in place, murmuring with a dazed expression. Then he thought of something, and his expression became gloomy, sending people to kill me again and again. Ha, really think that our Shen family is vegetarian, right? A solemn killing aura burst out from Shen Shunning's body. Shen Shunning was really angry this time. Chapter 17. You and Yunfan are not from the same world. Luo Xiaodong, who left in a mess, drove the car in an open space and violently slammed his fist on the steering wheel. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What exactly is the relationship between this Yunfan and Shen Shunning? It actually appeared twice in one day. Luo Xiaodong gritted his teeth, hating it. These 2 times, if it wasn't for Shen Shunning, he would have already beaten Yunfan up several times. Hubby, do you think Yunfan would have climbed onto this high branch of Shen Shunning? Otherwise how could it be such a coincidence? Tu Xinxin on the co-pilot was also frowning, analyzing to herself. Impossible. Luo Xiaodong didn't even think about it and directly rejected the idea. Yunfan is just a social underclass. How could he possibly get involved with Shen Shunning? That's right. Yunfan, that orphan, is not that capable. That's a famous big family in Zhangchang. We can't even climb up the ladder, let alone Yunfan, that trash. Tu Xinxin deeply agreed with this, and at the same time couldn't help but sneer. Whatever. Goddess of fortune favors once or twice. It's impossible to favor a third time. The first 2 times can only be said to be Yunfan's good luck. Let's see if he still has that much good luck behind him. Luo Xiaodong smiled contemptuously, inwardly relieved. As long as Yunfan had nothing to do with Shen Shunning, then everything would be fine. Returning to the rented house, Yunfan cleaned up the house for several hours. Many of the furniture had been smashed and needed to buy new ones to compensate the landlord. It was good that Yunfan now had a job. When the time came to add a new set of furniture, it would be fine. Luo Xiaodong, Tu Xinxin, I'll come back to clean up after I've settled the matter at hand. Yunfan thought of something and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Luo Xiaodong and Tu Xinxin, this pair of dogs and girls, smashed their own home. This account is written down. With that, Yunfan took a shower and went to bed. He still had to go to the Yihan pawnshop early tomorrow morning. Nightfall. A certain luxury villa in Jiangcheng. Shen Shunning had just arrived home when she was called by a middle-aged man in a suit. Shu Ning, I heard that you were attacked? Shen Xingshan asked with a concerned face, and Shen Xingshan still heard from his man about what happened last night. Aha! Shen Shunning nodded and didn't hide anything, so she told Shen Xingshan all about last night's events, as well as today's attack. It must be the Lu family's doing. Shen Xingshan became furious, his fists clenched. What a bully, daring to make a move on my daughter, really living with impatience. Shen Shunning was Shen Xingshan's soft underbelly, and even more so, Shen Xingshan's reverse scale. Dad, we can't tear our faces off with the Lu family yet. The Lu family has backers in the provincial city. Shen Shunning knew that his father was angry, and quickly pacified. What's wrong with having a backer? Can a backer ride on our Shen family's head too and piss? Shen Xingshan was not happy and asked angrily. Dad, calm down. If it's just a Lu family, it's not hard to deal with. What's hard to deal with is the backer behind the Lu family. Shen Shunning shook her head, knowing that she couldn't be overwhelmed by anger now. They have already made a move against you. If I, a father, ignore it again, I will be a father in vain. Shen Xingshan breathed heavily. The Shen family and the Lu family were the same big family in Jiangcheng, but they had always been at odds. The Shen family was engaged in the jewelry and cosmetics industry, and the Lu family followed suit, seizing the business. The Shen family had been oppressed for several years, and now that they were planning to rebel, they started to move towards the Lu family's KTV nightclubs and other industries, stealing business with the Lu family, one after another, directly causing the Lu family to harbor a grudge, and the conflict between the two sides completely erupted. Dad, leave this matter to your daughter. She will handle it well. Shen Shunning pursed her lips and said slowly. She had her own thoughts. Okay, feel free to say what you need my help with. Shen Xingshan nodded slightly. For his daughter's ability, Shen Xingshan still believed in it. Shen Shunning was a returnee high achiever, and in the future, Shen's group would all be delivered to Shen Shunning. Aha! Shen Shunning nodded heavily, her eyes flashing with a fine light. Right, Shu Ning, I heard that you went to find that poor boy Yunfan today? Immediately thinking of something, Shen Xingshan looked at Shen Shunning and said. Shen Xingshan's expression immediately became serious, obviously somewhat displeased. Aha! Shen Shunning didn't deny anything and nodded truthfully. She knew that she couldn't hide it from her father. Shu Ning, after so many years have passed, you still haven't forgotten that Yunfan? Shen Xingshan sighed and asked somewhat helplessly. Seeing that Shin Shunning did not speak, Shin Xingshan continued to say to himself, Shu Ning ah, you and Yun Fan are not from the same world. His parents also died tragically a few years ago, and then he joined the two family and became a door-to-door son-in-law, and every day he works as a cow for others. While you are different, Shin Xingshan sighed and said in a serious tone, you are a yellow blossom girl, and you are the only successor of our Shin family. The assets of Shin Group are waiting for you to inherit in the future. Your future is limitless, although it is said that your breakup before was due to special reasons, but since you have already broken up, don't stay in the past. Shin Xingshan said seriously. Well, Dad, I understand everything you said. Shin Shunning nodded and didn't refute her father for anything. Only her complexion was somewhat self-deprecating. Shin Xingshan, who heard the words, laughed. That's right. Now how can this Yun Fan be worthy of my precious daughter? Dad, I'm tired. I'll go back to my room to rest first. Shin Shunning obviously did not want to hear her father humiliate Yun Fan, so she had to find an excuse and hurriedly left. Looking at Shin Shunning's departing back, Shin Xingshan shook his head and sighed slightly. It seems like he still can't forget that kid. Returning to the room, Shin Shunning smiled bitterly, her eyes looking towards the photo on the bedside that was taken with Yun Fan a few years ago. Her heart was complicated. Suddenly, Shin Shunning's cell phone rang. MS. Shin, we are being bullied. You have to do it for us. An anxious voice came from the phone, crying. What's going on? Shin Shunning was a bit confused. It's like this. Wasn't it a batch of jewelry imported from Miss Shen's hands some time ago, and then today it was taken to the exhibition to sell, and it was stirred up by someone, and said that it was fake. The voice on the phone is getting louder and louder. Chapter 18. This is a soaked car. The following day, after Yun Fan took a cab, he arrived at the entrance of the pawnshop just in time to see Gaoihan parked in front of Ihan pawnshop in a red Porsche Cayenne. Coming so early? Wearing a pair of sunglasses and stepping on her high heels, Gaoihan took the initiative to greet her with a somewhat surprised tone. Aha! Yun Fan nodded and smiled. The Gaoihan in front of her eyes always gave Yun Fan a high and cold feeling, but through the short contact, Yun Fan realized that Gaoihan was still a good person. Have you eaten yet? If you haven't eaten, go eat first. Gaoihan thought of something and asked in a high and cold manner. Not a trace of emotional fluctuation could be seen from her expression. Already ate on the way. Yun Fan smiled faintly and replied indifferently. Then get in the car with me. I'll take you to a place. Gaoihan said and got into the cab of the Porsche Cayenne. Yun Fan was a little confused, not knowing where Gaoihan was taking herself to, but still followed behind and got into the passenger side. The interior of Gaoihan's car was very fragrant, decorated with some girls' favorite dolls, and the interior of the Porsche Cayenne was very girly pink. This makes Yun Fan feel a little surprised. Gaoihan looks very high and cold. Did not expect that inside is still such a cute teenage girl scene. I bought a new car. The interior was personally selected by me. Good looking, right? Gaoihan took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Yun Fan. Good looking, but, Yun Fan smiled awkwardly. What's wrong? Seeing Yun Fan look like he was about to say something, this made Gaoihan in the cab feel strange and asked with a frown. Yun Fan was a little embarrassed. For a moment he didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a while he still said truthfully, Mr. Gao, this car of yours shouldn't be new. What do you mean? I bought this car from my best friend 2 months ago. She is the owner of the Porsche 4 store. Before and after it cost me more than $2 million. Gaoihan's expression instantly became serious and seemed to have realized something. A coldness came over Yun Fan, causing him to shiver. General Manager Gao, with all due respect, this Porsche Cayenne of yours is a blistering car, and it's an old model, not the latest Porsche. Yun Fan smiled bitterly, realizing that Gaoihan had been tricked again. He couldn't help but feel some pain for Gaoihan. The most valued henchman Zhang Wanson cheated her, not to mention that even his best friend also sold his blister car. After hearing the news, Gaoihan froze. She knew that Yun Fan would not lie, so the car directly to a nearby Porsche 4 store. Miss, may I ask what is the matter with you? The Porsche sales took the initiative to go forward and asked softly and politely. Please help me see if this Porsche Cayenne of mine is a new car. Gaoihan said in a deep voice. Whether it is a soaked car or not, the Porsche 4 store will know once it is inspected. Okay, miss, you wait a moment. The Porsche sales nodded slightly and then called for professionals. About 3 minutes later, the sales once again walked in front of Gaoihan with a smile on his face. I'm sorry, this young lady, this Porsche Cayenne of yours is not a new car. And, it's still a soaked car. I know, thanks. Gaoihan nodded, forced down her inner anger and said politely. The sales at the side was shocked by the valley's coldness, and before she could come back to her senses, Gaoihan got into the car and stepped on the gas to the end, and the Porsche Cayenne shot out. Sitting on the co-pilot, Yun Fan was a little eager to speak. Although Gaoihan didn't say anything, Yun Fan could still feel Gaoihan's inner anger. General Manager Gao. Yun Fan intended to relieve Gaoihan, The next moment, Gaoihan picked up her cell phone and dialed a call out. Hey, help me prosecute 2 people. One is my previous employee Zhang Wanson, embezzling tens of millions of dollars from the company. The other is my best friend Lulu, selling me a soaked used car as a new car, suspected of defrauding consumers. At all costs, I want to put these 2 people in jail. Gaoihan frowned and said wordily, exuding a murderous aura, obviously angered. Yunfan on the side was dumbfounded and kept swallowing his saliva. One second he was heartbroken with Gaoihan, the next he couldn't help but feel Gaoihan's ferocity. Yesterday, in front of Zhang Wanson's face, he said that if he paid back the embezzled money, he would not be blamed, but now he wants to make him go to jail. It seems that Gaoihan is not a good person. With that, Gaoihan, who hung up the phone, didn't say anything and drove the car with her eyes on the front. Yunfan also did not dare to say anything more. Eventually, the Porsche Cayenne stopped at the entrance of a place called Ghost City, Jiangchang, Atlantis 5-star hotel. Inside the presidential suite, Lu Dahai was sleeping soundly on the bed. Next to him lay 2 heavily made-up girls. The girls were naked, one on the left and one on the right, lying in Lu Dahai's arms. Suddenly, a violent knocking sounded outside the door. Who the hell is knocking on the door in the morning? Lu Dahai, who was in the middle of his tenderness, was furious and got up to curse. Young Master Lu, it's me. The butler's voice came from outside the door. What is it? Don't you know that old man is sleeping? Lu Dahai angrily scolded. Saying that, Lu Dahai cursed and got up to open the door of the room. Young master, something big is wrong. The killer missed again. The housekeeper glanced at the 2 women who were sleeping soundly in the bedroom not far away and whispered in Lu Dahai's ear. You 2 go out. Lu Dahai frowned, then said in a deep voice towards the sisters pretending to sleep behind him. Okay, Mr. Lu. The 2 women also stopped pretending and immediately covered themselves with the quilt and started rustling their clothes. 2 minutes later, the 2 left. Only the butler and Lu Dahai were left in the presidential suite. What's going on? Lu Dahai's frown deepened. Chapter 19, The Ghost Market. The housekeeper then told the general situation. After hearing the news, Lu Dahai's teeth clenched and he was shaking with anger. Waste stuff. All ing waste. 2 assassinations all ing failed. What's the use of raising you bunch of waste? Lu Dahai couldn't hold back any longer and vented all his anger. The butler was trembling in fear. He also didn't expect the assassination to fail. Young Master Lu rest his anger. Why don't we hire a few more top killers? The butler wanted to say something, and said in a sinister manner. In the butler's opinion, this time, the failure could only mean that the strength of the hired assassins was not good. Are you stupid? Lu Dahai was furious and directly pointed at the butler's nose. Assassinating Shen Shunning twice in a row. Do you think that Shen Shunning is a doughy pinch? Without any reaction, Lu Dahai slapped the butler on the head, and was speechless. Now we have already hit the grass to scare the snake. The first time was the best opportunity. All ing failed. Now people have a defense no heart. How easy is it to assassinate again? Yes, young Lu is right. It's me who didn't think it through well. The butler lowered his head and hurriedly apologized. Unsurprisingly, the Shen family side is definitely going to return the favor. From now on, focus on keeping an eye on the Shen family to prevent their retaliation. Lu Dahai's brows furrowed as he thought of something, and said with a single word of gravity, understood. The housekeeper also knew how much the Shen family favored Shen Shunning. Knowing that Shen Shunning had just returned to the country not long ago, and the Shen family had already handed over most of their businesses to Shen Shunning to manage. This is the reason why Lu Dahai wants to take Shen Shunning first. Once Shen Shunning died horizontally, then for the Shen family, the blow is undoubtedly huge. Alright, hurry down. After tossing and turning all night yesterday, I'll take a nap first. Lu Dahai yawned, rubbed the bags under his eyes and said sleepily. Looking at the word Ghost City in front of him, Yunfan was dumbfounded, not knowing what Gaoihan's purpose was in bringing himself here. Do you know what kind of place this is? Gaoihan took off the sunglasses on the bridge of her nose and asked in a cloudy manner. Yunfan looked around and shook his head. This is the ghost market in Jiangchang. This place is only open once a year, and it lasts for 10 days at a time. This is a place specialized in tabac. You will find all kinds of strange and bizarre contraptions in this place. Some people have found antiques worth millions of dollars in the ghost market, and got rich overnight. And there are some people who have been cheated out of their homes and died in this place. Gaoihan stared at the word ghost market in front of her with a torch-like gaze and said in awe. Some time ago, I heard that the ghost market has entered a batch of new goods from foreign countries. There are a lot of treasures it, specially brought you to gain insight, and incidentally see if you can fish for some cheap. Originally, Gaoihan was prepared to bring Zhang Wanson to the ghost market, but who knew that something like this happened yesterday, so she had to change her mind. It's only open once a year? Yunfan was a bit dumbfounded and caught the point. In quite a few cities, there were indeed places that specialized in tabac, and those were places where small traders and vendors made small deals and were open every day. But basically there were no valuable treasures. But this ghost market in front of him was different. It was even open for 10 days a year, so it could be seen that it was very special. Right. Kawihan nodded her head slightly, and with that, she led Yunfan into the interior of the ghost market. Yunfan, who entered the ghost market, found that the so-called ghost market was not much different from those vegetable markets in the city, with both sides of a road filled with stalls. All of them were small traders and hawkers, and their shouts were loud and clear. The only difference is that these vendors are selling antiques and treasures. Walking along the road, Yunfan realized that none of the antique curiosities and treasures that these vendors were fiddling with were worth a penny, and they were basically all fakes. There was some disappointment. Suddenly, a corner not far ahead attracted Yunfan's attention. Many people were gathered in front of a stall. Out of curiosity, Yunfan and Gaoihan also gathered around. It was found to be a vendor who was introducing a plate. Everyone must look carefully. This plate is one that I spent a lot of money to purchase back from the Southeast Asian side. It is not difficult to tell from the grain that this is a plate from the Tang Dynasty period. I received it for $2 million. Is there a friend who is interested in it? 3 million can be bid. A man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks is holding the plate and explaining with great interest. The crowd of onlookers looked at the plate with stony faces and expressed their opinions. This plate does look like a product of the Tang Dynasty period. Just why has it been strayed over to Southeast Asia? I guess it was dumped out. Or it could have been snatched away by the Western powers during the Qing Dynasty. Well, it's not without this possibility. 3 million, then the price is a bit on the high side. Mainly this plate is too well preserved, too new. Many people were moved by the plate and felt that they could give it a try. Even Gaoihan couldn't help but speak up. Yunfan, do you think this plate is real or fake? Gaoihan's ability to identify treasures was limited, so she could only inquire about Yunfan's opinion, only to see Yunfan tugging at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Gao, this is a fake, a descendant imitation. Yunfan could see the authenticity of the plate at a glance. Fake? I look quite real. Gaoihan froze, still somewhat puzzled. The next moment, a fat man stood out and said with a great deal of bravado, 3 million, I'll buy it. Phew, bravado. The sharp-tongued vendor was also shocked and complimented. The joy in his eyes was overflowing. The onlookers were also dumbfounded, not expecting that someone would really spend $3 million to buy the plate down. This made some of the people who were still watching pound their chests, feeling that the treasure was just lost. Even Gaoihan felt that it was a bit of a pity. Yunfan also saw Gaoihan's mind and didn't explain anything too much. With that said, the fat man took the plate and went to the Ghost City's specialized appraisal institution to appraise the authenticity of the plate. Just when the crowd was ready to disperse, the fat man came back with the plate in a huff. Chapter 20, A Fool's Money is Easy to Cheat. Chow Nima, are you kidding me? I just appraised it. It's a fake, not even worth $100. The fat man threw the plate on the ground and dropped it on the spot, bursting into foul language. The crowd, after hearing this, were dumbfounded, and one by one, they were glad that they didn't make a move. Otherwise the ones who lost $3 million would be them. Even Gaoihan frowned tightly, originally seeing the fat man buy it away. There were still some who felt pity, but now they were only glad. The sharp-tongued vendor boss had obviously known this outcome for a long time. I'm sorry, you know the rules of the ghost market. Voluntary purchase. No regrets after the incident. Everything can only be blamed on your lack of skill in learning. The sharp-tongued boss said proudly. This single earned 3 million. As the saying goes, a year does not open to eat a year. A year to earn a 3 million has been very good. Count you hard. Fat man gritted his teeth and said, his fists clenched. Naturally, he also knows the rules of the ghost market, and he does not dare to violate them without authorization. But you don't want to stay in business for the next few days. I will let everyone know that you're a liar, selling fake goods. The fat man was obviously not a vegetarian, and naturally wanted to get back in other areas after suffering a loss. As you wish. I've earned enough this time anyway. The sharp-tongued boss shrugged his shoulders and said fearlessly, with a look of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, no way. The ghost market is like this. Once a year business. Once open 10 days. Many people is with this 10 days. Earned other people several lifetimes to earn money. Even if the reputation is bad. The next year to change the identity. The same business. Anyway, the people who come every year cannot be the same group. This made the onlookers angry and stomp their feet, but there was nothing they could do. The stalls that were originally overflowing with water were all gone in a matter of moments. Only Yunfan and Gaoihan were left. At this moment, Yunfan's gaze was attracted by a night pearl in the far corner of the stall. Boss, how do you sell this night pearl? Yunfan casually pointed to the corner. This caused the boss to freeze for a moment. The boss had originally thought that Yunfan would do the same as this group of people and be birds and beasts. Who knew that Yunfan actually took the initiative to ask for the price? This made the sharp-tongued boss happy, thinking that Yunfan was a novice white, and even a bit foolish, and then he had another plan. This night pearl was originally sold for 5,000. This way, on the basis that you and I are destined to be together, sell you 2,000. In fact, this night pearl, sharp-tongued boss merely spent only $100 to buy, turn around and sell 2,000, doubled 20 times. Yunfan, Gao who was on the side, frantically glared towards Yunfan, signaling Yunfan not to fall for it. The sharp-tongued boss's credibility was already completely gone. That night pearl looked very ordinary, and Gao did not want Yunfan to be fooled again. Alright, 2,000 then. Yunfan cast a relieved look at Gao and then promised in one mouthful. For some reason, after seeing Yunfan's spring-like smile, Gao agreed to it even though she had a lot of doubts. Another 2,000 earned. Stupid little white money is so easy to cheat. After the transaction was completed, the thieving boss said smugly, thinking he had picked up a great bargain. When he was about to close his stall and leave, a feminine voice came. Boss, I'm willing to offer $100,000 for this night pearl. Ouyang Xiaogong covered his mouth and coughed dryly twice. The thieving boss thought he heard wrong. 100,000 RMB? I'm sorry, this night pearl has already been sold to this friend. The thieving browed boss smiled apologetically, still somewhat unsure. This friend, I am willing to offer 100,000 to purchase this night pearl in your hand. Can you sell me? Ouyang Xiaogong immediately looked at Yunfan and asked politely without losing his manners. Not for sale. Yunfan pulled the corner of his mouth and said with a resolute attitude, wanting to buy this night pearl for a mere $100,000 was simply delusional. 200,000. Ouyang Xiaogong dryly coughed twice and said weakly. This time, it directly changed from 100,000 to 200,000. This boss, isn't this just an ordinary night pearl? I was spending 100 to find it. If you want I can find another one for you is all. Ouyang Xiaogong's abnormality made the sharp-tongued boss on the side feel very uncertain. No, you don't understand. This is not an ordinary night pearl. This is the South China Sea night pearl. 1,000 years ago, highly collectible. 10 years ago there was a South China Sea night pearl in the country sold for $5 million. Ouyang Xiaogong slightly shook his head, holding his breath and explaining. This night pearl color is not as good. All aspects are not as good as that night pearl, but the collection significance is still very high. After hearing the news, Gao and the sharp-tongued boss were dumbfounded, especially the sharp-tongued vendor boss. Once he heard that it was a treasure, he immediately pounded his chest. What? Worth millions? The sharp-tongued boss screamed in agony, wishing to slap himself to death. For the sake of a small profit of $2,000, to miss out on a few $1,000,000 of treasure. What a fool's errand. Young man, you 2,000 to buy I 300,000 to you back. You inside and outside of the profit of 150 times. You see how? The sharp-tongued boss immediately wanted to spend money to buy back the night pearl, delusion to reduce the loss of a little. Sorry, I'm not for sale. Yunfan would smile and said with a firm attitude. $500,000. Ouyang Xiaogong opened his mouth again, throwing away thousands of dollars. Seeing that Yunfan did not have any intention of relenting, he could only open his mouth again and say, why don't you set a price? I'll buy it for any amount. Yunfan was shocked by Ouyang Xiaogong's wealth, and could not help but speculate on Ouyang Xiaogong's family background. The Ouyang Xiaogong in front of him, Yunfan had an impression. Yesterday at the Lanting Jewelry Exhibition Conference, it was Ouyang Xiaogong's appearance that helped Yunfan expose the Lanting jewelry scam. He just didn't know why he had also appeared in the ghost market. Chapter 21, Shin Shunning's attack. 3 million? I won't sell it below 300. Yunfan smiled evilly and spoke his true inner thoughts. Can it be cheaper? Ouyang Xiaogong stared at the night pearl showing great interest. Just as Yunfan was about to open his mouth, Gao was the first to snatch the answer. No problem. Let's make it 2,888,808. To make up an auspicious number, Gao said coldly, still somewhat uninviting. This made Yunfan a little cloudy, not understanding why Gao took the initiative to let the price go. Boss Gao, you're here too? Is this your man? Ouyang Xiaogong asked in surprise. Just now, Ouyang Xiaogong was fully focused on the night pearl and didn't notice Gao on the side. Well, let me introduce you guys. Gao pointed at Yunfan and said indifferently, this is Yunfan, the chief treasure appraiser under me, and also my good friend. Then she looked at Ouyang Xiaogong. This is Ouyang Xiaogong, the vice president of Zhongcheng's Antique Association. Unexpectedly, the weak-looking man was actually the vice president of the Antique Association. The Antique Association Yunfan had also heard of it earlier, and it still had authority in the antique world of Zhongcheng. Good day, President Ouyang. Yunfan was also very polite and took the initiative to extend his hand in greeting. Hello. Ouyang Xiaogong also extended his hand and the two shook hands. For only an instant, Yunfan frowned and his complexion became serious. No wonder Ouyang Xiaokong looked sickly. With that, the two people loosened their hands. Alright, since Boss Gao has said so, then it will be 2,888,000. Ouyang Xiaokong agreed with a mouthful of joy. The money was directly transferred on the spot, and Yunfan also handed the night pearl to Ouyang Xiaokong. Yesterday's matter. I hope Boss Gao will reconsider. Before leaving, Ouyang Xiaokong thought of something and said with a smile. Before leaving, his afterglow glanced at Yunfan, seemingly more interested in Yunfan as a person. Watching his night pearl sell for 2,888,800,000, it made the sharp-tongued boss dumbfounded. The emotions of envy, jealousy and hatred alternated and rotated in his heart. At first, he thought that Yunfan was a foolish little white man, but he didn't realize that he was the most foolish one. The way of heaven is good. The heavens have spared no one. Yunfan and Gaoihan also left one after another. On the way, Gaoihan stopped and asked in a deep voice, "Isn't it curious why I cut my own price to sell to Ouyang Xiaokong?" Yunfan nodded slightly, indeed puzzled by this. This night pearl, at the very least, could be sold for $3 million, and even with a little packaging, selling it for $4 million was not impossible. However, 2,888,008 is quite a lot. Ouyang Xiaokong has helped me a lot, and he has been looking for me during this period of time, wanting me to join in his chamber of commerce, but I have never agreed. Gaoihan explained seriously. Yesterday at the Orchid Pavilion Jewelry Exhibition Conference, Ouyang Xiaokong looked for Gao Yihan to talk about this matter, but was rejected on the spot by Gao Yihan. But don't worry, the commission I will settle for you at 20% of 3 million. Gao Yihan thought of something and hastily added. Yunfan was slightly surprised. No need, Mr. Gao, this is already very high. Yunfan knew that Gao Yihan did not want to let herself suffer. After all, she was the one who sold Ouyang Xiaokong a favor, and it was reasonable not to pull herself up. Alright, let's not talk about this. If it wasn't for you, this trip to the ghost market would definitely be a fruitless one. Gao Yihan hurriedly interrupted Yunfan's words. She was very clear about Yunfan's personal strength. In itself, Gao Yihan didn't intend to make money when she brought Yunfan to the ghost market, but Yunfan gave Gao Yihan a big surprise, and let Gao Yihan collect nearly $3 million in profit. Such a talent must definitely be held in the hands, not letting him be scooped up by the rest of the people. Just at this moment, Gao Yihan's cell phone rang. What? Okay, I know. I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yihan's entire expression became grave, which caused Yunfan to be at a bit of a loss for words. Did something happen? Yunfan asked curiously. Something happened to Yihan Pawnshop. Gao Yihan did not hide anything and answered truthfully. After understanding, Yunfan knew that someone had come to Yihan Pawnshop to look for trouble. Then let's hurry back and take a look. Yunfan also knew that there was no time to lose. Aha! Gao Yihan nodded slightly before leading Yunfan into the Porsche Cayenne. The road sped along. Yihan Pawnshop. The large Yihan Pawnshop was surrounded, headed by a woman in a white dress, followed by a dozen black-suited bodyguards. Each one of them was aggressive. The employees led by Zhang Mei's face showed scorn and nodded their heads, fearing that they would not be well taken care of. This matter has nothing to do with you. Call out your boss. The white-skirted woman swept Zhang Mei and the others. The aura of a superior then burst forth. Miss Shin, our high general manager is on his way. Please wait a moment. Zhang Mei lowered her head and said tremblingly, afraid of angering the white-skirted woman in front of her. The white-dress woman in front of her is very beautiful and looks very generous, but Zhang Mei knows that she must not mess with the white-dress woman. Otherwise 10 heads would not fall off. 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes if your boss hasn't arrived, all the consequences will be borne by your boss. The white-skirted woman glanced at the Vacheron Constantine on her wrist and said coldly. This made Zhang Mei and her group anxious, and now they could only wait for Gao Yihan to return, only to see the sound of a sharp break coming. Looking for me for something? Gao Yihan stepped on her high heels and threw her sunglasses towards the driver's side as soon as she did so, then walked towards the center of the crowd in a domineering manner. Chapter 22, Confrontation. Gao Yihan's appearance caused Zhang Mei and the other employees to instantly find their backbone, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You're the owner of Yihan Pawnshop? Your family's employees spoke out of turn at yesterday's exhibition conference of Lanting Jewelry, saying that Lanting sells fake goods, causing a not-so-small bad impact on Lanting as well as our Shin Group. Please let him come out and give all of us an explanation. Seeing Gao Yihan instantly, Shin Shunning was a little surprised, not expecting Gao Yihan to be so beautiful, most of all, the body of that high and cold aura, so that Shin Shunning was energized. Yesterday nighttime, Shin Shuning received a phone call from a partner, saying that someone had corrupted the reputation of Shin Group, which made Shin Shuning furious. Early in the morning, she brought the person in charge of Lanting Jewelry and approached Yihan Pawnshop. Lanting Jewelry? Selling fake goods? Gao Yihan frowned, somewhat unsure, and suddenly thought of yesterday's scene and understood everything. Before Gao Weihan could say anything, Yunfan got down from the passenger side. I was the one who accused Lanting Jewelry of selling fake goods yesterday. It has nothing to do with Ihan Pawn Shop. Yunfan pulled the corner of his mouth and took all the blame. He had thought that it was someone who came to look for trouble, but he did not expect it to be Shin Shunning. And even more so, he did not expect that the power behind the Orchid Pavilion Jewelry was the Shin Group. And perhaps the Orchid Pavilion Jewelry selling fake goods was also permitted by the Shin Group. This makes Yunfan's good feelings towards Shin Shunning once again hit rock bottom. After seeing that it was Yunfan, Shin Shunning's cold demeanor suddenly changed in surprise. Yes, Miss Shin. It's this person who accused our Lanting Jewelry of selling fake goods yesterday. This is not just hitting our Lanting Jewelry's face, but more so Shin Group's face. Zhou Tai added more fuel to the fire on the side. Seeing Yunfan hated his teeth so much that he could not wait to eat Yunfan alive. Mr. Shin, you have to do for us this Yunfan corrupt our Lanting Jewelry's reputation does not matter. The main even with Shin's Group's reputation together with the corruption. Do not know the people really think Shin's Group sells fake goods At this time, the chairman of the board of directors of Lanting Jewelry, Li Dunan stood out, also followed and said. After saying this, Li Dunan was ecstatic inside. He knew that Yunfan was finished today. On what basis do you say that Orchid Pavilion Jewelry is selling fake goods? Shin Shunning questioned somewhat angrily. The supplier of Orchid Pavilion Jewelry was Shin Group. This indirectly said that Shin Group was selling fake goods, making Shin Shunning somewhat huffy. Ms. Shin, please show some respect to my employee's attitude. Gao Weihan was immediately somewhat unhappy, her willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled, her voice slightly louder. This is Ihan Pawn Shop, not your Shin Group. Seeing Gao Weihan defending Yunfan so much, Shin Shunning was a bit tasty. Her heart was mixed. He spread rumors, corrupting and defaming the reputation of the Shin Clan Group. I must have an argument. Shin Shunning glanced at Yunfan and said in a deep voice, as if she was upset with Gao Weihan's defense. Shin Shunning was very angry. Hey, don't turn black and white and call a stag a horse. The matter of Lanting Jewelry selling fake goods is known to everyone who went to the exhibition conference yesterday. Yunfan thought of something and laughed coldly. Why do I say that Orchid Pavilion Jewelry dares to sell fakes so rampantly? It turns out that it is permitted by your Shin Clan Group. It is really a nest of snakes and rats. What do you mean? Shin Shunning seemed to have heard something and instantly frowned. What do you mean you go ask the person in charge over at the Lanting Jewelry? No, ask the crowd at the exhibition conference yesterday as well. Yunfan snorted lightly, did not do much to explain. In Yunfan's opinion, Shin Shunning and Lanting Jewelry collusion. Say more is also a crowd. Yunfan, what are you talking nonsense? You wrongly accused us of selling fake goods, causing us to lose our reputation. And now you want to backtrack, don't you? Zhou Tai sank his voice and chided loudly. Facing Zhou Tai's questioning, Yunfan did not pick up on it. Shin Shunning detected a hint of something wrong and thought that this matter was definitely not as simple as imagined. Suddenly, the henchman walked up. Ms. Shin, we have retrieved the surveillance near the exhibition assembly, the henchman said and took out a USB flash drive, handing it to Shin Shunning. As early as last night, in order to figure out what happened, Shin Shunning let her henchman retrieve the surveillance near the Orchid Pavilion Jewelry exhibition assembly. I didn't expect the surveillance to be transferred only now. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tai and Li Duonan, who were not far away, began to panic. Yesterday they purposely deleted the surveillance of the Lanting Jewelry, but the nearby surveillance they thought Shin Shunning wouldn't retrieve it, and took a chance. Who knew that they still miscalculated? Open it and take a look. Shin Shunning understood Yunfan and knew that Yunfan couldn't possibly tell a lie. There must be something in here that he didn't know. After opening the USB flash drive, Shin Shunning saw the entire process at the exhibition conference yesterday, including the full recording. When she saw that Ouyang Xiaogong was also here in the surveillance, Shin Shunning realized that she had been tricked by Li Donan. She was immediately enraged and her face was very gloomy. Li Donan, how do you explain this video, right? Said Shin Shunning. Shin Shunning directly threw the computer at Li Donan even. The anger in her tone was self-evident. She was angry, almost being used as a gun. Li Donan immediately stammered, not knowing how to explain. He also didn't expect Shin Shunning to be able to get these monitors, and they were so high definition. What did you say when we first cooperated? It's strictly forbidden to sell fake goods. Not only are you selling fake goods, but you're also tarnishing Shin Group's reputation, making others think that the fake goods you're selling are allowed by our Shin Group. The more Shin Shunning thought about it, the more angry she became, and her eyes flashed with fire. Li Duonan knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. Things had come to this, he could only admit his mistake. Saying this, he flung himself to the ground. Mr. Shin, it's me who is obsessed. It's me who did the wrong thing, Li Duonan said pleadingly. There is no longer the previous radiant, there is only panic. How to solve this matter? You say it. Shin Shunning took a long breath. His tone was quite calm, but the sense of oppression he gave was still very powerful. Chapter 23, Tell him to get lost. Shin Shunning trusted Lee Duonan very much. After all, Lee Duonan was her old customer. Only now did she realize that it was Lee Duonan who had betrayed her trust and openly sold fake goods, which was against Shin Shunning's conscience. I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, please spare me. Lee Duonan no longer had the arrogance and bossiness he had earlier. There was only coyness. He was also afraid of angering Shin Shunning. When you smeared our Shin group, why didn't you say so? Shin Shunning laughed coldly. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she asked back. An aura of solemnity burst out. Saying that, Shin Shunning took out the phone and called out, Notify down. From now on, lift all cooperation matters with Lanting Jewelry, and send a lawyer's letter. Let them compensate 10 times the liquidated damages, and at the same time spread the word, so that all people are not allowed to cooperate with them, but any who dares to cooperate with Lanting Jewelry, directly pulled into the blacklist by Shin's group, and will not cooperate for the rest of their lives, Shin Shunning said coldly, not showing the slightest bit of mercy. For behavior that violates the bottom line, Shin Shunning is never merciful. With that, Shin Shunning hung up the phone, and the aura of sternness and killing rose up in all directions, and Lee Duonan also cannot laugh out. Face directly stiffened up. Lee Duonan also did not expect Shin Shunning so ruthless. Oh, Shin Shunning, lifting cooperation on lifting cooperation. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Without your Shin family, our Lanting Jewelry can still be mixed with the wind and water, said Lee Duonan suddenly laughed out loud. The whole person as if crazy. Jia. Originally, Lee Duonan was indeed afraid of being disbanded from the cooperation, but if he climbed onto this high branch of Lu Dahai, he was not afraid of anything. Oh, is that so? Shin Shunning instantly bristled and coldly asked back, not understanding why Lee Duonan made this statement. Do you think that in the entire Jiangcheng, there are still people who will cooperate with your Lanting Jewelry? Shin Shunning words have been set out. The entire Jiangcheng 80% of the jewelers, basically looking for Shin Shunning to get goods. They do not dare to go against Shin Shunning's intention. Shin Shunning, do you think that you can seal sand our Lanting Jewelry? Sorry about that, we have the shelter of the Lu family. We can still mix well. Lee Duonan also did not hide anything anymore. Directly Jia laughed as if he was heartless. Lu Hai? Shin Shunning instantly understood something. No wonder Lee Duonan dared to do such things. The original has Lu Dahai in the backing. Young Master Lu promised me that as long as I can smear successfully, I will be able to ensure that our Orchid Pavilion jewelry will follow up with glory and wealth. Lee Duonan's eyes revealed endless greed and fantasies. You've been tricked, Shin Shunning said calmly. What do you mean? Lee Duonan was instantly confused and asked with a frown. You failed in your mission. Do you think Lu Dahai will protect your honor and wealth? Shin Shunning laughed out in contempt. This made Lee Duonan's inner trepidation rise, and Lee Duonan had worries. Indeed, this time, the smear mission failed. After being said so by Shin Shunning, Lee Duonan felt that his heart had no bottom. With that said, Lee Duonan worriedly called Lu Dahai's phone. Hey, young Master Lu, the mission failed. Lee Duonan didn't hide it in the slightest, and answered one by one. Who knew that the next moment, Lu Dahai directly hung up the phone, and when Lee Duonan dialed again, it showed that the phone had been turned off. Lee Duonan completely dumbfounded. He did not expect to be abandoned by Lu Hai. Instantly, Lee Duonan fell from heaven to hell. Originally by Shin Shunning to lift the cooperation, Lee Duonan is on the basis of having Lu Dahai. This is not thought. But, this makes Lee Duonan afraid. Mr. Shin, just now it was me who was stupid 13, compelled by someone. I now already know the wrong. Please give me another chance. Lee Duonan no longer had any arrogance left, directly kneeling on the ground, repenting. Had he known that Lu Dahai was such a person, Lee Duonan guaranteed that he would not agree to Lu Dahai, much less would he have done anything to betray Shin Shunning. It's already too late to know the mistake now. I'll give you 3 seconds to hurry up and get away from my eyes. Shin Shunning smiled coldly and did not have the slightest bit of softness. Chao Nima Shin Shunning, don't go too far. Lee Duonan no longer hid and choked and cursed. Instead, the next moment, Shin Shunning's bodyguards swarmed up and directly subdued Lee Duonan in 3 or 2 strokes. Let me go. You group of lackeys, let me go. Lee Duonan struggled hysterically, wanting to escape the bodyguard's magical grip. Yet no matter how much he struggled, it was futile. It's noisy. Shut him up, Shin Shunning said impatiently. The bodyguard understood in a second and slapped Lee Duonan on the mouth. Lee Duonan was dumbfounded. At the same time, there was another slap that slapped up. In less than 3 minutes, Lee Duonan had already been beaten all over his body, and could no longer be arrogant and, alright, let him roll. Shin Shunning was also tired, glancing at the time and said carelessly, Just like this, Lee Duonan and Zhou Tai were carried away by the bodyguards. The originally noisy pawnshop instantly became quiet. Yun Fan and Gao Yihan on the side looked at each other. Both of them did not understand what kind of drama this was. Their own people were beating up their own people. With that said, Shin Shunning came in front of Gao Yihan and Yun Fan. Chapter 24, Do you two know each other? It was me who didn't investigate clearly just now and almost misunderstood you guys. Sorry, Shin Shunning said apologetically. She was almost also used as a gun. Good thing she was hanging on by a thread. Don't apologize to me, apologize to Yun Fan. Gao Yihan skimmed her mouth. Then she turned around and left. In Gao Yihan's opinion, Yun Fan was the one who was wronged, not herself. Seeing that only herself and Yun Fan were left, Shin Shunning directly removed her disguise, and her original domineering demeanor disappeared. Only the softness of a woman remained. Little Fan, it's my fault, letting you suffer, Shin Shunning said with regret and self-blame. She also thought that Yun Fan was deliberately smearing Shin Clan Group. The main reason Shin Shunning was so angry was because Shin Clan Group was all that Shin Shunning had. Never selling fakes, being pointed at by one's most important person and said that they were selling fakes. But any individual would feel angry. No need to apologize. You are also a victim, Yun Fan said indifferently, knowing that the originator of everything was Lee Donan. Originally, Yun Fan's goodwill towards Shin Shunning had hit rock bottom, and only later did he realize that Shin Shunning had also been cheated, which slightly restored his goodwill. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Without waiting for Shin Shunning to continue saying anything, Yun Fan interrupted. Wait, Shin Shunning still called out to Yun Fan. What? Is there anything else? Yun Fan frowned and asked expressionlessly. You're working at Yihan pawn shop now? Shin Shunning glanced at Gao Yihan, who was not far away, and inquired. For some reason, seeing Yun Fan in such close contact with Gao Yihan made Shin Shunning feel a little uncomfortable inside. Aha! Yun Fan did not hide anything and answered truthfully. No, you come to my side. The salary I offer is definitely not less than this place of yours. Shin Shunning thought of something and threw out an olive branch. However, Yun Fan refused very dryly. No need. I'm doing well here and the boss treats me well, Yun Fan said without waiting for Shin Shunning to say anything, turned around and left, while Shin Shunning looked at Yun Fan's departing back and was dumbfounded. Hey, the relationship was already bad. After this misunderstanding, I guess the relationship is even worse. Shin Shunning sighed and shook her head with a bitter expression. It's almost time. It's time to act. Saying that, thinking of something, Shin Shunning's brows knit tightly, and a murderous aura jetted out from her eyes. Just after arriving at Yihan pawn shop, Yun Fan saw Gao Yihan walking over. Why are you coming back now? What did you guys talk about? Gao Yihan asked curiously. Back to General Manager Gao. Nothing was said. Just apologized. Yun Fan did not tell the truth and slightly concealed it. Apologize for so long? And do you know that Shin Shunning? How do I feel that Shin Shunning looks at you differently? Gao Yihan was surprised and asked back, frowning as she thought of something. At that time, there were many people, so Gao Yihan did not ask Yun Fan directly. I've met before, but I'm not very familiar. Yun Fan thought for a moment, then lied without blushing or jumping. Yun Fan did not want to tell Gao Yihan about the two of them, and in itself, the two of them did not have much of a relationship right now. Well, by the way, take a look. The Ghost Market's commission was paid to you. Gao Yihan nodded and wasn't suspecting anything. Yun Fan was a bit dumbfounded, not expecting Gao Yihan's commission to be paid so quickly. Other people's commission was settled together at the end of the month, but Yun Fan's was instead settled one at a time. Opening his cell phone, he just happened to see the text message from 3 minutes ago. The bank card arrived at $600,000, which made Yun Fan freeze. Mr. Gao, how did you give me $600,000? Yun Fan thought that Gao Yihan had given the wrong amount. According to the commission, $570,000 was the right commission. It was nearly $30,000 more. There's no mistake. It's $600,000. It was agreed to settle the commission for you according to $3 million. The corner of Gao Yihan's mouth slightly flashed a smile, which made Yun Fan freeze and thought he had misread it. One must know that the usual Gao Yihan was an unsmiling existence. You also don't have any too much psychological pressure. Let's put it this way. You can also take it as this 20,000 plus is the money for me to go to the hospital to see your sister. Knowing Yun Fan's character, Gao Yihan then had to find a reason to say the news of Yun Fan's sister being hospitalized. Yesterday, Yun Fan had told Gao Yihan. Alright then. Yun Fan stammered for half a day and did not say anything more. Right, how is your sister's condition? Saying that, Gao Yihan thought of something and inquired with a frown. Thanks to Mr. Gao's relationship, the surgery is currently very successful, and the recovery is also very good. Yun Fan smiled politely and lied slightly. His sister's current situation was very crisis. She might even need to lie in bed for the rest of her life. but Yun Fan was certain that he could save his sister. That's fine. I'll personally go to the hospital to see your sister some other day when I have time. Gaoihan let out a sigh of relief. Aha. Yun Fan nodded, also knowing Gaoihan's concern. It was still very touching. At the same time, Jiangchang, Willow Tree KTV. Willow KTV is a more famous KTV in Jiangcheng. In the whole Jiangcheng, there are almost a dozen branches, which can be seen in the hot business. At this time, at the entrance of each Willow KTV, there were 3 or 4 vans parked. Inside the van are sitting a dozen or so masked thugs, each thug holding a stick, one aggressive. Chapter 25, The Shin Family's Revenge. The entrance to Willow KTV was also packed. Luxury cars gathered. Many men and women hugged each other, and the metal DJ sound was particularly strong. The next moment, not far from the van down a group of thugs, directly without saying a word, rushed into the KTV. On the inside of the table, wine and other facilities. Crazy smash. A time-crackling sound resounded throughout the KTV, followed by the guests' screams. Originally swaying dance floor, chaos into a pot of porridge. Everyone has put down the hands of the drink as well as the girl, scattered for birds and beasts. The original brilliant KTV, just less than a minute's time, was smashed beyond recognition. KTV security personnel were also injured on the ground at the first time, and said they could do nothing about the sudden attack. Quick, hurry up and call Xiao Lu. Just say that the KTV has been smashed and request for support. Saying that, the head of the KTV wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared hoarsely. Seeing that the smashing was almost over, the leader beaters immediately murmured in a deep voice, "Brothers, withdraw." Before the words fell, the beaters methodically retreated, got into the face-handle car and left, except for the KTV that was full of mess, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, Jiangcheng City all Willow Tree KTV and Willow Tree Leaf will always, or at the same time by different hitmen smash. These hitmen crime means the same. Smash finished, then directly on the car fled. Press simply do not give the opportunity to react. Jiangcheng, the Heavenly Paradise Clubhouse. Old sister serve this young master well. When the time comes the tip commission will not be spared you. Lu Dahai was lying on the sofa, enjoying the black silk girl's massage with a leisurely face. Okay, young Master Lu. Guarantee to serve young Master Lu comfortably. The black silk girl also smiled charmingly, and the force in her hands couldn't help but be gentle. As the whole person massaged, her body couldn't help but stick to Lu Hai. Just as Lu Hai was enjoying the black silk girl's pedicure, a sharp knock sounded outside the door. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is it? Didn't I say, don't just disturb when I'm massaging. Lu Dahai was furious and cursed. Originally, Lu Dahai was in a bad mood and wanted a massage to relax his mood. Who knew that the urgent knocking on the door made Lu Dahai's mood even worse? Young Master Lu, it's me. The butler's voice rang out. What is it that can't wait until my massage is over? Lu Dahai said with some impatience. Right now he didn't want to hear messy and bad things. Just want to have a good quiet time. Okay, young Master Lu. The butler coyly whispered and said nothing more. This calmed Lu Dahai's mood a little. 10 minutes later. Alright, sister, you go out first. Lu Dahai got up and put on his clothes, saying with a comfortable face, "Aha." The black silk girl nodded and very sensibly left the private room. Come in. Seeing that no one was left, Lu Dahai got up and said, "Looking for me for something?" Lu Dahai peeled an orange and put it in his mouth and ate it. Lu Xiao, our KTV nightclub was smashed by someone. The butler hesitated for half a day and finally said truthfully, "What?" The orange in Lu Dahai's hand directly fell to the ground. Why didn't you say earlier when this kind of thing happened? Lu Dahai slapped the housekeeper's face and angrily questioned. I came the first time I received the news. It was young Master Lu who said don't bother. The butler covered his red and swollen face from the beating and said in an aggrieved manner, "If I tell you to leave me alone, then really leave me alone? Can't you prioritize things?" Once Lu Dahai heard this, he became even more annoyed. This caused the housekeeper to be aggrieved and then shut his mouth, not daring to say anything more. Alright, let's talk about what's going on with the specifics first. Lu Dahai impatiently waved his hand. Own nightclub KTV in Jiangcheng development is very good. Usually no one dares to make trouble inside, let alone be smashed. The specific situation is, the butler then took the general situation and told Lu Dahai. After hearing the news, Lu Dahai frowned. Shin family? It must be the Shin family that did this. Lu Dahai's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a shadowy manner. The first 2 times we failed to assassinate Shin Shunning. The Shin family already held a grudge against us. Plus that stupid bastard, Lanting Jewelry, failed to plant the evidence. This definitely made the Shin family's hatred towards us even greater. Just 2 hours ago, Lanting Jewelry called Lu Dahai. The mission failed. Actually had the face to call himself. Lu Dahai decisively pulled the plug on it. I also have a feeling that it's retaliation from the Shin family's side. but there's no substantial evidence to show that it's their doing. This will be difficult. The butler lowered his head and also expressed his thoughts. The Lu family's enemies in Jiangcheng could actually be counted on one hand, and the biggest enemy was only one, the Shen family. Shen shunning, this, strikes so hard. Thinking of this, Lu Dahai gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. How are the losses? The housekeeper paused and slowly said. The facilities of the nightclub KTV were damaged to varying degrees, as well as the medical expenses of the security personnel. The mess adds up to almost more than $5 million. This is still a conservative estimate of the damage. The actual estimate of the damage may be more than 5 million. Shen shunning, today's revenge. We will not share the same day. Lu Dahai looked up to the sky and said, making an oath. Then, young Lu, should we immediately retaliate back and smash Shen Group's store? The butler pursed his lips, a hint of ferocity showing in his eyes. No, in that case it would be a complete declaration of war with the Shen clan group. They have a handle on us in their hands. It's important not to act rashly. Lu Dahai thought of something and said scornfully, but now there are rumors outside that it was us who offended the Shen family that was retaliated against by the Shen family. If we don't return the favor, outsiders will laugh miserably at us. The butler said with quite a headache. Let outsiders say, let them say it. This dumb loss we will eat first, but it doesn't mean we won't fight back behind our back. Lu Dahai smiled evilly and sold a small secret. Chapter 26. Sure, Noah didn't dare to say. No one is more eager for revenge than Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai was a person who couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes, but that didn't mean that Lu Dahai didn't have a brain. Oh, the housekeeper was listening a bit clouded. You hit me a little, I touch you a little. This is a child's playground. Only by letting Shen shunning die can we rub off the sharpness of the Shen family. Shen Qingshan sent Shen shunning abroad. Is not just one to cultivate Shen shunning as a successor, but I just don't let him have his way. The corners of Lu Dahai's mouth rose slightly, then said sinisterly, at that time, we can do this. After hearing Lu Dahai's plan, the butler's brows knit tightly, also did not expect Lu Dahai to be so ruthless. This is to put people to death. Ah, good plan. In this way, can also get rid of relations with our Lu family? Shen family, even if they know it is us who did it, also cannot find any evidence. Really good plan. Ah. The housekeeper's wrinkled brows soothed, a pleased smile on his face, somewhat admiring Lu Dahai's clever mind. Alright, go down. Inform me again if anything happens. Lu Dahai massaged his temples twice and said with a slight headache, aha. The butler was also very sensible and left. At this moment, Yun Fan was sitting inside the office arranged by Gaoihan, playing with the computer in a bored manner. Yun Fan's job content was also very simple. When someone came to sell treasures, Yun Fan was responsible for making authenticity appraisals of the treasures, as well as price estimates. If no one, just sit in the office, watching TV, playing games, is also very leisurely. Finally got to the end of the day, Yun Fan went directly to the hospital, intended to pay the subsequent hospitalization fees. The card has a total of 600,000. Yun Fan took another 200,000 out to pay the hospital, and then went through the discharge procedures. He stopped a cab and returned to the rental house with his sister, who was still in a coma. Seeing his sister still in the middle of weakness, Yun Fan's eyes moist, heartbroken. Just as Yun Fan was about to make a move to heal her, he received a call from Gaoihan. Hello, Mr. Gao. Yun Fan picked up the phone and said, I'm going to go to a school in Jiangcheng to donate money in a while, so come with me if you have time. Gaoihan's voice appeared on the phone, still so high and cold. Sorry Mr. Gao, I'm taking care of my sister. Yun Fan didn't expect Gaoihan to be so kind-hearted as to donate to the school. Well, then you get busy first. Gaoihan didn't say anything more and hung up the phone decisively. Listening to the beeping busy sound, Yun Fan immediately closed the door to the room, took out a few silver needles, and stabbed a few needles in Yun Xiaoxiao's forehead. The needles trembled slightly, and then a slight fine sweat was seen emerging from Yun Xiaoxiao's forehead. In just less than 2 minutes, Yun Xiaoxiao's clothes were already drenched in sweat. However, her darkened face slowly improved with the passage of time, and finally began to become rosy. Yun Fan made a gesture to take off Yun Xiaoxiao's clothes, and then realized that Yun Xiaoxiao's back was all bruised and battered, as if she had been brutally beaten. This made Yun Fan a little angry. What exactly did his sister go through? What happened? Can only wait for her to wake up and then inquire. Strongly suppressing the anger within, Yun Fan collected the silver needles. Phew, should be able to wake up soon. Yun Fan let out a mouthful of turbid breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yun Fan, who had the inheritance in his body, not only had the ability to identify treasures as well as repair them, but also had medical skills that far surpassed those of Hua Tuo. At this moment, Yun Fan stood up and glanced at Yun Xiaoxiao lying on the bed, realizing that Yun Xiaoxiao's various bodily functions had already recovered to a normal level. Just as Yun Fan was about to go and take a bath, Yun Xiaoxiao on the bed moved her fingers twice. Where is this? Yun Xiaoshan's milky voice rang out, rubbing his little eyes in confusion. Brother, it's so strange yo. It seems like I had a very long dream that I went to another world. Yun Xiaoxiao found Yunfan next to her. Her eyes directly lit up and she gushed. The little mouth rambled on and on. Suddenly, Yun Xiaoxiao had tears in her eyes. Ooh, scared me to death. Brother, Shinya thought she would never see brother again. Luckily it was just a dream. Shinya didn't realize anything and started crying as she hugged Yunfan. Shinya, don't cry. Tell brother. What happened to you at school? How did you end up in the hospital? Yunfan took a piece of paper and wiped Shinoa's tears, stroked her hair and asked softly. Ha? Yun Shoshin was a little unresponsive. Shinya's head hurts. Only to see Yun Shoshin holding her head with a pained face. Shinya remembered. Suddenly, Yun Shoshin's confused eyes became unusually frightened. Did it mean bullying you? Yunfan's eyes narrowed slightly as a stern aura came over him. With his parents no longer alive, his only relative was his sister, and now that his sister had been injured for no reason, Yunfan must seek justice for her. No one bullied Shinya. It was Shinya herself who accidentally fell down the stairs. Yun Xiaoxiao lowered her head and stammered in a milky voice. Despite hiding it well, it was still detected by Yunfan as a hint of something wrong. Shinya, telling lies is not a good child. Tell brother the truth, or brother will get angry. Yunfan knew his sister too well. His sister would stammer every time she told a lie, her eyes not daring to look directly at herself. Brother, forget it. Shinya doesn't dare to say it and doesn't want to get brother into trouble. Yun Shinya was very torn, but was very understanding, and had her own concerns at a young age. Shinya, don't be afraid. There's a brother to hold the sky when it falls. Don't worry, just say it. No one can bully us siblings. These words of Yun Xiaoxiao's made Yunfan even more curious, knowing that Yun Xiaoxiao's fall from a high building was definitely not as simple as imagined. Chapter 27, Finding the School. After hearing Yunfan say this, Yun Shiny was silent, and after hesitating for half a day, she still opened her mouth. Shinya was pushed down by the class. Yun Xiaoxiao's small eyes rolled around, falling into a memory. They usually bullied Shinoa. A group of people beat and scolded Shinoa, saying that Shinoa was an orphan, fatherless and motherless, and a pitiful creature. Shin Shin then retorted to them, saying that Shin Shin had a brother, who was very good to Shin Shin, and they called him a door-to-door son-in-law and a pauper. So Shin Shin argued with them, and then behind them, they pushed Shin Shin down from the third floor. At that time, Shinya was so scared that she didn't remember anything in the end. Yun Shoshin said with tears in her eyes as she recalled, looking very pitiful. Yun Fan, who knew the general course of events, became furious. It had long been guessed that Yun Shoshin had experienced school violence, but Yun Fan had not expected Yun Shoshin to be so miserable, having been bullied by these people all along. Yun Xiaoxiao also never went to tell Yun Fan about it, so much so that something like being pushed off the third floor happened. It was hard to imagine that if Yun Fan didn't have a legacy. I'm afraid that Yun Xiaoxiao, this younger sister, at the young age of 8 would have to lie in bed for the rest of her life as a vegetable. Who are they all? Yun Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he lowered his voice and asked, trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart as he asked. No wonder Yun Xiaoxiao's body had bruises everywhere, so it was all from these people. Brother, Shinya is already fine. Forget it, don't look for them. Yun Xiaoxiao tugged on Yun Fan's sleeve and said in a small voice, not wanting to get Yun Fan involved. Okay, then let's not talk about this. Is Shinya hungry? Brother will cook for you. Yun Fan naturally knew that Yun Shiny was worried about himself, afraid that he had provoked these people, but Yun Fan wouldn't stop there. He could only stabilize Yun Shiny first. Shinya is hungry. Yun Shoshin touched her small stomach and said in a milky voice, seemingly sensing that Yun Fan was more angry. He took the initiative and said, brother, Shinya will help you wash the dishes. Good. Shinya is so good. Yun Fan stroked Yun Shoshin's little head and said dotingly, with Yun Shoshin's help, Yun Fan quickly finished the meal and Yun Shoshin wolfed it down, looking at Yun Xiaoxiao's well-behaved and cute appearance. For some reason, Yun Fan only felt some heartache. Such a kind girl, to be bullied like this, it was intolerable. At night, taking advantage of Yun Xiaoxiao's sleep, Yun Fan directly went to Yun Xiaoxiao's school. No wonder when he was in the hospital, no one answered his teacher's phone, so it was because he was weak. When he arrived at the school was still in the evening study hall. Yun Fan directly found Yun Xiaoxiao's homeroom teacher. At that time, the homeroom teacher was in class. May I ask who are you looking for? The female homeroom teacher asked in confusion. All the students in the class looked at Yun Fan. I'm here to seek justice for my sister. Yun Fan did not hide anything and said directly, sister? The homeroom teacher froze for a moment, carefully sizing up Yun Fan, then probably understood what was going on, and his expression became serious. You guys study on your own first, the teacher has something to do. After dropping these words, the homeroom teacher came out. I want to know who my sister is bullied by every day at school, as well as who the person who pushed my sister was. Yunfan looked at the homeroom teacher coldly. Ahem, you're Shinoa's brother, aren't you? I've heard about Shinoa's incident. It was an accident. No one bullied Shinoa. Usually everyone is very united and loving. The homeroom teacher smiled sheepishly and digressed. Are you taking me for a fool? I'll tell you the truth. If you don't hand over the person who bullied my sister today, I'll find the media to expose your school, so that everyone can see how disgusting your school's behavior is. Yunfan's eyes narrowed into slits. His tone became unusually cold, and a murderous aura wrapped around the homeroom teacher. This caused the class teacher to involuntarily shiver. For some reason, the eyes of the man in front of him were very frightening, making the homeroom teacher not dare to look directly at him. Brother Shinya, listen to me. That person's status is too high. You can't afford to mess with him. The homeroom teacher sighed and was also very helpless. I've watched as Shinya is usually bullied. It's not that I don't want to care. It's that the principal told me to stay out of it. I'm a new teacher. I definitely don't dare to go against the principal's wishes. The homeroom teacher also had her own hardships in it. In the end, she was only a part-time worker. Alright, I won't make it difficult for you. I'll find the principal. Yunfan naturally also heard the class teacher's meaning, turned around and left. Hey, brother Shinya, listen to me, you hurry up and leave. In time the school will compensate Shinya a medical fee. The homeroom teacher said loudly at the back at the top of her voice. However, Yunfan acted as if he didn't hear it and walked towards the principal's office on his own. Jiangcheng University Affiliated Primary School. Principal's office. At this moment, the principal was sitting in the office, anxiously waiting for something. 2 sets of tea sets were placed on the table, as if he was preparing to greet someone very important. Strange, how come the person hasn't arrived yet? The principal frowned and murmured. Suddenly, the next moment, the door of the office was directly kicked open. Chapter 28, the actual controlling person is Gaoihan. Who are you? Don't you know how to knock when you enter my office? Which class teacher? The big-bellied principal immediately said in displeasure, looking Yunfan up and down. You're Tang Wenlong, the principal of the elementary school attached to Jiangcheng University? Yunfan asked with a low voice and a frown. A murderous aura enveloped the entire office. From the mouth of Yun Xiaoxiao's homeroom teacher, it was not difficult to learn that the culprit who had harbored others and bullied his sister should be the principal. Come to think of it, how could a tiny homeroom teacher be so bold? You are? Tang Wenlong frowned, really unable to remember who Yunfan was. Yun Xiaoxiao from the 3rd year class 2, remember? Yunfan approached Tang Wenlong step by step, his killing aura getting heavier and heavier. This caused Tang Wenlong's pupils to shrink slightly, his entire body sweating as if he had fallen into the 18 layers of hell. What do you want to do? Tang Wenlong vainly swallowed his saliva. His heart was as clear as a mirror, but he still forced himself to pretend to be calm. Oh, my sister suffered from school bullying, was pushed down from the 3rd floor. Such a big thing happened. Your school does not care about it. Even I, the guardian, did not notify. What is the intention? Yunfan yanked the collar of the big-bellied principal and directly picked up Tang Wenlong. The powerful sense of oppression made Tang Wenlong tremble. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful pressure on a person. His sister was Yunfan's only relative in this world, and the person Yunfan wanted to protect with all his might. Whoever bullied his sister would not be able to do so. Asshole, do you know who I am? Dare to talk to me like that? Where's the security? Blow him out. Tang Wenlong gripped Yunfan's wrist in a vain attempt to break free, but Yunfan's hand was like a vice, viciously choking Tang Wenlong's neck, so much so that Tang Wenlong's face turned red and he could barely catch his breath. Just as Tang Wenlong's words fell, 5 or 6 heavily armed security personnel surged outside the door. Each of them was burly, with an electric baton in one hand and an explosion-proof shield in the other. They directly surrounded Yunfan. Let go of our principal. Principal, we've come to save you. The security guards yelled at the top of their lungs one by one. Alright, then let's start with you security guards to clean up one by one. Yunfan's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a fling of his hand Tang Wenlong flew out directly, hitting the wall, causing Tang Wenlong to grimace in pain. Getting a breath, Tang Wenlong lay on the ground breathing in a big gulp of fresh air. Take this lunatic down for me. Trespassing into the school, assaulting the principal. I'll twist you to the police station in a moment. I'll make him suffer a prison sentence. Tang Wenlong on the side hissed with red eyes. After the security guards received the order, they glanced at each other before charging directly at Yunfan. Seeing this, Yunfan dodged with a dodge and then threw a punch at the frontmost security guard's face. The security guard's reaction speed was also very fast, lifting up the explosion-proof shield to ward off Yunfan's punch. However, a surprising scene appeared. The blast shield exploded into pieces on the spot. The security guard was directly dumbfounded. Yunfan backhanded a sidekick, kicked the security guard's chest. The security guard flew out a few meters away on the spot. A mouthful of red blood flowed out from the corner of the security guard's mouth. Unconscious on the spot. The other few security guards saw Yunfan so fierce, they all looked at each other. Some of them were reluctant to retreat. However, Yunfan did not want to let them go. In less than 30 seconds, all of these people were put to the ground by Yunfan. This made Tang Wenlong's eyes widen. Tang Wenlong had a lump in his throat, thinking that the security guards would easily be able to subdue Yunfan. Even if Yunfan was more powerful, it was impossible for him to fight a group of people alone. But the final outcome really opened Tang Wenlong's eyes. Your turn, Yunfan asked in a low voice as he stepped forward and grabbed Tang Wenlong's collar. I'll give you a chance to confess and show leniency by handing over the person who usually bullies my sister, as well as the one who pushed my sister down the stairs. Yunfan knew that the principal could only be counted as a mere accomplice and not the mastermind. Yunfan naturally found the mastermind to take revenge. Tang Wenlong was instantly scared, pissed off, shocked by that aura on Yunfan's body. Just at the critical moment, the sound of clattering footsteps came from the doorway. A familiar surprised voice came. Mr. Gao, quickly go call the police. Someone is breaking into the school and assaulting others. Quickly call the police to arrest him. After Tang Wenlong saw the visitor, it was as if he had seen his backbone. He immediately said in a sarcastic manner. His voice was still trembling. At this moment, Gaoihan was a bit confused, not understanding what was happening at the scene. Yunfan, this is. Gaoihan glanced at Tang Wenlong and did not result in words, but looked at Yunfan with a confused face. Mr. Gao, why are you here as well? Yunfan was also a little confused. Didn't Gaoihan say that she had gone to the school to donate money? Could it be that the school that was going to donate was this affiliated elementary school in front of him? Just when Yunfan was confused, Gaoihan opened her mouth again. Only then did Yunfan realize what was going on. It turned out that Gaoihan was the major shareholder of this school, and would usually come to the school from time to make donations. This made Yunfan a little surprised, not realizing that the actual controlling person of the affiliated elementary school was actually Gaoihan. What about you? Why are you here? Gaoihan also asked in surprise. Her eyes couldn't help but also rest on Tang Wenlong, as well as the security guard lying on the ground. Chapter 29. Yun Xiaoxiao was bullied. Yunfan told Gaoihan roughly about the general situation. After hearing this, Gaoihan's willow eyebrows frowned, and a nameless fire surged to her heart, her gaze as if she were a judge, scrutinizing the principal on the side. Yunfan's sister's matter. Gaoihan had also heard about it 2 days ago, but what Gaoihan hadn't expected was that she was actually being bullied in school, and it was still in her own school. This momentarily made Gaoihan furious. Tang Wenlong, is this matter true? Gaoihan asked with a cold voice, vaguely fuming a bit. Mr. Gao, Tang Wenlong immediately withered up, stammered and did not know how to be good. Just now the arrogant and domineering swept away, losing me to trust you so much, actually doing something so unconscionable, really letting me down. Gaoihan frowned and said with deep hatred, alright, your matter, I will convene the board of directors to deal with it at that time. The dismissal of 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 the dismissal. The alarm of the police. Gaoihan didn't want to listen to Tang Wenlong's nonsense, waved his hand and said impatiently, then thought of something, quickly asked in a deep voice, as for the person who bullied Yun Xiaoxiao, you'd better give a full account. Perhaps you can be dealt with lightly, or else suffer the consequences. Tang Wenlong no longer had his arrogant and domineering demeanor. Seeing Gaoihan was like a mouse seeing a cat. All that was left was trembling. Although he was the principal of the affiliated primary school, he didn't have any say in the matter. Affiliated elementary school is a private elementary school. Gaoihan is the largest investor shareholder. There are 3 or 4 small shareholders. Tang Wenlong, on the other hand, was just a principal who was being supported, and Gaoihan had the right to remove him from his position. Right? I'll say. Tang Wenlong nodded his head like garlic and hurriedly explained the actual situation. It's Director Luo's son. After listening to Tang Wenlong's account, Yunfan probably knew what was going on. These people who bullied Yun Xiaoxiao were indeed all in the same class as Yun Xiaoxiao. The leader was called Luo Haoyu, and there were several others who were Luo Haoyu's little followers. Usually, Luo Haoyu would deliberately make things difficult for Yun Xiaoxiao, and several of Luo Haoyu's small followers would also deliberately bully Yun Xiaoxiao for nothing. 2 days ago, Luo Haoyu found Yun Xiaoxin and asked Yun Xiaoxin to give him a copy of his homework. Yun Xinsha gave the homework in order not to cause trouble, but after Luo Haoyu finished copying the homework, instead of thanking Yun Xinsha, he even threw Yun Xinsha's homework in the toilet, thus making Yun Xiaoxin receive a lesson from the teacher. Not only that, Luo Haoyu also had someone carry Yun Xiaoxin to the storage room on the 3rd floor. He made Yun Xiaoshan drink Luo Haoyu's urine in public, and also made Yun Xiaoshan lie on the ground and learn to bark like a dog. It was a vain attempt to humiliate Yun Xiaoshan in this way. However, what the crowd did not expect was that Yun Xinsha actually resisted. This surprised Luo Haoyu, and then let people to Yun Shirasha beat. Luo Haoyu accidentally pushed Yun Shirashia down from the third floor. After that, Luo Haoyu's father approached Tang Wenlong and offered him some favors to help him deal with the matter. Tang Wenlong looked at Luo Haoyu's father's status face, also as boldly agreed. Originally intended this matter, compensation of 1 or 2 million would be over. Who knew that it was Yun Fan who came to the door? Mr. Gao, I should explain. I have explained. This matter I also do not want to help hide. The main Luo director identity in which is placed. I also dare not offend him. Tang Wenlong lowered his head and said with a hopeless face, shut up. What you've done, I'll truthfully tell the board of directors. Do yourself a favor. Gaoihan revealed an expression of self-seeking, then followed Yun Fan and left the principal's office. Mr. Gao, thank you very much for your help. Yun Fan sincerely thanked. If it wasn't for Gaoihan, it might not have been so simple if Yun Fan wanted to learn the real situation from Tang Wenlong. No need to say thank you. It's my school that went wrong. I will give your sister an explanation. I won't let your sister be bullied for nothing, Gaoihan said with a serious face. In fact, this school can't be considered as Gaoihan's. It's just that Gaoihan usually donates money and slowly became the biggest shareholder. In this school has the absolute right to speak. All along the school had been handed over to someone else in handling. Now since such a bad thing happened, Gaoihan felt that she couldn't get away with anything. Well, Mr. Gao, then you get busy first. I'll withdraw first. Yun Fan nodded, already knowing who the person who bullied his sister was. Then the next thing Yun Fan had to do was to take revenge. Without waiting for Gaoihan to reply, Yun Fan turned around and left the school. He directly dialed a phone number. Fei, are you free now? Do me a favor. There were too many people who bullied Yun Xiaoxiao. Yun Fan himself looked for the mastermind Luo Haoyu, but the rest of the few little fundamentals naturally could not be easily spared. Yo ho, brother Fan, what wind blew you here? It's been a long time since you called me, right? I heard that you recently got divorced? The phone had just been connected and a gushing voice could be heard from the opposite side, clearly a little surprised by Yun Fan's call. Let's not talk about that for now. Ask if you have time? Yun Fan didn't want to catch up right now. Yes, what's wrong? Song Jifei nodded slightly, a little confused. Help me investigate someone. Yun Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Chapter 30, what a narrow escape. Investigate who? Song Jifei asked with a frown. Through the cell phone, Song Jifei had vaguely sensed that Yun Fan was angry. Jiangcheng Education Bureau Director, Luo Shaolin. Yun Fan frowned and said in a deep voice, telling Song Jifei the general situation. Song Jifei was Yun Fan's university classmate, and the only friend that Yun Fan could barely count as a friend in this world. After graduating from college, Song Jifei went to the army as a soldier for a few years, and then came back with his retirement money to start a milk tea store. The loss of pants or not wearing. There is no way. In order to make a living, Song Jifei can only go around to people watching the scene, and later saved up some money, opened their own billiard hall, every day to muddle through. It is worth mentioning that Song Jifei's computer level is very high, if it is not forced by life. Probably Song Jifei has long gone to engage in hacking and other internet-related occupations. Alright, brother Fan, don't worry, this matter is on me. Song Jifei on the phone was also shocked after hearing this, and then said confidently, right, so is your sister out of danger now? Song Jifei thought of something and quickly asked, there is no longer any danger. Well, hurry up and take action. I'll treat you to a drink when it's done. Yun Fan glanced at the time and hurriedly urged, well, contact later. Song Jifei nodded and said solemnly. Then he hung up the phone. In fact, wanting to take revenge on Luo Shaolin and his son was very simple. It was to return the favor by beating them up or throwing them off the third floor as well. But Yun Fan knew that this was too cheap for them. Not to mention the fact that this was now a society with the rule of law. All of these things were also illegal and criminal. So Yun Fan intended to use the weapons of the law to take revenge. Thinking of something, Yun Fan snorted and laughed, then would arrive at the rental house. Not long after arriving home, Yun Fan received a call from Gaoihan. Tang Wenlong I have twisted to the police station. He is suspected of bribery, as well as inaction and other crimes. Has been criminal detention by the police station. It is estimated that there is not a decade or 8 years is not out of the way. The teachers involved as well as the relevant personnel have been expelled and other appropriate punishment. Gaoihan said seriously on the phone. After hearing the words, Yun Fan was a bit dumbfounded. Did not expect Gaoihan to deal with the speed so fast. It is really thunder and lightning. Affiliated elementary school to your sister caused harm. We feel deeply guilty. Hospitalized 500,000. we will not only all reimbursement, will also be an additional compensation of 1 million of the spiritual damage, and commitment to the future of your sister recovered, and then also want to continue to study in the school if the tuition fee is completely free of. Seeing that Yunfan did not say anything, Gaoihan once again added, she also did not expect such a thing to happen in the school, and was somewhat apologetic. Mr. Gao, compensation is not necessary. This matter itself was not done by you, and you did not know about it. After Yunfan learned the relevant information about the affiliated primary school, he realized that Gaoihan was only the largest shareholder, usually a shirker, and that the culprits of this incident were those small children who schoolyard bullied Yun Shurao. Secondly, it was the principal Tang Wenlong, who was harboring these murderers, and a bunch of other teachers. But I'm the biggest shareholder of the school, and I can't escape the blame for this kind of thing happening in the school. But this incident has also given us a wake-up call. And in terms of choosing a principal in the future, we'll be careful in choosing principals with a good and kind character, to stop this kind of thing from happening again. Similarly, we will hold a general meeting for all teachers and students within these few days to give a lecture on the matter of campus violence, so that everyone can avoid campus violence, and at the same time, we will also increase our inspection efforts to prevent similar things from happening again. Gaoihan's attitude was very resolute. She was also a person who had been there and knew that the harm of school violence was devastating, and only wanted to keep everyone away from school violence. After chatting for a few more sentences, the two people hung up the phone, and the teachers, principals and other people in the school have already been sanctioned by the law one after another. Now only the murderer is still at large, but Yunfan knows that the culprit cannot get away with it for a long time. And so on the investigation to the information in hand, it is the time for Yunfan to strike with a thunderbolt. Shaking his head, Yunfan opened his sister's house. His sister is sleeping soundly, which makes Yunfan cannot help but go up and touch his sister's little face. I'm sorry for letting you suffer. In the past it was my brother who was useless and incapable of protecting you as well as my parents. From now on, whoever dares to bully you again, I, Yunfan, swear that I will make him lose his reputation, Yunfan said with a deep gaze, his fists clenched. Early the next morning, Yunfan was woken up by a phone call. The caller was none other than his good brother Song Jifei. Brother Fan, the information you asked for has been found out. It's really not worth it that I didn't sleep all night. This information is really powerful. Song Jifei on the phone said excitedly. This made Yunfan listen with some cloudiness. Hurry up and send the information. Don't sell it short. It's already been sent to your mailbox. I'm going to sleep first. If there's anything you need, you can call me again. Song Jifei yawned and said sleepily, not waiting for Yunfan to react. He had already hung up the phone. Yunfan immediately took out his computer and opened his mailbox. Immediately clicked on the file. After briefly browsing through it, the corner of Yunfan's mouth rose slightly. What a coincidence! This Luo Xiaolin is actually Luo Xiaodong's younger brother. Ah, what a narrow escape. Luo Xiaodong is not a thing. I did not expect this Luo Xiaolin to be the same. Yunfan sneered twice. As early as when he learned that Luo Xiaolin had given $100,000 to Tang Wenlong, Yunfan guessed that this Luo Xiaolin must not have done this kind of thing normally, and let Song Jifei go and check it out. Facts prove that Yunfan's guess is basically right. The information about Luo Xiaolin corruption and bribery, using power for personal gain is too much. However, the news behind let Yunfan completely surprised. Chapter 31, Welcome to the North of Midian. A bit interesting, Li Xiaolin is really good at playing, using his position privileges to create convenient benefits for his wife's company. Really left hand to right hand. Yunfan suddenly found things interesting. Fortunately, it was Song Jifei who was approached. Otherwise it would not have been possible to know so much powerful news. Saying this, Yunfan organized and classified this document, divided it into dozens of copies, and packaged and sent it out. At the same time, dozens of departments such as Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau, Jiangcheng Anti-Corruption Center, Jiangcheng Television Station, Jiangcheng Self-Media, and so on, all received an anonymous document. After opening the file, everyone was basically dumbfounded, and the more you look at the content of the file, the more explosive. For a moment, the entire Jiangcheng has exploded. Jiangcheng Education Bureau, Director's Office. Luo Xiaolin was seriously working when a group of police officers barged in outside. Police, Luo Xiaolin right, please come with us, cooperate with our investigation. The police officer in the lead directly took out handcuffs and cuffed them to Luo Xiaolin's wrists. Luo Xiaolin was directly dumbfounded. What do you mean? You are suspected of embezzlement and bribery, as well as multiple acts of lawlessness. Please cooperate with our investigation, the police officer in the lead said with a straight face. At this moment, Luo Xiaolin was a bit flustered. I'm going to call my wife. Luo Xiaolin knew that he probably couldn't hide the he did anymore. Sorry, Not now, but there will be a chance for you to contact your family when the time comes. The police officer in charge directly rejected Luo Shaolin's offer. Just like that, in full view of everyone, Luo Shaolin was escorted to the police car. Jiang Chang, a certain company. A group of uniformed personnel broke into the company. What do you guys want? Zhang, the owner of the company, asked in disbelief. We are the staff of the Jiangcheng Market Supervision Bureau. Your company is suspected of defrauding consumers, as well as malicious competition monopolization and various other irregularities. The above requires us to carry out a seizure of your company and impose a fine of 5 million RMB. The uniformed officer explained methodically. No, on what grounds do you seize my company? What the hell is the Market Supervision Bureau? I'm going to call my husband. I want my husband to clean you guys up. Zhang saw that these people had taken out the seals, and instantly became a bit unable to sit still. However, these people still put the seal on the company in front of everyone. They then left. Zhang immediately took out her phone and wanted to call her husband to ask Luo Shaolin what was going on, but no one answered the phone for half a day. This made Zhang feel very strange. Yun Fan, who was the instigator, had just arrived at Ihan Pawnshop and sat down in his office to eat breakfast, looking at the news on the computer about the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau, as well as his wife. Yun Fan couldn't help but hook a light smile at the corner of his mouth. That's right, this was Yun Fan's revenge, the way of his people, but also to cure his people. This kind of too pediatric, Yun Fan want to do is to make it never recover. Not surprisingly, Luo Shaolin and his wife, the rest of their lives will have to go to jail. As for Luo Haoyu, this small child, his parents are gone, he will become an orphan. The future days can be miserable. The real world will teach him hard to be a man, which is far more than teaching a lesson Luo Haoyu to really. As for the rest of the several small followers, they have been punished accordingly. Everyone was ordered by Gaoihan to withdraw from school, and has put these people school bullying things, informed the rest of the school. I guess no school dare to accept these people in the future. Even if they dare to accept them, not many people dare to contact them. Everyone avoids them. This is also considered to have been punished as it should be. Just as Yun Fan lazily stretched a lazy waist, his cell phone text message rang. Your construction bank tail number 4406 received a transfer of 1 million RMB, with a balance of 1,400,000 RMB. When looking at this message, Yun Fan knew that this was Gaoihan's compensation arriving, together with yesterday's commission. It was almost as if Yun Fan had now directly become a millionaire. Thinking back to a few days ago, Yun Fan was still a poor man who had been netted out of his home, and in just less than 2 days, he had already turned into a millionaire. Fate is so tricky. However, Yun Fan did not satisfy. He also want to avenge his parents, the enemy in the provincial capital. The current self is not a rival, but with the current growth rate, want to rise, it is only a matter of time. Just when Yun Fan was envisioning the future, the office door was knocked. Please come in. Yun Fan immediately became serious, only to see Gaoihan wearing a familiar set of OL uniform, stepping on high heels, standing at the door. Mr. Gao, has the money arrived? Gaoihan nodded and slowly asked, not knowing if it was Yun Fan's illusion. It always felt like Gaoihan's high and cold aura had dissipated a lot. It's arrived. Yun Fan thought that yesterday, Gaoihan was just talking casually, but he didn't think that he really compensated $1 million. That's fine. By the way, a little later in the evening, go out with me to talk about a business. If we talk about it well, our business in Jiangcheng in the future will be able to expand again. Gaoihan set out the purpose of coming to Yun Fan. How long will it take to go? Yun Fan froze for a moment. Maybe 3 or 4 days. It's to the northern part of Miandian. Upon hearing this, Yun Fan was a little dumbfounded, and couldn't help but think of the video he swiped online some time ago. Welcome to the northern part of Miandian, delicate little princess. However, behind the quotes were illegal crimes such as trafficking, human trafficking, and telecommunication fraud, and he didn't expect to go over there. We're serious about the Jade Emerald business. Gaoihan seemed to have guessed Yun Fan's worries and immediately added, well, I know. Yun Fan naturally knew that the jade and emerald resources in Miandian were rich, and a lot of the jade and emerald wool in the country was produced from Miandian. You'll get off work early in a while, go home and pack your bags, and get your sister settled as well. After Gaoihan dropped this sentence, she turned around and left. Chapter 32, The Desperate Zhang Wansen. Seeing this, Yun Fan simply packed up and took a taxi home. Today, the pawnshop is not too busy, and it does not use Yun Fan. Jiangcheng, Wangfujing Street. A McLaren was parked on the side of the road, and Tu Xinxin was carrying a large bag of items in her hand, her face full of smiles. It was not difficult to see from her appearance that the swelling on Tu Xinxin's face had almost disappeared. Baby, did you have fun shopping today? Luo Xiaodong, who was sitting in the driver's cab, held the steering wheel with one hand and touched Tu Xinshin's thighs that were wearing black silk with the other. Happy. Thank you husband for buying me so many things. Love you pinch. Tu Xinshin looked at Luo Xiaodong with affection. Reward me properly tonight. I want that position from last night. Luo Xiaodong revealed a lewd expression. His hand forcefully pinched at Tu Xinshin's waist. Tu Xinshin immediately closed her eyes and let out a gasp, her face blushing. Just when the two people were in a state of amorous confusion, the sound of knocking on the window rang out from outside the window. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is it? Luo Xiaodong was immediately pulled back to reality, somewhat huffing. Try being interrupted when you are coming to feel, more or less still a little angry. After opening the window, a familiar face was clearly visible. Zhang Wansen? Why are you here? Luo Xiaodong was a little surprised. Brother Luo, help me. I'm dying, Zhang Wansen said anxiously, his face haggard. Just yesterday, Zhang Wansen learned that he was being sued by Gaoihan, this damn Gaoihan, who verbally promised to let himself go as long as he repaid the embezzled money. However, what Zhang Wansen didn't expect was that Gaoihan had no intention of letting himself go after receiving the money he owed. Even his brother-in-law, Li Duonan, who is the only one who can help him, is unable to protect himself. Li Duonan was encouraged by Lu Dahai to falsely accuse and smear Shin Group, but who knew that he would end up lifting a stone and hitting his own foot? Not only did not succeed in framing, but also abandoned by Lu Hai, is a loss of a wife and a soldier. Now Li Duanan's Lanting Group, in Jiangcheng cannot be mixed, by Shin's group completely closed. Kill. Zhang Wansen's only backer is gone, can only turn to a good friend. Luo Xiaodong, you can't care what I do? Luo Xiaodong immediately felt somewhat speechless. Just at this time, Luo Xiaodong's phone rang. What? My brother went in? Sibling also went in? Luo Xiaodong, who received the call, was dumbfounded, thinking that he had heard wrong. Fine, I know. After Luo Xiaodong hung up the phone, his entire face pulled down. What had just called was that his own father, simply put, his own brother and siblings had been reported and uncovered by someone else, and the person who had reported was no one else but Yun Fan. This was the accurate news that had been obtained after investigation. Luo Xiaodong himself had a grudge against Yun Fan, and when this kind of thing happened again, the grudge was immediately added to the grudge. I beg Brother Luo to help me. Only Brother Luo can help me now. That Yun Fan, not only did he cause me to lose my job and fabric jail time, he also made my brother-in-law nearly lose his family, and now he can't hang around in Jiangcheng. Seeing Luo Xiaodong finish the phone call, Zhang Wansen once again begged. He already don't want face, also don't want any dignity. He was about to fabric jail time. Compared to jail time, what was dignity and face worth? What did you say, Yun Fan? Luo Xiaodong grasped the point of the words and asked with a frown. Yes, that Yun Fan came out of nowhere. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been reduced to this point now. When mentioning Yun Fan, Zhang Wansen gritted his teeth more or less and hated him. I can help you, and I can help you take revenge, but you have to do what I say. Luo Xiaodong's eyes turned. Thought of something, said with a bad smile. Alright, Brother Luo, as long as I can be spared from prison, I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. Zhang Wansen nodded his head like garlic. His heart was very excited. He was already at the end of his rope, so he could only treat a dead horse as a living horse. It's very simple. Find a way to get that Yun Fan fired from Ahan Pawnshop and have his reputation ruined. Luo Xiaodong smiled evilly and said in a shadowy manner, although he didn't know how Yun Fan had somehow become the treasure appraiser of Ahan Pawnshop, but when he thought of Yun Fan sending his brother and siblings in, as well as living such a comfortable life, Luo Xiaodong felt bad inside. Worse than eating. Alright, leave this to me. I have a way to be able to make Yun Fan lose his reputation. Zhang Wansen agreed in one gulp. Then I'm facing jail time. Zhang Wansen then wanted to speak. You don't have to worry about this. I'll get you a professional lawyer to get you transferred to probation. By then you'll be safe and sound as long as you don't commit any more crimes. The corner of Zhang Wansen's mouth rose slightly and said lightly, good, then I'll thank Brother Luo in advance. Once Zhang Wansen heard this, he was overjoyed on the spot. There was nothing more worthy of happiness than a resurgence. Don't thank me so early first. If I say you didn't fulfill my request, I have the ability to get you out. I have the ability to send you in. Luo Xiaodong's eyes narrowed into a slit, sort of saying the ugly words up front. No problem. Where did Zhang Wansen care about that much now? He agreed in a single breath. It is not that difficult to make Yun Fan lose his reputation. The Manihan pawnshop inside there are still their own eyes, can be utilized. Chapter 33, Traveling on Business with Gaoihan. Yun Fan, who was the party involved, had just arrived home when he saw Yun Xiaoshan, his younger sister, writing her homework on the table, and the house was tidied up and very clean. Shinya, doing your homework? Yun Fan smiled and walked up, stroking Yun Xiaoshan's little head, taking a candy cane and handing it to Yun Xiaoshan. Thank you, brother. When Yun Shinsha looked up, he found the sugar gourd and immediately took it and shook it. Are you bored at home alone? Yunfan smiled and sat down next to Yun Xiaoxiu, asking in a soft voice. Due to the fact that something like school violence had just happened, and worrying about what effect it would have on Yun Xiaoshan's psyche, Yunfan planned to let Yun Xiaoshan stay at home for a while longer to observe, and then return to school when it was almost time. Shinya is not bored. Shinya has a lot of books to read, and if you really don't want to read them, you can still do hygiene, and help brothers share the pressure. Yun Shinya smiled sweetly, her grandmother's voice said. Looking at Yun Xiaoshan being so understanding, Yunfan was a little touched. Silly girl, brother is telling you, those people who bullied you have been expelled, and they have all been duly punished. Yunfan touched Yun Xiaoxiu's double ponytail and said softly, Ha? Yun Xiaoxiu was still a little confused. Alright, let's not talk about this. Brother is going on a business trip tomorrow. How about letting Uncle Song Jifei take care of you then? Yunfan didn't explain anything too much, but asked tentatively. No problem. It's fine for brother to be busy with brother. Shinya will be good and will listen to brother Jifei. Yun Xiaoshan made an okay gesture and directly agreed. All along, Yun Xiaoxiu had been very obedient. Before, when there was no divorce, when Yunfan did not come back for 2 or 3 days, it was Xiaoxiu who lived by herself and went to school alone. Since Song Jifei was still catching up on his sleep, Yunfan didn't disturb Song Jifei until the evening when he was about to leave. Yunfan notified Song Jifei in advance and sent Yun Xiaoshan to Song Jifei's home. Fei, it's been hard on you for this period of time. When I'm done, I'll treat you to a meal and a chat. Yunfan was still touched. Song Jifei hadn't done himself much favors this time. Brother Fan is out of line to say this. We are all brothers, but it's true that our brothers haven't eaten together for a long time. When you come over I'll treat you. We won't get drunk. Song Jifei waved his hand and said boldly. Good, no problem. Yunfan didn't politely say anything. They were all his own brothers. Right, when I come back this time, I might want to start a business. By then, are you interested in working together? Yunfan thought of something and revealed in advance. What project? Forget it, it's better to wait until you come back to talk about this. Song Jifei was a little surprised, then waved his hand. Yunfan also understood in seconds. Shinya, be good and listen to Uncle Jifei. Let Uncle Jifei call your brother if you miss him. Yunfan's gaze was soft as he looked towards Yun Xiaoxiu who was not far away and gave instructions. Okay brother, have a safe trip yo. Shinya playfully spat out her tongue. Yunfan nodded. After sending off his sister, Yunfan went to Jiangcheng Airport, where Gaoihan had agreed to meet up in the morning. This way, just after arriving at the airport, before seeing Gaoihan, Yunfan heard Gaoihan's voice. Looking up, not far away, Gaoihan was waving her hand towards Yunfan. Gaoihan had shed her professional OL outfit and changed into a black knitwear with a white ultra-short skirt, giving people a sexy yet elegant feeling. Gaoihan in the crowd was very eye-catching, and people passing by couldn't help but look at Gaoihan. General Manager Gao. Yunfan immediately walked over and smiled slightly. Let's go. Board the plane first. Gaoihan glanced at the C-56 boarding gate not far away and said indifferently. How did your sister arrange this? On the way, Gaoihan looked at Yunfan and asked. Sent it to a friend of mine's house and asked him to help take care of it for a few days. Yunfan smiled knowingly and did not hide anything. Gaoihan didn't say anything more either. And soon, the two of them boarded the airplane. Jiangcheng, Shen's group, General Manager's office. Shin Shuning's mind was filled with thoughts of Yunfan ever since she separated from him. This made Shin Shuning not think about her meals. Whenever she thought of Yunfan working in a Han pawn shop, Shin Shuning was on pins and needles, mainly because Gaoihan was too beautiful, and the two of them seemed to be very close to each other. This made Shin Shuning feel a little uncomfortable inside. Shin Shuning returned to China also as more than 2 months of time. At first did not look for Yunfan. Is the father Shin Qingshan said Yunfan is not in Jiangcheng. Until some time ago, Yunfan saved himself, and the two were reunited again. Just when Shin Shuning was feeling a lot of emotions inside, the office door was knocked. Mr. Shin, the female assistant stood at the door, wanting to speak. What's wrong? Shin Shuning asked with a serious face after returning to her senses. There seems to be a problem with the factory over at Noodledine, and it hasn't delivered to us for a long time. The female assistant pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose and said doubtfully, Didn't you have anyone inspect it? Shin Shuning asked with a frown. More than 80% of Shin Group's jade jewelry and other sources of goods were docked from the side of Niandian. And on the side of Niandian, the Shin family had its own factories, as well as a whole set of supply chains. The inspections have been done. It seems like people are not satisfied with the salary and wages, and strikes are starting to occur. The female assistant stammered, answering truthfully. Unsatisfied with the salary and treatment? Shin Shuning was a bit surprised, but quickly calmed down. The salary I offer them every month isn't low. Ah, is it still too little? Forget it, I'll personally go to a trip to face Dean and see what's going on, Shin Shunning said and directly asked her female assistant to buy a recent airplane ticket. The noodle Dean side was the source of supply. If something went wrong, the dealers over here would have a hard time. Shin Shunning must pay attention to it. Okay, Mr. Shin, I'll make the arrangements. The female assistant nodded like pounding garlic. Chapter 34, I didn't mean it. After flying for about 2 hours or so, the airplane eventually landed safely at the Noodlewood Sisters Airport. I've already booked the hotel. It's very late today. Let's rest first. Work matters will be dealt with tomorrow. Gaoihan lazily stretched her waist and also had a trace of sleepiness. Okay. Yunfan also did not expect that Gaoihan had arranged it so properly. After leaving the airport, Yunfan realized that Neondian was really too backward. There were big mountains everywhere, and the buildings in the city center were very short and shabby, like what it was like in the early stages of construction in the 80s and 90s in China. This makes Yunfan, who was used to seeing high-rise buildings, still have some unaccustomed. What's even more outrageous is that both sides of the road are all stall vendors. It's already early in the morning. These people are still in front of their stalls. There weren't many passers-by. Newly arrived emerald. Walk by. Don't miss. Good jewelry. Good jewelry. Clearance big processing. Wool. Loss of money big processing. Yells rose and fell, and every vendor shouted at the top of their lungs. It was very much an inward roll. However, when Yunfan swept over these vendors, he realized that none of the things being sold were worth anything. Gaoihan didn't even look at them, clearly not having the slightest interest in them. Just like this, the two of them walked on foot for roughly 10 minutes before arriving at the entrance of the hotel. It had to be said that the hotel on this side of Myeondian was really a bit shabby, and compared to the chain hotels in China, it was really far worse, but barely making do for a few nights. It was still very good. Just like this, Yunfan and Gaoihan came to the front desk, got 2 room cards, and the two of them went straight to the elevator. Yunfan and Gaoihan's rooms were on the 3rd floor, one in 305 and one in 306, and the two were right next door to each other. Just as Yunfan was dragging his tired body, intending to go to the bathroom to take a shower, he suddenly heard a scream coming from the room next door. This made Yunfan feel very strange and thought that Gaoihan was in danger. He hurriedly put on a bath towel and came directly to the next room. Mr. Gao, what's wrong? Yunfan asked with an anxious face, searching around for Gaoihan. Ah, there are bugs. The voice from the toilet rang out again. Gaoihan's voice was a little shaky, obviously scared. Where are the bugs? Yunfan immediately rushed into the bathroom, and the next moment made Yunfan dumbfounded. Gaoihan wore a pair of underwear with a bra and went into the bathroom. Flat belly, perfect body, all hooking people's heartstrings. You go out first. Gaoihan saw Yunfan rushing in, especially that eyes looking up and down at herself, which made Gaoihan turn very shy. Men and women were not close. She had never been seen by the opposite sex to see her body. She never thought that this time she was actually seen by Yunfan. It was really shameful. Oh, well, Yunfan was also a bit confused and didn't react. Wait, first, take care of that bug first. Seeing that Yunfan was ready to leave, Gaoihan quickly said with a red face, she don't look at the usual high and cold, seemingly impervious to swords and spears, but in reality, her guts are still very small. A lot of small animals make Gaoihan feel uncontrollably trembling and afraid. Well, good. Yunfan also did not ink, turned around and found a caterpillar in the corner. Had to say that this caterpillar was still quite big. No wonder Gaoihan was so scared. Just as Yunfan grabbed the caterpillar and was about to deal with it, Gaoihan's feet slipped and her body lost its center of gravity, and she was about to fall to the ground. In the nick of time, Yunfan reached out and directly hugged Gaoihan. Gaoihan's waist is soft, very comfortable to the touch, especially Gaoihan's body's perfume odor, so that Yunfan smelled the real. Don't look at Gaoihan looking quite thin, but actually still very fleshy. Yunfan was instantly enamored, addicted to it, unable to pull himself out. You let go of me. Gaoihan's speech had some stuttering. She also didn't expect this kind of thing to happen, inexplicably making physical contact with Yunfan. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. After Yunfan reacted, he hastily bowed his head and admitted his mistake. It's fine, you go back first. You still have to get up early tomorrow morning. Gaoihan shook her head, trying her best to restore her high spirits. After seeing Yunfan leave, Gaoihan's face became even hotter. She hadn't talked to anyone since she was a child, let alone holding hands with the opposite sex. Thinking of the scene where Yunfan wrapped his arm around her waist, Gaoihan's face turned even redder, just like a monkey's butt. As for Yunfan, who returned to his room, he didn't think about it so much, and directly fell into a deep sleep after taking a bath. The next day, After Yunfan and Gaoihan simply woke up and had a breakfast, they directly went to the destination of this visit to Miandian, Fortune Island. This was a small island on the outskirts of the city of Mumei, and although the island was not large, the mining resources within it were very rich. Emerald mines, jade mines, and so on should be taken care of. Gaoihan, this destination is to buy a mine, their own mining, their own processing production, and finally sent to the country, line into a set of their own supply chain. Soon, on the island of the two, directly to a manor before. Chapter 35, there's something inside this mine. May I ask if this is Gaoihan? Mr. Gao, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a tall figure walked over head-on. The man looked like he should be from the country, and behind him stood 3 or 4 camouflage-clad local bodyguards, who each held an AK-47. It's me, you're Mr. Hu, right? Gaoihan nodded slightly, asking back in a high cool yet elegant manner. Hello Mr. Gao, please go back to the house and sit down. Hu Guangxing immediately revealed a fawning smile on his unsmiling face. Then he was about to greet Gaoihan and enter the house. No need. I came to face Dean this time to take a look at the mine you mentioned. Gaoihan waved her hand, refusing very dryly. Oh okay, I'll take Mr. Gao to the back of the mountain for a tour. Hu Guangxing nodded his head like pounding garlic and said, Men, prepare a car and send General Manager Gao to the back mountain. Turning around, Hu Guangxing's face directly pulled his crotch down and said in a cold voice, Yes. A few gun-wielding bodyguards directly left, and then drove a silver-gray cool rouser to come. Mr. Gao, please get on the car. Hu Guangxing smiled with a false smile and made a gesture of invitation. Aha! Gaoihan glanced at Yunfan, who immediately understood in seconds, and just like that, the two of them got into the back seat of the cool rouser. Seeing that Gaoihan was very high-strung, Hu Guangxing wanted to speak several times, but still closed his mouth. In this way, all the way to no words, the vehicle slowly drove into a deserted mountainous area. The road surface potholes, almost to Yunfan's sat vomit, faced Dian poor countryside. Really even the domestic small county is not as good. I don't know how long it took, but the cool rover finally stopped at the foot of a mountain. Alright, Mr. Gao, it's here. Hu Guangxing grinned. These mountains in front of me, they are all mine. Let's see which mine Mr. Gao has his eye on and sell it to Mr. Gao at the bottom price. As soon as Yunfan and Gaoihan got off the bus, they saw a dozen or so large mountains, with peaks side by side, and even several mountains that were already being mined. Everywhere was the roar of machines, and an inordinate number of workers. Yunfan, who had seen this kind of mining scene for the first time, was still surprised. In the past, Yunfan had always seen on the internet, people saying that you have a mine at home, but he never thought that he would actually be able to see with his own eyes what a mine looked like. Mr. Hu, why don't you guys go back first? I'll turn around here by myself. I'll contact you if there's a mine I fancy. Gaoihan realized that every step she took, these people were like a follower, following her all the time, which made Gaoihan very uncomfortable. Alright, but the bodyguards can't be removed. Hu Guangxing nodded slightly, then shook his head. It's like this, Mr. Gao. Miandian is not like the country. It's not very peaceful, especially in places like mines. It's very easy to encounter dangers. If the bodyguards are there, they can also protect Mr. Gao's life safety in the first place. Fearing that Gaoihan misunderstood, Hu Guangxing hurriedly explained. That's fine, just leave a bodyguard. Gaoihan also knew that this was the other party's intention and said in a second-best manner. Good. Hu Guangxing did not say anything more, turned around and left with a few bodyguards. Only Yunfan Gaoihan and the only bodyguard remained at the scene. Yunfan, I have my eye on that number 3 mine. What do you think? Seeing that no one was left, Gaoihan didn't hide anything and spoke her heart's true thoughts. Mine number 3? Yunfan froze for a moment, his eyes looking towards the third mine not far away. It was an emerald mine that was already being developed by someone, and if you look at the progress, the development time was relatively short. Well, the price is around $100 million for 10 years. Gaoihan nodded and said seriously. Early in the country, Gaoihan had taken a fancy to the number 3 mine, and was running towards it. The reason why she brought Yunfan here was to let him help with the reference. Although Yunfan would not be able to look at mines, he still had the ability to look at ores. 10 years and $1 billion is a bit worthless. Yunfan took a deep breath of cool air and shook his head slightly, then walked to the third mine. The eye is already dug out, not yet processed emerald stone. From the color and size of the words, really good. Not worth it? I initially estimated. Want to return to the capital. 3 to 5 years is enough, and the follow-up may also earn, Gaoihan said to herself. At this time, Yunfan picked up a piece of newly unearthed jadeite ore and looked it up and down, scrutinizing the soil. Is there something wrong? Seeing that Yunfan was a little off, Gaoihan immediately asked. General Manager Gao, This mine may be in vain. Yunfan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said with a grave expression, keeping his eyes on top of the soil. Gao Han was a little confused, not understanding what Yunfan meant by that. Mr. Gao will know if you come with me, Yunfan said as he directly dropped the ore in his hand onto the ground and came to an open field. You wait for us at the bottom of the mountain. Yunfan turned to look at the bodyguard. Although the bodyguard was a local of Miandian, he could also hear the Mandarin of the country. Yes, the bodyguard didn't make a fuss and left directly. Only Yunfan and Gaohan remained at the scene, looking at Yunfan's mysterious appearance. This increasingly made Gaohan feel puzzled, not understanding what Yunfan was going to do. Mr. Gao, stand by the side. Be careful of the mud splashing all over you in a while. Yunfan picked up the mining tools and gently reminded. Just as Gaohan was confused, Yunfan picked up the mining tools and started mining. Not long after, the movements in Yunfan's hands stopped. The noise also came to an abrupt end. Mr. Gao, you can come over now. Yunfan put down his tools, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he stared at the mining pit in front of him. Chapter 36, How dare you? With a confused mood, Gaohan walked up to Yunfan and her brows instantly furrowed. This is, Gaohan immediately wanted to speak, her eyes staying on the deep pit in front of her. This mine, don't look at the good quality of the emerald mined on the surface, with a high rate of output, but the further you dig down, the more you will realize that the emerald ore is of lower quality and rarer. Yunfan casually picked up a piece of ore and weighed it in his hand. Even in the end, you might not be able to dig up anything. That's why I said that this mine isn't worth $100 million. 50 million might even be a loss. These words made Gaohan freeze. She also didn't expect the mine to be so internal. She was glad that she brought Yunfan with her on this business trip, or else she might be pitched again. Then is there any mine here worth getting into? Gaohan asked with a headache. It couldn't be that this time. She came to face Dean and returned empty-handed. Yunfan pondered for a moment, his eyes scrutinizing back and forth in front of the several mines in front of him. Miandian International Airport. Shen Shunning, who was wearing sunglasses, appeared at the entrance of the airport in a voluminous manner. Sitting on an airplane for a few hours, I'm exhausted. Shen Shunning let out a long breath and complained. Let's go to our own factory first to see what's going on. This time, Shen Shunning came to Miandian. She had her own mission. The factory on the Miandian side of her own family had a problem. Shen Shunning planned to come personally to see what was going on. Miss, please get in the car. Suddenly, a white Toyota Alpha stopped at the airport entrance, and a black-suited driver came down and said politely. Shen Shunning saw that it was her own driver, and sat directly on top of the available back seat. Almost half an hour. Eventually Toyota Alpha stopped in front of a company called Shingru Processing Factory. At this time the entrance to the factory has been surrounded by people. These people all hold banners, said loudly, we want a wage increase. The wages are too small, not to work without a wage increase. Kneel down and begged the boss of Shingroup to increase the salary. Countless men and women shouted in not-so-fluent Mandarin. These employees, there were a small number of nationals. Most of them were local people of Miandian. Seeing that the situation was so dry and chaotic, this made Shen Shunning, who had just gotten off the bus, confused. What's the situation? Shen Shunning frowned and looked around, knowing that the salary that he himself offered to the grassroots workers over here was not low at all. About 3,000 RMB per month. 3,000 might not be much in the country, but in Xiantian, where the average salary was only about 600, 3,000 was already considered the income of a middle to high family. Was this still too little of a paycheck? Who are you? We demand that the boss behind Shin Group's processing plant come out and speak. Yes, we must be given an explanation. Otherwise we'll go on strike all the time. Strike and see who wears out who. The crowd glanced at Shin Shunning, not giving Shin Shunning the slightest bit of face, and disliked those who should have disliked her back. Shin Shunning didn't get angry, knowing that there must be a reason for what happened. It would be good to figure out the cause. I am what you are looking for. The boss of Shin's Group Jewelry and Jadeite Processing Factory, Shin Shu Ning. Shin Shunning removed her sunglasses and decisively admitted her identity. I have a question. You guys are asking for a salary increase. Are you unsatisfied with the current $3,000? Shin Shunning is very puzzled. The face of the side of the Dian also did not occur economic crisis. Before also opened 3,000. Also did not see make such a big commotion. How now everyone one by one are not satisfied. Really let a person some incomprehension. 3,000? What are you kidding? Where's the 3,000? I've never even seen so much money. The crowd was dumbfounded and snorted. Every month you grassroots staff are all paid 3,000 base salary? Shin Shunning after hearing this was a bit dumbfounded. Our salary has always been $1,000. Where do we get 3,000 anymore? Now that prices are skyrocketing on this side of Miandian, $1,000 can't live at all. And you factories, you have been squeezing the labor force. and making us work for more than 10 hours a day. Yes, it's simply too dark. No human rights at all. In fact, it's not impossible to work 10 hours a day, but the salary should at least be given in place. This salary is completely disproportionate to the payment. The crowd said one thing to another. Their emotions were very agitated. After listening to everyone's complaints, Shin Shunning probably understood what was going on, and her face instantly turned cold. Who is the person in charge of the Feisteen factory? Shin Shunning asked with a cold voice, a nameless fire burning in his chest. No wonder 3 times. The factory on this side of the Noodle Dien will strike phenomenon. Has not been able to solve. The original is someone from the obstruction. Deduction of wages, but also mandatory for these people to work overtime for more than 10 hours. It's Manager Yao. The driver behind him replied with a trembling voice. Tell him to come see me, Shin Shunning said in a deep voice. A president's aura burst out. The driver trembled in fear. Yes, the driver nodded like garlic. Without being told, he directly left. Shin Shunning immediately adjusted her emotions and looked at these workers slightly gently. Everyone calm down first. I will give everyone a reasonable explanation. Shin Shunning vaguely guessed that it should be the person in charge over here who took kickbacks. What a big nerve. Chapter 37 Unspeakable Secrets. Niandian Shin's Group OEM Factory. Manager's Office. Looking at the large and small gold and silver jewelry, as well as jadeite antiques placed in the office, Yao Dafa couldn't help but show a touch of complacency at the corner of his mouth. According to this speed of wealth accumulation, it won't be long before I, Yao Dafa, can become the richest man in Miandian, and then I will directly take over the mountain as the king. No matter what Shin's group is, as long as I don't go back to my country, and become the nationality of Miandian, then they won't be able to do anything about me. Yao Dafa laughed rampantly. He had already thought about it a long time ago. Working for Shin's group for almost 10 years, the monthly salary is only less than 20,000. It is too much of a drop in the bucket, and they are not only withholding the salary of the employees, sometimes even the emerald jewelry can be appropriated for their own. They are in the dumping of a sale. Almost every month you can collect hundreds of thousands of dollars or even millions of dollars. That is to say that their gray income a month, enough to work seriously for several years, is who is not moved, is who can hold back this temptation. Suddenly, the office door was knocked. Manager Yao, something big is wrong. A dramatic voice came. What's the panic? Yao Dafa asked with a frown, immediately getting serious. Ms. Shen is here, the henchman said in a panic. Ms. Shen? You mean Shin Shunning? What is she doing here for good reason? Yao Dafa's brows were tightly locked, still somewhat uncertain. Normally, no one is in charge of this side of the face of the sky. It is purely a free-range state. Otherwise Yao Dafa could not be unscrupulous. Embezzlement and bribery for several years. Seems to be investigating the processing plant work progress problem. Mr. Shin already know that Manager Yao from the benefits of the thing, is now looking for Manager Yao everywhere. Want Manager Yao to go over to ask for punishment. The subordinate lowered his head and said coyly. The words were also filled with the fear of bad things being disclosed. Hiss, okay, I know. You go down first. Yao Dafa was struck by lightning after hearing the news, and his entire body took 2 steps back in fear. But he still maintained his composure in front of his men. The henchman nodded and retreated. This made Yao Dafa completely unable to sit still. What to do? What to do? Yao Dafa was a bit flustered. The he did couldn't stand up to the investigation. Once it was investigated, it would be over. Suddenly, Yao Dafa thought of someone and immediately dialed the phone. Hey, what should I do? Now Shin Shunning already knows some of the things I did, and is looking for me to ask for punishment. Once the phone was connected, Yao Dafa couldn't hold it anymore. His voice was trembling. Don't be anxious, just do as I say. At the time to trick Shin Shunning to the place I said, just leave the rest to us, and make sure Shin Shunning stays in Miandian forever. The man's voice on the phone was very low, but every word was full of killing intent, which made Yao Dafa shiver a little. Then if Shin Shunning dies in Miandian, what about me? Won't I jump into the Yellow River and not be able to wash it away? Yao Dafa thought he had heard wrong. The more he thought about it, the more wrong he became. Why are you afraid of the Shin family? You're not going back to the country. The Shin family is powerful. Can they reach out abroad? You then find a place to hide in Miandian, incognito, who knows you are. In addition, you brain put smart point, Feisteen cannot stay down to go to the Golden Triangle the rest of the country, running around on the line, as long as the lifetime does not return to the country, who also take you no way. The voice on the phone came out again, this time directly giving advice to Yao Dafa. Okay, I know, I'll follow what you said. Yao Dafa nodded like garlic, instantly finding his backbone. As early as a day ago, the man on the phone had found Yao Dafa and asked Yao Dafa to cooperate with him and deal with Shin Shunning together. At that time, Yao Dafa didn't think that what he had done would be exposed one day, so he was agreed to it, and even thought that the other party was nonsense. Who knew that the other party only dropped a sentence that Yao Dafa would take the initiative to look for himself one day. At that time, Yao Dafa only thought that the other party was crazy. As expected, Yao Dafa directly took the initiative to find the man in the course of one night. After hanging up the phone, Yao Dafa adjusted his mood to become slightly calmer. Afterwards, he went out directly. Shin Shunning on the other side was still waiting for Yao Dafa to take the initiative to explain his sins, not realizing that a crisis was about to come. Mr. Shin, Manager Yao is here. Suddenly, the driver whispered in Shin Shunning's ear. Aha! Shin Shunning nodded, her eyes looking towards Yao Dafa, who was walking head-on not far away, burning with anger. Explain it to me. Shin Shunning directly took a screenshot of the salary transfer records from Shin Group to the processing plant every month and threw it in Yao Dafa's face. President Shin, calm down. This is a misunderstanding. I also have a difficult to say Yao Dafa was startled by Shin Shunning's aura, immediately adjusted back and said in a difficult manner. What difficult words do you have? Shin Shunning only felt some irony. As the person in charge of the factory, you don't do your best to serve the factory. You only know to eat the workers' hard-earned money. What crime should you be Shin Shunning's eyes narrowed slightly, a superior's aura, instantly pressing down on Yao Dafa. It's like this, Mr. Shin. I was also forced by someone, or else, Mr. Shin and I will go to a place with less people. Listen to my slow statement with Mr. Shin, then I will kill or die, as you wish. Yao Dafa lowered his head and said with a sincere face. Shin Shunning frowned, not knowing what medicine Yao Dafa was selling in his gourd, but seeing as Yao Dafa's face was sincere, Shin Shuning wanted to see what Yao Dafa wanted to do. Fine, I'd like to see what you have to say. Shin Shunning smiled contemptuously. Chapter 38, Today You Must Die. Shin Shuning always felt that this Yao Dafa had some kind of scheme in front of her. Compared to directly breaking Yao Dafa, Shin Shuning preferred to slowly accompany Yao Dafa to act, to see what kind of drugs Yao Dafa was selling. In this way, under the leadership of Yao Dafa, soon, the two people came to a remote corner. The more they went inside, the more Shin Shunning felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be an indescribable feeling. Where are you taking me? Shin Shunning gradually slowed down her steps, slightly alert. However, Yao Dafa did not answer Shin Shunning's question, which made Shin Shunning instantly tense up, thinking that she did not come alone, and that there was a bodyguard behind her. She instantly pressed her heart down slightly as well. However, just in the next moment, a gunshot rang out. The bodyguard behind him was killed on the spot. The next moment, a group of masked men with guns appeared in front of them. What do you want? Shin Shunning stared at these people in front of her with a wary expression. Yao Dafa, are these all your people? Shin Shunning then looked at Yao Dafa behind her with her eyes, and questioned with a huffy face. Yao Dafa was one of his father's most valued subordinates, and he used to follow his father around for many years, but he didn't expect to actually do such a heavenly thing. Mr. Shin, you listened to my explanation. Cowardly Yao Dafa saw the situation. Immediately heart weak, stammered half-a-day words cannot say out a sentence. Explain? Explain your sister. Hurry up, asshole. One of the masked men stepped forward and slapped Yao Dafa's face. Do you think she can leave today? Taking a step back. If she leaves today, do you think you'll have a good day? Hearing the masked man say this, Yao Dafa immediately became firm inside. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Shin. You have to die today. Otherwise it'll be me who dies. The instantly enlightened Yao Dafa was very agitated and said in an unusually sinister manner. Yao Dafa wasn't stupid and knew that he was considered to have completely torn his face off with Shin Shunning. Either she dies or she dies. You. Shin Shunning was angry for a moment to say out of words. Would like to see what Yao Dafa gourd selling drugs. Who knows in Yao Dafa's trap, which makes Shin Shunning some speechless. Just when Shin Shuning became angry, this group of masked men without saying a word, went forward and put a handkerchief with ecstasy, covered Shin Shuning's mouth. In less than 3 seconds, Shin Shuning's pupils began to spread. The whole person has no consciousness, directly fell to the ground. Seeing this, the crowd immediately took Shin Shunning to a van. Yao Dafa, who was the initiator, wiped the sweat on his forehead, then pulled his leg and went back, intended to pack up the luggage, ready to go to other countries first to avoid the wind. Wait for this matter of the wind over and then back to face Dian. At the same time, domestic, Jiangchang, Heavenly Paradise Club. Lu Dahai was enjoying a massage from 2 tall female technicians. Gently, yes, this is the strength. It's comfortable. Lu Dahai was lying on the sofa, his body was relaxing. Clearly could feel the female technician's legs and feet in black silk roaming around his body. This feeling was just too marvelous. Just when Lu Dahai was enjoying himself, a phone call came. What's wrong? Glancing at the memo was his own housekeeper. which made Lu Dahai forcefully hold back his displeasure. Normally, but whenever someone disturbed his private life, Lu Dahai would be furious, but his own housekeeper was different. There must be something important looking for him. Young Master Lu, Shin Shunning is already in our hands. How should we get rid of it? The butler covered his mouth and said in a low voice, fearing that there would be ears on the other side of the wall. It's very simple. Lu Dahai sniffed after the whole person's mouth involuntarily hooked up a touch of arc. Face Dienside is not very chaotic. It casually kill a person are not much of a problem. Then directly find a place where no one, to the live burial on the line. Not if you find a reservoir, the body tied to some stones, thrown in. Never let the body float out of the water on the line. Lu Dahai thought of something, a hint of shade flashed in his eyes. Understand. The housekeeper nodded like garlic and gestured an okay sign. With that, he hung up the phone. Shin Shunning, I didn't expect it. In the end, you still folded in my hands. Fight with me, ha? I'll make your Shin family cut off your children and grandchildren. Lu Dahai's fists clenched, laughing heartlessly, thinking of Shin Shunning's imminent demise. Lu Dahai couldn't help but be happy. The Shin family he had always regarded as a thorn in the flesh. Now, getting rid of Shin Qingshan's favorite daughter is only the first step. Immediately after, is directly on Shin Qingshan's various industries. The chain of strikes. Slowly a little bit of nibbling away at the Shin family industry, according to their own. At this time, Yunfan did not know Shin Shunning's situation, and was still following Gaohan in surveying Ichur Mountain. After several hours of Yunfan's surveying, the final war production of Ichur Mountain was in Yunfan's mind. Mr. Gao, pick mountain number 5. Yunfan smiled. Isn't number 5 a barren mountain? I've heard that the rate of ore production is really too low. It might not even be able to cover the cost. Gaohan frowned and thought she had heard wrong. Yunfan had surveyed for a few hours and actually surveyed a waste mountain, which made Gaohan feel a little surprised. No, 5 mountain Gaohan had heard of it long ago, and the mines that came out of it were all edges. Could it be that Yunfan didn't understand mining at all? Chapter 39, $50 million for the mine. This was Gaohan's subconscious inner thoughts, mainly because anyone would think this way, not going to choose so many good mines and choosing one of the most wasteful mines. Mr. Gao, you don't know about this. Facing Gaohan's puzzlement, Yunfan smiled heartily and directly picked up the digging tools and began to rehearse the operation. As time passed by, the pit got deeper and deeper, from nothing at the beginning, to more and more ores appearing later. Gaohan's eyes widened in disbelief at the side. This isn't a waste mine. How can? Gaohan had already learned about these mines in advance before coming to Miandian. In Miandian, mines could be privatized, and the biggest mine merchant was Hu Guangxing. Hu Guangxing has a waste mine, which is the number 5 mine. This Gaohan is also very clear, but what Gaohan didn't expect is that the ore from the waste mine is more than all the mines put together, and all of them are refined. Shu, Mr. Gao, keep quiet. Yunfan made a shushing gesture and looked left and right for a moment, then buried the pit as it was. There is nothing on the surface of this mine, and the ore that came out was too crude, which led to not continuing to dig deeper. Yunfan patted the dirt on his hands, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a light smile. Thus it was characterized as a waste mine and has never been mined. Of course this is my guess. Yunfan was almost deceived by the appearance of this mine at first as well, but as the depth of the excavation slowly deepened, Yunfan felt more and more that there was something wrong, and as expected, everything was pretty much as Yunfan expected. If that's really the case, then we can really pick up the slack. Gaohan's face was shocked at this moment, knowing that in order to buy a mine, the lowest price might be to count in billions, but not necessarily if it was a waste mine. If it was a waste mine, it might be able to be bought for tens of millions of dollars. In a moment, Mr. Gao will go and talk to Hu Guangxing about the price. Don't show too strong of an intention to buy, otherwise he will raise the price from it. Yunfan nodded and seriously instructed. After all, not buying a good mine and going to buy a waste mine, an individual would feel that there was something strange about it, and it was definitely something that could not be detected. If Hu Guangxing knew that this waste mine was actually the most valuable of all the mines, he would definitely not sell it to Gaohan. Aha! Gaohan wasn't a fool and naturally knew what she should do. Let's contact Hu Guangxing then, lest the night is long. Yunfan also did not expect that he could actually pick up such a great bargain. Mainly this 5 waste mine was hidden too well. Ordinary people would really be fooled. The good thing is that Yunfan, who has undergone the inheritance, is not an ordinary person, and still has an understanding of the mine. After leaving the mine, Yunfan and Gaohan returned to Hu Guangxing's residence. How is it, Mr. Gao? Do you have a favorite mine? Hu Guangxing immediately greeted with a false smile. I do like the number 3 mine, but right, I actually came to Miandian to develop more than just one business. If it's possible, then it's still good to run a resort. A tourist attraction. Gao Han nodded and said with a serious face, so after thinking about it, I think it's better to have the fifth mine. Mine number 5 is a waste mine. Is Mr. Gao sure he wants it? Hu Guangxing froze for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. He was originally worried that mine no. 5 would not be sold. This instantly made Hu Guangxing's heart swing. If it can be sold, then the hot potato will be dealt with. Well, it doesn't matter if it's scrapped or not. If it doesn't work, it's not bad to develop a tourist attraction, Gao Han said with a calm face. That's fine. Although mine number 5 is a waste mine, but then, more or less, it can still dig out some more. Hu Guangxing's eyes rolled and said with a feigned sigh. Some time ago, there was a businessman from the Golden Triangle region who wanted to spend $80 million to buy this waste mine of mine. At that time I didn't sell it. Since it's the words of Mr. Gao, then I'll send Mr. Gao a favor. $50 million will do. Hu Guangxing's mouth is almost cracked open with laughter. Not to mention $50 million. Even if selling $10 million are earned, when buying the fifth mine, only gave the local officials of Niandian 5 million yuan. Instantly changed hands from 5 million to $50 million. The whole 10 times. This is simply not too good. Okay, no problem. Hu Guangxing had thought that Gao Han was going to bargain with himself. Who knew that the promise was so decisive? Good. Refreshing. Since Mr. Gao is so refreshing, then I can't be bad. Like this, after signing the contract in a while, Mr. Gao will go to my warehouse and pick any one of the treasures, and take it away for free to Mr. Gao, even if it's to make Mr. Gao a friend. Hu Guangxing clapped his hands and smiled exceptionally boldly. Then I'll be respectful. The corners of Gao Han's mouth rose slightly, acting very calmly, even though Gao Han was already very excited inwardly. After all, he had picked up a leak, but he still couldn't show it. Then, Mr. Gao will take a short rest first. I'll go and draft the contract, and sign the contract directly in a while. Hu Guangxing was afraid that Gao Han would regret it, and said in a hurry. Soon, Hu Guangxing's servant brought tea and handed it to Gao Han and Yun Fan. Thank you. Gao Han politely took it. This Hu Guangxing is actually so generous and even let us pick a treasure from his warehouse for free. It's really not easy. Gao Han frowned and lamented. Hu Guangxing actually Gao Han also had an understanding. A pure businessman with only money and profit in his eyes. It was never him who took advantage of people. Very few people could take advantage of him. Are there many treasures in Hu Guangxing's warehouse? Yun Fan asked with a frown of uncertainty. Well, you may not know. This Hu Guangxing is considered to be the richest local tycoon in Niandian. He owns countless mines and has many antique jewels gathered in his warehouse in Niandian. And it is rumored that the things in his warehouse are worth tens of billions of RMB. Gao Han nodded slightly and patiently explained, also with a shocked face. Chapter 40 $800 million raw stone. After hearing this, Yun Fan frowned slightly, only feeling that something seemed a little off somewhere, but did not say anything more. Soon, Hu Guangxing brought a paper contract, and just like that, both sides signed the contract with their own intentions. Mr. Gao, I'll take you to my warehouse. Feel free to take whatever you fancy. Hu Guangxing smiled evilly and soon brought Gao Han and Yun Fan to a secret warehouse in his own manner. After taking out the key, the warehouse door was slowly opened wide. A dazzling light emanated out. The glorious decoration could not help but make Yun Fan suck in a breath of cool air. Yun Fan was a bit dumbfounded. In such a shabby place as Miandian, he could actually see the kind of luxurious decoration in the country, or in the warehouse. It seems that the warehouse really hides a lot of treasures. Just Yun Fan has been curious is, Hu Guangxing really will be so generous to let Gao Han take a piece of treasure away. Mr. Gao, take your time to pick. I will wait for Mr. Gao at the side. Dropping these words, Hu Guangxing left. Only Yun Fan and Gao Han were left at the scene. Yun Fan, why do I feel something is wrong? There doesn't seem to be any valuable treasures here. Gao Han's willow brows were slightly furrowed as her eyes looked back and forth at the various corners of the warehouse. The warehouse in front of her did look quite good. The construction and decoration was very luxurious. But the most bizarre thing about the whole warehouse is that it is empty. The antiques, jewelry and paintings are too few. It doesn't look like a place to store valuable treasures. Mr. Gao, are you sure that what he brought us to is his private warehouse? Yun Fan had suspicions a long time ago. Hu Guangxing, this person, Yun Fan also has a simple understanding, is a purely treacherous businessman. He who only had interests in his eyes. It was unlikely that he would promise Gao Han a $50 million contract and randomly pick treasures that were worth a lot of money. I'm not too sure. It's just that he said that, and I haven't been to his warehouse. Gao Han's face became serious. I have a feeling that this might be his warehouse. He didn't want to bring us to the warehouse where he hid the real treasures in the first place, but instead he casually brought us to a worthless warehouse, beautifully letting us pick out the treasures so as to show his generosity. Yun Fan placed his hand at his chin and analyzed with serious thought. there was only one possibility. Hu Guangxing definitely had more than one warehouse. The reason why he did this was that it would show his generosity, and secondly, it was to set up a persona of a good person. So why not? That Hu Guangxing is also too realistic. Gao Yihan felt somewhat speechless at once. At first, she thought that Hu Guangxing was really generous enough to send himself valuable treasures, and she was still a bit surprised. After hearing Yun Fan say this, her entire impression of Hu Guangxing became even worse. It's normal for this kind of businessman to only care about profit. Yun Fan had long sensed that something was wrong. As expected, there is no free lunch under the sky. Then what's the point of choosing something? Forget it, just go back. Seeing this, Gao Yihan intended to leave. There's no hurry, since we're all here, let's take a look. In case there's really a good treasure? Yun Fan smiled faintly and said slowly, but this place does not look like a place with any treasures. If there are really treasures, Hu Guangxing, that treacherous businessman, could not have brought us here. Gao Yihan said with a desire to speak. That's fine, let's take a look. Seeing this, Gao Yihan could only change her words. Aha! Yun Fan nodded and then looked around. In less than 5 minutes, Yun Fan roughly went through the entire warehouse. There really wasn't anything valuable. The most valuable thing was probably an emerald bracelet worth tens of thousands of dollars, but this was nothing unusual for Gao Yihan. Just when Yun Fan thought he was going to return without any success, suddenly a pile of waste materials in a corner next to him attracted Yun Fan's attention. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this pile of scrap? Gao Yihan asked in disbelief when she saw Yun Fan staring at the scraps. Mr. Gao, we have picked up a treasure. There was some slight excitement in Yun Fan's words. Isn't this a pile of discarded scrap? This doesn't seem to be halfway related to the treasure. Gao Yihan was dumbfounded, thinking that she had misread it, but she had looked at it several times, and it was a pile of waste material of raw wool. The so-called waste is some of the wool raw stone, was cut down, or not worth money, will be discarded as a fish pond ornamental stone, or the doorway pad road pebbles. In front of this pile of waste is obviously being thrown in this. Nothing of value. No, Mr. Gao. This stone looks crooked and cracked, covered with cracks, but in reality there is something inside. Yun Fan shook his head like a rattlesnake and directly squatted on the ground, pointing at a 5 or 6 meter long stone and said, although I do not know how to gamble, but this piece of raw stone really looks not 9 times out of 10 is fast waste material. How can it be worth money? Gao Yihan said in a confused manner. Mainly this piece of stone appearance has also been cut a knife. Cracks still covered the stone. Mr. Gao, don't be confused by the superficial appearance of things. Sometimes what we see with our eyes is not necessarily true. Yun Fan said with an evil smile, pretending to be metaphysical. Then what you mean is? Gao Yihan was a little confused, half believing what Yun Fan said. Gao Yihan had no doubt about Yun Fan's ability to identify treasures, but there was still a bit of a difference between gambling on stones and identifying treasures. Didn't Hu Guangxing say that we can just take one thing away from the warehouse? We'll take this piece of raw wool. The smile on Yun Fan's face overflowed. No surprises. The $50 million spent by Mr. Gao is going to be a one-time payback, and there might be a profit to be made. Yun Fan was already very much looking forward to returning home to cut this stone. Alright then. Gao Yihan ultimately chose to believe Yun Fan. Chapter 41 Danger. At this moment, Hu Guangxing was smoking a cigar in front of the warehouse. When he turned around, he saw Gao Yihan and Yun Fan both coming out. How is it, Mr. Gao? Do you see anything? Hu Guangxing smiled with a false smile. This warehouse is some broken iron. The reason why generously let Gao Yihan choose something to take away, just to play a good relationship with Gao Yihan, sell a favor. Although Hu Guangxing in the face of the Tian mix of prosperity, but in the words of the country, or is not, as the saying goes, more friends more road, more enemies more wall. No one would mind having more friends. Well, fancy a piece of stone scrap. Gao Yihan nodded slightly and didn't ink. What? Hu Guangxing thought he had heard wrong at first. The whole person was dumbfounded, then froze. The fish I raise at home happens to lack a larger stone to use as a viewing stone, and I just happened to see that you have a stone here. Gao Yihan then explained, casually pulling a lie. Oh, that's so, that's fine, no problem. I'll arrange for an airplane to fly it back to China. Hu Guangxing immediately had an epiphany and said fawningly, no need to bother Mr. Hu, I'll just have someone transport it back to China myself. Gao Yihan naturally couldn't let Hu Guangxing transport it away. In Gao Yihan's opinion then, in case he let Hu Guangxing know that this stone was worth a lot of money in the middle of the journey, wouldn't that be a loss? That's fine. If there's anything you need just tell me. Hu, will definitely know everything and say everything. Hu Guangxing nodded his head like garlic and didn't force anything. It was just the right thing to save himself the trouble. In this way, Gao Yihan successfully plucked the treasure from Hu Guangxing, and Gao Yihan directly had the people use the airplane to pack and ship it back to Jiangcheng. After doing everything, The two of them were ready to leave Dian and go home. Mr. Gao, wait for me, my stomach hurts a little. Right after the two of them packed their luggage, Yunfan suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable in his stomach and was a bit embarrassed. Then I'll wait for you in the hotel lobby. People have 3 urgencies, and Gaoihan didn't say much. Good. Yunfan nodded and returned to the hotel room in a flaming hurry, squatting on the toilet bowl and having a good diarrhea. Comfortable. 3 minutes later, Yunfan, who came out of the toilet, was refreshed, and the whole person was much more energetic than before. Just as Yunfan was about to leave the room, in the corridor, a few men were unexpectedly found holding a woman hostage. Shen Shunning? Yunfan froze, glancing at the woman next to him. This is Dian. Shen Shunning is in Jiangcheng, a long way away. How could it be Shen Shunning? Just when Yunfan thought he had misread the situation, a tear crossed the corner of the eye of Shen Shunning next to him, and she opened her mouth pitifully. Save me. Although no sound was made, Yunfan also read Shen Shunning's mouth pattern. Yunfan was inwardly shocked. It was really Shen Shunning? Yunfan was dumbfounded, not expecting to actually meet Shen Shunning in a foreign country, and looking at the situation, Shen Shunning was in danger again. However, thinking of Shen Shunning's determination and ruthlessness before breaking up, Yunfan's slightly touched heart was sealed again. Oi oi oi, what are you kid looking at? In looking careful to give you eyeballs gouge out. Just as Yunfan was about to brush past, an extremely discordant voice came. One of the drunken hulks said in a very arrogant and unpleasant tone. What am I looking at you for? Yunfan furrowed his brows and asked back even more arrogantly. Yo, so it's still a countryman. Dare to be so arrogant in front of your grandfather? The man with a dark figure said in surprise, and then with a vicious look, he wanted to pull out his own pistol from the waistband of his pants in his arms. Yunfan was not a fool. Reacting at the first opportunity, he snatched the pistol from the man's hand. Without saying a word, he directly aimed it at the man. Who are you calling yourself a grandfather in front of? Yunfan's eyes narrowed slightly as an aura of solemnity came over his nose. Originally, Yunfan did not want to meddle in the matter, but these people had to provoke Yunfan, causing Yunfan to be forced into action. Chao Nimas, are you pretending to be Nima? Brothers on, the dark-bodied man wasn't a vegetarian either, and despite facing a pistol to his head, he didn't take the slightest step back. Subsequently, the remaining few people also took out their firearms in their hands, intending to take action against Yunfan. Yunfan also did not ink. A fist smashed in the face of one of the big man. On the spot big man fainted, not waiting for these people to shoot. Yunfan shot one after another. Just less than 3 seconds time, has fallen a large drunken man. Although Yunfan did not know what these people were doing to get drunk, from the fact that they kidnapped Shen Shunning alone it was not difficult to see that these people were not good people. They also presumed to provoke themselves. They really did not know how to die. Just as Yunfan picked his mouth in disdain, suddenly, Shen Shunning shouted, "Danger!" Yunfan froze for a moment, not reacting. A bullet shot directly from behind. It turned out that the remnants of the group, seeing the situation in the elevator, directly and decisively pulled out a pistol and shot at Yunfan's head. Hey, go to hell! The speed of the bullet was so fast that it was too late for Yunfan to dodge. Just in the nick of time, Shen Shunning pounced on Yunfan as he. Chapter 42, Getting Out of Danger. The bullet drilled along Shen Shunning's heart part, and the powerful impact made Shen Shunning fly out directly and fall to the ground. Blood flowed out along Shen Shunning's chest. Yunfan was dumbfounded on the spot. How could he not expect that Shen Shunning would block the bullet for himself? Soon, a heavenly killing intent flowed out of Yunfan's eyes. Yunfan turned around and came in front of the shooting man and held the man's head. A slight force was exerted. On the spot the man drank his hatred northwest. The rest of these people saw that Yunfan had killed someone, and one by one, they were also a little panicked. Yunfan also stopped hiding, picked up the pistol in the fallen man's hand, and fired a few shots at the remaining few people. The air filled with the smell of blood, the original drunkenness of these people. All saw the king of hell. This does not want to go out. The result of these people to Yunfan killed, which completely provoked to Yunfan, also chose not to leave a survivor. After doing all this, Yunfan wiped off his fingerprints on the pistol and faked the scene into a mutual assault. The good thing is that this location where Yunfan is located belongs to the hotel's monitoring blind spot. In addition to the already dead parties, no one knows what happened here. Immediately afterward, he brought Shen Shunning back to the hotel again. At this time, Shen Shunning's breathing was already dying. First aid must be administered, otherwise there would definitely be a danger to her life. However, he thought that there was still Gaoihan waiting for him in the lobby downstairs. Yunfan immediately dialed Gaoihan. Hello, Mr. Gao. Yunfan immediately said, you go back to the country first. I still have some things to deal with over here. I'll be back after I'm done. Gaoihan froze for a moment and did not ask anything more. That's good. Then I will first go to Jiangcheng Antique Association and wait for you over there. You can just go directly to the Antique Association to look for me at that time. Gaoihan had told Yunfan long ago that she would transport the stone to the Antique Association for cutting. And the cutting technology of the Antique Association was one of the best in the entire Jiangcheng. The cutting techniques of the rest of the places, Gaoihan did not dare to criticize. Aha! Yunfan nodded. After hanging up the phone, Yunfan directly placed Shen Shunning on the bed. At this time, Shen Shunning was already dying. The pretty face was written with pallor. I don't know if it was subjected to inhuman torture. Shen Shunning's hair was very messy, especially being held hostage by a few drunken strong men, so that Yunfan couldn't help but be a little curious as to what had happened. But what was most unexpected to Yunfan was that Shen Shunning would actually jump at herself without hesitation and block the bullets for herself. This was what Yunfan had never expected. Shen Shunning? Ah, Shen Shunning, why on earth would you help me block the bullet? Yunfan looked at Shen Shunning on the hospital bed and had some confusion. Soon after, Yunfan directly performed a surgical operation and removed the bullet from Shen Shunning's chest. Fortunately, the bullet did not hit the heart, or else even Huatua is powerless. Yunfan exhaled a long, turbid breath, which was considered a sigh of relief. After finishing bandaging the wound, Yunfan then wiped the sweat from his forehead. Shen Shunning was now out of danger, and after recuperating for a while, she would be able to completely return to her lively state. After looking at the time, Yunfan turned around and went to the front desk to check out of the room. With that, he went to the Myendian International Airport and boarded the nearest flight. When Shen Shunning woke up again, Shen Shunning was dumbfounded, only to see a sweeper ant standing at the door. Miss, hello, we're going to clean up, the sweeper ant said politely, and was also startled by the fact that there was another person in the room. Why am I here? Shen Shunning was a little dizzy. She remembered that she was tricked by an employee into a remote corner and was taken away afterward. At that time, the gang drank a lot of wine in order to celebrate the capture of themselves, and after that, they planned to come to the hotel, saying that they had split their bodies and buried them in the back of the mountain. Who knew that in the hotel met Yunfan? Shen Shunning subconsciously called for help towards Yunfan. After that she saw someone sneak attacking Yunfan, Shen Shunning subconsciously blocked the bullet for Yunfan, and then nothing can be remembered. I don't know. I received a notice to clean the room. Auntie's head shook like a rattle drum, and she also asked a question. Cleaning? Shen Shunning then realized that she was in a hotel room. Hiss, just got up. Shen Shunning sucked in a breath of cold air in pain, and only then noticed the wound on his chest, and was surprised to find that the wound had already been bandaged. Who bandaged this for me? Could it be Yunfan? Shen Shunning subconsciously thought of Yunfan. Soon discovering that Auntie Sweeper was looking at herself with a strange gaze, Shen Shunning was a little embarrassed and hurriedly got up to apologize. Sorry. Saying this, Shen Shunning left the room. Passing through the corridor, Shen Shunning accidentally found that those big men had already disappeared, and there were no bloodstains on the ground. If there was no chest wound, Shen Shunning definitely thought it was a nightmare, but the wound was there, and on the surface this was all true. In order to figure out what happened when she fainted to death, Shen Shunning planned to ask the hotel front desk and check the surveillance. After coming to the front desk, Shen Shunning directly asked, "Hello, excuse me, may I ask if you know who the tenant of room 606 is?" Shen Shunning knew that if it was really Yunfan, then the hotel front desk would know once they checked. Chapter 43, Who said this raw stone is scrap? After some inquiries, it was learned that the resident of 606 was called Gaoihan, not Yunfan, which caused Shen Shunning some disappointment. At the same time, she was even more curious about who had saved her. Right, does your hotel have surveillance on the 6th floor? Shen Shunning thought of something and asked again. She remembered very clearly that she saw Yunfan in the hotel corridor. This lady, our hotel has surveillance, but there was a shooting incident somewhere on the 6th floor, and the surveillance video has been taken away by the police. The receptionist replied seriously. Sorry for the disturbance. After dropping this sentence, Shen Shunning left. Through the exchange with the receptionist, Shen Shunning knew that the group of people who kidnapped her, all of them had already died, and as for who the murderer was, the police initially decided that it was a mutual assault, but Shen Shunning didn't feel that way. Thinking of something, the expression on Shen Shunning's face immediately became serious. Oh, Yao Dafa, colluding with outsiders, presuming to put me to death. Unforgivable offense. Shen Shunning with her fists clenched revealed a touch of murderous aura. Jiangcheng Airport. After arriving at the airport, Yunfan's entire body was relaxed. After coming to Myeondian, Yunfan realized that it was better to be domestic. Whether it was the environment or security, the country was too much better than abroad. Even the air was fresher than abroad. Yunfan stopped a cab and went directly to the Jiangcheng Antique Association. He had just received a message from Gaoihan that the original stone had arrived at the Antique Association. Half an hour later, After arriving at the Antique Association, Yun Fan saw Gao Weihan waiting for him at the door at a glance. Mr. Gao, sorry to keep you waiting, Yun Fan said apologetically. The original stone had not been cut just to wait for himself to come. It's fine, come in with me. Gao Weihan turned around and stepped into the hall with her high heels. The Antique Association Yun Fan had already heard about it back when he was a flunky in the Tu family. After entering the hall, Yun Fan realized that there were already several middle-aged men in suits on the scene, one of whom Yun Fan looked a bit familiar with. So the person Mr. Gao has been waiting for is this brother seems to be called Yun Fan? Ouyang Xiaogong was also enthusiastic, and hurriedly greeted out, his gaze always on Yun Fan. Hello, I've heard a lot about you, President Xiao Kung. Yun Fan also responded politely. For the Ouyang Xiaogong in front of him, Yun Fan still had a deep impression, having met almost twice, once at the Lanting Jewelry Exhibition Conference and once at the Ghost Market, but there was no exchange. Alas, don't call me president, I am the vice president. Vice President, Ouyang Xiaogong, who was dressed in white, coughed dryly and smiled resentfully. There was some disorganization on his breath, and he looked very weak. Alright, since everyone has arrived, let's open the cut. Ouyang Xiaogong swept the crowd within the venue and covered his mouth as he coughed. Cutting a piece of waste rock is so much of a big deal? An extremely discordant voice came out, only to see a middle-aged man with a mustache walking down from the second floor, his face full of displeasure. President. Seeing this, the crowd greeted. Presidently, it's like this, Mr. Gao, the owner of Ahan Pawn Shop, wants to borrow our Antique Association's cutting machine for a while, and since they're all friends, I thought I'd help out with the cutting. Ouyang Xiaogong hurriedly explained. Despite some coughing, he was still very polite. Have you forgotten the rules of our Antique Association? Li Laojiu frowned, and his voice shells got louder. No, haven't forgotten. The rule is that it is only for the insiders of the association. Outsiders are prohibited. Of course, if it is a good raw material, wool can make an exception. Ouyang Xiaogong was a little embarrassed, stammered and belabored. Is Gao Weihan a member of our association? No. Then is this stone a good raw material? Not really either, right? Li Laojiu smiled sinisterly and glanced at the silent Gao Weihan and said slowly, this. Ouyang Xiaogong looked at Gao Weihan with some difficulty, wanting to help Gao Weihan speak, but it seemed that not a single word could be said. Indeed, Ouyang Xiaokong wanted to invite Gao Weihan to join the Chamber of Commerce under the Antique Association several times, but was politely refused by Gao Weihan. As for the raw wool brought by Gao Weihan, it had already been cut, and judging from the pulp exposed inside, it was indeed a waste material. The reason why he chose to promise Gao Weihan to help cut it was because he was thinking about the relationship between the two, but he mainly didn't expect the chairman to come. In that case, then we won't cut it. Gao Weihan was also a smart person, naturally knowing that this was directed at herself, and wouldn't be subjected to this bird's breath. President Ouyang, thank you for your help. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. We'll leave first. At this moment, Ouyang Xiaokong was unusually embarrassed. He promised to let Gao Weihan bring the raw stone to the association for cutting, and now this kind of thing happened. For a moment, it made Ouyang Xiaokong not a person inside and outside. I'm sorry, Mr. Gao, it's me who didn't think it through. Ouyang Xiaokong said apologetically. It's fine. Gao Weihan waved her hand, ready to make a gesture to leave with the original stone. The next moment, Yun Fan's contemptuous voice appeared. Hey, who said that this raw stone is scrap? Chapter 44, When the Machine Strikes, 10,000 in gold. Yun Fan pulled Gao Weihan's sleeve, signaling Gao Weihan not to go. Aha, what do you mean? Li Laojiu frowned, his complexion directly cold. Only then did he notice that there was a Yun Fan in the hall. Even Gao Weihan was a little confused as to what Yun Fan wanted to do, only to see Yun Fan cast a relieved look at Gao Weihan, followed by a teasing look at Li Laojiu. I said that this piece of raw stone is not scrap. Can you understand? Yun Fan also replied without curiosity. Li Laojiu gave Yun Fan the feeling that he was particularly arrogant, especially not giving face to Gao Weihan, making Yun Fan unable to tolerate it. Where are you from? A cow or a horse? If you say it's not a waste material, it's not a waste material? Come on people. Give me this grifter to blow me out. Li Laojiu blew his beard and said. It was the first time he had encountered someone who dared to talk to him like this. He was the president of the Antique Association. In the entire Jiangcheng, anyone who saw him would have to call out presidently in a disciplined manner. Wait, since you said that this is waste material, then why don't we make a bet? Yun Fan raised his hand to signal these security personnel not to come over, and thinking of something, the corner of his mouth involuntarily hooked up an arc. Are you worthy of betting with me? As the president of the Antique Association, I, Li Laojiu, have lived for decades and have studied jade. This piece of jade of yours basically belongs to the waste material both in terms of grain and appearance. Can it still be fake? Li Laojiu immediately snorted and said, looking at Yunfan with disdain in his eyes, since you are so confident, why don't you dare to bet on it? Yunfan laughed and once again provoked. Or do you, Li Laojiu, not dare to gamble? Afraid of losing to a junior of mine and losing your name? Seeing Yunfan mocking himself in such a manner, this made Li Laojiu unable to bear it and his fists clenched. Joke, I, Li Laojiu, am afraid of you, a junior? Fine, since you want to gamble, then I'll gamble with you. Li Laojiu knew that he had been racked up. Not to bet was to be afraid of him, not to mention the fact that he was a sure winner of the game. Why didn't he dare to bet? I'm betting that this stone will open up Imperial Green, worth at least $100 million. Yunfan skimmed not far from the original stone, said with an evil smile, oh, also Emperor Green it. Green are not possible. If really Emperor Green, I far more than the market price of 2 times to you received. Li Laojiu hilariously laughed on the spot, not giving Yunfan any face. Fine, but I need to add one condition. Yunfan's eyes narrowed slightly and said with a leathery smile, apologize to Gaoihan for your rudeness just now. Yunfan just wanted to see how such a high-minded and proud person would bow his head and admit his mistake in front of everyone. It was interesting to think about. Good. If you lose, you will kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 3 times, and call me master when you see me in the future. Okay? Li Laojiu agreed very quickly. In Li Laojiu's opinion, he was assured of victory. That's why he dared to bet with Yunfan. Then everyone present is a notary public. No one is allowed to be a scoundrel. Yunfan swept everyone present and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I, Li Laojiu, have been walking the rivers and lakes for so many years. The most important thing is to talk about an honesty, not to mention the manly man. A mouthful of spittle is a nail, Li Laojiu said disdainfully. Then I'll trouble Vice President Ouyang to help cut this fast raw stone. Right, just start cutting from that crack in the center. Yunfan then gazed at Ouyang Xiaogong behind him and said politely, although Ouyang Xiaogong did not understand what exactly Yunfan was trying to do, he still nodded, and at this moment, everyone present was a little confused. What is this person's origin? To actually dare to make a bet with President Li Laojiu? President Li Laojiu is a good stone gambler, specializing in gambling stones for decades. What kind of stone can basically distinguish good and bad at a glance? This young man seems to have a brain like a what? A bite of this piece of raw stone can open the Emperor Green, whether from the appearance of this piece of raw stone or the internal view of the already opened. This piece of raw stone does not look like a piece of stone that can open the Emperor Green. Harm, brother, you do not say Emperor Green. If you can open the material intact, I can call his father. Yes, this bet is completely lopsided. Don't even have to think about it. President Li is sure to win. I guess that young man is which newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Laugh at people. A moment to see how he disgrace on the line. Almost everyone at the scene was not optimistic about Yunfan, feeling that Yunfan was making a fool of himself. Even Gaoihan on the side was a bit confused, not understanding why Yunfan was so confident. In fact, as early as in the face of Dian see this piece of stone, Gaoihan all heart not have any spectrum, but still believed in Yunfan. Now, seeing Yunfan betting with someone, Gaoihan was also a little apprehensive inside. Ouyang Xiaokong evil, on the other hand, turned on the cutting machine. The rumbling sound echoed in everyone's ears. Looking at the way the machine operated, the crowd coincidentally thought of the saying, when the machine goes off, there are 10,000 taels of gold. Soon Ouyang Xiaokong operated the machine and ruthlessly cut down towards the location specified by Yunfan. Chapter 45 Extremely Fine Imperial Green. With this cut, the stone pulp was directly exposed to the air. Everyone was staring intently at this piece of raw stone, not daring to breathe a single breath. Until they saw this knife go down, they all burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. I thought there was really a miracle. I didn't realize that a rotten orange is a rotten orange. I also thought that can really cut out the Emperor Green it. This do not say green. A little intact plain are not. All cracks. If there is no such cracks, this piece of raw stone is also considered a piece of treasure. Although it does not reach the Emperor Green, but also has reached the level of glass seed. Sell a few million or more than enough. Waiting for that young man to apologize on his knees. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, ginger is still old and spicy. Or President Li's vision is unique. Said that this is a waste material that is really a waste material. On this skill, still come to bet against President Li, really laugh at people, or roll to work. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the room couldn't help but laugh. They felt that Yunfan was like a clown. Even Gaoihan and Ouyang Xiaogong are a bit dumbfounded. Originally chose to believe in Yunfan, but this knife cut down the evidence has been in front of the eyes. At this time, despite facing many taunts, Yunfan remained unperturbed and acted very calmly. Oh, is there still a need to cut down? Wait to kneel and apologize to me. Li Laojiu snorted coldly and said arrogantly, realizing that with this cut, the odds were basically settled. Gambling stone, this kind of thing. A knife down basically can see a lot of things. There's no hurry. Isn't this just the first cut? Yunfan skimmed his mouth and said in an unhurried manner. You really don't see the coffin. You won't turn back until you hit the south wall. Since you still have hope, then I'll shatter your hope and let you die completely. Li Laojiu lightly grunted and said with a face full of disdain. Then go ahead and cut. I want to see how this piece of scrap can turn things around. As soon as Li Laojiu's words fell, Ouyang Xiaogong continued to start cutting the second blade. As the roar of the machine sounded, the hearts of the crowd were in their throats, all wanting to see if there was a miracle. However, the next moment, everyone's eyes were shocked. Only a piece of green fruit flesh was exposed in the air. Emperor Green. It's an Emperor Green. This texture, this color, this grain. Extreme Emperor Green. This is also too unbelievable, right? This can cut out the Emperor Green. It's really one cut poor, one cut rich. Everyone at the scene was boiling. As soon as the Imperial Green appeared, it blinded everyone's eyes, and everyone revealed an unbelievable look, knowing that in the first cut, this piece of raw stone had already collapsed. However, no one expected that when the second knife, it actually accidentally cut out the very best Imperial Green. Li Laojiu was also astonished and rubbed the bags of his eyes, realizing that it was indeed Imperial Green. The originally silent Gaoihan was briefly surprised. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. She knew it was right to trust Yunfan. Still want to continue cutting? Ouyang Xiaogong, who was operating the knife, froze, then reacted and asked weakly. He had seen a lot of things in his life, but he had rarely seen this kind of situation. Usually the original stone was known to be of value after one cut, but this stone in front of him was a bit unusual. Apparently it has been cut twice before it gradually unfolded. Cut? Why don't you cut? It's best to cut what you can. Yunfan pulled the corner of his mouth and said in disbelief. All of this was expected by Yunfan. Soon, the third knife, the fourth knife. There were 5 cuts in total. Starting after the first cut, each cut is basically a superb Imperial Green, and eventually all of them are cut. This piece of stone probably about 40% of the area for intact Emperor Green. As for the rest of the place, more or less a little cracks, but just this 40 or so % of the area was enough to make a good profit. President Li, it's time to fulfill your promise. Seeing this, Yunfan looked at Li Laojiu, who was not far away, with a torch-like gaze. Vice President Ouyang, please help me see how much the material cut out of this stone is worth, said Yunfan. Gaze once again to the not far away Ouyang Xiaokong, who was already jaw-dropped. This stone can probably make about 70 to 80 bracelets as well as 30 to 40 earrings or something like that, according to the current market conditions. Then, plus these are all extreme Emperor Green, probably priced at about $30 to $40 million. Ouyang Xiaogong is also the first time to see such a good material. On the spot some stuttered up. Only $30 to $40 million? Yunfan's tone was obviously a bit lost. In fact, if calculated carefully, almost the average price is around 30 to 40 million. The price is still very expensive. Well, $30 to $40 million is quite a lot. Ouyang Xiaogong nodded and answered truthfully. That's fine. Barely acceptable. Yunfan smiled. Anyway, this stone was obtained for free. If Hu Guangxing knew that this stone was worth $30 to $40 million, he would probably have regretted it long ago, and wouldn't even have been able to give it to Gaoihan. President Li, did you hear that? You need to recover these woolen materials at a price 2 times higher than the market price. Yunfan looked at Li Laojiu with a smile on his face and said word by word. Looking at Li Laojiu's iron face, Yunfan was secretly happy inside. Count on me, Li Laojiu, to look away. Xin. Let the finance transfer the $80 million to him in a moment, Li Laojiu said in a deep voice, turning around and about to leave. Hey, don't go. Are you still forgetting one thing? Yunfan hurriedly called out to stop Li Laojiu, who was about to leave. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked rhetorically. Chapter 46, Expressing Loyalty. Don't go too far if you have to spare others. Li Laojiu's eyes flared up with anger, and he snapped on the spot. He purposely opened his mouth not to mention the other bet, but Yunfan favored which pot to mention, letting himself get off the stage. You are also Jiangcheng people, right? Jiangcheng is so big. In the future, head up to see Lo. It is inevitable to meet. Do people leave a line in the future good to see? Li Laojiu, this threatening meaning is very thick. Hope that Yunfan do not know good and bad. But how could Yunfan be easily afraid of being threatened? Manly man, a mouthful of spittle. If you admit that you're not a man in front of so many people, then just pretend that you don't know anything. Yunfan spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and said indifferently. You. Li Laojiu's fists clenched. His teeth gritted and creaked. But there is no way. Yunfan's words have racked himself up. Not to mention so many people on the scene. Today gone ironically will become a joke in the future. Okay, count you ruthless. Li Laojiu gritted his teeth and looked at Yunfan, stretching out a finger. then he waved his hand and came in front of Gao Han. Mr. Gao, just now it was me who was wrong. It was me, Mr. Li, who had no eyes and didn't know the goods and offended Mr. Gao. I still hope that Mr. Gao will not forget the small man and don't have a general understanding with Mr. Li. Li Laojiu bent his waist and said with a reluctant face and lowered his head. As the president of the Antique Association, how many people flattering and fawning every day, today bowing down and apologizing with a woman's generation. It is really a disgrace to the grandmother's house. Alright, since you apologized sincerely, then I will reluctantly forgive you. Right, when will that 80 million arrive? Try to be quick. I don't like being owed or on credit. Gao Han also understood Yunfan's intention, and also directly put up a fan, and said in an exasperated manner, okay, about $80 million will be credited to your account within a day. Li Laojiu gritted his teeth and tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart as he groveled and said, well, in that case, we will leave first. Gao Han glanced at Yunfan, then stepped on her high heels and left the Antique Association with a clatter. Outside the Antique Association, Yunfan, thank you. Gao Han walked up to Yunfan. A touch of smile added to her cold face. Mr. Cao is polite. I didn't do anything. As for Li Laojiu, that was his own fault. Yunfan also smiled. Gao Han was still good to Yunfan. Now that he was being bullied so much, Yunfan definitely could not just sit back and watch. That $80 million I will give you all of it at that time. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to pick up that leak. Gao Han thought of something and said again, unceremoniously. This time Yunfan directly allowed Gao Han to earn back the $50 million he had spent on buying the mine in one go. There was also an additional $30 million earned. It was equivalent to going to Miandian this time. Not only did he get an extra mine, but also an extra $30 million. It was truly a worthwhile trip. Mr. Gao, don't joke with me. I'll just take my part of the commission. As for the rest, that all belongs to Mr. Gao. Yunfan honestly scratched the back of his head. In Yunfan's opinion, if it was not Gao Han who went to buy the mines, he would not have let Hu Guangxing give away the things. In the final analysis, it still belonged to Gao Han. What's more, 1/5 of the commission was quite a lot, almost $20 million. If you're adamant that you only need the commission, then the mine you must take 20% of the dry shares. Gao Han thought of something and said seriously. For this Yunfan in front of her, Gao Han is more and more appreciated. If ordinary people, they can't wait to ask for the $80 million. But Yunfan stick to the bottom line. As long as belongs to their own part. This let Gao Han good feeling doubled. That's fine. I'll be respectful. Yunfan hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed. Gao Han's character Yunfan these days contact. Also some understanding. Once it is Gao Han decided things, even if it is hair head of cattle cannot pull back. The main thing is that the income of the mine Jianhui probably also have some understanding. Under normal circumstances a month to open 1 million of mine out, or easy, if the efficiency is high. A month to open a tens of millions of mines is also understandable. That is to say, Yunfan this 20% of the dry shares. Nothing to do every month net income is about 1 or 2 million between. This is not counting Yunfan's earnings from his work. By the way, Li Laojiu is a small-minded person. You'd better be careful if you offend him. Gao Han thought of something and reminded again. Just a jumping clown. Not enough to fear. Yunfan contemptuously skimmed his mouth and said in disbelief. Although Li Laojiu was the president of the Antique Association, Yunfan did not buy it in the slightest. Well, it's best to be careful anyway. It's better to be on guard. Gao Han nodded slightly and said slowly. Just as the two were chatting hotly, Ouyang Xiaokong hurriedly ran over at an unknown time. General Manager Gao, today's matter was me being too abrupt, making General Manager Gao embarrassed. Some other day I will personally visit General Manager Gao at home and apologize to General Manager Gao. Ouyang Xiaokong covered his mouth and coughed dryly twice. His breathing was a bit rapid, hunched over as if he was an old man. You also have good intentions. I don't blame you. Gao Han's originally smiling expression immediately solidified and said coldly, Mr. Gao that Mr. Gao, this brother is. Ouyang Xiaokong smiled respectfully. His eyes were on Yunfan. This time he came to apologize for one reason. Of course Ouyang Xiaokong had a second reason. Yunfan, my subordinate. What's wrong? Gao Han vaguely guessed something and replied coldly. Hey. Yunfan brother's ability to gamble on stones and identify treasures is all very strong, and he also looks very young. Our Antique Association lacks such talents. Ouyang Xiaogong said with a sinister smile and a meaningful meaning. Since Gao Han was unwilling to join the Chamber of Commerce, it wasn't impossible to poach a talent for the Antique Association. I'm sorry, Vice President Ouyang. I don't like to join some messy guilds. The other thing is that I'm an employee of Ihan Pawnshop. It's impossible for me to leave Ihan Pawnshop. Yunfan smiled faintly and methodically refused. Yunfan's words were meant for Ouyang Xiaokong on one hand, and for Gaoihan on the other. That is really a pity. But brother Yunfan, this is my business card. Since we can't become colleagues, it's not impossible to be a friend. Ouyang Xiaogong took out his own postcard and handed it to Yunfan. Yunfan knew that if he didn't accept it he would be stuck with Ouyang Xiaogong's face, and directly took it. Then Mr. Gao, brother Yunfan, I will leave you two alone. Saying this, Ouyang Xiaokong left resentfully. Yunfan turned around and threw Ouyang Xiaokong's postcard in the trash can. Without glancing at it from start to finish, Gaoihan was frozen for a moment by this behavior of Yunfan. Then a refreshing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that Yunfan was showing his loyalty. Alright, you've also worked hard these days traveling with me. Go back today and have a good rest, and go back to work tomorrow. Gaoihan looked at the time on her cell phone and after dropping this sentence, without waiting for Yunfan to say anything, she turned around and left. Only Yunfan was left standing in place. Yunfan smiled knowingly, thought of something, and immediately stopped a cab, intending to go to Song Jifei's to pick up his sister. Chapter 47, Starting a Business. Going to the face of the Dian this a few days of time, Yunfan is the most unable to let go of their own sister. Their own sister are a little introverted, coupled with just suffered from campus violence, the heart of the traumatized. Unconsciously, Yunfan arrived at the door of Song Jifei's house, before knocking on the door to see his sister Yun Xiaoxiao is sitting quietly on the living room sofa, looking at the book, next to the fruit snacks, especially serious. Song Jifei was also sitting in front of the computer, tapping away earnestly. Ahem. Yunfan dryly coughed twice. Yeah, brother Fan is back? Only then did Song Jifei notice Yunfan and immediately shouted loudly. This directly startled Yun Xiaoxiao, who was reading a book, and Yun Xiaoxiao hurriedly put down the book she was holding. Brother! With a delighted face, Yun Xiaoxiao decisively took 3 steps and rushed up. With a jump, she plopped down on Yunfan's body, like an octopus, and wrapped her legs around Yunfan. Shinya, have you been listening to Uncle Jifei these past few days? Yunfan rubbed Yun Xiaoxin's hair and said softly. Brother, Shinya has obediently listened to Uncle Jiffy these days. Yo, and also helped brother Jiffy with some household things. Yun Xiaoxin playfully spat out her tongue and rubbed it in as she replied. What do you call Uncle Jiffy? Said it many times. Call me brother Jifei. Make it seem like I'm very old. I'm only in my 20s alright. Song Jifei sat on the side with a black face pretending to be angry, but Uncle Jifei looks bearded, like an old man in his 30s or 40s, and sometimes like a lewd uncle. Yun Xiaoxiao on the side lowered her head and muttered in a low voice. Sparingly, it was still heard by Song Jifei. For a moment, Yunfan cried and laughed, while Song Jifei was sweating profusely. There was no way to argue. This Yun Xiaoxin was telling the truth. Alright, stop it. Shinya good boy. I'll go out with Uncle Jifei to talk about things. You wait for your brother at Uncle Jifei's house first. I'll come back to pick you up and take you home as soon as I'm done talking about things. Yunfan once again rubbed Yun Xiaoxiao's hair and said softly and gently. Shinya will obediently wait for brother to come back. Yun Xiaoxiao nodded heavily, her small eyes very determined. Song Jifei naturally knew that Yunfan had something to look for himself, so he didn't ink, turned around and followed Yunfan away. What's wrong, brother Fan? Song Jifei asked with a frown. I want to talk to you about a cooperation. I don't know if you have any interest. Yunfan didn't dally and said straight to the point. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? At this moment, Song Jifei's brows were tightly locked, and he became even more curious about Yunfan's purpose of finding himself. Let's go. First find a place to treat you to some coffee. Let's sit and chat slowly. Yunfan knew that talking about things could not be done outside. No way. Brother Fan, why are you so stingy? I helped you take care of your little sister for a few days, and you're treating me to coffee? Song Jifei immediately said with a pretense of displeasure. Then you kid drink or not? If you don't drink it, it's not impossible to talk about things on the side of the road anyway. Yunfan glanced at Song Jifei and said in a good-natured manner. Drink. It's a son of a if you don't take advantage of a bargain. Coffee is coffee. I'm not picky. Song Jifei nodded like garlic, fearing that Yunfan did not invite to drink coffee. Look at your loss out. Or that stingy look. Yunfan immediately cried and laughed a little. Harm. No way brother I can't mix monthly salary is so little. With brother Fan can't compare Song Jifei shook his head inside. Starbucks. After ordering his coffee, Yunfan opened the window of heaven and said, Are you still working for someone as a security guard these days? Yunfan asked with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean by working for someone as a security guard? Brother Fan, this isn't how you bury people. I'm a bodyguard. Song Jifei was instantly unhappy and corrected. What's the difference? Yunfan skimmed his lips and said in disbelief. Of course there's a difference. Security guards are individuals who can be. There's no threshold, but bodyguards can't. Song Jifei said heatedly. Stop. I know. Yun Fan immediately stopped, knowing that if he didn't call a halt, it was estimated that Song Jifei would be able to talk until tomorrow morning. I'll be blunt. I want to start my own business, open a pawn shop myself. However, what's different from the traditional pawn shops on the market is that our pawn shop is not responsible for the recovery as well as the sale of antique jewelry. It is only responsible for the appraisal. This is the idea that Yun Fan had a long time ago, and now Yun Fan has a double income. On the one hand, it is from the income of Gao Weihan's pawn shop, and on the other hand, it is the dividends of the dry shares given by the mines. Although these incomes are very considerable, but Yun Fan knows that a lifetime of working for someone cannot get rich. If Yun Fan is waiting for death, now is indeed a good line of work. When Yun Fan could not, his parents' revenge had not yet been avenged. Currently the enemy is in the provincial city. The identity status is powerful. Yun Fan must stand on his feet, bigger and stronger, so that he is qualified to wrestle with the other side, qualified to the enemy to dry down, to take revenge for his parents. Starting a business? Brother Fan, you're not kidding. Aren't you working as an odd job man at XIN pawn shop? Furthermore, how can you have the money to start a business? Isn't the salary all taken away by your wife? Song Jifei was dumbfounded, thinking that he had heard wrong. About Yun Fan's things, Song Jifei knew very well, knew that Yun Fan was not doing well. He knew that Yun Fan was not doing well. He was the son-in-law of the family, and had been bullied. Also very sympathetic to Yun Fan encounter. I divorced Tu Xinshin a long time ago. As for the money, this is something you don't have to worry about even more. Yun Fan also did not hide anything, simply told the matter with Tu Xinshin's ex-wife during this period of time. What? This actually has a red apricot wall? I knew she wasn't a good person. It's really disgusting. I was against you being some bull door-to-door son-in-law in the first place. This Tu family is really bullying people too much. Song Jifei was furious on the spot, saying with a red face of indignation. Chapter 48, something big is going down. Harm, it's all in the past. Yun Fan said so on his mouth, but in his heart, he did not think so. The harm and humiliation that those people from the Tu family had brought to himself, Yun Fan could never forget it in his life, especially since Tu Xinshin had greenmailed herself. Sooner or later, she would make her regret it. Well, but Brother Fan, I'm a big old man. If you want me to help you look at venues and the like, I'm perfectly fine. But let me run a store that appraises antique artifacts and curiosities. I might be a bit more than I can handle. Song Jifei nodded slightly, thought of something, and said with a sincere face, watching the field, these will be enough. Yun Fan smiled evilly and said faintly, the reason why he had approached Song Jifei to cooperate then. Yun Fan had his own little thoughts. First of all, Yun Fan is currently very short of people. Yun Fan himself certainly cannot go to run the management of the store. People still have to work in the Yihan pawn shop. So, need a person to be their own people. Think about it, only Song Jifei is most suitable. Song Jifei, although a brute force, but loyal and honest, Yun Fan also trusted. With his help, the future of the company is only a matter of time to become increasingly powerful. At this time Song Jifei was confused, 2.5 meters, puzzled, do not know what Yun Fan means. Your task at that time is very simple. On the one hand, you are responsible for soliciting customers. The other aspect is to protect the company's security. The corner of Yun Fan's mouth rose slightly. If you do the appraisal, you will definitely offend a lot of people. The water of the antique industry is very deep. Some people who do not learn the art well, it is easy to lie on the muddy water. Many ignorant white people will also be cheated. Yun Fan's appearance is to avoid letting more white people be cheated, which may offend a lot of unscrupulous merchants, causing them to retaliate. And at this time there are those forces of Song Jifei. No one dares to do anything to the company. This was the reason why Yun Fan looked for Song Jifei. As for things like appraisal, you can give me a video or send a message at that time. I'll be responsible for the appraisal, and you'll just be responsible for delivering the message. Yun Fan's consideration was still very thorough. Anyway, his own work at Yihan pawn shop was relatively easy. The time he really worked in a day's time was probably only 3 or 4 hours, and the rest of the time was spent paddling. There was plenty of time for that. That's fine. Since it's like that, then it's no problem. Song Jifei nodded with seeming understanding. Then let's make a deal. As for the dividends, you just take 10% of the dry shares. How about it? Yun Fan thought of something and intended to settle all the accounts. 10% is too much, right? I'm not doing anything. Just give me a normal salary. Song Jifei scratched his head awkwardly. No merit. Although Song Jifei was very short of money, he did not want to take advantage of Yun Fan. No, this belongs to our cooperation. I am responsible for contributing the money. You are responsible for contributing the effort. So this 10% dividend is not yours. Yun Fan smiled and patiently explained. Upon hearing this, Song Jifei nodded slightly, which he reluctantly accepted. A moment later in the evening, I will first transfer 3 million to you. You first pick a store most company base, and finally decorate the style according to what I said to do. Yunfan pursed his lips, took a sip of coffee and said lightly, just an hour ago, Yunfan's bank card received a transfer from Gaoihan, almost $20 million. It was the commission from the bet with the president of the Antique Association arrived. That is to say that the current Yunfan has been counted as a multi-millionaire. To know about a week ago, Yunfan is still a body cannot take $1,000 of poor people. But a week's time, Yunfan shifted, directly become a millionaire. This made Yunfan himself feel a little unbelievable. Yunfan knew that this was only the beginning, and that in the future, his own monetary status would definitely be higher. Everything was just a matter of time. Okay brother Fan, Song Jifei gestured an okay sign. After the chat with Song Jifei ended, Yunfan picked up his younger sister, Yun Xiao, back to the rental house. The late hour made it very difficult to get a taxi, which caused Yunfan to feel a huge headache and realize that he might need to acquire a car of his own. Indeed, nowadays in this society, without a car, it is somewhat difficult to move. Yunfan intends to have time to go to the Force store to purchase a special car of their own. After making up his mind, Yunfan slept beautifully. Early morning, Jiangchang, Jiangshi Hotel, inside the presidential suite. At this moment, a sound of male and female love came out from the suite, and with a low roar, the battle, which lasted for a minute, came to a direct end. Lu Dahai was lying on the bed with a satisfied face, and next to him was lying a woman with a flushed face and wearing a stewardess uniform. How is it? Comfortable? Lu Dahai lit a cigarette afterward and asked with a face full of complacency. Comfortable, Mr. Lu is so powerful, the woman said fawningly on the surface, but inside she muttered disdainfully. Knock you wow. Comfortable your sister it. A minute of Yang Wei mail, only a few moments on the ing end. Comfortable a hairline if it is not afraid of hurting your self-esteem, even call or not called it. After hearing the news, Lu Dahai was very satisfied. Suddenly, the phone rang. Lu Young. Something big is wrong. The phone came from the housekeeper's urgent voice. Chapter 49, meeting the ex-wife again. What's wrong again? Lu Dahai vaguely perceived something. Every time the housekeeper calls himself over, there is nothing good. The Noodle Dean side has just passed the news. The killers we sent out have all been karma. And now Shin Shunning has returned to the country safely. Seems to have guessed that it was us behind the scenes that did it. The housekeeper on the phone said with a grave expression. The whole person showed some slight panic. He is very clear. Shin Shunning is a what kind of person? Don't look just returned from studying abroad. In fact, Shin Shunning this person is cynical as vengeance. Do things never procrastinate? Competent to the extreme. Especially after learning that it was the Lu family that did these things. 1,000,000% would choose to retaliate. Rubbish. What do you people do for food? It's even if you miss a few times at home, but you still miss abroad? Lu Dahai completely broke his defenses and cursed. Is a Shin Shunning that bad? Shin Shunning is just a weak woman. What's the use of having a smart mind? In front of absolute strength, the brain can't be utilized. Lu Dahai roared hysterically, directly frightening the woman on the side of the bed into trembling. At this time, the butler did not say a word. Knowing that Lu Dahai was in a period of anger, Lu Xiao rests his anger. According to the situation over there to report, it seems that Shin Shunning was saved by someone. As for who saved it is currently still under investigation. The butler lowered his head and said with a trembling voice, is this Shin Shunning so lucky? This all someone saved her? Lu Dahai face incredulous eyes. We must know that is in the face of Dien, not the country. The domestic was saved also excusable. Foreign words is really good luck. This will not know. The housekeeper took a deep breath, a serious face. Then young Master Lu, what should we do now Will Shin Shunning retaliate against us again? The butler thought of something and asked worriedly. Last time, the failure of the assassination led to a warning from Shin Shunning. This time, it was estimated that it would completely anger Shin Shunning. Afraid of what? Isn't it just a little? If one is even afraid of a little, then how can one gain a foothold in Jiangchang in the future? Lu Dahai said viciously after a moment of silence. Then what does young Master Lu mean? The housekeeper wanted to speak, vaguely guessing something. I also don't want to spend time with the Shin family. It's meaningless. Lu Dahai smiled evilly. His eyes narrowed together. I have already arranged it in advance. When the time comes, I can do this. Lu Dahai covered his mouth and playfully spoke his ploy over the phone. This time, directly make the Shin family lose their reputation from Jiangchang. Still going against our Lu family. Don't see if they deserve it. As soon as the words fell, Lu Dahai's eyes narrowed into a slit and a murderous aura rose to the sky. Originally, the Lu family and the Shin family didn't have much of a conflict, but it was because both sides didn't let anyone in, causing the conflict between the two parties to reach an irreconcilable point. Shin family interfered in the Lu family's industry, resulting in the Lu family's income decline too much, is ready to take revenge. Just as the first daughter of the Shin family, Shin Shu Ning, returned to China, Lu Dahai knows that Shin Ning's purpose of returning to China is to inherit the family business so that she can continue to suppress the Lu family, which naturally angered Lu Dahai, intended to carry out decapitation operations to assassinate Shin Shu Ning. Unfortunately, these several assassinations have failed. Lu Dahai knew that there were not many opportunities left for him. Instead of waiting for the Shin family's retaliation, it was better to act first and make the Shin family lose their reputation. After hearing this, the butler also involuntarily shivered, knowing that Lu Dahai seems to be really determined to make the Shin family lose their reputation. A few days in a row of time Yunfan have lived quite calm. Every day on time to and from work. Ihan pawnshop is not very busy. There is time Yunfan will also go to school to pick up and drop off Yun Xiaoxiao. After a few days of recovery and observation, Yun Xiaoxiao Yunfan found that it did not leave a psychological shadow, but instead came out very quickly. However, Yunfan didn't send Yun Xiaoxiao to the previous school to avoid Yun Xiaoxiao's reminiscence. Yunfan directly paid for Yun Xiaoxiao to go to the most expensive aristocratic elementary school in Jiangcheng. It is worth mentioning that Song Jifei's location has also been finalized, right in the center of Jianghan Road Commercial Street in Jiangcheng. The location was really good, belonging to the prime location. Traffic is also very much. The next is the decoration. According to Song Jifei said, the fastest decoration will have to be half a month to a month's time, which is still 24 hours non-stop decoration efficiency. But Yunfan is not in a hurry. The first priority is to properly raise their sister. The other is to let themselves rise. Hit his ex-wife's face. Let his ex-wife for what she did regret. Because of today's off time is relatively early, Yunfan intends to go to the Ford store to purchase a car. For vehicles, Yunfan did not have what to pay attention to. Practical on the line. Thinking about it, finally Yunfan intends to go to purchase a Phaeton. Played a car directly to the Phaeton Ford store. Yunfan just ready to go in. Found two familiar faces. Yunfan turned around ready to leave. Do not want to see them. However, it was already too late. These two people had already spotted Yunfan. Isn't this Yunfan? Why? Are you also here to buy a car? A piercing voice came from Luo Xiaodong as he walked over, wrapping his arm around his ex-wife Tu Xinxin's waist, looking at Yunfan with disdain in his eyes. Chapter 50, Swiping the card. Buying a car? He deserves a car? Can a little loser afford to buy a car? Tu Xinxin, who was on the side, snorted coldly and said with a nose full of sniffles, "Yeah, don't look at the fact that he's now working in another pawnshop. It still doesn't change the fact that he's a loser." Luo Xiaodong nodded his head as if pounding garlic and said with a great mocking voice. He kept his eyes on Yunfan's body, as Yunfan had forgotten to change his clothes when he arrived, resulting in many stains on his clothes. It looked extremely dirty, and precisely all of this was seen in the eyes of Luo Xiaodong and Tu Xinxin. "I reckon you didn't have the money to buy a car and came to this place to fool around." Tu Xinxin pulled her voice and said with a face full of disdain, "Ha ha 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 ha, no money to buy a car. Don't come to disgrace. A moment delay people do business how to do it. Really can't. Call me a father. Father can reward you 1,000,000 or 8,000. Let you go to buy a battery car to ride." Luo Xiaodong laughed recklessly. Originally, Luo Xiaodong was planning to come to the Volkswagen Ford store to buy a replacement car for Tu Xinxin. Who knew that he directly met Yunfan at the door? Really a narrow road. "I'm here to buy a car." Facing the mockery, Yunfan did not have any expression, but replied lightly. Yunfan also did not expect to meet this kind of adulterer and adulteress in such a place. "What bad luck, buying a car? Ha ha ha, you are trying to laugh me to death. With your strength, what kind of car are you buying? Bicycle? To be honest, it's hard enough for you to buy a child's toy car. Take a look at the clothes you're wearing now. They're dirty." Luo Xiaodong's voice got louder after hearing this, not caring about Yunfan's face at all. "Hubby, I think he should be daydreaming too much lately. Just he still comes to buy Volkswagen. To be honest, if he can pull out $10,000 in his pocket, I'll take his surname." Tu Xinxin was also almost amused by Yunfan, feeling that Yunfan was like a clown. It's probably the being green syndrome, leading to easy rambling. Ha 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 ha. Luo Xiaodong wrapped one hand around Tu Xinxin's waist, one hand groped Tu Xinxin's buttocks and even pinched it fiercely, his eyes looking provocatively at Yunfan, delusively thinking that this would be able to provoke Yunfan. But unfortunately at this moment, Yunfan was acting very calm. "Wait, what do you think you would do if I could afford a car?" Yunfan suddenly thought of something funny and asked with amusement. "I said, if you can afford a car, I'll take your surname. Not only take your surname, I'll have no problem kowtowing to you and recognizing my mistakes." In the face of Yunfan's inquiry, Tu Xinxin is also the slightest disregard for the redundancy of the word. Saber-rattling aura pulled together to the extreme. Yunfan a few pounds, others are not clear. As the ex-wife of the Tu Xinxin most clear, The usual wages are basically in the hands of Tu Xinshin, every month on $200 to eat money. In addition to basically no money. On this also buy a car. Simply heaven and earth. With my last name is not necessary. If I can afford to buy a car, you with Luo Xiaodong together to me kneel down and kowtow, and to the 4 store passing customers. Each person lick 10 people's shoes. Must lick clean. Can it? Yunfan picked the corner of his mouth and asked provocatively. Okay, no problem, but we need to add an additional condition. Provided you can afford a car above $300,000. If you lose, you kneel down and lick my and my baby's shoes clean. It's that simple. Luo Xiaodong gestured an okay gesture, promised very decisively. To make sure that nothing is wrong, Luo Xiaodong raised the original set to buy a car, to a $300,000 car. A $300,000 car doesn't match me. I'm here to buy a Phaeton. Yunfan pulled the corner of his mouth and corrected. Che, rampant. Still buying a Phaeton. Know how much a Phaeton costs? Millions of dollars for a luxury car. You can buy it just because a loser says so? Luo Xiaodong snorted lightly, concluding even more that Yunfan was bragging. To know this time Luo Xiaodong brought Tu Xinshin to the Volkswagen 4 store to purchase a car, but also just choose 2 or 300,000 car. Mainly recently Luo Xiaodong's family business had a little change. Brother also because Yunfan went in, resulting in Luo Xiaodong also did not dare to spend too much. Lazy to talk nonsense with you? Since you want to bet then come. Yunfan does not want to listen to Luo Xiaodong gabbing. Straight into the 4 store. Hello, welcome to the Volkswagen 4 store. May I ask Luo Xiaodong, what do you need service for? The lobby manager crossed over Yunfan and came directly to Luo Xiaodong behind him, politely greeting him. See, pauper, this is how I'm treated with you. Luo Xiaodong glanced at Yunfan with provocative eyes, then said rather pretentiously, I want to buy a normal mobility scooter for my baby. Just the usual for going out to buy groceries and shopping. Luo Xiaodong smiled heartily and said in a pretense of calmness. The words and behavior all revealed pretentiousness. Then I have a few models recommended on my side. Let's see which one young master Luo needs. Soon, the lobby manager explained in a gushing manner. From the beginning to the end, he did not look at Yunfan, giving Yunfan to hang out to the side. Suddenly, a clattering sound of footsteps came from behind him, only to see an extremely youthful-looking woman walking over on high heels. The woman was average-looking and looked very shy, and should belong to the category of just graduating from university. Hello, this is the Volkswagen 4 store. May I ask what I need to help you with? The woman was very polite and had a smile on her face. There were at least a dozen sales at the scene, but only this one sales was willing to take care of Yunfan. Yunfan knew that those sales probably look at his dirty body, think that he has little money. The chances of closing the deal is not big, so they do not want to receive their own. This kind of person Yunfan reality is not rare to see. Many people are so realistic. How much is the most expensive of your Phaeton? Yunfan skimmed his mouth and asked indifferently. The woman apparently froze. Also did not expect Yunfan to come up and ask the most expensive. After the reaction nodded and said, almost more than 2 million. Landing less than 300. Sir, want to take a look? However, the next moment, swipe your card. Without saying a word, Yunfan directly took out his bank card and handed it over. Chapter 51, Did I say you could leave? Upon seeing such a bold scene of Yunfan, Luo Xiaodong and Tu Xinshin on the side were dumbfounded and then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you're not kidding. Really by Phaeton? Also learn others' rich second-generation swipe card. A moment will not show insufficient balance right. Tu Xinshin cackled and sneered. This beautiful woman. You are a new sales. Right. Look at this person wearing dirty. Have money to buy Phaeton. Or you should try to receive others. Maybe you can make some performance. Luo Xiaodong also gazed at the young female sales next to him and said bluntly. Yes, Xiaofeng, you come to our 4 store are almost 2 months. A single has not been. Every time is a mess of people also received. Some people he can afford to buy the car. How a little eye power have no awe. Do not waste time on people who should not waste time. At this time, the lobby manager who complimented Luo Xiaodong came over and advised bitterly. The eyes were filled with dislike for Yunfan. As a sales world of the old oil, naturally know from the customer's dress, can be seen whether there is purchasing power. Obviously Yunfan is dirty, simply do not have the money to buy a car. Manager, I think it, since we are sales, we should treat every customer equally. Every customer is a potential stock. Xiaofeng lowered his head and stammered. So what? So what potential stocks have you found in these 2 months? If your monthly performance is still 0 this month, you're waiting to be fired. The lobby manager was instantly enraged and roared with a red face. Immediately, as if he had changed his face, he smiled and walked to Luo Xiaodong. Sorry young master Luo, I've made you laugh. I'll take you to see the car. Looking at Luo Xiaodong as well as Tu Xinshin's pair of dogs and men with a look of complacency, Yunfan's anger did not come from his heart. Don't pay attention to them. Ask you a question. A phaeton. How much you commission? Returning to his senses, Yunfan faintly asked. About $30,000 to $40,000. Little Feng also answered truthfully. Swipe your card. The commission is what you deserve. You're better than all of their characters. Saying this, Yunfan handed out his bank card again. Well. Xiaofeng froze for a moment and was also a bit confused. It was the first time he had seen such a car buyer, coming up to buy the most expensive phaeton. Ha ha ha. Yunfan, do you really think it is you rich second generation or naive fantasy that you are the domineering president? It'll be fun when it shows an insufficient balance later. Tu Xinxin pointed at Yunfan's nose and said disdainfully. Beauty, you'd better not listen to him, don't waste your time on him. Luo Xiaodong also chimed in. Xiaofeng didn't know what to do for a moment. Just swipe your card, Yunfan emphasized again. Good. In the small Feng half-believe half-doubt, directly took out the POS machine. This did not hold much hope. Who knows, directly swiped the card success. When looking at the displayed balance, Xiaofeng was dumbfounded, and thought he had misread it. 10, 100, 1,000, million. That's right, the card balance is still tens of millions. Little Feng subconsciously thought that the Yunfan in front of him was pretending to be a pig in a poke. How is it? Is it showing an insufficient balance? At this time, Luo Xiaodong was already unable to hold back his laughter from the side. It seemed like he was already sitting and waiting for Yunfan to make a fool of himself. Brush. Finished, Little Feng replied with a trembling look of disbelief. What? Brushed it? Where did he get over $2 million? Luo Xiaodong thought he heard wrong. His voice got louder. You didn't read it wrong. Where did he get the money to buy a phaeton as a loser? Tu Xinxin was also surprised. This is the small ticket. Xiaofeng took out the small ticket and showed it to the crowd. Only then did the crowd realize that Yunfan had really spent more than $2 million to buy this latest model Volkswagen phaeton. At this moment, everyone except Yunfan was all shocked, including the lobby manager. He also did not expect that a person who looked dirty could actually afford a Volkswagen phaeton. Sir, I'll take you over here to sign the contract and transfer the account. Xiaofeng was also a little excited. She also didn't expect that she could open a bill, once opened, or a big bill. While the rest of the salespeople watching from the sidelines, they all regretted. Had they known that Yunfan was so rich, they also grabbed the reception. But unfortunately there is no medicine for regret in the world. After signing the contract, Xiaofeng handed the car keys to Yunfan. At this time, Luo Xiaodong and Tu Xinxin saw that the situation was not good and wanted to leave. They were directly stopped by Yunfan. Stop, where are we going? The corner of Yunfan's mouth hooked up into an arc as he sneered. Yunfan, where did you get the money to buy phaeton? You wouldn't be maintained by some rich woman, right? Tu Xinxin pulled her voice and questioned, very upset about Yunfan's rich status quo. How I got my money seems to have nothing to do with you. You just need to fulfill the bet. Facing Tu Xinxin's questioning, Yunfan did not give any good face. Did you do something illegal and criminal? Otherwise how could you be so rich? Tu Xinxin said in a cerebral manner. It should be known that a few days ago, Yunfan was a networker, with no pennies on him, and in just a few days' time, to pull out more than $2 million to buy a car. This was obviously impossible. All my money is what I earned through legal means, so don't take your small-mindedness for granted. Or is it that you can't afford to lose and want to cheat? Yunfan pulled the corner of his mouth and said in a cold voice. Why should I do it for you? Who do you think you are? Baby, let's go. Luo Xiaodong snorted coldly, knowing that he would lose face if he stayed, pulling Tu Xinxin to leave. Did I say you guys can leave? Yunfan's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked back in a cold voice. He then pressed down on Luo Xiaodong and Tu Xinxin's shoulders, and the powerful pressure directly caused the two people to kneel on the ground. Chapter 52, Retaliation. Yunfan, what do you want? Seeing this, Tu Xinxin questioned angrily. In Tu Xinxin's memories, Yunfan was an obedient dog. It was all his turn to bully him. It was not his turn to bully himself. Rubbish thing, you dare to touch my old man and try? Luo Xiaodong also glared at this moment, threateningly. Just try it. Yunfan shrugged and bristled, then directly pressed the two men's heads and aimed directly at his shoes. Due to the fact that Yunfan had stepped on dog on the road when he came here today, he was worried that there was no one to polish his shoes. Lick it clean properly. Yunfan smiled evilly and pressed the two men's heads, one mouthful after another. Soon, Yunfan's shoes were licked clean and shiny. Turning to look at Tu Xinxin and Luo Xiaodong were not so good. The corners of the two people's mouths were all stained with dirty foreign substances. A face of fear. No need to apologize if you apologize. I'm in a good mood to pick up my car today, so I won't bother with you pair of dogs and men. Yunfan clapped his hands and got into his phaeton with a smug look on his face. Then he stepped on the gas pedal to the end, and the black Volkswagen phaeton flew out as if it was an arrow out of a string. The humiliated Tu Xinxin and Luo Xiaodong fled in the crowd's horror. Hubby, I can't stand this Yunfan anymore. When can we carry out our plan? Tu Xinshin wiped the foreign substance from the corner of her mouth and asked in a frantic manner. The scene just now had caused Tu Xinshin's heart to suffer a heavy blow. The always high-minded and proud she actually knelt on the ground and licked the soles of Yunfan's feet in front of so many sales in the forced store. Although it was forced by Yunfan, but that feeling was really not good. Self-esteem got humiliated. The plan is already underway. I don't know where he got the money. I guess it's what he earned from working as a treasure appraiser at the Yihan pawn shop, but it's time for his good days to come to an end. Luo Xiaodong's eyes narrowed slightly as he said viciously, I will make sure Yunfan can't stay in Zhangchang. He humiliated us so much. It's tolerable. Tu Xinshin clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. For today's disgrace, the more Tu Xinshin thought about it, the more angry she became. After the divorce, she had thought that Yunfan would be more and more miserable, but who knows? Yunfan actually turned the tide. Not only climbed the rich woman Shin shunning, and now also found a pawnshop treasure connoisseur job. In just a few days, being able to take out more than $2 million to buy a phaeton made Shin shunning's teeth clench. Don't worry about it. This time Yunfan will definitely be infamous in Zhangchang, so that he won't be able to find any job. Luo Xiaodong's fists pinched and creaked. He could not bear it anymore. He had to make Yunfan disappear from sight, otherwise he would lose face completely in front of Tu Xinshin. Then husband, what about my car? I haven't bought it yet. Tu Xinshin thought of something. Her anger instantly behaved itself, sticking down Luo Xiaodong's chest. Good baby, now that Volkswagen can't go back. It's too humiliating. The rest of the car is also too low end. Not in line with my baby status it. Luo Xiaodong said awkwardly. He is now very worried about the changes suffered by his family. Was Tu Xinshin no? Once no Luo Xiaodong no in terms of Tu Xinshin's character, will certainly abandon their own. The rest of the car I like Mercedes-Benz not BMW Audi also line This car is not low-ended. Tu Xinshin has not yet understood the meaning of Luo Xiaodong words, said to himself, Mercedes-Benz BMW Audi are not working. Online reviews are too bad. Audi to buy lights. Mercedes-Benz to buy the appearance of the interior. BMW leakage of oil. We have to buy a high-end atmospheric upscale. Luo Xiaodong pondered for a moment, slowly said, lied to the face is not red, the heart does not jump to. Hubby you are also right. Then should we buy a Porsche, Ferrari or something like that? I looked at a Porsche Cayenne a while ago. Tu Xinshin nodded and then expressed her opinion. This will be bought later. Didn't my husband tell you? My husband's money was taken to invest in mom and dad. The investment cycle is a bit long. When the return arrives, not to mention what Porsche, Ferrari, you want 10 million luxury cars, my husband will buy them for you. Luo Xiaodong continued to draw a pie. Although some in her heart, good or husband good, most love husband it, he. Tu Xinshin immediately barred a kiss on Luo Xiaodong's lips. Okay, let's go back first, wait for the good news. Luo Xiaodong was a little embarrassed. Then he changed the topic. After mentioning phaetons Yunfan drove on the road, not to mention how godly it was. Previously, Yunfan commuted to work by riding an electric car or even squeezing a bus, and then had money just to save time to take a cab, and now he finally bought his own mobility car. This makes Yunfan in a good mood, and later can drive the car to pick up and drop off his sister as well as commute to work. Now the car is almost there. The next is to change the house. Rental houses at that time Yunfan did not have money to rent. Now there is money. Must let the sister's living environment to be upgraded. But now Yunfan also have no time to see the house. Can only wait for the future. After making a good attention, Yunfan directly returned to the Yihan pawnshop. As a result, just after arriving, he found that the pawnshop was surrounded by people outside. What do you pawnbrokers mean? Surprisingly, you want a person without an appraiser's license to serve as a treasure appraiser. This is irresponsible to our customers. Yes, I heard that your pawnshop's treasure appraiser used to be an odd jobber at XIN pawnshop, and now he has actually transformed into the chief treasure appraiser of your Yihan pawnshop, with a monthly salary of up to 6 figures. It's really ridiculous. Chapter 53, Conspiracy and Young Conspiracy. We want to complain and report your Yihan pawnshop, and we also want to find the relevant organizations to seize your Yihan pawnshop. Don't be a shrinking violet. Let Yunfan come out to face it. Let your boss come out to explain clearly. What exactly is the meaning of your Yihan pawnshop? Yes, in the past, the treasure connoisseur of your Yihan pawnshop was Zhang Wanson. Zhang connoisseur is so powerful. Actually they were all replaced by this nobody. It is enough to prove that there are shady practices in your store. Shady? There is definitely shady. Maybe that Yunfan is having an affair with your boss. Otherwise it's impossible for a nobody to take Zhang's position as a treasure appraiser. You have to give us a statement. Otherwise we're going to make a big deal out of this. And let the whole of Jiangcheng know what kind of place your Yihan pawnshop is. In an instant, countless masses of people stood in front of the entrance of Yihan pawnshop. Everyone's emotions were very high and their attitudes were extremely bad. Everyone calm down. Our boss is having a meeting outside right now. As for our store's chief treasure appraiser, Mr. Yoon, he's not inside the store either. We'll give you an explanation. At this moment, Zhang Mei, who was the manager, stood out and pacified the crowd. The rest of the staff were also anxious one by one. Saying that, they returned to the pawnshop hall. At this time, a group of staff members surrounded them. Everyone panicked one by one. What to do? Sister Zhang, Mr. Gao can't be contacted right now. These people don't know what's going on. They suddenly rushed over. They want us to give an account. How can we, a part-time worker, give an account? The staff lowered their heads, not knowing what to do. Since Mr. Gao can't be contacted, then contact Mr. Yoon. First let Mr. Yoon come over to give the crowd a statement. These people's purpose is also very simple. Just want to ask why we use an unlicensed person as a treasure appraiser. Zhang Mei frowned tightly and said very calmly, okay, we'll contact Mr. Yoon here. However, just as the words fell, Yoon Fan walked over. What's going on outside? Yoon Fan was confused. It was fine before he went to the fourth store. How come this was not even a moment's effort? It was actually all messed up into a pot of porridge. Mr. Yoon, you came back just in time. Something big is wrong. These people outside don't know who invited them. Seeing that Yoon Fan had returned, Zhang Mei falsely walked up and told Yoon Fan the general situation. Word for word. You say these people are also yes. We are Han Pawnshop who invited when the treasure connoisseur off them what matters and did not pit them a penny. As for Zhang Wanson was fired. Is not corruption and bribery? But also want to give our high general manager to the argument. Really speechless. After Zhang Mei finished speaking, she muttered in a low voice. When will Mr. Gao finish his meeting? Yoon Fan asked with a frown. Obviously, these people were an organized and purposeful group of people, and it was very likely that they were coming towards themselves, which Yoon Fan was also very clear about. There's about half an hour to go. Another staff member patiently replied. Alright then, I'll deal with this group of people first, and let Mr. Gao solve the rest when he returns. Yoon Fan nodded slightly and said slowly, then turned around and went to the door. Quiet everyone. My name is Yoon Fan. I am the chief treasure appraiser of Ihan Pawnshop. I can answer the 2 queries you have raised. Yoon Fan raised his hands and said in a deep voice as he pulled his voice. Yoon Fan is here. Is this Yoon Fan? He does look quite handsome. No wonder he can go from a handyman to a treasure appraiser with a 6-figure monthly salary. Ha 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 ha. This is the shortcut of life. In fact, if I look handsome, I also want to be adopted by a rich woman, so that I don't need to work hard. Yoon Fan's arrival didn't make these people quiet down. Instead, it made these people even more arrogant. Each of them looked at Yoon Fan with teasing eyes and said playfully. Yoon Fan who heard these words frowned and did not get angry. This kind of pure rumor. What Yoon Fan did not know was that not far away at this time, Zhang Wanson was holding a telescope and observing all this. Well, remember to tell me the first time if there is any movement, okay? When this matter is over, I'll take you far away. My girlfriend has long broken up with me because of my payout. You're the only one for me now. Good. When the time comes, I will definitely treat you well. You only need to cooperate with me and help me now. Zhang Wanson picked up the cell phone and said softly. Soon, the phone was hung up and Zhang Wanson snorted coldly. Yoon Fan, Gao Han, what you did to me in the beginning. I, Zhang Wanson, will definitely return it 1,000 times 100 times. Don't you want to put me to death? Then come on. Zhang Wanson's fists clenched as a chilly aura emanated from his body. Chapter 54, The Heart of Murder. At this time, Yoon Fan did not know that a conspiracy against him had come. He was still pacifying everyone. Can everyone listen to me for a few words first? About those points that everyone has questioned. We can explain them to you. Yoon Fan paused and said seriously. The first thing is about the fact that I don't have an appraiser's qualification certificate. It's true that I don't have one right now, but my ability is fully capable of taking on the position of an appraiser. It's just that I'm missing an exam. Yoon Fan did not bull asterisk. He had now experienced the inheritance. Any antique treasure only needed a glance and all the information could surface in his mind. However, before Yoon Fan could finish his latter statement, the group began to interrupt again. Not having a qualification certificate means that you are unlicensed. And being unlicensed just doesn't work. Ihan Pawnshop must be shut down and reorganized. This is irresponsible to our customers. It is even more blasphemous to the pawnshop industry. Ihan Pawnshop, get out of Jiangcheng. Yoon Fan, get out of Jiangcheng. Get out of Jiangcheng. For a moment, everyone's emotions popped out, and everyone was righteously indignant as they accused Yoon Fan of being wrong. Who said there are no qualifications? Suddenly, a low voice rang out, only to see Ouyang Xiaogong and Gao Yihan appear on the outskirts of the crowd. Yoon Fan's treasure appraiser's qualification certificate is here. Saying this, Yang Xiaogong took out a red book and waved it towards the crowd and said. Not only was the audience dumbfounded, even Yun Fan himself was dumbfounded. However, after seeing Gao Weihan cast an expression of calmness, Yun Fan then nodded his head, knowing that it should be Gao Weihan who came to the rescue. The crowd was as if they were like two monkeys in a boat, puzzled. Thus, Gao Weihan took the qualification certificate and opened her mouth once again. Yun Fan already has his qualification certificate as well. What else do you guys have to say? Gao Weihan wasn't stupid, and naturally knew that these people must be a gang, an organized and purposeful group of people, so she said with little goodwill. As for what you said about Zhang Wanson, what he has done, he himself is most clear in his heart. Embezzlement and bribery. What does such an employee want? Gao Weihan also did not leave Zhang Wanson any good face, directly said truthfully. Zhang Wanson was fired for embezzlement and bribery? Is this true? I thought he was ostracized because of Yun Fan's arrival. Did we really misunderstand Yun Fan? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, somewhat embarrassed. This is the official legal letter to sue him. As fake as it gets. Gao Weihan took out the lawyer's letter again, as well as the court's verdict. After seeing these, the crowd had shocked faces, knowing that they had been cheated. Were you all compelled to come by Zhang Wanson? Yun Fan smiled evilly and asked indifferently. From these reactions from the crowd, it was easy to see that the crowd did not know anything about Zhang Wanson's embezzlement and bribery, and had obviously been deceived. Well, he complained to us, saying that Ihan pawnshop crossed the river and broke the bridge. The crowd nodded slightly and truthfully told the situation. After hearing the news, Yun Fan and Gao Weihan exchanged a glance, naturally knowing that this was Zhang Wanson's revenge coming. It was estimated that Zhang Wanson was a bit annoyed because he lost his job and was enforced by the court. Well, since this matter has been talked out, then everyone please go back. In the future, we still need to grow more eyes. Don't be cheated and return to count the money. Gao Weihan was very speechless. She originally had a meeting with Yang Xiaokong, but then she received that someone had come to Weihan pawnshop to cause trouble, so she hurriedly rushed back with Yang Xiaokong. I'm sorry, we were the ones who were compelled to listen to one side of the story. Yeah, it's too easy to trust the weak. We apologize profusely for causing you guys trouble. After dropping these words, the crowd left guiltily. It came and went in a hurry. In less than a minute, the originally waterlogged Ihan pawnshop was already empty. Mr. Gao, what's going on? Yun Fan looked at the qualification certificate and asked in a puzzled manner. The qualification certificate exam. Yun Fan had never taken it, and even Yun Fan did not know that this thing still needed an exam. This qualification certificate was specially issued to you by Vice President Yang after he learned that you had been embarrassed. Gao Weihan said as her gaze looked towards Yang Xiaokong, who was not far away. In Gao Weihan's opinion then, Yang Xiaokong was still a very good person. Cough cough, your strength we all know. This qualification certificate you are fully capable of getting. So this is my equivalent of giving it to you in advance. Yang Xiaogong dryly coughed twice, then revealed a pale smile and said, from the look on his face, it was not difficult to see that Yang Xiaokong's body had weakened a few more points. Then, thank you, Vice President Yang. Yun Fan bowed with both hands, knowing that he owed Yang Xiaokong a favor. If it wasn't for Yang Xiaokong, he really didn't know how to relieve himself. After all, what these people said was true. He used to be an odd-job man, transforming into the chief treasure appraiser of Ihan pawnshop. It was a person who would question it. It's a small matter. Mr. Gao's matter is my Yang Xiaokong's matter. Yang Xiaokong waved his hand. Then I won't bother you guys. I have other things to be busy with, so I'll leave first. Saying this, Yang Xiaogong left, leaving Yun Fan and Gao Ihan alone at the scene again. This Zhang Wanson is dead set on not changing. He is still thinking of making a demon. I think the punishment for him is still too light. Gao Weihan's brows were furrowed, and her cold as ice expression was written with anger. General Manager Gao, calm down. Zhang Wanson will be left to me to deal with. Don't blame us for being unrighteous if he is unkind. Yun Fan hurriedly consoled and thought of something and said coldly. Yun Fan was also not a person who was bullied. Since someone was writing on his head and ting and pissing on him, he definitely could not just sit back and watch. He had already moved to kill. Chapter 55, The Storm is Coming. Well, just look after it. This Zhang Wanson I've heard seems to have applied for bail pending trial. Otherwise he should be in jail right now. Gao Weihan thought of something and frowned. Pending trial on bail? Does Zhang Wanson have a hard background? Yun Fan felt a little puzzled. For Zhang Wanson's understanding, Yun Fan's understanding was better than nothing. But from the point of view of pitting Gao Weihan, this Zhang Wanson was definitely not a good person. I'm not too sure. I only know that the chairman of Lanting Jewelry is his brother-in-law. Gao Weihan shook her head slightly and said in a deep voice, in that case, then I know. Yun Fan couldn't help but feel a little ridiculous when he thought of the last time when Orchid Pavilion Jewelry wanted to borrow Shin Shunning's hand to settle the score with himself. He did not expect that Orchid Pavilion Jewelry was so close to Zhang Wanson. Well, right, do you have something to do tonight? If not, come back to my house with me. My father wants to see you. Cao Weihan nodded, thought of something and suddenly said, Yunfan thought he had heard wrong, asking himself to go to her house to meet his parents? It seemed that the two people did not have any relationship other than the superior and subordinate relationship anymore. Meet the parents? Yunfan was a bit confused. Don't think too much. It's my father who wants to meet your real father after hearing about these deeds of yours. Cao Weihan glanced at Yunfan and corrected. Alright, then do I need to bring anything to meet you? Yunfan smiled awkwardly. No need. It's fine if the person arrives. Cao Weihan waved her hand. Well, then I know. After seeing Cao Weihan leave, Yunfan directly called Song Jifei's phone. Little Fei, do something for me? I want to make a person lose their reputation. Yes, you go about it like this. After explaining everything, a hint of a smile flashed across the corner of Yunfan's mouth, then he hung up the phone. Originally, Yunfan had no grudge against Zhang Wansen, but Zhang Wansen preferred to blame himself for his departure. In that case, then Yunfan would not be polite. At this time, Zhang Wansen did not know that he was about to be finished, and was still waiting for Zhang Mei to bring good news not far away. Who knew that the next second, Zhang Mei's phone call came. How is it? What's going on over at Ahan Pawn Shop now? Have Yunfan and Cao Weihan been pushed to the tip of the storm? Zhang Wansen asked with an ecstatic expression, looking extremely infatuated. No, this matter was solved by Mr. Gao. Zhang Mei quickly told Zhang Wansen the general situation word for word. Zhang Wansen's entire body was dumbfounded after hearing this. How is it possible? This Yunfan obviously used to be an odd-job man. He can't do anything. How could he possibly have a qualification certificate? Zhang Wansen furrowed his brows and muttered to himself. The news he had gotten was that Yunfan used to be good at nothing, but now he actually had a certificate. This was a hell of a thing. I'm not sure, but that's just the way it is. Zhang Mei covered her mouth and whispered. Then what do I do now? Are you going to take me with you? Zhang Mei thought that she would be able to be with Zhang Wansen soon. The whole person couldn't help but feel a little happy. You want me to take you away even though your purpose has not been accomplished? Bitch, are you dreaming? Zhang Wansen, who was originally quite normal, directly exploded in rage. From the beginning, Zhang Wansen just wanted to apply Zhang Mei just a little bit, but since he didn't utilize it then he naturally exposed his nature. What do you mean? Playing tricks on me, right? Zhang Mei also had some anger. Her voice instantly got louder as well. There's no use in keeping you, so why would I keep you? Do you think that with your figure, with your looks you can attract me? Don't dream about it. You look like a fat pig. If you fall back on me, I'd be too ugly. Zhang Wansen snorted coldly and said with words of humiliation. Wake up, stupid pig. Don't call me again in the future. Pull the plug. Originally, because the purpose was not accomplished, Zhang Wansen had some anger. Now Zhang Mei actually still presumed to let herself take her away, which instantly made Zhang Wansen's inner displeasure even thicker, directly venting his temper on Zhang Mei. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Wansen lit a cigarette. So damn bad luck. Damn. How should I explain to Luo Xiao? Really have a headache. Forget it. Why don't we just go back to the hotel and think of countermeasures first? After leaving these words, Zhang Wansen directly left. While at this time, Zhang Mei on the phone was gloomy. Actually dare to fool me. Then you wait for me. Directly fish death. Zhang Mei huffed, originally still willingly doing things for Zhang Wansen. Who knew that in Zhang Wansen's eyes she was so unbearable, which completely hurt Zhang Mei's self-esteem. Jiangcheng, Shen's group, General Manager's office. At this time, Shen Shunning was drinking coffee and gazing at the scenery on the floor-to-ceiling windows. How is it? What did the police say? Shen Shunning saw her secretary coming and took the initiative to put down her coffee and asked, Mr. Shen, the police side has caught the culprit, but not Lu Hai. The secretary nodded and said hesitantly, didn't I give all the evidence to the police? Shen Shunning was a bit dumbfounded. Ever since she had escaped from death from Noodle Dean some time ago, Shen Shunning had thought of taking thunderous revenge on Lu Dahai, and directly reported the matter of the Lu family's nightclubs engaging in grey industry, and the police had seized the whoring grounds as well as the gambling absorption on the spot. This makes the Lu family several nightclubs were directly seized. Under the evidence, the Lu family should be said to be completely finished. This time, Shen Shunning was reporting to put someone to death. The Lu family's side found a scapegoat to take over everything, while the Lu family remains clean. The secretary lowered his head and answered truthfully, Good, I know. Shen Shunning's brows knit tightly, somewhat dissatisfied with this outcome. It seems that if you want the Lu family to be overthrown, you still have to think of another way. Shen Shunning's eyes rolled, not knowing what she was thinking. Right, has the identity of that boss of Ihan Pawn Shop been found out? Quickly thinking of something, Shen Shunning asked in a cold voice with a hostile face. Chapter 56 Entering the provincial city for the first time. Well, checked it out. called Gaoihan, from the provincial city. Her back is extraordinary. Only know that there is a connection with the big families in the provincial city. As for the rest, can't find out. The secretary nodded with a serious face. Having connections with the big families in the provincial city? Shen Shunning frowned, somewhat surprised. Well, although in Jiangchang, Ihan pawnshop is not particularly famous, but to this day, not a single person dares to suppress and bully her, and even treats her with great respect. Although the secretary also expressed doubts, she still answered truthfully. Good, you go down first. Shen Shunning didn't know what she was thinking about. Then she took a deep breath. Okay, Mr. Shen. The secretary turned her head and closed the door. Shen Shunning immediately stood up, gazing at the floor-to-ceiling window with a gloomy expression, not knowing what she was thinking. Yunfan, was the person who saved me last time you or not? I saw you, but after consulting the front desk of the hotel, I couldn't find the slightest trace of you. Could it be that I was really blinded at the time and misread it? But if it wasn't you, then who was that person? Shen Shunning rubbed her tired temples and muttered to herself with a face full of doubts. The body odor she smelled at that time was indeed the unique flavor of Yunfan's body, but unable to find evidence that it was Yunfan who saved her. It seemed that she could only find Yunfan to confront him face to face. Yunfan did not know that his behavior at that time, so that Shen Shunning produced no small confusion. At this time Yunfan is turning off the computer, got up and stretched a lazy waist, ended today's work. Suddenly, a sound of a sharp brake sounded outside the door. It was Gaoihan's Porsche Cayenne. There was a Range Rover parked next to the Cayenne. Go, get in the car. Gaoihan, dressed in a white ultra-short skirt, said with a drawn face. Yunfan nodded, and just as he walked in front of Gaoihan, he heard a conspiratorial voice. No wonder you don't want me to send you. So it's to pick up this man. Lu Dahai frowned and looked Yunfan up and down, his face full of disdain. Only then did Yunfan notice that there was another man next to Gaoihan. Mr. Gao, who is this? Yunfan looked at Lu Hai in front of him with a surprised face. For Lu Dahai, Yunfan did not recognize him, nor did he have any previous encounters. Don't bother, just a follower. Gaoihan snorted lightly, and did not give Lu Dahai a proper look from beginning to end. This made Lu Dahai burn with anger, but thinking about the gap between their statuses, he could only hold his tongue. Ihan, am I just a follower in your eyes? These words made Lu Dahai very sad. He had known Gaoihan for almost 2 or 3 years, and had been pursuing Gaoihan diligently during these 2 or 3 years. Nay, Gaoihan didn't respond at all. For the sake of the family's future, Lu Dahai definitely didn't choose to give up, and still persistently harassed Gaoihan every now and then. Isn't it a heel? I said, I don't like you, so don't flatter yourself. It's not that my father had to ask me to make friends with you. I'm really lazy. Gaoihan snorted coldly and asked back with a face full of displeasure. This made Lu Dahai gasp in anger. His fists clenched and then unclenched. In the face of Gaoihan's humiliation, Lu Dahai couldn't do anything at all. If it wasn't for Aunt Sun letting me climb into a relationship with the Gao family, why do you think I'm pestering you every day? So suffocating. Lu Dahai couldn't help but whine internally. After hearing the brief exchange between the two, Yunfan probably understood what was going on. The man in front of him should be Gaoihan's suitor, but it had always been unrequited love. This made Yunfan instantly somewhat unable to help himself. As far as the man's appearance and character are concerned, it would be really strange to be able to catch up with Gaoihan. Hey, what are you laughing at? Is there a qualification for you to laugh here? Lu Dahai completely originally held a bellyful of fire. See Yunfan snickering naturally cannot help it. Without waiting for Yunfan to open his mouth, Gaoihan took the lead and said, don't pay attention to him, let's get on the car. Said Yunfan did not wait for Yunfan to react, pulling Yunfan on the Porsche Cayenne. This can be Lu Dahai angry. A kick to his Range Rover wheels. Who knows that the force is too big? Directly to Lu Dahai's foot kicking pain. The pain of Lu Dahai grimace, holding his head. Asterisk. Even you bully me, right? Lu Dahai pointed to the wheel, cursed angrily. Originally today, because of their own club things, has been upset dead. Did not expect to happen this kind of thing? Which let Lu Dahai know what is called people unlucky to drink cold water will be plugged teeth this reason. Seeing the Porsche Cayenne has gone, Lu Dahai cannot care about the pain on the feet, and quickly sat on the Range Rover, chased up. On the road, Gaoihan in the cab couldn't help but mutter, I really don't know what my dad thinks. A private banquet still has to call on Lu Dahai, knowing that I don't like him. Seeing Gaoihan's disgusted face, Yunfan also scratched his ears in embarrassment on the side, and didn't know how to comfort. After all, it involves Gaoihan's family matters. There were no words along the way, and after about 3 to 4 hours of long-distance traveling, the car eventually arrived in the provincial city. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Arrived. Gaoihan unbuckled her seatbelt and took the lead in getting out of the car. In front of her eyes was a particularly large manor, which looked very luxurious, with mountains, water and woods. It seems that Gao family background is still very strong. No wonder a small pawnshop boss, readily giving himself a 6-figure monthly salary, or the family has money. Immediately, Yunfan thought of something, his expression directly serious. For the provincial city of this place, Yunfan is very familiar with, is because of the provincial city of the Sun family, caused their own family broke. Yunfan death will not forget the provincial city of the Sun family, but now the gap between the strength of the two people is too large. Yunfan did not dare to act rashly. After all, if his sister is also accounted for, there is no way to explain to his parents. What's wrong? Seeing Yunfan in a daze, Gaoihan turned around and asked suspiciously. Chapter 57, The Sword of the Yu King. No, nothing. Returning to her senses, Yunfan smiled awkwardly, and then 2 servants came out, bowing slightly. Good day, miss. The master is waiting for miss inside, said the servants and led the way ahead. After walking along corridor for about a few minutes, they eventually stopped at a villa gate. Miss, we won't go in. The servant nodded slightly and said with great courtesy. With that, he retreated. Before he could take a step, he saw a middle-aged man walk out with a smiling face. Yeah, Xiao Han, didn't I tell you guys to come earlier? Why did you arrive so late? Gao Mingyuan's gaze rested on Yunfan intentionally or unintentionally. Ha, where's Dahai? Didn't Dahai say he brought you along? He then swept around and did not find any trace of Lu Dahai. Dad, don't mention him, it's bad luck to mention it. Gaoihan's expression pulled down at once. Alright, let's go inside first. After rushing for a few hours, I'm starving. Gaoihan led the way into the villa first. You girl, the guests haven't even come in yet, so you went in first. Looking at Gaoihan's hurried back, Gao Mingyuan could not cry and could only shake his head. Yunfan, little brother, right? I am Xiao Han's father, Gao Mingyuan. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Gao. Gao Mingyuan said and took the initiative to extend his hand with a peaceful face. Good day, Uncle Gao. I've heard a lot about you, and when I see you today, your name really lives up to its reputation. Yunfan said and also stretched out his hand. The two shook together. Just now Yunfan had not reacted. Yunfan realized that this Gao Mingyuan is not an ordinary person. He is a famous entrepreneur in the provincial city, mainly engaged in the antique business, is a veritable antique tycoon. Yunfan has seen many reports about Gao Mingyuan on TV and in newspapers, but he just didn't expect the reality of Gao Mingyuan to be so young, so approachable, and without any frame at all. Yunfan, little brother, is polite. About Yunfan, little brother's deeds, I have also heard my daughter mention it. My daughter has Yunfan, little brother's help. It is really a blessing. Gao Mingyuan also laughed boldly, for the Yunfan in front of him was very satisfied. At least the mannerisms made Gao Mingyuan very satisfied. Uncle Gao has flattered my juniors. Yunfan was also a little shy at being praised. Ha ha ha. Well, don't talk about this. Hurry up and tighten your grip. The food is getting cold. Gao Mingyuan said and directly made a gesture of invitation. Yunfan naturally understood the etiquette and signaled Gao Mingyuan, a senior, to walk in the forefront. Just entering into the villa, Yunfan was a bit dumbfounded, only to see into the eyes is an aisle. Both sides of the aisle is full of flowers and plants. Do not recognize the people may feel that these flowers and plants nothing else, but experience the inheritance of Yunfan. A glance recognized that these flowers and plants are expensive flowers and plants. A plant is less than 10,000, more than 6 figures. If only these words, Yunfan is not too jaw-dropping, really let Yunfan feel surprised is the villa wall-hanging paintings, as well as the staircase of antiques. Tang Bohu, Li Baiyan, a series of ancient people's authentic paintings. Antiques are also easily a million to start with, completely unable to see hundreds of thousands of antiques. Roughly calculated, these paintings and calligraphy antiques probably add up to tens of millions of yuan. Visible Gaoihan father Gao Mingyuan's strength. Just as Yunfan withdrew his eyes, suddenly a bronze sword hanging on the wall in the corner attracted Yunfan's attention. Yuwang Gozhuan sword? Yunfan frowned and his tiger's body shook. The Yuwang Gojian sword was a famous antique, belonging to the bronze artifacts, which were worth a lot of money, all of which started at $100 million. It's a pity, the Yuwang Gojian sword is broken. The damage is quite serious. Now it is estimated to be worth a few million or more than enough. Yunfan muttered to himself with a gloomy expression, somewhat regretting it. Antiques are like this, but where there is a little wear and tear, the value is greatly reduced. Little brother Yunfan recognizes this? Gao Mingyuan, who was walking in front, stopped and asked suspiciously. Ha ha ha, that's natural. This is the sword of King Gojian of you. How could I not recognize it? Yunfan laughed and said lightly. It's just a pity that this sword was not well preserved, resulting in serious damage, but the collection value is still there. Yunfan would smile, His understanding of the Yuango Jin sword was still very profound. Indeed, when I saw the sword, it was already like this. I spent more than $6 million to buy it back. It's just a pity. It would be good if it could be restored to its original state. Gao Mingyuan nodded slightly, his expression filled with regret. Alright, let's not talk about this. Hurry up and take your seat. Thinking of something, Gao Mingyuan waved his hand and said, just as Yun Fan and Gao Weihan took their seats, outside the door, Lu Dahai arrived late. Uncle Gao, I heard that you're hosting me for dinner, and I've specially brought a gift for you, said Lu Dahai as he took out a box. This contains 1,000-year ginseng, worth millions. Ha ha ha, thank you little Lu. Little Lu is so polite. Even coming here you still bring a gift. Gao Mingyuan smiled and took the box. That's for sure. I'm not like some people. Come to dinner and still come empty-handed. Really don't mind the shame. After nodding modestly, Lu Dahai gazed at Yun Fan and said conspiratorially. The eyes were full of mockery. Chapter 58, A Man's Madness Leads to Trouble. In the face of Lu Dahai's cynicism, Yun Fan just laughed. Originally Yun Fan was planning to prepare to bring a gift. Gao Weihan said that he didn't need to bring it. He didn't expect to be mocked by Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai, shut your mouth. No one will take you as dumb if you don't speak. Gao Weihan was different, directly glaring at her eyes and coldly roaring. Ihan, isn't what I said the truth? Which person goes to someone else's house to eat for nothing? Lu Dahai intentionally increased his volume, which was meant for Yun Fan who was on the side, and even more so for Gao Mingyuan. Yun Fan was specially invited by my father. This dinner party is prepared for Yun Fan. He is the honored guest, while you were only invited in passing. Understand? Gao Weihan was not polite and directly said in a cold voice. This almost didn't give Lu Dahai enough anger, and at the same time, he was also a little surprised as to why Yun Fan was invited to the dinner by Gao Mingyuan. As for Yun Fan's background, Lu Dahai didn't know much about it, and only knew that Yun Fan was Gao Weihan's employee, a mere laborer. Who said I didn't bring a gift? Suddenly, Yun Fan, who hadn't said anything, opened his mouth, interrupting the argument between the two. Gao Weihan looked at Yun Fan with uncertainty. Whether Yun Fan had brought a gift or not, Gao Weihan knew best. Then where's your gift? How come I didn't see it? Lu Dahai looked around and asked in confusion. Uncle Gao, borrow your Yuango sword for a while. Yun Fan gazed at the Yuango Jin sword that was hanging in the corner not far away. Well, no problem. The crowd did not understand what Yun Fan's intentions were, including Gao Mingyuan, but still nodded in agreement. What do you want the Yuango Jin sword for? You wouldn't want to take Uncle Gao's Yuango Jin sword and give it to Uncle Gao, would you? You can do such a thing as left hand to right hand? Lu Dahai snorted lightly and sneered. Even Gao Weihan on the side frowned and looked at Yun Fan in puzzlement. Yun Fan smiled faintly and did not explain anything too much, saying that he directly placed the Yuang hook tramp sword on top of the table in front of the crowd. This time, Yun Fan did not intend to let the crowd evade. The main process of repairing the Yuango Jin sword was very simple. Just when the crowd was confused, Yun Fan started to repair the sword. The whole process lasted less than a minute. The originally exhausted Yuango Jin sword was now transformed into a brand new one, and the damaged areas had been restored as before, with no traces of damage visible at all. This, Gao Mingyuan looked at the brand new Yuango sword in Yun Fan's hand with a look of disbelief. Uncle Gao, take this as my gift to you. Yun Fan smiled evilly and handed the Yuango Jin sword in his hand to Gao Mingyuan. For Yun Fan, repairing the Yuango sword was not difficult, and after having the experience of repairing it for the first time, repairing it for the second time was also easy. Little brother Yun Fan, you actually know how to restore antiques? This gift uncle likes it too much. Gao Mingyuan excitedly hugged the Yuango Jin sword in his hands with a somewhat exuberant expression. He was very clear about how much the restored Yuango Jin sword was worth. From the current value of millions, it directly appreciated to hundreds of millions. At the same time, Gao Mingyuan's perception of Yun Fan increased by a few more points. Yun Fan, you don't just know how to restore a guzheng, you also know how to restore a bronze sword? Gao Weihan on the side was also jaw-dropped. For Yun Fan's skill in restoring antiques, Gao Weihan had already seen it back in the previous time when Ihan's pawnshop was there, but she was still shocked to see it again. All know a little bit. Yun Fan naively scratched the back of his head. At this time the most embarrassed belongs to the side of the Lu Dahai. Originally wanted to humiliate Yun Fan, who knew that he had lifted a stone and smashed his own foot, but instead let Yun Fan show off in front of the Gao family, making a big splash. Yun Fan, little brother. At first I heard my daughter say that you are very strong in appraisal of antiques and the like. I still don't believe it, but today I saw it, and it really made me Gao Mingyuan admire it. Gao Mingyuan looked at Yun Fan's eyes glowed. In Gao Mingyuan's view, can appraise antique jewelry, can be nothing, but can repair antique jewelry? This is the most powerful. There are not many people in the world who can do this craft. Uncle Gao is flattering. I just happened to read a few books about restoration, so I had the audacity to try it. Yunfan smiled modestly. Naturally he did not dare to be too ostentatious. There will be trouble if people are crazy. This Yunfan was still very clear. Oh, so Yunfan little brother knows a lot about this aspect of restoration? Gao Mingyuan frowned and seemed to have discovered some new continent. Yunfan also snorted. The entire dinner party. Yunfan was the center of attention. Basically it was Gao Mingyuan who struck up a conversation with Yunfan, while Lu Dahai became transparent. Before leaving, Gao Mingyuan shook Yunfan's hand. Yunfan little brother, our Gao Ming group needs such a talent as you. If it is possible, I can make you the general manager of Gao Ming group. For Yunfan, Gao Mingyuan really liked him too much. Such a talent must be kept by his side. Otherwise he would be a big scourge. Sorry, Uncle Gao. Mr. Gao is quite good to me. Yunfan smiled awkwardly and politely refused. As expected, Gaoihan was not happy. Dad, what do you mean, digging up my people in front of me? Gaoihan naturally knew Yunfan's ability and would not be able to let Yunfan go. Ha 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 ha, Dad is just joking. Seeing this, Gao Mingyuan laughed bashfully. Little brother Yunfan, my daughter in Jiangcheng will be entrusted to little brother Yunfan to take care of. After all, my daughter over there is not familiar with life, and she is not obedient. She has to go out and start her own business alone. Thinking of something, Gao Mingyuan shook his head with a dark expression inside. Yunfan also nodded, and at the same time, he probably knew why Gaoihan, who had such a background in the provincial city, had to go to Jiangcheng to open a pawnshop. It turned out that she wanted to come out alone to start her own business. Okay, Dad, not to talk to you. We'll go back to Jiangcheng first. We'll come back to see you some other day. Gaoihan said and hurriedly pulled Yunfan and left, fearing that if she stayed long Gao Mingyuan would try to rob Yunfan. Outside the door, Yunfan, wait for me, I'm going to the toilet. Gaoihan suddenly covered her stomach and whispered, good. Yunfan had just nodded his head when he saw Lu Dahai walking over with a gloomy face. Chapter 59, the rental house is on fire. Yunfan right, you brat better stay away from Gaoihan. It's best if I want to see you leave from Ihan pawnshop tomorrow. Otherwise, beware of the consequences. Lu Dahai threatened with a gloomy voice. From the words of Gao Mingyuan as well as Gaoihan's attitude towards Yunfan, Lu Dahai knew that his dream of becoming the son-in-law of the Gao family was almost shattered if he did not drive Yunfan away. Oh, exempt? Threatening me? If I don't leave, what can you do to me? Yunfan smiled contemptuously. Lu Dahai liked Gaoihan and pursued Gaoihan. Yunfan wouldn't even say anything about it, but he treated himself as a love rival and presumptuously tried to threaten himself. Yunfan wouldn't eat this set of words. Your kid is from Jiangcheng, right? As long as I'm in Jiangcheng, I can have 10,000 ways to let you die without a burial place. If you don't believe me, let's try it. Lu Dahai's shadowy eyes flashed a cold light. In Lu Dahai's opinion, Yunfan was still an ordinary person even if he was powerful. Then I will wait for you. Yunfan smiled contemptuously, expressing disdain in the face of the threat. Alright, you kid wait for me. Lu Dahai was panting heavily with anger. He was completely enraged. Anyone who dared to stand in his way of becoming the son-in-law of the Gao family had to be gotten rid of. Yunfan spread his hands and shrugged, then skimmed his lips and turned to leave. Gaoihan, who had finished using the restroom, walked over, glanced at Lu Dahai, who was not far away, and asked in a low voice, did Lu Dahai threaten you? Gaoihan knew Lu Dahai too well. After all, she had known him for several years. No, Yunfan little lied. It's good if there isn't. If he dares to threaten you tell me. I'll clean him up for you. Gaoihan's gaze was like a torch as she stared at Lu Dahai who was not far away and said in a domineering manner. Well, thank you, Mr. Gao. Yunfan nodded slightly. Then he got into Gaoihan's Porsche Cayenne. When he arrived in Jiangcheng, it was already more than 2 o'clock in the morning. In order not to bother Gaoihan, the car was parked in front of Gaoihan's house, and Yunfan took the initiative to ask to get off. Yunfan intends to drive his Phaeton home. Phaeton in the pawnshop garage parked. Just here from the pawnshop is not far. Just arrived at the pawnshop. Yunfan saw not far away from the sky, firelight sky, roadside on a number of fire trucks, siren present, but also startled a lot of sleeping passers-by. It's bad. Quickly put out the fire. Big Dream Park is on fire. Put out the fire. The passing masses, one by one, pulled their voices and shouted hysterically. Big Dream Park? Isn't that Shin Shuning's venue? Yunfan frowned and murmured to himself. Not good. Shine is in danger. After Yunfan heard the news, he dodged and sat in the Phaeton's cab. The rental house that Yunfan had rented was right next to the Great Dream Park, and looking at the situation, the fire in the Great Dream Park was ferocious. Coupled with the strong winds right now, in case it set the rental house ablaze, Yun Shiny would be in danger. Shinya, you mustn't have an accident. Yunfan stepped on the gas pedal to the end. The phaeton was like black lightning, darting wildly through the streets. In less than 20 minutes, Yunfan arrived downstairs in the neighborhood. At this time, there were already 5 or 6 fire trucks parked at the entrance. Firefighters were already putting out the fire, but the fire was too big and not yet under control, and Yunfan's rental house had long been surrounded by fire dragons. Shinny! Yunfan was shocked inwardly. Without saying a word, he got out of the car and rushed straight to the rental house. Danger! Hey! What are you doing? Don't go in. The fire inside is too big. A few firemen stopped Yunfan. My sister is inside. I'm going to save my sister. Yunfan yelled loudly, no longer caring about that much. His parents were no longer alive, and now only Yun Xiaoxiao, his younger sister, was left to depend on Yunfan. If Yunfan could not even protect his younger sister well, then he would have no face to face his parents in the 9 Springs. We already have members going in. You have to trust us. We will save your sister. The firefighter said gruffly. Captain, the fire in this neighborhood is too big. The neighborhood itself is too old. Plus the wiring is aging badly, causing the interior of the neighborhood to be pressurized to get people in. Suddenly, a few dirty firefighters rushed out from the sea of fire, panting. There's nothing we can do. We can only extinguish the fire in the park first. The fire in this neighborhood is completely transmitted from the fire in the park. The lead firefighter said. Let everyone all go to the park to extinguish the fire. The neighborhood fire is too big. Can't get in, can only wait for the park to finish extinguishing the fire before going. Yes. After getting the order, the firefighters directly rushed into the park next door. And at this time, Yunfan could not sit still any longer. Ignoring the objections, he rushed into the neighborhood alone. Yunfan knew that by the time the fire in the park was extinguished, the sister in the neighborhood would probably have burned to ashes. Couldn't care less. Just stepped into the sea of fire. A scorching wave of fire came to his face, lapping Yunfan, gasping for air. So hot. Yunfan, who was not wearing any protective clothing, used his arm to block his front and walked with difficulty in the direction of the rental house. During this time many burnt-down pillars were smashed across the ground. It was very dangerous and one would be hit if they were not careful. Yunfan could not care less now. I don't know how long it took, but Yunfan finally arrived at the downstairs of the rental house. Looking at the blazing waves of fire in front of him, Yunfan had a bad thought inside. Shinya! Without saying a word, Yunfan directly rushed up. What met his eyes was the red-hot house, so smoky that it choked one's eyes. It was hard to imagine that anyone could get to survive in such an environment. Yunfan kicked open the door that was burning out. His eyes kept searching, trying to find his sister's figure. Shinya, can you hear my brother's voice? Yunfan shouted loudly, wanting Yun Shoshin to give a response. However, half a day went by without a single response. This made Yunfan realize that the situation was a little bad. In this kind of environment, no one could stay in the afternoon at all, let alone an 8-year-old girl. Damn it! I should have known that I wouldn't have gone to the provincial city. Yunfan's teeth were clenched and his fists were clenched with a look of regret. Chapter 60, Heavy Losses. It was hard for Yunfan to imagine that if his sister died because of his sloppiness, Yunfan would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Just as Yunfan was in pain, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the bathroom. Even though the sound was small, Yunfan still heard it. Sure, Noah, is that you? Yunfan was delighted and hurriedly walked towards the bathroom. When he heard the movement getting more and more violent, Yunfan knew that his sister was definitely alive and was inside the bathroom. As expected, not even a minute after the first move, Yunfan managed to find his sister in the bathroom. It must be said that his sister was very smart. The first moment of the fire, hid in the bathroom and was covered with a wet quilt. This was completely the standard for fire escape. Very often, the moment the fire comes, the whole house is on fire at the same time. Want to escape from the door at the first time? Almost unlikely. Jumping out the window is even more dangerous. The only way is to hide in the bathroom, with a wet towel to cover the mouth, and covered with a quilt on their own. It is best to use the water from the faucet to wet the quilt, which can effectively stop the smoke choking the nose, suffocated to death. It will also stop the fire from spreading and burning itself. To a greater extent it can improve the chances of survival. Shinny, wake up, brother is here to save you. Yunfan hugged the already fainted Yun Xiaoshan and ran directly outside. Currently, Yun Xiaoxiao's breathing was very weak, and although hiding in the bathroom did ward off quite a bit of the fire, she was still more or less choking on the smoke. On the way back, the fire was getting bigger and bigger. Yunfan's back was hit by a piece of wooden pillar, and he couldn't care less about the physical pain, just wanted to take Yun Xiaoxiao out of the fire. Shen Shunning, who was just in her sleep, received a phone call, and the whole person sat up directly from the bed, dozing off. Okay, I know, I'll be right there. After dropping this, Shen Shunning directly put on her clothes with a serious face. Just now, Shin Shunning received a call from her secretary, saying that a fire had occurred in the industrial park, and currently the entire park had been burned to the ground, and the fire had yet to diminish. The Great Dream Industrial Park was Shin Group's jewelry storage warehouse, which stored a large amount of jewelry, all ready to be sent to major distributors. It was worth nearly several hundred million RMB, but it was mercilessly destroyed by a fire. By the time Shin Shunning arrived at the scene, the fire had already been brought under control, but the Great Dream Industrial Park had also been burned beyond recognition. At this time, the secretary panted and came over. Mr. Shin, this fire in the park, at the same time triggered a fire in the neighborhood next door, resulting in 5 deaths, more than 50 injuries, and the property damage is incalculable for the time being. Shin Shunning frowned and said with a grave expression, "What was the cause of the fire?" Shin Shunning was very curious about this, knowing that the Great Dream Park had a history of more than 10 years and had never had a fire. This time it was too sudden. It was an employee of the park, who intentionally set the fire. Currently the employee has turned himself in, and took all the responsibility. The secretary also felt very strange. After setting the fire, the employee didn't intend to leave at all, but took the initiative to call the police to turn himself in. Send me that employee's information. Right, the property loss caused by this fire to others. Countdown. Hold a press conference after dawn. At the same time the aftermath work should be done well. The compensation must stabilize the public anger. Shin Shunning thought of something, explained. She knew that this arson incident, absolutely not as simple as imagined. There are too many suspicious places. Of course, the priority now is how to give an explanation to the general public. Because the fire in the Great Dream Park, causing 5 deaths and dozens of injuries, it is bound to cause no small sensation. And if the public opinion is not handled well, Shin's group may be deeply involved. Okay, Mr. Shin, I'll go prepare. The secretary nodded like garlic, also knowing the seriousness of the matter. Aha! Shin Shunning nodded and watched the secretary's departure. How could the fire suddenly start? I guess we can only find out the clear reason from that internal employee. Shin Shunning frowned slightly and said to herself. In Shin Shunning's opinion, all this is too bizarre. Shin Shunning feels that someone is deliberately trying to mess with Shin Group, but there is no evidence. Just when Shin Shunning was in deep thought, a silhouette not far away attracted Shin Shunning's attention. Yun Fan? Shin Shunning froze for a moment, not expecting to meet Yun Fan in this place, but Yun Fan was holding a girl in his arms, making Shin Shunning realize that the situation was not right. Yun Fan, your sister this is. Shin Shunning hurriedly ran over, vaguely guessing what was going on. Somewhat surprised, Yun Fan, who was exhausted, looked up and realized that Shin Shunning was standing not far away, which made Yun Fan a little angry. If Shin Shunning's park hadn't caught fire, the rental house that his sister lived in wouldn't have had a fire. Aren't you asking knowingly? Do you know how many people were lost due to the fire in your park? Yun Fan responded in a good-natured manner. It was good that his sister's life was not in any danger. Otherwise Yun Fan would not have let Shin Shunning off the hook. Facing Yun Fan's questioning, Shin Shunning did not know how to answer for a moment. I'm sorry, the park is on fire. The person in charge, have an unshirkable responsibility. We will give an explanation to the light masses. Shin Shunning bowed and apologized deeply. She also did not expect this kind of thing to happen. If one did not handle it well, maybe Shin's group will have to eat jail, or even buy the whole Jiangqing sealed sand is possible. Yun Fan did not care, turned around and left with his sister, because the rental house cannot live. Sister now need to recuperate. Yun Fan decisively found a hotel, temporarily living a few days. The rental houses certainly cannot live, now can only first live in the hotel, the follow-up and slowly looking for a suitable house. After making a good attention, Yun Fan came to the hotel, gave his sister a simple check on the injury. Yun Fan was relieved. His sister only need a few days of simple recuperation, and no big problem. Yun Fan then went to the bathroom to take a shower. Meanwhile, the voice next door attracted Yun Fan's attention. Yes, well done. Have you made arrangements for his family? A familiar voice reflected in his ears. Chapter 61, The Walls Have Ears. At night, from the provincial capital back to the sea and did not go home, but directly to a hotel room, intends to have a good time. In the provincial city suffered a lot of anger. Lu Dahai home naturally want to vent. Do not dare to Gaoihan hands, can only be converted into desire on the rest of the girls. Right after Lu Dahai finished having fun, he received a call from his housekeeper. Hearing that one of the Shin family's parks had been set on fire, he was excited for a moment, knowing that that park was the most important park of the Shin family. And this fire, at the very least, the loss of a few $100 million to start with. The main thing is that it can bring a lot of public pressure on the Shin family, without spending a single soldier. It can bring about the destruction of the Shin family. Why not? Back to Lu Shao. It has been arranged. he is childless and childless, just an old mother, a filial son in himself. The $500,000 promised to him for his current treatment has also arrived. The butler smiled evilly and said faintly, "That's right, they bought a general laborer in the park, mainly because of the detailed investigation of all these workers. One of them attracted the attention of the general laborer. It is just the right time to bully and seduce, so that at arson, the top bag, can. This time things do good, worth encouraging, but just with this to pull down the Shin family, almost unlikely. This time we need to step up." Lu Dahai nodded as if pounding garlic, thought of something, the corners of his mouth overflowed with a smile. The butler also nodded heavily. "Right, there's one more thing. I need you to help investigate. There's a person called Yunfan in our Zhangchang. You help me send me his details. I want to make this person unable to mix in Zhangchang." Lu Dahai thought of something, his smile directly solidified as he said with an angry look, "There has never been a person who looked straight into his eyes with and against himself. Only this Yunfan," made Lu Dahai very irritated. "Alright, young Lu, if there is nothing else, then I will hang up first, not to disturb young Lu's rest." After the housekeeper dropped these words, he then hung up the phone. At this time, Lu Dahai was not aware that there were ears on the partition wall, and turned around and dropped the cell phone, turning his gaze to the naked woman on the bed. "Chick, come on, brother can't wait." Lu Dahai rubbed his fists, swallowed his saliva. A tiger pounce, directly pounced on the woman on the bed. The two people staged a good show. The fire in the park was set by people sent by Lu Dahai? Yunfan frowned and murmured to himself. In the beginning, Yunfan thought that this was entirely Shin Group's own negligence. A factory park under normal circumstances would basically have its own firefighting team, and the firefighting equipment would also be very perfect. But I didn't expect Shin's Group, such a big company, but also happened this kind of low-level error. I didn't think that there was another hidden meaning. Lu Dahai has friction with the Shin family, right? Oh, don't you want to put me to death? Then let's see who dies first. Yunfan smiled evilly and murmured. Yesterday in the provincial city, Yunfan clearly felt the killing aura that Lu Dahai emitted, which was enough to prove that Lu Dahai was not telling lies. He really wanted to kill Yunfan. Since this was the case, then Yunfan might as well strike first, although he didn't know what kind of conflict Lu Dahai had with Shin Shunning. But the enemy of the enemy is a friend, which Yunfan was also very clear about. Saying this, Yunfan sent an email to Shin Shunning in an anonymous form. After that, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, at the dawn of the day, Shin Group held a press conference for reporters regarding the fire within the Great Dream Garden area last night. The audience as well as the media that came to this press conference was very large, and everyone issued a verbal denunciation of Shin Clan Group for yesterday's fire. If it was simply a fire in the Great Dream Park, the crowd wouldn't have said anything, but the main thing was that the fire had sparked a fire in the neighborhood next to it. It caused 5 deaths and dozens of injuries. Is that employee's information investigated? Shin Shunning, who had just come down from the conference and was under countless pressure, asked, holding her forehead. Investigated clearly, Mr. Shin. That employee is a local of our Zhangchang. In the early years, his father died accidentally while working at the construction site, and the black-hearted businessman pays a few tens of thousands of dollars for the burial fee. Its mother then took the burial fee to pull him up, and then dropped out of school. His mother is also seriously ill. He then every month to earn money basically all take home to his mother to cure the disease, and also do not have the energy and money to marry a wife and children. As for the rest, it can't be investigated. The secretary nodded and truthfully told what she knew. After learning what happened to the employee, he was also very sympathetic. Can we visit him at the police station now? Perhaps from him we can find out who actually triggered this accident. Shin Shunning looked at the secretary and asked word by word. Now Shin Clan Group had arrived at the tip of the storm. Countless reporters and viewers were waiting for a reply from Shin Clan Group. In fact, Shin's Group was also a victim of this fire, with losses amounting to hundreds of millions of dollars. Now many people are pointing the finger at Shin's Group. Mismanagement, fire facilities are not in place. This is simply mute, cannot speak. Nowadays, if you want Shin's Group to withdraw from the tip of the storm, the best way to save Shin's Group from being like water and fire is to find the real black hand behind the scene. Not for the time being, it seems to be in the interrogation stage now, and according to internal sources, that employee has already taken all the blame, biting down on the fact that it was him who fanned the fire. The secretary shook her head slightly and patiently explained, could it really be that employee's own operational error that caused the fire? No, I think this possibility is almost very small. From the look on his face when he was arrested, it's not hard to see that he knew his own end. Very frankly, as if he was prepared in advance. Shin Shunning shook her head like a rattle, analyzing herself. This was not in line with a person's psychology. Then what should we do now? Now everyone is venting their anger on us. Public opinion is very unfavorable. The secretary also deeply agreed with Shin Shuning's analysis. First give the compensation in place, appease the deceased as well as the families of the injured. As for the rest, take one step at a time. Shin Shunning touched her forehead and said with a headache, "Good, then I'll go and deal with it first." The secretary left after saying that. At this moment, the secretary had just left with his front foot, and the chairman, Shin Qingshan, also came down from a black Toyota Alpha with an anxious face. Chapter 62 Anonymous Mail. Dad, why did you come? Shin Shunning was a little surprised when she saw Shin Qingshan for the first time. Why can't I come? Shin Clan Group happened such a big thing. Why didn't you notify me in the first place? Shin Qingshan asked back with a cold snort, a little angry. Dad, isn't it because I don't want you to worry? Shin Shunning was a little embarrassed, but still answered truthfully. I'm even more worried if you don't say it. Do you think this is something small? Do you know how big the public opinion pressure is now? Now our Shin Group's reputation is lopsided. Your father's reputation that he has accumulated for most of his life is going to be ruined because of this matter. Shin Qingshan asked a series of rhetorical questions, his anger flaring to the sky. Dad, I will solve this matter. I don't need you to worry about it, and I won't let Shin's group fall. Shin Shunning said solemnly, knowing her father's concern. Then how are you resolving it now? Shin Qingshan laughed lightly and asked in return. Shin Shunning was a little embarrassed. For a while some like a fish in the throat. What me? Isn't it left to you to solve? Shin Qingshan looked at Shin Shunning and said forcefully. Dad, I said leave it to me to solve. Then I can definitely solve it. If you don't believe me, then why did you want me to come back? Why did you leave Shin's group to me to deal with it? Shin Shuning some annoyed. Usually she is basically for their father is obedient. From childhood to basically are in the father's arrangements under the growth. Until now Shin Shunning is basically like this. But this will bring Shin Shunning a lot of pain. She also want to have their own ideas. Do not want to be a tool person at the mercy of others. Shuning Dad is also in a momentary hurry. You should not be angry with Dad. The public opinion this time is really too bad for us. If we can't solve it earlier, I'm afraid that it will be hard for our provincial and municipal group to stand firm in Jiangqing this time. Shin Qingshan knew that there was something bad about his attitude, so he apologized, and spoke out his true thoughts. That's why I said Dad you just leave it to me to solve it, and if you really can't solve it, you can step in again. Shin Shunning is a more responsible person. This matter itself is Shin Shunning's own responsibility, and now that this kind of thing has happened, Shin Shunning must be responsible in the end. That's fine. What do you need Dad to help you just say? Shin Qingshan also nodded. Also know his daughter is a kind of person. Once his daughter decided things, even if it is 8 horses cannot pull back. Don't look at the usual Shin Shunning are very listen to their own words, but sometimes Shin Shunning is very stubborn. Shin Shunning nodded. Then Dad you go back first. After saying these words, Shin Shunning returned to her office and poured herself a cup of coffee. After that, she rubbed her head and basically didn't sleep for the whole night from last night until now. Just when Shin Shunning was at a loss, she suddenly heard a message from her email, opened it and took a look. It was a recording. The general content is that Lu Dahai said that this matter is his manipulation. Lu Dahai's voice Shin Shunning was very clear. This was an enemy. I guessed that the arsonist's general worker had a problem, but I just didn't think that Lu Dahai's hand was so long that it could reach inside my staff. But the curious thing is who sent this email? After checking the content, Shin Shunning frowned and the whole person expressed doubts. But no matter how one checked, they couldn't find out who the sender actually was. The sender had sent it in an anonymous form. But this also gave Shin Shunning an opening to solve the case. At least now Shin Shunning knew that this matter was behind Lu Dahai's ghost, so it would be much simpler if she wanted to investigate it again. Hey, help me find out where the IP of this email is? Who is this person? Saying that, Shin Shunning directly picked up the phone and said to her secretary. The owner of this anonymous email had helped Shin Shunning a great deal. If it wasn't for the owner of this anonymous email, Shin Shunning still didn't know who was secretly causing trouble. She only knew that there was definitely a problem with this general laborer of hers, but Shin Shunning didn't know exactly where there was a problem, especially now at this juncture. If the case could not be solved as soon as possible, it would be very unfavorable for Shin Group. Okay, Mr. Shin, I will give you an answer as soon as possible, the secretary said with conviction after nodding. Shin Shunning nodded and then went directly to the hospital. Shin Shunning knew that the possibility of knowing clues directly from this person's mouth was almost slim. The only way to do it was to start from the family. That is to say, from this general worker's mother to start. After all, this employee is a filial son. Filial son, the most concerned should also be their own mother. So that Shin Shunning is almost the right medicine. Yun Fan, who was the instigator, did not rush to the pawnshop, but chose to take a vacation from Gaoihan. The rental house has now been burned down, so now we can only find another place to go. And the best thing is to buy a villa that is almost as big. Incidentally, he hired a few more cooking ants, so that Yunfan wouldn't have to worry about the problem of no one picking up and dropping off his sister to and from school, and no one at home to cook for her. Shinya, can brother take you to a new home in a while? Yunfan stroked Yun Shoushine, who was lying on the bed, and said softly. Originally, Yun Xiaoxio's injuries were so serious that she went to the hospital for treatment, but Yunfan's medical skills were too superb, and she pulled back directly from the Naiha bridge, but it still needed to recuperate for 2 days. Ah, brother, is it that the previous home was burned down? Lying on the bed, Yun Xiaoxio was also very smart and asked in a milky voice, what happened yesterday? Yun Xiaoxio was also aware of. At that time, after Yun Xiaoxio noticed the fire, the first thing she did was to run to the toilet. This was something that the teacher had taught him in school, and Yun Xiaoxin had directly learned from it. Well, it doesn't matter if it burns down. Brother will immediately give Shinya a new home yet, or a super big house, so that Shinya will be like a princess. Yunfan said with doting eyes, but changing to a new home is very expensive pinch. We don't have the money. Yun Xiaoxio thought of something and said with her head lowered. There is money. Brother has money. Whatever Shinya wants, brother can buy it. Yunfan suddenly inwardly trembled. Usually Shinya has too many bitter days. Saving money for Yunfan. Basically not spending money indiscriminately. Understanding heartbreaking. Good, yeah. Shinya wants Barbie dolls. Wants candy canes. Wants so much more. Yunshine immediately clapped and said happily, instantly opening up the conversation box. No problem. No problem. When Shinya gets better, I'll bring Shinya to buy it. Yunfan immediately picked up Yun Xiaoxin and smiled gratefully. Good. Then brother will go and get busy first, and come back to pick up Shinya when he's done. Yun Xiaoxin nodded and said knowingly, aha. Yunfan stroked Yun Xiaoxin's head, explained a couple sentences and left. Yunfan intended to buy a finely decorated house, the kind that could be moved into directly. As for Yun Xiaoxio's lunch issue, Yunfan had already contacted the hotel front desk and would send it over. The safety issue was worth guaranteeing. Chapter 63, intercepted halfway. After making up his mind, Yunfan drove his phaeton and went directly to one of the most luxurious villa sales offices in Zhengcheng. Just as he was about to get off the car, Yunfan's cell phone rang. It was the supervisor of Yihan Pawnshop, Zhang Mei, calling. Yunfan felt a little strange, thinking that it was something work-related, and picked up the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Yu? Zhang Mei asked in a panic. It's me. What's wrong? Yunfan asked suspiciously. For this Zhang Mei, Yunfan actually didn't have much of an impression of her, only remembering when she first came to Yihan to beat up Dang Xing. This Zhang Mei didn't sneer at herself a lot, but also after all of them were given a face by herself. She has always been in the state of a transparent person. I have evidence here of Zhang Wanson provoking the masses and pressuring Yihan Pawnshop as well as Mr. Yun, as well as evidence of Zhang Wanson sucking on gambling and whoring. If Mr. Yun needs it, pack it up and send it to Mr. Yun's mailbox right away, Zhang Mei said seriously over the phone. This made Yunfan stunned. At first Yunfan thought he had heard wrong, until after hearing Zhang Mei's explanation, Yunfan realized that Zhang Mei and Zhang Wanson had known each other for a long time, and the last pressure thing, really is Zhang Wanson from behind the ghost. At that time, Zhang Hui already knew that it was Zhang Wanson, but there was no concrete evidence and no time to start investigating, so he directly followed Gaoyihan to the provincial capital. But this time after receiving the evidence, Yunfan realized that there are actually so many things and people involved in it. Simply put, Zhang Wanson and Zhang Beautiful, two people engaged in broken shoes. But now Zhang Wanson abandoned Zhang Beautiful. Zhang Beautiful annoyed, directly to destroy Zhang Wanson. This is the so-called cannot get to destroy. So that Yunfan cannot help but feel that the woman is actually still very scary. Offend anyone, also do not offend women. What Yunfan did not expect is that this Zhang Wanson actually still subjected to Luo Xiaodong's instructions. This makes Yunfan cannot help but to Luo Xiaodong's hatred increased by a few points. Originally, Yunfan did not put Luo Xiaodong in his eyes, but this Luo Xiaodong had to be repeatedly, again and again deaf. This completely enraged Yunfan. Alright, I know. Yunfan nodded. After hanging up the phone, Yunfan directly handed over the evidence to the police uncle's side. Originally, now Zhang Wanson is in a state of bail. That is to say, during this period Zhang Wanson is not able to break any laws. Even if it is just the simplest fights and assaults will go straight in. Now in the case of the evidence is so conclusive, Zhang Wanson is completely less prison disaster. Even if the gods came, this time also cannot save him. After that, Yunfan went to the sales department. Luo Xiaodong will naturally clean up when Yunfan has the time. Hello sir, may I ask how can I help you? A young man in a suit walked over and greeted respectfully. Recommend a better villa in your development. The price doesn't matter. As long as it's cost effective, any amount will do. Yunfan said indifferently, spelling out his purpose. What Yunfan wanted to buy was a villa. the environment was definitely the most important, as well as the layout of the villa was the top priority. As for the price, as long as it wasn't too outrageous it was acceptable, and the current Yunfan could be equivalent to a multi-millionaire. Currently we are selling better here. Currently we are selling better villas here. Is this landscape manor in front of us? The villas here are not the most expensive in our development, but the cost performance is extremely high. The male sales smiled and immediately pointed to a mock building not far away, explaining seriously, there are about 20 separate villas inside the landscape manor, priced between roughly 5 million to 10 million. The room types here are basically similar. The only difference is the floor area. If sir is interested, I can take you to take a look. It just so happens that there's only the last one left. The male salesman was very polite and said methodically, yes. Yunfan nodded. This price, if it was within Yunfan's ability, if it was above $10 million, Jiang Huai might not be too likely to consider it, but it didn't matter if it was a few million. The main thing was to pursue cost-effectiveness. In the future, this villa is Yunfan and his sister 2 people live. In the future, then there may be his girlfriend 3 people live. Almost can be. Under the leadership of the difficult sales, Yunfan came to in front of the villa area, a large plaque at the door with the 4 big words Shanshui Manor. Just the gate, Yunfan found are very huge. It was quite a bit larger than the general university gates and was very luxurious. There were also 2 stone lions standing here at the entrance. It looks very majestic and domineering, and if you walk inside, you can really see a lot of buildings, all of which are detached villas. Green water and mountains. Greening is very good. The environment is also very beautiful. The main thing is also very quiet. Outside some of the traffic sound here simply cannot hear. The air is also very fresh, as if coming to the paradise of the world in general, should say not to say. Just this outside infrastructure are already enough to attract Yunfan. This neighborhood walk about 500 m or so. There are kindergartens, elementary schools, junior high schools are in this neighborhood, and shopping malls, hospitals are also very convenient. The male salesman continued to explain, by the way, the villas here have basically been decorated in advance. If you are not too satisfied with our decoration, you can also decorate your own extra. How much is the last one? Yunfan asked directly, for the villa in front of him was very satisfied. Whether it was the greening conditions or say the surrounding facilities and the fine decoration, all made Yunfan feel very satisfied. The price is at 6 million. If you want to handle the down payment, our side is also able to help you for free. The male salesman smiled. No down payment, direct full payment. Yunfan directly took out his bank card. Very atmospheric. The male salesman was directly confused, completely not expecting the Yunfan in front of him to be so atmospheric. After a short period of surprise, he hurriedly picked up Yunfan's bank card and was ready to go back to the sales department to swipe his card. Then sir, you come with me to the entrance of the sales department to take a break. The male salesman immediately nodded his head and looked at Yunfan as his god of wealth. Aha! Yunfan nodded. The male salesman was pouring water and serving snacks, afraid of treating Yunfan badly. Soon, 3 minutes time the male salesman came over, only with a bitter face. Sorry sir, the last villa was cut off halfway. The male salesman had a helpless look on his face. He had thought that his commission had arrived. Who knew that the cooked duck had flown away? It was impossible for anyone to be happy. Chapter 64, one phone call and you're out of business. What do you mean? Yunfan was a little confused. Didn't he say that there was still the last villa? Why did he suddenly say that there was no more? The thing is like this, there was indeed the last villa left, but it was preempted by our manager and sold to someone else. The male salesman was also bitter, and did not dare to clamor with his manager. After all, he was his top boss. Everything has to be about a first come first served, right? Where is your manager? I'll go find him. Yunfan instantly had some anger. He had easily seen his favorite house, and said that he had been preempted by someone else. Our manager is across the street. The male salesman was also dumbfounded, but still answered truthfully. If Yunfan could find a way to get this villa, then the commission would still belong to him. Yunfan directly found the manager of the sales department without saying a word. Just as he was about to speak, he found 2 acquaintances, Luo Xiaodong, Tu Xinxin. Yunfan frowned, when he saw these 2 people have some dumbfounded, really narrow road when buying a car. It was fine to meet these 2 people in a Ford store, but he didn't expect to see these 2 people in the sales department when buying a house. At this moment, Luo Xiaodong and Tu Xinxin also found Yunfan. Yunfan? Why are you here too? You're not here to buy a house too, are you? Which one do you fancy? You just finished buying a car, and you're here for the down payment again? Luo Xiaodong was surprised by Yunfan's presence, and at the same time, he couldn't help but start sneering. It seemed like he had forgotten the pain after the scar. For the last time Yunfan was able to afford a phaeton. It could only be said that Yunfan was more lucky and earned some money. but for Yun Fan to come to this building to sell villas words, Luo Xiaodong is naturally impossible to believe. Only possible to think that Yun Fan is to buy ordinary commercial housing to pay a down payment. Now the down payment is not particularly expensive. 2 to 300,000 will be able to afford to buy. You are the manager of this property, right? I bought this villa first. It's not appropriate for you to intervene halfway, right? Yun Fan did not pay attention to Luo Xiaodong's taunts, but came to the manager and said seriously, I'm sorry sir, there's no such thing as first come first served. As long as you haven't paid the money yet, then everyone is allowed to buy. And Luo Xiao is an old customer of ours here. We definitely have to serve our old customers first. The manager in front of him did not pay attention to Yun Fan's questioning, but said to himself, hear that, Yun Fan, I'm an old customer here. I'm also a member here. I enjoy all the priority. Seeing this, Luo Xiaodong's mouth grinned, his eyes full of mockery. The whole person was very happy, very satisfied with this answer from the manager. Luo Xiaodong came here this time because he wanted to buy a matrimonial home. He was about to get married to Tu Xinxin. Although he said that Luo Xiaodong didn't have much money in his hands right now, but Luo Xiaodong asked his parents to ask for a little money, first to the wedding room to buy, cannot delay the wedding. This is directly with Tu Xinxin to buy a villa to come. The last car was also the bride price. How much do you members here? Yun Fan looked directly at the male sales behind him and asked. It was obvious that this sales manager in front of him had some reality. It basically defended Luo Xiaodong. Sir, our members here need to spend 10 million. The male sales still answered truthfully. Yun Fan, you wouldn't want to angrily charge 10 million in a fit of rage, would you? Luo Xiaodong, who was not far away, burst into laughter, thinking that Yun Fan was joking. After all, Yun Fan had only just finished spending more than $2 million on the phaeton, and now he wanted to charge 10 million. This was basically impossible. Yun Fan had only been divorced for how long? How could he possibly mix from a penniless person to a multimillionaire? Don't be funny, don't delay. This is the wedding house for me and my baby. After we buy it we'll almost start preparing for the wedding. We'll definitely invite you to the wedding then. When Luo Xiaodong finished this sentence, he purposely put his hand on Tu Xinxin's buttocks and pinched it fiercely. The whole person was very lewd, and did so in order to intentionally anger Yun Fan. Hate it. So many people are watching it hubby. Go home and get it again. Tu Xinxin is also very good at doing things. Directly said with affection, giving a feeling of refusal. Very seductive. Good it. Today must serve me well. After all, the car, the house are going to buy you. Luo Xiaodong smiled lewdly. Do you think you have the money to buy this house? In the face of Luo Xiaodong's humiliation, Yun Fan did not take it to heart, but instead faintly asked back, why don't you have the money? Isn't this villa just $6 million? How humiliating it must be if you can't even take out $6 million. Luo Xiaodong asked directly in return, not understanding Yun Fan. Why did he ask this? This villa does indeed have 6 million, but immediately I make a call down. You will be penniless. Yun Fan smiled thoughtfully. Originally, Yun Fan did not put Luo Xiaodong in his eyes, but this Luo Xiaodong was like a jumping clown, pretending in front of Yun Fan all the time, which made Yun Fan really couldn't stand it anymore and decided to get rid of Luo Xiaodong. Are you kidding me? Just you still want to make me penniless with one phone call? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're the richest man in our Jiangcheng? Luo Xiaodong immediately looked as if he had heard some funny joke. These words coming out of Yun Fan's mouth were simply ridiculous. Yun Fan, do you know what my husband does? My husband has opened about 10 pawn shops in Jiangcheng, big and small, and his worth is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not something you, a little loser, can compare to. Tu Xinxin, who hadn't said anything, opened her mouth. In Tu Xinxin's opinion, Luo Xiaodong's position of strength, although said to be less than the top, but certainly more than the bottom, it was stronger than the Tu family. Otherwise it would be impossible to choose to be with Luo Xiaodong. Then let's give it a try. Yun Fan smiled evilly and did not do much explaining, so he directly took out the phone. Ha 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 ha, you're really starting to act up. Yun Fan, if you can really make me go bankrupt, then I'll even call you father directly. Luo Xiaodong unabashedly covered his stomach and directly laughed loudly. Chapter 65, Acquiring a Company for $10 million. If Yun Fan had made a little money at the pawnshop during this time, then it was understandable, but it was not so arrogant that a single phone call could bankrupt him. This was simply heavenly. Yun Fan, you don't really think that just because you've made a little money in the pawnshop, you think you're the king of heaven, right? You still have to keep a low profile if you want to mix in this society. Too much publicity, and you're afraid that when the time comes, you won't even know how you died. Tu Xinxin instantly snapped as well, the corner of her mouth involuntarily hooking up an evil smile. In the face of Yun Fan's arrogance and dominance, Tu Xinxin only felt that there were some surprises. This was diametrically opposed to the previous Yun Fan's character. But Tu Xinshin was also able to understand. After all, the current Yunfan had also made a little money, which made Tu Xinshin gnash her teeth. Seeing that Yunfan could make money was really harder than losing money herself. But things had come to this. But this can only be accepted. But this income for Tu Xinshin for words is naturally not in the eyes. This amount of money Tu Xinshin own pawnshop can also earn. Not to mention Luo Xiaodong. Yunfan still did not pay any attention, but directly dialed Song Jifei's phone. Hey, Fei, do you know about Xiaodong pawnshop? Yunfan said with bated breath after dialing the phone. No, what's wrong, brother Fan? Song Jifei nodded and asked suspiciously. How many assets does he have in total? Help me acquire them. Yunfan was truly annoyed this time. Originally, Yunfan did not intend to be so general with Luo Xiaodong, but Luo Xiaodong had been provoking Yunfan, so Yunfan naturally could not just sit back and watch. Almost $10 million will be able to acquire it, mainly because his family seems to have had a bit of a change of heart during this period of time, and their assets have all shrunk drastically. Song Jifei nodded and answered truthfully. Acquire it directly and merge it into our company. Yunfan said directly without even thinking. The company that Yunfan had started on his own was still in its infancy, and now there was just the right lack of a more mature company that could be slightly more profitable. The main thing is that Luo Xiaodong's company, Yunfan had already had an understanding of it, although it is not one of the best in Jiangchang, but it is still considered to be famous, and it is also able to make money. Okay, brother Fan. Although Song Jifei did not understand why Yunfan did this, but since Yunfan had said so, Song Jifei could only do as he was told. With that, he hung up the phone. Yunfan, you're drunk, aren't you? $10 million and you want to acquire my family's industry? Are you daydreaming all day long? Are you getting delusions of grandeur? $10 million to pay off a beggar? Luo Xiaodong saw Yunfan hanging up the phone and said with a snort. During Luo Xiaodong's family industry's heyday, it was indeed worth hundreds of millions of dollars in market value. But a while ago, the losses were particularly severe, coupled with his own brother's imprisonment. It led to the family industry continuing to lose money. But no matter how, it is not possible to be worth only 10 million whether or not it's to send out a caller. You'll know in a moment. Yunfan smiled faintly. Currently the available amount in Yunfan's hand totaled more than 20 million. 10 million was used to purchase Luo Xiaodong's property, 6 million to purchase a villa, and the rest was waiting to start a business. Yunfan had basically utilized the money in his hand just right, knowing what he should do, not going to spend it frivolously, and also basically using it on the knife edge. Just as Luo Xiaodong was about to continue mocking Yunfan, he suddenly received a call from his father. Son, where are you? Luo Xiaodong's father asked in a panic. What's wrong, Dad? I'm out buying a house with my baby. Luo Xiaodong asked with a puzzled face. Gradually, he realized that something was wrong. Normally, his father would not call himself, but today, he actually took the initiative to call himself and was very nervous, as if something had happened. Did you offend someone outside? Father's voice had some urgency, as if there was some fear. I didn't offend anyone. What's wrong? Luo Xiaodong scratched the back of his head with some uncertainty, so he didn't know why his father was asking this. Our company was just bought by someone else for $10 million. We have nothing left now. Luo Xiaodong's father sighed and said truthfully, if it's because you've offended someone, I think you should tell me truthfully and we'll go apologize to someone at the door. Luo Xiaodong's father said with a wary face. The pawnshop was the Luo family's heart and soul for several lifetimes, passed down for several generations, and contained too many things. If it was because of Luo Xiaodong, and it led to bankruptcy, then the ancestors would not forgive. I just offended a Yunfan. He is an ordinary employee of a pawnshop and there is no money to acquire our company At this time Luo Xiaodong looked at Yunfan not far away with a puzzled face, only to see a faint smile on Yunfan's face. Luo Xiaodong was very puzzled. Just now, Yunfan did make a phone call and acquired his family's property for $10 million. At that time, Luo Xiaodong still mocked Yunfan, thinking that Yunfan was in the sky, but now the words made Luo Xiaodong have to think that what Yunfan had just said was true. You hurry up and confess and apologize to the others, or else the family's company will be taken over and we'll really have nothing left. Luo Xiaodong's father said with a serious face. Okay, I know, Dad. Luo Xiaodong nodded his head like pounding garlic. At this moment, Luo Xiaodong really panicked. Chapter 66, Buying a Villa. Luo Xiaodong also did not expect Yunfan to actually have such a strong strength, and had always treated Yunfan as if he were a small piece of trash. It was not until this moment today that Luo Xiaodong realized that Yunfan was not a little trash. The little trash was himself. What's wrong, hubby? Tu Xinshin on the side did not understand what had happened and asked softly. Let's go apologize to Yunfan. Luo Xiaodong was completely flustered. He had thought that Yunfan was a nobody, but now he realized that Yunfan should have his own strength, and had been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger all along. Why, hubby, You're not kidding. What's the point of apologizing to Yun Fan for a good reason? Does he deserve it? Tu Xinshin asked in surprise, very confused. Thinking that she had heard wrong, the usual Luo Xiaodong was quite repulsive and mocking towards Yun Fan. Not to mention he would apologize to the general. Not insulting Yun Fan would be considered burning incense. Listen, stop fooling around and hurry up to apologize, Luo Xiaodong said very seriously. For the sake of the company, for the sake of the family industry, Luo Xiaodong was willing to go apologize with Yun Fan. Luo Xiaodong was very clear. If he once went bankrupt, Tu Xinshin was the first person to leave him. In order to not let himself be betrayed by the public, Luo Xiaodong would rather apologize with Yun Fan. Why give me a reason? Tu Xin expressed her great shock. More than that, she didn't understand what Luo Xiaodong was thinking. I'll go myself if you don't apologize. Luo Xiaodong couldn't care less. Ignoring the obstruction, he went directly to Yun Fan, who was not far away. I'm sorry, just now I was too impulsive and said something that's set to hit you. I hope you forgive me. Luo Xiaodong already couldn't care so much. Directly put down his face and came in front of Yun Fan to apologize. Originally Luo Xiaodong thought that he would never be able to apologize to Yun Fan in his life. After all, both of them were not in the same class. But who knew that the slap in the face came so fast? Sorry, I don't accept your apology. Yun Fan did not pay attention to Luo Xiaodong and turned to the sales manager. Aren't you going to sell the villa to Luo Xiaodong? Then see if he still has the money to purchase it now. Yun Fan looked at the sales manager in front of him with rather interesting eyes. This sales manager in front of him, to be honest, did not have a particularly good impression on Yun Fan. Too snobbish, completely only going to serve for the rich. At this time, the sales manager has some embarrassment. Through just some conversation, also vaguely understand what. He also knew that Luo Xiaodong had gone bankrupt and had no money to buy the villa. So the sales manager didn't know how to answer. Yun Fan also did not count too much, but came to the front of the blue sales. This villa should be mine now. Just swipe the card, Yun Fan said and handed out his bank card, swearing that although he said that he had spent $10 million to acquire Luo Xiaodong's property, but this 10 million Luo Xiaodong was not qualified to misappropriate it easily. You have to know that right now his entire assets are only 10 million left. After spending 6 million, there was basically nothing left to spend in the future. Luo Xiaodong was not a fool. Naturally he would not be so extravagant. Okay, sir. Difficult sales point invested. Intending to immediately pick up the bank card handed over by Yun Fan. Without saying a word, he directly swiped it on the POS machine, and the $6 million deduction directly showed up in the account. When will we be able to live in it at the earliest? Yun Fan thought of something and asked in a hurry. Now that his sister was still staying in the hotel room, he definitely had to move inside the new residence early. It will probably take a day or two later. After a thorough handover, we'll notify someone to let you in. Blue Sales thought about it and replied seriously. Alright then, you guys get busy first. Yun Fan nodded, and was relieved after learning the exact time. Chapter 67 Yunting Antique Appraisal Center. Only after resolving the place to live, Yun Fan can rest assured that a day or two is long to say the least, and short to say the least is actually very short. Although the villa is well decorated, but all kinds of formalities need to be dealt with, so the waiting time of 1 or 2 days is completely understandable. As for Luo Xiaodong and Tu Xinshin, Yun Fan did not even look at them and left directly. Luo Xiaodong's result was completely self-inflicted. If Luo Xiaodong hadn't killed himself, Yun Fan wouldn't have been able to acquire Luo Xiaodong's family's properties, much less likely to Luo Xiaodong to death. So the source of everything is because of Luo Xiaodong's own death. The past few days have returned to the previous state. Basically Yun Fan is 2 points in one line. During the day to go to work in the pawn shop, and at night to return to the hotel. However, it is worth mentioning that on the second day, Zhang Mei directly resigned. As for the reason of resignation, others said because they do not want to do it. Changed to do other industries. Only Yun Fan himself knows why he does not want to do it. It is estimated that after explaining things to himself, I don't have the face to do it in this place anymore, so I quit. But Yun Fan didn't say so much to others. Yun Fan's villa was not completely occupied until the 4th day. Yun Fan also recruited 2 cooking ants. 2 ants, basically one responsible for 3 meals a day. One was responsible for cleaning and transporting Yin Xiaoxiao to and from school. Basically Yun Fan had arranged it very properly. In this way, the sister does not need Yun Fan to worry about. Yun Fan can also rest assured to do their own business. Yun Fan's own business company also completely set sail. The name is called Yun Tang Antique Appraisal Center. The reason why named Yun Tang. Yun Fan is also have their own business in it. One of the word for Yun Fan's own name in one. Another Tang means to soar. At present, in addition to Song Jifei Antique Appraisal Center on 3 employees. But Yun Fan does not feel less. This is just the initial startup phase. The follow-up is the need to slowly develop. This point Yun Fan is also aware of. Only in the beginning, the business is really not much. Yunfan is not in a hurry. Antique appraisal of this industry is actually similar to antiques. At first sure business are relatively poor. After all, reputation first, slowly accumulating their own customers, accumulating their own reputation, only to be able to have more and more customers believe that rely on. So the longer the number of years open, the better the customer business. This point is also known to Yunfan. As for Luo Xiaodong's family property, these antique stores, Yunfan is also handed over to Song Jifei responsible for. Luo Xiaodong's antique store's core personnel Yunfan also did not replace. Basically still the original these people. However, the said not to say, Luo Xiaodong's antique store a month probably can bring nearly tens of millions of income for Yunfan, which is still pure profit. In the entire Jiangcheng view, this profit is still very good, although it cannot be said to be the top, but it is also completely considered to be in the middle of the road. That is to say, Yunfan acquired 10 million basically a month back to the capital. A little slower, a month and a half, 2 months directly back to the capital. The main thing is that Yunfan is also picked up a leak. In the antique store most low point when the choice of a buy. Now Yunfan is also counted as half boss, but Yunfan still go to the Art Han pawnshop work as usual. External Song Jifei is the boss. Yunfan just need to do a handshake on the good. The people that Yunfan will offend in the future are too many. If people know that these stores are their own words, I'm afraid that they will be targeted. But if you are a hands-off, you can avoid this situation. Chapter 68 Going to Gaoihan's home. Just as Yunfan was passing the time with boredom, suddenly a knock sounded at the office. Please come in. Yunfan immediately turned off the happy elimination on his computer screen and said with a straight face, only to see the door open. Gaoihan in an OL uniform stood in the doorway, her cold as ice face hooked up in an arc. Yunfan, tomorrow is my grandfather's 80th birthday. My dad specially asked me to bring you back with me today, and by the way, you and I will take a trip to the single apartment where I'm currently residing, and help me pick out a suitable gift. Gaoihan didn't ink out her intentions. In itself, Gaoihan was a person who had difficulty in choosing, especially since Gaoihan was more confident in Yunfan's vision, and the gift that was picked with Yunfan's help would definitely be able to amaze the whole audience. It's not appropriate for me to go to your grandfather's 80th birthday, right? Yunfan was a bit dumbfounded. The last time he asked himself to tag along to Yunfan's father's house, saying that Yunfan's father was looking for him for dinner was still understandable, but this time it was Gaoihan's grandfather's 80th birthday, and it didn't seem appropriate that he was not a relative. This is my father's intention. Gaoihan also didn't understand that her father seemed to have changed since the last time he met Yunfan. Every time he chatted with himself, all he mentioned was Yunfan with his mouth open and shut, and he was full of praise for Yunfan. He often used all kinds of reasons to get himself to drag Yunfan to meet him, and this time he even asked himself to bring Yunfan along to attend his grandfather's 80th birthday. What kind of person is his father? Gaoihan is more than clear. Normally, his father would not be so attached to a person. It seemed that this time his own father really liked Yunfan, or else he wouldn't have been able to go this far. Don't you have any time? Gaoihan did not hear the meaning in Yunfan's words. There is time. Since it's uncle's intention, let's go together. Yunfan thought about it and agreed. It just so happened that these days Yunfan was indeed idle enough, bored, no business at all, and almost unable to sit still in the office. Now at least he was able to go outside for a walk. That's fine. Let's go inside the single apartment I live in first to pick out a gift now. Gaoihan was also a thunderous person, never dragging her feet when doing things. Good. Yunfan nodded and his cell phone was turned off. The computer packed up his things and left with Gaoihan. This time, he was still sitting on top of the co-pilot of Gaoihan's Porsche Cayenne. I heard that you bought a car? Gaoihan asked without looking back while looking seriously at the road ahead. Well, having a car to commute to work is a bit more convenient. Yunfan didn't deny it and answered directly and truthfully. He usually drove his own Phaeton when he commuted to work, and it was normal for Gaoihan to know about it. Yunfan also did not think of hiding anything. I was prepared to say that I would help you match $1 million luxury car in a few days, but I didn't expect you to buy it yourself first, Gaoihan said slowly, pity written all over her tone. If this sentence was said from someone else's mouth, Yunfan would definitely think that the other party was painting himself a cake, but if it was said from Gaoihan's mouth, Yunfan felt that it was absolutely true. Gaoihan too. Yunfan has never been very generous. The monthly salary not only to their own open to 10 digits, commission to their own open to 25 commission. From the usual throw thousands of dollars to see words, enough to prove that Gaoihan this person on their own is very generous, very willing to buy $1 million or more luxury car is also at hand. Thank you Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao's treatment to me is already very good. The car, then buy it yourself. The heart of the heart received it. Yunfan smiled. Even if Gaoihan buys it for herself, she doesn't necessarily want it. Alright, let's not talk about this. Follow me upstairs. Soon, The Porsche Cayenne stopped under an upscale apartment building and took the lead to get out of the car. Under Gao Weihan's leadership, Yunfan directly entered the interior of Gao Weihan's apartment. To be honest, it was the first time Yunfan entered his boss's home. He thought that given Gao Weihan's character, the decorative style of her home should be more serious. This is in line with Gao Weihan's cold and frosty character. But when he saw the interior of Gao Weihan's home, Yunfan realized that he was very wrong. With the cold as ice frost, seriousness does not have the slightest edge. Haihan's home is the eye is pink decoration, and the home is messy. Clothes, pants everywhere. Auntie didn't come to clean up today, so it looks a bit messy. Don't mind. Gao Weihan seemed to have noticed something and said with some embarrassment, tidying up is quite good. Yunfan gave a sympathetic smile. His eyes had been placed on the antiques in Gao Weihan's home. It was worthy of being a pawnshop's home. The walls and corners inside the home were basically filled with antique paintings and calligraphy that were worth a lot of money. Although these are not comparable to the antiques in Gao Weihan's father's house, they are also considered very luxurious. These are some of the antique paintings and calligraphy that I usually collect. Can you see which one is more appropriate? Gao Weihan asked straight to the point. Don't look at Gao Weihan's collection of so many antique paintings and calligraphy, but the understanding of these antiques is indeed very little. She could only say that she had heard of them, but was not proficient, and as for what to send, she was even more confused. Yunfan did not directly answer Gao Weihan's question, but his eyes were like a scanner scanning all the antique paintings in the living room. Basically, his eyes only stayed on an antique painting for 2 or 3 seconds, and Yunfan knew the approximate price of the antique painting and the degree of preciousness. Suddenly, Yunfan's eyes were attracted to a chair. Chapter 69 Gao Weihan's grandfather's 80th birthday. Mr. Gao, just send this chair, Yunfan said with a burning gaze, knowing that Gao Weihan should be in a state of confusion when he finished his sentence. But this chair really did have something inside. On the surface it appeared to be a chair, but in reality it was worth a lot of money inside. Ha! You're not mistaken, right? To give it to my grandfather to give this on his 80th birthday, it's not appropriate, right? Gao Weihan was confused, thinking that Yunfan was mistaken. Yunfan hand pointed to this chair. Gao Weihan also know, at that time is to buy furniture. A complete set of cost Gao Weihan about 50,000 yuan. Although this is all made of rosewood, but it is not a treasure, let alone in that kind of occasion as a gift to others. Mr. Gao, you don't know. This chair is not as simple as it looks on the surface. There is something inside. Yunfan, who had experienced the inheritance, naturally could not be mistaken. In fact, many times many antique treasures, in order to be able to preserve them, will choose to fake the real. That is to say, the appearance of the fake to wrap up, cover up the ears, the internal hidden real. In this way can make it better to survive. At least during this period of time Yunfan had seen several such antiques. You mean to say that there is something inside this chair? Gao Weihan was not a fool. Since Yunfan had said so, Gao Weihan must have known what was going on. And Yunfan's level of treasure appreciation, Gao Weihan was also aware of it. It was simply not possible to make blind nonsense. Yes, the wisdom of the ancients is infinite. In order for the antiques to be better preserved and prevented from being stolen, the ancients chose to preserve the antiques in this way. Yunfan nodded slightly, still recognizing this method of preservation. At least this method of preservation was able to deceive a great portion of people. Alright, then let's send this chair. Gao Weihan did not hesitate in the slightest. Since Yunfan had said so, Gao Weihan could not say anything more. Then let's set off. Yunfan nodded. Although the antiques inside Gao Weihan's bachelor pad were said to be many, they were basically too uniform. That is to say that if one were to give it to someone of grandpa's level, 2 ordinary antiques would not be novel at all. If you want to give him something different and of higher value, it is clear that this chair is very much in line with these 2 requirements. In this way, Yunfan followed Gao Weihan, once again embarked on the road to the provincial city. It was already afternoon when they arrived in the provincial city, and this time it was Gao Mingyuan who personally came to greet them. Ha 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 ha, little brother Yunfan, you're here? Before seeing Gao Mingyuan's person, he heard Gao Mingyuan's voice first. Yunfan had just gotten off the bus when he saw Gao Mingyuan walking towards him with a smile on his face. Very cordial, which made Yunfan slightly embarrassed, not expecting Gao Mingyuan to be so enthusiastic. Good day, Uncle Gao. Yunfan then also responded very politely, completely not expecting Gao Mingyuan to actually be so without a bit of a stance. As early as a long time ago, Yunfan had heard of Gao Mingyuan's deeds, completely a legendary figure in the antique world. Originally Yunfan thought that characters like this level, basically all have their own shelf existence, but never expected is that Gao Mingyuan has no shelf at all. Instead very easygoing, which is one of the few. Yunfan, little brother, it's been a day of traveling. If you're tired, hurry into the house and rest. Auntie has cut up the fruits. Gao Mingyuan then said warmly. However, this made Gaoihan on the side unhappy. Dad, have you got it wrong? I'm the one who drove the car. I'm the one who should be the one who's tired of traveling. How come I don't usually see you caring about your daughter so much? Gaoihan had some tears in her eyes. In Gaoihan's opinion, her father was usually very concerned about her. However, compared to Yunfan, it was nothing compared to Yunfan, which instantly made Gaoihan, the daughter, a little jealous. Gaoihan really couldn't understand what was wrong with her father. As if he was obsessed with Yunfan, he was very fond of him, with a feeling of an old father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. People, Yunfan little brother is a guest. Gao Mingyuan didn't have the slightest avoidance. The reason why Gao Mingyuan valued Yunfan so much was that he had his own little plan in it. Yunfan is a rare talent, must be firmly grasped in their own hands. With money to catch the words is basically not very realistic. This kind of person was simply not short of money, and would only be able to rely on something else if he was allowed to want it. There would be a large amount of money. Humph. Gaoihan gave a fake angry hum and then went inside. This caused Yunfan to have some embarrassment, and for a moment, he did not know what to do. The main reason was that Gao Mingyuan was too polite to himself, which made Yunfan a bit flattered. If under normal circumstances, if Gao Mingyuan treated himself as a guest, Yunfan would still be able to accept it. However, what Yunfan did not expect was the warmth after entering the house, which made Yunfan feel like a needle on a pins and needles. This is little Fan, right? At this moment, a middle-aged woman with the appearance of a noblewoman walked out. With a surprised face, the noblewoman asked. The noblewoman had a very slim figure. Her face was also painted with light makeup, and her entire body was dressed in luxury goods, but she gave off a gentle and elegant feeling, as if she was a lady of the house, without the slightest hint of any thuggishness. The main thing was that the noblewoman in front of her looked half similar to Gaoihan. The two seemed to be carved out of the same mold. It's me, Yunfan nodded, inwardly probably already knowing who this noblewoman in front of him was, but before he could open his mouth to greet her, he was interrupted by Gao Mingyuan. Little brother Yunfan, let me introduce to you, this is my wife, also known as Ihan's mom. Just call her Auntie Hu. Gao Mingyuan smiled and looked at the noblewoman not far away, seriously introducing herself to Yunfan. 2 days ago when you came, my wife was out on business so I didn't see her face to face. This time counts as your official meeting. Good day, Auntie Hu. Yunfan was also very polite and bowed. Whether it was Gao Mingyuan or this noblewoman in front of him, both were Yunfan's elders, and the etiquette that should be there was definitely necessary. Little Fan is really a good-looking man, the noblewoman also praised without mincing words. The more she looked at Yunfan in front of her, the more she liked him. Hurry up and have a seat inside. What kind of tea do you want to drink? I'll go and pour it for you. Right, there are fruits on the coffee table. I'll get them for you, Auntie Hu then said enthusiastically. Looking at Auntie Hu's busy appearance, Yunfan had a look of being flattered. There was also some less adaptation. No need, Auntie, I'll pour what I want to drink myself. Yunfan immediately shook his hand awkwardly. Being waited on like this, there are still some unaccustomed. That's fine, you shouldn't be too formal. Just treat this place as your own home. Auntie Hu nodded and reluctantly agreed. Only then did Yunfan inwardly breathe a little sigh of relief. However, the next moment, Auntie Hu's words made Yunfan completely struck by lightning. Chapter 70. Does Xiaofan have a girlfriend? If not, what do you think of my daughter? Auntie Hu's face was suddenly burning with the fire of gossip. Yunfan at first thought that he had heard wrong. How could any of his own mothers promote their daughters? But seeing Auntie Hu's smiling face, Yunfan realized that he had not heard wrong. Yunfan did not know how to answer for a moment and could only pretend to be crazy and turn a deaf ear. My family's daughter is also not bad looking. The main thing is that she doesn't have a boyfriend either, and is now at the age where she should get married. Auntie Hu instantly wanted to say something, her eyes looking towards Gaoihan who was not far away. At this time, Gaoihan did not know that her mother was introducing herself to someone. Gaoihan happened to have just come out from the bathroom. I don't have an object for the time being, but I'm divorced. Yunfan hesitated for a moment before still answering truthfully. Indeed, Yunfan had been divorced once. This was an indisputable fact. There was no need to hide anything. Of course, the reason why Yunfan said this also had his own little mind. Also, in order to let Auntie Hu know what to do. In the normal course of events, it would be impossible to let an unmarried girl marry a divorced man. But Yunfan did not expect that she would not be able to do so. However, what Yunfan did not expect was that Auntie Hu did the opposite. So married, that's even better, Auntie Hu was instantly delighted, and the whole person became even more surprised, as if she had discovered a new continent, making Yunfan a bit confused. Generally speaking, few mothers would let their daughters marry a divorced man. Fish looking for fish, shrimp looking for shrimp, first marriage looking for first marriage, second marriage looking for second marriage. But the reaction of Auntie Hu in front of him made Yunfan feel that he was not mistaken. Auntie, Did you hear wrong? I said I was married and divorced. Yunfan thought that auntie who had misheard, so he repeated once more. I didn't mishear. I know you've been divorced. Auntie who immediately nodded her head as if pounding garlic and repeated what Yunfan said again. Then why are you still so excited? Yunfan was dumbfounded, not understanding auntie who's reaction. For some reason he felt that auntie who was the same as Gao Mingyuan. She was all very enthusiastic about herself, which made Yunfan feel a bit like a pinch. Divorced is single. And isn't it normal for a good man to be divorced? Aren't all the good men in the world snatched away by the women who made the first move? The rest are bad ones. The fact that you've been married proves that you must be a very good man. Auntie who said to herself, and after hearing the logic of auntie who's remarks, she directly thundered Yunfan to an outside. This. Yunfan immediately felt 3 black lines popping out of his forehead. It was really unbelievable that this kind of words came out of Gao Yihan's mother's mouth. What's wrong? Do you think my daughter is not good looking? Seeing Yunfan not speaking, auntie who thought that Yunfan was disliking her daughter's unattractive looks, and immediately asked back. There's no such thing as unattractive. Mr. Gao is very beautiful. What I mean is that I'm not good enough for Mr. Gao. Yunfan's head shook like a rattledrum. To be honest, Gao Yihan was indeed one of a kind in both appearance and figure. It was many times better looking than Yunfan's pre-existing. But Yunfan did not have any other thoughts about Gao Yihan, just simply quite respect Gao Yihan. After all, in Yunfan's more difficult time, when his sister was hospitalized, it was Gao Yihan who sent Yunfan a job, and gave Yunfan a huge salary. Yunfan is a drip of grace, when the spring to repay a person. Wouldn't that be enough? Just don't you think it looks good? Before Yunfan could say another word, auntie who interrupted Yunfan once again, which immediately made Yunfan have some tears. This auntie who was really too enthusiastic. She was determined to set up Yunfan and Gao Yihan, and completely did not give Yunfan any room for rebuttal. Just as Yunfan was feeling very embarrassed, Gao Yihan, who had come out of the bathroom, spoke. Mom, what are you doing? Messing around again, aren't you? Gao Yihan was instantly a little angry. Normally her parents were not like this, but today, she didn't know who had drugged her. She was so in love with Yunfan, and even took the initiative to betroth herself to Yunfan, which was simply ridiculous. What do you mean by messing with the lovebirds? You and Yunfan are such a good match. Whether it's your body or talent, you two are a perfect match. Aunt who, faced with her daughter's skepticism, immediately retorted with disbelief, looking at the opposite side of Yunfan with a gratified look, completely like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looks, the more she likes. Isn't this still called a messy relationship? Yunfan and I are just co-workers, and we've only known each other for a few days. How could it be to the point of talking about marriage? At this time, Gao Yihan was speechless. Although it was said that usually parents didn't introduce marriage to Gao Yihan and wouldn't take the initiative to get involved in this matter. But this time the parents' initiative to get involved made Gao Yihan still feel a little speechless. The main reason was that Gao Yihan hadn't expected Yunfan to be so popular with her parents, which was an unprecedented first. In the past, there were also many outstanding young men, and although their parents said that they were also welcome, they had never pulled themselves together with Yunfan like today. So what if we've known each other for a few days? Feelings are cultivated slowly. Do you know what it means to be fond of each other over time? In the face of Gao Yihan's rebuttal, Aunt who directly skimmed her mouth and expressed her opinion. Yes, Yihan, what your mother said is very right. Love is born over time. Although you may not have a very deep relationship now, but it's not guaranteed that you'll be able to cultivate a very good relationship in the future. When your mother and I first met, our feelings weren't deep either. It was only because we were together for a long time that we started to develop very strong feelings. Gao Mingyuan, who hadn't said anything on the side, also opened his mouth, and this time also stood next to Aunt Hu, admonishing Gao Yihan together. Chapter 71 A Strong Pair. Yes, at that time, your father and I were also looking at each other, but just like that, we ended up looking at each other more and more favorably after staying together for a longer period of time. Aunt Hu nodded her head as if pounding garlic and said, mentioning the things she used to do when she was young. She was also very shy as her old face blushed. This, on the contrary, made the two Yunfan and Gao Yihan who were on the side look at each other in dismay. Both of them were a bit speechless, but there was no room for any rebuttal. Why don't we just choose a date to get married? Auntie Hu said in a shocking tone. I think it's better to choose a date. Why don't we just get married next month? Gao Mingyuan hastily nodded his head, fearing that Yunfan would backtrack as if he was backtracking. This, uncle and aunt, I think you should still have to follow the opinion of our party. Yunfan immediately had some embarrassment. How to let Yunfan experience the feeling of an arranged marriage? Let Yunfan have some tears. Normal people encountered this situation must be very happy. Gao Yihan was very beautiful and very rich. Everyone would be eager to marry Gao Yihan, but Yunfan was not quite the same. Right, Mom and Dad, we are still in the rising phase of our careers, and you guys just talk about marriage. It's too unfair for us. Gaoihan also nodded her head and said, the main reason was that it all came too suddenly, and her parents' arranged marriage had caught Gaoihan a little off guard, coupled with the fact that the two themselves didn't have much of a relationship right now, and had only just known each other for not much longer. They merely had some good feelings towards Yunfan. Then how about this? Since you guys think it's not fair, then you guys will be dating first. Talk for a while to familiarize yourselves with each other. In the face of Yunfan and Gaoihan's protests, Gao Mingyuan pondered for a while, then nodded, thinking seriously. When hearing the previous words, Yunfan and Gaoihan inwardly felt together that Gao Mingyuan was sort of listening to the opinions of the two. But when hearing Gao Mingyuan's later words, the two people instantly had 3 black lines popping up on their foreheads once again. In that Gao Mingyuan was completely not listening at all. Mom and Dad. Gaoihan just opened her mouth ready to say something when she was directly interrupted by Gao Mingyuan. You don't speak first. Give you 2 choices. Either you guys get married next month, or now first become boyfriend and girlfriend. Adapt to couple life and cultivate feelings. Gao Mingyuan directly interrupted Gaoihan's words and said with a very resolute attitude, Dad, you're completely overbearing. I don't want either of these 2 options. Mom, look at Dad. With that, Gaoihan directly looked at Aunt Hu on the opposite side, wanting Aunt Hu to seek justice for herself. Normally, Gaoihan's mother favored Gaoihan. Basically, Gao should say whatever she wanted. But who knew that this time Aunt Hu actually didn't follow the rules? Why are you looking at your father? Your father is doing quite well. Now I'll give you 2 choices. Take your pick. Aunt Hu immediately skimmed her mouth. She directly stood on Gao Mingyuan's side, which made Gaoihan instantly shrivel up. Her mom who had always loved her. This time, she also stood on her father's side, which made Gaoihan know that no matter how much she retorted, it was already useless. Then let's become a couple first and get used to it. There was no way around it. Gaoihan could only choose one or the other. Getting married straight away. It wasn't too realistic, although it was also weird to say that becoming a couple, but this was the most suitable option compared to getting married. That's fine. From now on you shouldn't call us uncle and aunt. Just call us mom and dad. Gao Mingyuan directly nodded and said very happily. This caused Yunfan to have some tears and laughter, and for a moment, he did not know how to go about answering. Seeing that Yunfan did not say anything, Gaoihan hurriedly gave Yunfan a wink. Gaoihan knew her parents very well. If Yunfan did not agree, then I'm afraid that this matter will not end easily. Maybe later on what kind of shocking words will pop out of their mouths. Oh, well, mom and dad, there was no way. Yunfan could only force his teeth to call out, hey. Gao Mingyuan and Aunt Hu looked at each other and both of them revealed a satisfied smile. Alright, you two have a good chat at home and cultivate your feelings. We 2 old things will go out first. Well, tonight you two will have a good night's rest at home. We will come back tomorrow morning. Gao Mingyuan said excitedly. Immediately, Gao Mingyuan and Hu left directly, and only Yunfan and Gaoihan were left in the large villa. The atmosphere at this moment was slightly awkward. Yunfan suddenly did not know what to say. Don't mind what my parents said just now. In the end, it was Gaoihan who took the lead and broke the awkwardness. Aha! Yunfan didn't know what to say and could only nod. You can rest over here at night. If you want to go out to play in a while you can go out. Just come back for dinner in the evening, Gaoihan instructed. The atmosphere would look awkward if the two were alone in a room now. The best way was for the two to separate a bit now. Aha! Yunfan nodded heavily. Yunfan also intended to go out for some air and relaxation. After all, now that there were only 2 people, it was inevitable that there would be some awkwardness. However, when he had just walked to the door, he suddenly realized that the door would not open. Yunfan was confused. What's wrong? The door won't open? The unknown Gaoihan, realizing that Yunfan was dazed at the door, hurriedly walked over. When entering her fingerprints, Gaoihan's entire body was also dumbfounded. Chapter 72, The World of Two. How could it not open the lock? Gaoihan thought it was because she pressed the fingerprint was wrong, and changed the fingerprint of another hand. However, it still showed that the password was wrong. Until all the methods tried were given a try, the door still couldn't be opened. Could it be that the password has been changed? Yunfan immediately had some tears and laughter, and inwardly gave birth to a bold idea. That is, Gao Mingyuan and Aunt Hu 2 people in order to set up their own and Gaoihan, so directly to the 2 people don't lock in the villa inside. This could not be blamed on Yunfan for thinking this way, but this fact was just like that. I'll ask my parents. Gaoihan also sensed this possibility, so she directly took out her phone, and she just happened to see a text message from her father. Gao Mingyuan, dear daughter, the combination locks have been changed. All the windows have been sealed, so you and Yunfan can spend this unforgettable day and night inside the villa. Right, I forgot to tell you, the doors of the rooms have all been locked, only your room is left. When she saw that this text message came from her father, Gaoihan had some tears in her eyes. Never thought that her father could be so obscene. Just by seeing this text message, Gaoihan had been able to imagine her father sneering in a dejected manner, which really made Gaoihan a little helpless. Well, seeing that Gaoihan did not say anything, Yunfan quickly asked. But from the expression on Gaoihan's face, Yunfan could easily see that his own dish had basically been 8 or 9. The door was indeed locked by my father on purpose. Not only did he lock the front door, he locked all the doors in the room as well, and only left a door to the room for us. Gaoihan was at a loss for words. She also did not expect her father to be able to be such a chicken thief. In order to set up the two of them, herself and Yunfan, he actually went out of his way to use every means possible, which really caught Gaoihan off guard a bit. What then? Yunfan also has some dumbfounded. Now the door is locked. Also cannot get out. The night can only be in this place to stay overnight. And the other doors are also closed. Cannot sleep with Gaoihan in the same bed. I don't know what to do. Then I can only stay inside this villa for the night. The always calm Gaoihan couldn't find any clue at this moment. It can only be done. Yunfan nodded. It was good that the villa was large enough not to say that it was too small, and it was awkward for the two people to face each other. For the rest of the afternoon, Yunfan sat on the sofa and watched TV while Gaoihan was in her room, until Gaoihan quietly came down from upstairs after a late hour. Do you know how to cook? Gaoihan touched her stomach. A little. Yunfan knew that Gaoihan should be hungry. Otherwise, it was unlikely that Gaoihan would have come down to find herself. Then are you hungry? The haughty Gaoihan did not bluntly express that she was hungry, but indirectly asked Yunfan mentally. I'm not hungry yet. Yunfan knew that Gaoihan was too embarrassed to say it outright to herself, so she deliberately said so, just wanting to fix Gaoihan. As expected, after seeing Yunfan say this, Gaoihan did not say anything more. Are you hungry? Yunfan asked knowingly, just wanting to tease Gaoihan. Gaoihan, such a proud person, definitely would not easily say she was hungry. I'm not hungry yet. Gaoihan hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth and said stubbornly. Obviously her stomach was already hungry to the chest, but she was still a dead duck with a stiff upper lip. Just as Gaoihan finished her sentence, suddenly her stomach directly rumbled. What's rumbling? Yunfan smiled and asked knowingly. Yes, it's my stomach. Gaoihan also no longer denied it and admitted it decisively, mainly because her stomach was too hungry right now. Gaoihan also wanted to be stubborn for a while, but couldn't carry her hungry stomach back and forth. Didn't Mr. Gao just say that he wasn't hungry? Yunfan covered his mouth and snickered. Just now my stomach wasn't hungry, but I'm hungry now. Gaoihan was still mouthy, although she said that there was some embarrassment, but it was much better than directly telling Yunfan that she was hungry. Ha ha ha, no more teasing Mr. Gao. I'll go see what's in the fridge. Mr. Gao will rest here for a while. Yunfan laughed, then with a carp, he directly stood up from the sofa. Aha! Gaoihan nodded and directly picked up a fruit on the coffee table and simply patted her stomach. While Yunfan went to the refrigerator, it was found that the various ingredients inside the refrigerator were still plentiful and were all very fresh. It could be seen that there were people who went to purchase ingredients every day. Yunfan casually took 2 dishes from the refrigerator and went directly to the kitchen. 2 people eating 2 dishes is just right, otherwise it would be a waste. It had to be said that Yunfan's cooking skills were still very good. When his parents were not around, Yunfan was basically the one who raised his sister, and Yunfan was also responsible for eating, drinking, and pooping all by himself, which led to Yunfan's cooking skills being practiced. Although it was not as good as some star hotel chefs, it was still better than some ordinary restaurant chefs. After about 20 minutes, Yunfan's 2 dishes were ready. Alright, it's time to start the meal, Yunfan yelled as he served the dishes. Gaoihan, who was sitting in the living room, had already smelled the aroma of the meal, and her saliva was already about to stop flowing out. Seeing that Yunfan's dishes had already been brought out, she couldn't wait to sit directly on the dining table. Taste my handiwork, Yunfan said with a smile. One dish was scrambled eggs with chili peppers, and another dish was braised crayfish. It just so happened to be the season to eat crayfish, and it just so happened that there were crayfish inside the refrigerator. So Yunfan directly demonstrated his cooking skills. An egg fried chili is also Yunfan's specialty dish. Chapter 73, The Half-Hidden Face of the Peepa. It smells so good. Gaoihan couldn't hold back any longer and directly picked up her chopsticks and started to gulp. Normally, Gaoihan was basically busy with her work and would order takeout or eat fast food outside, rarely being able to eat homemade food. Without any further ado, Gaoihan directly picked up her chopsticks and started to devour the food. A little lady's image does not take into account eat very fragrant, which makes Yunfan have some jaws. Thought Gaoihan is a very cold frost goddess. After all, usually Gaoihan showed the image is exactly the same, but upon seeing the image of Gaoihan when she was eating, Yunfan realized how much of a contrast it was. What you made is so delicious. Why do you keep looking at me? Aren't you going to eat? Gaohan wolfed down her food. Seeing that Yunfan was looking at herself in surprise, she didn't feel a little embarrassed and asked instead, "You eat first. I'm not very hungry." Yunfan smiled a little awkwardly. Gaohan was not polite and directly winded up. I don't know how long it took. The 2 dishes that Yunfan had made had basically been eaten clean. Yunfan himself only ate just a few bites. Most of it was eaten by Gaohan herself. So full. I'm going to take a bath. Gaohan lazily stretched out. Lying on the chair, the whole person felt doubly comfortable. After yawning, Gaohan got up and went to the bathroom, while occasionally Yun smiled and proceeded to clean up the dishes on the table. After cleaning up, Yunfan this table sat on the chair to catch his breath a little. Just as Yunfan lowered his head to play with his cell phone, a shriek came out of the bathroom. Ah! Gaohan's scream resounded. Yunfan was dumbfounded at that moment, not knowing what Gaohan was screaming about. He directly rushed to the bathroom. There are bugs! Gaohan shrieked. She was so scared that she lost her color. Where are the bugs? Yunfan, who rushed into the bathroom, had some confusion, only to see Gaohan wearing a bath towel, her hands covering her chest, shivering with fear. The white chest as well as the slender big white legs were just exposed in the air, especially the long hair that became wet under the bath of water. It gave a feeling of being a lotus flower in the water, which made Yunfan involuntarily gulp a mouthful of saliva at once. The main thing was Gaohan's figure. This is really great. Itself Gaohan's height is relatively high. The figure is also relatively slim, plus around the bath towel situation, there is a kind of embracing Peepa half-cover feeling. Yunfan, who quickly reacted, immediately looked towards the place where Gaohan said there were bugs, only to see a thumb-sized cockroach lying on the corner of the wall. It was eyeing Gaohan intently, which made Yunfan immediately have some tears and laughter. Not expecting Gaohan to be afraid of a cockroach, Yunfan also thought that it was a what kind of bug that made Gaohan shriek, but he did not expect that it was actually a cockroach. Ah, you colorful wolf, who let you in? Gaohan directly covered her chest with both hands after she reacted, shrieking in shock, and then she slapped Yunfan's face, asking in a hoarse voice. Yunfan, who had been slapped on the face, froze in place then, with some jaws dropped. Weren't you the one screaming there? I thought something bad had happened to you. Yunfan covered his smacked face and said with some aggression, if it wasn't for Gaohan yelling that one word, Yunfan wouldn't have been able to break into the bathroom. Go out. Gaohan pointed her finger towards the door and yelled in a deep voice. At this moment, Gaohan was shy and angry. How could she not expect that Yunfan would actually barge in when she was taking a bath? And it just so happened that she was not wearing anything, merely draped in a bath towel. It must be known that Gaohan had been a good girl who had not even been in love since she was a child, not to mention having any profound physical contact with a man, but now actually being shown the naked body by a female party. This is absolutely disgraceful for Gaohan. Facing Gaohan's hissing, Yunfan did not explain anything too much, just turned around and prepared to go when he saw Gaohan's feet slipped. The whole body directly lost its center of gravity, fell down towards the floor tiles just right. The position where the head fell down was a can. If Gaohan's head came into close contact with the caner, it would definitely be exploded. At this time, Gaohan also had some panic. She also did not think that her center of gravity was unsteady, actually going to fall to the ground. However, just in the nick of time, Yunfan directly reached out to hold Gaohan's small waist. With one hand, he held Gaohan who was about to fall. His hands were just on Gaohan's buttocks and chest. The soft feeling was smooth and tender, causing Yunfan to linger for a moment and lose his concentration. Bastard! Gaohan was furious and turned around to get up. However, due to the excessive force, the bath towel on her body directly scattered on the ground. Yunfan's gaze was directly placed on Gaohan's body. It was not that Yunfan intentionally wanted to place it, but his eyes were involuntarily placed directly on Gaohan's body. I have to say that Gaohan's body is really good. Just wrapped in the towel can be seen its perfect body, and now has fallen Gaohan's body even more obvious. Yunfan could not help but gulp down his saliva, and his breathing began to be violent. From the last time to see a woman's ketone body, has been the past several years. Began not to see Yunfan and his ex-wife just divorced, but before that has been in the state of sleeping in separate rooms, not to mention do what excessive things. Look enough yet, look again, eyes for you to gouge down. A sinister voice came, and Yunfan felt a murderous aura strike him, causing Yunfan to involuntarily shiver. Chapter 74, The Wife's Dangerousness. Yunfan clearly sensed that the killing aura was bursting out from Gaohan on the opposite side. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. After dropping these words, Yunfan directly left the bathroom as if he was fleeing. To be honest, Yunfan had some trepidation. That aura just now made Yunfan subconsciously think that if he looked at it for one more second, he would most likely fall victim to Gaohan's poisonous hand. Sitting back on the sofa, Yunfan's face was as red as an apple, and his heart was beating non-stop. Yunfan never thought that he would actually see Gaoihan's body one day, not to mention that he would have physical contact with Gaoihan. Gaoihan has always given Yunfan the impression that she is a cold and frosty female president, but after the current contact, Yunfan knows that Gaoihan is in fact only a cold and frosty female president, but after the current contact, Yunfan knew that Gaoihan was actually only cold on the outside, but not cold as ice on the inside. At this time, Gaoihan also put on her own clothes in a panic and went straight back to her bedroom without looking back. Thinking that she had been shown a naked body by Yunfan, she could not help but feel some shyness and more anger inside. But things had come to this, there was no room for regret. Just like this, the atmosphere that had been slightly eased was once again awkward. Yunfan didn't dare to say another word to Gaoihan. The first time I saw her, I was so happy to see her, and I was so happy to see her, and I was so happy to see her. The only thing you can do is to sleep outside on the sofa, but the good thing is that the sofa in the villa is big enough. Yunfan lying on the sofa alone still has a lot of space, but there is no quilt, but will be able to make up for a night is still very enough. Early the next morning, Yunfan was woken up by a sound. When he opened his eyes, it turned out to be Gao Mingyuan and Aunt Hu who had returned. "Yeah, son-in-law, you're awake." Aunt Hu was the first to speak, with a surprised look on her face. She just did not expect Yunfan to actually wake up from the sofa. "Why did you sleep on the sofa? Is it that this girl, Ihan, let you sleep on the sofa? This girl is really out of line. How can there be such a thing as letting a golden son-in-law sleep on the sofa?" Gao Mingyuan also found something wrong. The smile on his face completely solidified. The whole person couldn't help but have some anger. Originally, Gao Mingyuan and Aunt Hu's meaning was very simple. It was to let the two people spend some time alone together, pulling together a little bit of affection, and then sleeping together at night. Although it is said that the two people's feelings are not deep now, but after a long time of contact, slowly will also produce feelings. But what Gao Mingyuan did not expect is that the two people actually is not together to sleep. Then yesterday, when Gao Mingyuan locked the door of the villa, it was simply superfluous. Locked for nothing. "No, Uncle Gao, you misunderstood. It was me who wanted to sleep on the sofa." Yunfan saw that Gao Mingyuan was going to go and find Gaoihan to argue, and immediately pulled Gao Mingyuan back. Yesterday, he took advantage of Gaoihan, causing Gaoihan to still be angry with himself. If Gao Mingyuan went to seek justice for himself, Gaoihan would definitely still remember yesterday's matter, and might get even more angry. Yunfan didn't want to cause more trouble. "Or my son-in-law has a good temper. This if a normal person would have already found us to complain. You are just too good. Uncle told you, a woman can't be too good to her. If she is too good to her, she will be lawless." Gao Mingyuan sighed and shook his head, appreciating Yunfan even more. Even imparting his own experience, the more he talked. "What kind of crooked reasoning are you imparting? What if you teach your son-in-law bad in a while?" Aunt Hu on the side was not happy at once, and grabbed Gao Mingyuan's ear, glaring at him, and Gao Mingyuan instantly shriveled up. Aya, lighter, give me some face in front of my son-in-law." Gao Mingyuan immediately begged for mercy, looking at him like that, completely wifey and still swearing to impart his reasoning. It was really funny. "Didn't you say that you can't be too nice to women? It means you weren't nice to me before." Aunt Hu instantly found the words, directly grabbed Gao Mingyuan's ear and questioned Gao Mingyuan, who then realized that he had said the wrong thing. "Aya, I'm just bragging, don't take it seriously." Gao Mingyuan at this time directly conceded. "Yes, who can think of the hall of a group chairman actually is a wife? Anyone who sees will be shocked. Humph, that's more or less the same. If I hear you babbling here again, watch out." Aunt Hu snorted coldly, before she let go and grabbed Gao Mingyuan's ears. The pulled face finally had a slight expression. "Little fan, you won't think that auntie is mean, right? Just now auntie was just joking with your uncle." The originally fierce foxed out suddenly looked at Yunfan with a smiling face, showing a kind smile. If it was yesterday, Yunfan might have been deceived by this smile, but now Yunfan realized that auntie who was actually still fierce. On the surface, she looked harmless, but in reality, she was not that simple. No, Aunt Hu was not fierce at all. Yunfan's head shook like a rattle drum, and the whole person had some embarrassment. Cough, son-in-law, in fact, I am not afraid of my wife. Uncle just loves his wife, and give you a very good demonstration. Treating one's wife should be like uncle, hitting and scolding without returning the favor. Probably realizing that there was some embarrassment, Gao Mingyuan just coughed twice and fussed with his arms wrapped around his head to Yunfan and started to talk about axioms again. Looking at Gao Mingyuan's serious appearance, I don't know why Yunfan always wanted to laugh, but still held back, knowing that Gao Mingyuan is a person who is dead set on losing face, obviously afraid of his wife, but just doesn't dare to admit it. "Okay, no more, hurry up and go tell your daughter to get up. The sun is on her butt and she's still sleeping." and who glanced at the time, and immediately said seriously, "This kind of thing is definitely for the son-in-law to go let the young couple enhance their relationship. We won't interfere." Gao Mingyuan smiled at this time, his gaze directly looking at Yunfan on the opposite side. The moment Yunfan was still looking at the eyes of the theater, he directly had some fear. To let himself go to wake up Gao Yihan, is this not a death wish? Right, little Fan, you go and tell Yihan to get up. We still have to go to your grandfather's house in a while, to attend your grandfather's 80th birthday. And who on the side nodded with deep approval, as if the two had reached an agreement. They both delegated this heavy responsibility to Yunfan. Chapter 75 I don't mind killing you. At this moment, Yunfan had some embarrassment and wanted to refuse, but it was too late. Just like this, Yunfan was forced to be pushed upstairs. Yunfan instantly did not know what to do with himself. There was some left and right dilemma. It was not right for him to call out. It was not right for him not to call out. Just when Yunfan was doubly headache, suddenly his heart crossed and made a determination. Anyway, sooner or later, I have to face Gao Yihan. Either way, I will die. It's just a matter of dying first and then dying later. Yunfan clenched his fists and murmured to himself. He could hide from Gao Yihan for a while, but he couldn't hide from Gao Yihan for a lifetime. Even if he didn't go to wake up Gao Yihan now, then he would have to see Gao Yihan when he went to attend Gao Yihan's grandfather's 80th birthday in a while. Determined, Yunfan came directly to the door of Gao Yihan's bedroom, just ready to knock on the door. Suddenly found that Gao Yihan's bedroom door is not unlocked, directly pushed open. What met his eyes were the pink walls and various dolls. Those who didn't know thought that this was a small child's room. Yunfan didn't think that Gao Yihan actually had such an unknown scene and was still a little girl inside. This made Yunfan's perception of Gao Yihan once again change radically. Yunfan opened his mouth, somewhat as if he was stuck in his throat, only to see that on the bed not far away, Gao Yihan was lying on it, covered with a pink-colored quilt. In the middle of a sound sleep, Gao Yihan's breathing is very even, seems to be sleeping very well. Just when Yunfan made up his mind to wake up Gao Yihan, suddenly Gao Yihan directly lifted the quilt, pink kitty cat panties, directly into Yunfan's eyes. Not only that, Yunfan also saw the black lace bra. Although it is said that Gao Yihan's body is very good, but the chest is actually very flat, just a slight bump in the chest under the package, even more flat. However, the Gao Yihan at this moment did bring a great visual impact to Yunfan, which was even greater than the visual impact effect brought by yesterday's keto body. Why are you in my room? A shocking scream rang out, and as soon as Gao Yihan opened her eyes, she saw a familiar man standing at the door. At first, Gao Yihan thought that she had misread. This was her room. Where did the man come from? But after rubbing her eyes, Gao Yihan was sure that she hadn't been mistaken. The man standing in front of her was no other than Yunfan. Instantly, Gao Yihan thought of the scene that happened in the bathroom yesterday, causing Gao Yihan's fire to rise directly. Uncle and Auntie told me to come and wake you up. 3 black lines emerged from Yunfan's forehead. He also did not expect things to be just so coincidental. It was even if that kind of thing happened in the bathroom yesterday. He didn't expect such a thunderous thing to happen today when he went to Gao Yihan's bedroom to call Gao Yihan to wake up, which made Yunfan know what is called people having bad luck. Drinking cold water can stuff their teeth. Does it look good? Yunfan had thought that Gao Yihan would grab the quilt and throw it at herself, or that she would yell at herself, but he did not expect that Gao Yihan at this time was very calm. Instead, she asked Yunfan in return, and Gao Yihan's calmness made Yunfan involuntarily shiver, always feeling that this was the calm before the storm. Still, it's still okay. Yunfan was a little embarrassed, but still answered truthfully. Then do you want to watch it for a while longer? Or maybe I'll take it off and show you. Gao Yihan once again asked in a deep voice. This time the chill was even heavier, making Yunfan feel like falling into an ice cave. No need. Yunfan's head shook like a rattle drum. This was completely a subconscious action of Yunfan, who was obviously frightened by Gao Yihan. Then you're still not quick to get out. Gao Yihan's words almost roared out from her throat, and Yunfan directly fled as if he had left the bedroom. Hearing the banging sound of the door closing, Gao Yihan completely couldn't hold it in and directly sat on the bed and covered her head and cried out. Gao Yihan had never thought that in just less than 24 hours, she had actually let Yunfan see herself twice, and both times were different sights. Yesterday was already humiliating, but I didn't expect to humiliate myself again this morning. But the strong Gao Yihan did not cry out in front of Yunfan, but waited for Yunfan to leave before secretly wiping her tears. After a few minutes, Gao Yihan adjusted her emotions, so she silently put on her clothes and walked out of the bedroom as if nothing had happened. At this time, Yunfan, who was sitting in the living room, was on pins and needles. After this kind of thing happened, Yunfan really didn't know how to face Gao Yihan. In the future, when the two of them met, there was bound to be some embarrassment. Just when Yunfan was thinking nonsense, Cao stepped on her high heels and came down from upstairs. Yihan, the sun is shining on her butt. Why are you only getting up? Still have to let Xiao Fan personally yell at you to get up. Really? The unknown aunt who was still lecturing Gaoihan. Daughter, why are your eyes so swollen? You two didn't do it too intensely yesterday. That's not right. This progress seems to be a bit too fast. Gao Mingyuan said to himself. It's nothing. I had a bit of insomnia yesterday, so I didn't sleep much, causing my eyes to swell a bit. Gaoihan shook her head, casually making up a reason. Gao Mingyuan and aunt who all believed it. Only Yunfan knew what was going on. This was clearly Gaoihan herself secretly crying and swelling her eyes. At this time, Yunfan where dare to speak even dare not look. Gaoihan can only silently sit on the side. Go to your grandfather's side. Aunt who saw Gaoihan get up and directly urged. Aha. Just like this the four of them got into a black Mercedes-Benz Big G. I don't know if it was intentional. Gaoihan walked very slowly, until Yunfan was close to Gaoihan. Gaoihan lowered her voice and said coldly. What happened last night and this morning? I don't want a third person to know. Otherwise I don't mind killing you. A chill went straight to his heart, and Yunfan involuntarily shivered. Before Yunfan could reply, Gaoihan directly got into the Mercedes-Benz Big G. Chapter 76 Life Extension Pill. On the way. Except for Zhao Mingyuan and Aunt Hu were talking and laughing, Yunfan and Gaoihan were very silent. After about half an hour of driving, the Mercedes-Benz Big G stopped in a suburb, and what met his eyes was a manor in a paradise. Yunfan did not think that Gaoihan's grandfather actually lived in such a place. No wonder he could live to be 80 years old. This kind of place has fresh mountain greenery and a beautiful environment, which really nurtures people. Just get off the car. Yunfan found that this neighborhood has been parked full of all kinds of luxury cars. The least are more than 1 million level. Luxury cars hundreds of thousands of simply not visible. Hi family. This family is still very rich. Gao family. Second son Gao Mingyuan with his wife. Daughter too. A high sound rang out. With that, a group of 4 people entered the interior of the manor. Gao family. Second son Gao Mingyuan with his wife and daughter has arrived. The servants pulled their voices, one voice higher than the other. The interior of the hall was filled with guests at this moment. On top of the high platform sat an old man with white hair. The old man was none other than Gaoihan's grandfather, the founder of the Gao family in the provincial city. Gao Guoqiang, the second son of the Gao family. Gao Mingyuan with his wife presents a pair of antiques worth $10 million. A pair of blue and white porcelain cups, wishing his father good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. Gao Mingyuan slightly bent over and bowed. An aunt who on the side took out a cup covered in floral patterns from the LV bag on her shoulder and handed it over. Wow, it's actually a blue and white porcelain cup, or a blue and white porcelain cup worth $10 million. It is said that this blue and white porcelain cup has a long history. Look at this character is so well preserved. It is worthy of being the antique King Gao Mingyuan. I didn't realize that Gao Mingyuan actually took out a $10 million blue and white porcelain cup. Good horizontal stroke worthy of being the second son of the Gao family. When Gao Mingyuan took out the blue and white porcelain cup, all the guests present were shocked, and each one of them was talking a lot. Good. The old man of the Gao family, Gao Guoqiang, was also relieved. He was still very satisfied with this gift from his second son. The eldest son of the Gao family, Gao Qixin, presents a pair of 2 dragons playing with pearls. The third generation of the Gao family, Gao Yizhi, presents a pair of wheelchairs worth millions. Then a few more people came in, and the household servants shouted at the top of their voices. The third generation of the Gao family, Gao Zichang, sends a life extension pill worth $10 million. The entire room was shocked when the young man in a white leisure suit appeared. Hiss, the third generation of the Gao family, Gao Zichang, actually sent a life extension pill worth $10 million. This is a premier existence in the entire third generation of the Gao family, right? Life extension pill? What is that? No way. You don't even know about the life extension pill, do you? Life extension pill. That's a priceless existence. Eat a grain can be youthful forever. The market price is clearly labeled millions. What's even worse is that money can't even buy it. I didn't think that Gao Zichang actually has it. Worthy of being the best man of the Gao family for 3 generations. Even the life extension pill can get it. Yes, this time, Gao Zichang should have been in the limelight and overwhelmed everyone in the Gao family. Being in the limelight is a reasonable thing. Gao Zichang was originally the most outstanding one in the 3 generations of the Gao family. Rumored to be the successor of Elder Gao, Gao Zichang's appearance directly aroused the exuberance of the entire crowd, and everyone's eyes were gathered on Gao Zichang's body. This made Gao Zichang, who was dressed in a white casual outfit, very pleased with himself and seemed to enjoy this feeling of being surrounded by stars. One by one, the elders of the Gao family as well as the third generation also gathered around. Worthy of being the most colorful junior in the third generation of the Gao family, to make such a generous offer, It's really a disgrace for our Gao family. Yes, the life extension pill worth $10 million was sent. Wow, Brother Zichang is really powerful. I heard my father say that at that time. Some people spent $100 million but didn't buy the life extension pill. I didn't expect Brother Zichang to actually have it. I adore Brother Self-Strengthen. Brother Self-Strengthening is really an example in our 3 generations. We must learn from Brother Self-Strengthening. At the same time, the elders of the Gao family and the 3 generations all praised Gao Zichang one after another. Even Elder Gao, Gao Guoqiang, was also smiling angrily. Ha, just know how to kiss ass. Gao Eihan, who was on the side, snorted lightly and turned her head away with disdain. The reason why Gao Eihan chose to go to Jiangqing to start her own business was because she didn't want to see the ugly, hypocritical faces of these people from the Gao family. Who knew that this sneer was heard by Gao Zichang on the side? He, what a rarity. Why is Cousin Eihan, this busybody, also here? Usually in the Gao family, but I haven't seen Cousin Eihan for hundreds of years. Gao Zichang pretended to be bewildered as he walked towards Gao Eihan, who was not far away, his tone slightly conspiratorial. Today is Grandpa's 80th birthday. As a granddaughter, is it unusual for me to come to the birthday banquet? Gao Eihan didn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotions in the face of the yin and yang, and still said coldly, it's not rare. I just don't know what gifts Cousin Eihan brought to Grandpa's birthday banquet. Gao Zichang pulled the corner of his mouth and gave a bad smile. Saying this, Gao Eihan's eyes signaled Yunfan to take it out, and Yunfan didn't hesitate, directly taking the prepared chair out of the box. Grandpa, this is a congratulatory gift for your 80th year prepared by granddaughter Eihan. Gao Eihan held the chair and bowed with both hands as she walked towards Gao Guoqiang. When they saw that the congratulatory gift was a chair, everyone in the room was dumbfounded, including Gao Guoqiang, the oldest member of the Gao family. Ha 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 ha, Cousin Eihan, you're not kidding, giving a chair? Do you expect Grandpa to use a chair? Or are you looking down on Grandpa and bullying him? Gao Zichang burst into laughter and couldn't help but say, Chapter 77, A Rotten Chair. Yes, Gao Eihan, today is your grandfather's 80th birthday. What are you giving away but a chair? Are you trying to curse your grandfather into a wheelchair? Thanks to the fact that your grandfather likes you so much, and has been worried about your safety when you left the provincial city and went out to start your own business. I didn't expect you to be so stingy as to send a chair. Our entire Gao family also no one to send such a cheap gift. The cheapest also have hundreds of thousands of dollars. This wisteria wood chair, although also worth a few tens of thousands of dollars. But this is not a slap in the face of your grandfather? How does this make the guests present look and think? Won't it make others look at us as a joke? For a moment, all the relatives of the Gao family verbally attacked Gao Eihan. Even Gao Mingyuan as well as Aunt, who looked at their own daughters with some puzzlement, not understanding why their own daughters were giving away a chair at Elder Gao's birthday. Elder Gao was also very embarrassed, not knowing how to defend Gao Eihan. Cousin Eihan, did you come to smash the scene on purpose? Delivering a crappy chair? Aren't you slapping our Gao family's face? Is it because you think you've made some headway in Jiangcheng and you're starting to float? Starting to be unselfish? Without Grandpa, you are nothing. Understand? Gao Zichang pointed at Gao Eihan's nose and cursed, not caring about any feelings. At this moment, Gao Eihan was facing 1,000 accusations, not to mention how aggrieved she was, and could only place her gaze for help on Yunfan. Seeing Gao Eihan being accused by the crowd, Yunfan lightly laughed. What do you mean by rotten chair? Do you guys recognize the goods? Isn't this chair better than that so-called life extension pill? Yunfan's voice was not too loud and not too small, just enough for everyone present to hear very clearly. What do you mean? And where are you a small character from? What nonsense is this? Gao Zichang was furious at his words and scrutinized Yunfan up and down. Not impressed. Whether I'm a minor character or not is not important. What's important is that you people don't have any vision. Actually saying that this chair is a lousy chair, and even more ridiculously taking a broken pill and touting it as some kind of life-prolonging elixir. It's really laughable to the extreme. In the face of the crowd's puzzled eyes, Yunfan did not have the slightest panic, but instead acted unusually calm. Are you mentally abnormal? What is this if not a rotten chair? Gao Zichang frowned, then said in anger. Also, what crap pill? That's the life extension Dan that I spent $10 million to buy back from abroad. Do you know how precious the life extension Dan is? One pill can buy you 10 lives. Brother Zichang, there's no need to explain anything to this kind of person. He's just a psychopath. He's here to cause trouble on purpose. Someone come, kick this psychopath out. Gao Yizhi, one of the 3 generations of the Gao family, also stood out at this moment, sneeringly looking at Yunfan. Yes, Brother Zichang, we don't even recognize this person. Probably a beggar mixed in from somewhere. It's better to just kick him out. The remaining 3 generations of the Gao family also chimed in, each of them basically being Gao Zichang's loyal lickspittle. Come on people, Gao Zichang shouted. Slow down. At the same time, Gao Han opened her mouth. What's wrong, Cousin Han? Could it be that this psychopath is a friend of Cousin Han? Specially coming to Grandpa's banquet to cause trouble? Gao Zichang laughed and said as he purposely threw dirty water. Keep your dog's mouth clean. Don't think that just because you're the oldest of the 3 generations of the Gao family, you can speak out of turn. Just because they licked you doesn't mean that I, Gao Han, licked you as well. Gao Han was enraged. Yun Fan was brought by himself. Whoever dared to say a word against him, he would definitely not let go. His name is Yun Fan. He is my employee and my friend. He came with me to attend Grandpa's birthday. Please show him some respect. With that, Gao Han explained, her complexion completely cold. Yo ho, no wonder he's so arrogant. So he's Cousin Yihan's friend. But Cousin Yihan, even if he's your friend, you can't just wrongly accuse people saying something like my life extension pill is a broken medicinal pill. This will make you look uneducated, Gao Zichang said in a conspiratorial manner, his gaze glancing at Yun Fan in front of him. I haven't wronged anyone yet. This so-called life extension Dan of yours is just an ordinary pill. If you don't believe me, you can show your purchase record. If you can't, let the authoritative experts from the relevant organizations test it, then you'll know if it's true or not. Yun Fan shrugged his shoulders and skimmed his mouth and said indifferently, from the first sight of the life extension pill, Yun Fan knew that it was a fake, just an ordinary pill. Originally Yun Fan was not prepared to dismantle Gao Zichang, but this Gao Zichang should not have done it 1,000 times. He should not have shied away from Gao Han. Zichang, show your purchase record, or shut others up. The elder of the Gao family stood out and said seriously, that uncle, the purchase record is not with me. I can't take it out for a while, but this is really what I spent real money on abroad. Heaven and earth conscience, the sun and the moon can be judged. Gao Zichang was a little embarrassed, and eventually found a random excuse, even playing the emotional card. Okay, that's enough. Today is my 80th birthday. You guys are making such a mess here. Let the outsiders how to look at it? Elder Gao Guoqiang, who hadn't said anything all this time, dryly coughed twice, signaling the crowd to shut up. Humph, Grandpa, it's not even if Cousin Han sends a crappy chair, but she also brought this psychopath to falsely accuse me for some inexplicable reason. You have to be the judge for Zichang. Gao Zichang instantly came to the old man and cried. Chapter 78 Li Bai's True Paintings. Gao Zichang was aggrieved on the surface, but in reality, his heart was sinister to the extreme. That is, he wanted to take advantage of the old man of the Gao family's favoritism towards himself to take action against Gao Han as well as Yun Fan. The first thing that happened was that the old man of the Gao family, Mr. Gao Guoqiang, was not able to get away with it. The Gao family's old man, Gao Guoqiang, was furious at that time, his face directly pulled down. Han, the gift is light, not to mention the matter of you sending the chair. On the matter of you making friends, Grandpa's properly criticized you. What kind of fox friends you have brought to your home, and also uttered obscenities to wrongly accuse Zichang, saying that Zichang's life-prolonging Dan is fake. Would Zichang be able to do such a thing? As soon as Elder Gao spoke, all of them verbally attacked Gao Han. Yes, Gao Han, did you purposely come here to cause trouble? If you're here to cause trouble, please get out. You're not welcome in our Gao family. Our Gao family doesn't need such claptrap. It doesn't need to be eye-catching in this way. Gao Mingyuan, what exactly does your family want? Gao Mingyuan, look at what your daughter is doing. Does she still have the Gao family in her eyes? Is she still a member of the Gao family? Or is it that Gao Mingyuan and your family have hardened your wings and want to break away from the Gao family to fly solo? As the Gao family's old man opened his mouth, more and more people began to come forward, accusing Gao Han, and some even had already accused Gao Mingyuan. Just as the situation at the scene was lopsided, a loud voice suddenly struck. Provincial City Lord Xiang Pengfei has arrived. Immediately afterward, several burly bodyguards were seen lined up in a zigzag formation on both sides, and a handsome-looking middle-aged man walked in. Provincial City Lord Xiang Pengfei, presenting Gao Lao with a pair of 100 birds toward the phoenix drawings. Xiang Pengfei's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the Gao family's crowd, who were still furious, all revealed smiling faces. What is Xiang Pengfei in front of them? They can be the most clear. That is the Provincial City Lord, equivalent to the existence of a hand in the Provincial City, although it is the generation of the civil service, but the wife is the Provincial City of the famous big man. In the Provincial City business community no one knows no one knows. Wow, it's Xiang Pengfei. I didn't expect that Xiang Pengfei would come to Gao Lao's 80th birthday this time. It seems that the rumors of the Gao family defecting to the Xiang family are not empty, and it's so generous once it comes out. It's actually a pair of 100 birds toward the phoenix picture worth $10 million. The countless guests instantly exploded, each one of them murmuring, all of them dropping their jaws in shock. Elder Gao also hurriedly got up and walked up with a smile on his face. City Lord Xiang has come. It is really a mistake to welcome you from afar. I hope City Lord Xiang is not offended. Elder Gao nodded and hailed, his stature placed extremely low in front of Xiang Pengfei. Xiang Mao just heard the indoor chat quite lively outside the door. I don't know what the chat is about. Can you let Xiang Mao also participate in it? Xiang Pengfei asked with pure curiosity. This. Elder Gao was instantly a little embarrassed. Family scandal. City Master Xiang. It's really a family misfortune. It's too embarrassing. Elder Gao didn't know how to speak, so he could only snort. Before Xiang Pengfei could open his mouth, Gao Ziqiang, who was on the side, said to himself, City Lord Xiang, you came at the right time. You come to judge the third generation of the Gao family. Gao Eihan, at Grandpa's birthday banquet, Gao Ziqiang immediately described with righteous indignation, describing Gao Eihan and Yunfan as worthless, mentioning his gift with tears in his eyes. Aggrieved. Oh, a chair. Xiang Pengfei was instantly a little curious. Yes, it's this chair, Gao Ziqiang said and took out the chair that Gao Eihan had given him, with the aim of humiliating Gao Eihan and praising himself in front of Xiang Pengfei. Who knew the next moment? Xiang Pengfei snorted coldly. What an eye without a pearl. Xiang Pengfei shook his head. Do you guys know this thing? How much it's worth? Saying that it's a crappy chair without knowing the truth is really ridiculous. Ha! Xiang Pengfei's face directly pulled down as he asked in a deep voice. City Lord Xiang, isn't this just a rotten chair? Is there any value left? It's probably worth a few tens of thousands of dollars at most. Gao Ziqiang was dumbfounded and asked in an uncertain manner. Really ignorant. Xiang Pengfei coldly laughed twice, then lifted the chair and directly smashed it to the ground. Instantly the chair was directly split into pieces. The left leg part of the chair was actually hollow, and it seemed like there was something hidden inside. This chair on the surface looks plain and ordinary, nothing special, but if the chair is smashed open, it will be discovered that there is a hidden mystery inside the chair. Xiang Pengfei's eyes radiated light, and as soon as he did, he pulled out a stack of paper from the hollow part. Soon, the folded paper was opened, and a piece of poetry was displayed. This piece of poetry is the Tang Dynasty poet Li Bai's Difficult to Travel the Road, belongs to the authenticity, and from the color of the paper as well as the appearance of the words. This piece of poetry is very well preserved, the value of about 50 million upwards. For those who really like Li Bai's poetry, may be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And is the existence of the price of the existence of the world's only one? You actually say that this is garbage. Really blind your dog eyes. Really blinded your dog eyes. Xiang Pengfei was instantly furious, not caring in the slightest about the face of the Gao family's crowd. Xiang Pengfei expressed his annoyance at the Gao family's uneducated behavior. As for the crowd other than Yunfan, they were all dumbfounded. One by one, their jaws dropped. Dumbstruck. Chapter 79, here comes the reversal. Ha! Is it Li Tai Bai, the Tang Dynasty poet? The long wind will break the waves sometimes, hanging straight from the clouds and sailing across the sea. I didn't realize that the chair actually has a hidden mystery inside. But why is the real poetry of Li Tai Bai hidden inside a rosewood chair? This you do not know. Ancient people, in order to prevent the antiques from leaking, they would use the real one as a fake, hiding the real one inside the fake one, so as to confuse the public. This way, no wonder, if it's really the real handwriting of Li Tai Bai, probably hundreds of millions are said to be less. Namely, Li Bai's fame is too loud. Up to 50 or 60 years old, down to a few years old small children, basically know the existence of this poetry immortal. The crowd brightened up and expressed their opinion ideas. At this time, Gao Ziqiang as well as Elder Gao and the others were dumbfounded. They had always thought that it was just an ordinary wisteria wood chair worth tens of thousands of dollars. Xiang City Lord, you are not kidding, right? Gao Ziqiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked with forced surprise, do you think I will joke with you? This gift, since you can't afford to look down on it and don't want it, I'll offer $100 million to receive it. Xiang Pengfei said with a wave of his hand, throwing away $1,000. In Xiang Pengfei's opinion, Li Bai's authentic works are simply too rare. Although Li Bai's poems are many, but the authentic works are very few. In the long river of history, a lot of authentic works have been destroyed. Coupled with Li Bai's poetry is more famous on so many. Each basically belongs to the worthy of treasuring. Ha! 100 million? This is too luxurious. Xiang Pengfei's words, the whole room was once again brought to a high. The tide, everyone is shocked. 100 million to collect a poem. To be honest, this is unprecedented. Unprecedented once. But if it is talking about the Tang Dynasty poet Li Bai's Difficult to Walk, then it is understandable. At this time, the one who felt the most regret was none other than the old man of the Gao family, who initially thought that the gift sent by Gao Eihan was too rags to riches and didn't put it in his heart. Who knew that it was actually so precious? It was even worth far more than the life extension Dan. By the way, that so-called life extension pill is a fake. Some time ago we seized a group of peddlers from the provincial city who were manufacturing fake medicines. These are the ones we seized from the fake drug peddlers. The fake drug peddlers used sugar pills that cost a few dollars as the life extension Dan, and sold them at a price dozens or hundreds of times higher than the cost price, roughly $100 apiece. Xiang Pengfei thought of something, slowly said. At the same time from his hand also took out a few life extension Dan. At first everyone thought that Xiang Pengfei was talking nonsense, but when they saw the life extension Dan in Xiang Pengfei's hand, everyone was shocked, only to see Xiang Pengfei hands of life extending Dan with just Gao Zicheng to give Gao old man life extending Dan is exactly the same. Whether it was from the appearance, size, shape or color, it was simply carved out of a mold. It's actually a fake. I seem to have heard about this as well, saying that a group of fake drug dealers were seized in the provincial city, but I didn't expect that what was being sold was actually the life extension Dan. I didn't expect Gao Zicheng to actually buy a fake one, and thought he really spent tens of millions, almost by Gao Zicheng to cheat. If really from the fake drug dealers here to buy, then there are some too heartless, to fake the real, to win the high old man's heart, really hateful. Indeed, this life extension pill doesn't look like the real thing. I've seen the real life extension pill. If it's the real thing, this pill will actually glow. Yes, I've also heard of it, especially at the sunlight. It will emit a luster of its own, which is what makes it really fake words. It's almost non-existent, because the replica can't be made. These longevity extension pills in front of us really don't have any luster. This is enough to prove that these are fake. At this time, everyone at the scene was all exuberant. Everyone was all dumbfounded, not thinking that Gao Zicheng, who was the most valued by the Gao family's old master, would actually go in this way to cheat the Gao family's old master's heart and cheat everyone. If not for the arrival of Xiang Pengfei, everyone was afraid to think that the life extension pill is Gao Zicheng spent tens of millions of dollars to buy. After learning the result of the crowd instantly to high self-improvement of the impression of the bottom of the valley, originally are still very optimistic, very appreciate high self-improvement, now only feel high self-improvement as if a clown. Even the high old man as well as the high plus crowd all with unbelievable eyes to the high not far away from the self-strengthening. For the words to Pengfei, everyone is convinced. The main to Pengfei is not only just the provincial city lord, the main thing is to Pengfei Han has enough evidence, and also proved that the eye of this life extension Dan and to Pengfei himself seized really no difference. What are you talking nonsense? This life-prolonging elixir of mine was bought with a huge amount of money in a foreign country. It's not a so-called counterfeit product. At this moment, Gao Zicheng was already desperate, but he was still a dead duck, mainly because if it was really known that he was using a fake as a substitute for the real thing, then in the future, his reputation in the Gao family would be swept to the ground. Are you sure? Do you want me to go to these vendors who make counterfeit products and ask them to come up with proof that you purchased from them? Xiang Pengfei asked directly in return, a disdainful expression on his face. Although Xiang Pengfei didn't personally see Gao Zicheng purchase the elixir from these people, but from the point of view of the workmanship of this elixir then, it was indeed from the same person, which was why he concluded so. Chapter 80, Returning the favor of a drop of water with a spring of water. When he heard this, Gao Zicheng had some trepidation. Gao Zicheng was very clear about how he got his life extension Dan. It is to spend a few $1,000s to buy from the hands of these people, but did not think that the original price is actually only a few $100s to be able to buy, or be pitched. This makes Gao Zicheng's forehead suddenly emerged some fine sweat. There is some panic. Gao Zicheng is very clear. Once their own lying things are exposed, then in the future their prestige in the high family can be directly lost. In the high old man's heart of the good impression is also destroyed. Gao Zicheng's panic also let the rest of the high family cheer witnessed. People are old, naturally can see the high Zicheng's fear and trepidation. Obviously to Pengfei said are true. Otherwise, high self-improvement reaction could not be so violent. Obviously have begun to panic, but still in the feigned calm. Gao Laozi also understood what was going on, and immediately looked at Gao Zicheng's eyes with some disappointment. Originally, today was his birthday banquet, a day to be happy. But today this kind of thing happened to make Gao Laozi unhappy, only to feel that there is some disgrace. Originally very lively a banquet, finally ended up unhappy. The most embarrassing belongs to Gao Zicheng. At first by the stars to become the meat and potatoes, but finally in the end was revealed to be false. Directly from the heaven fell to the bottom of the instant face. The last winner belongs to the Hai Ihan. Originally everyone thought that the Hai Ihan sent something as an ordinary rosewood chair. Nothing too surprising. But later learned that the rosewood chair inside is made of Li Bai's real handwriting. All of them were surprised. Finally this piece of poetry was Xiang Pengfei to 100 million price from the hands of Gao Han bought over. This is undoubtedly another hard slap on the face of the Gao family's old man. But the Gao family's crowd also dared to be angry. Everyone did not dare to provoke Xiang Pengfei, knowing Xiang Pengfei's position of strength in the provincial city. outside the manor. Did you already know that hidden inside the wisteria wood chair was a piece of Li Bai's poetry? Gaoihan still had some shock. When she first started to take the wisteria wood chair to give a gift, Gaoihan honestly still had some worries. Even when she was pointed out by 1,000 people, Gaoihan really thought that it was just an ordinary wisteria wood chair. But then the reversal came. When she learned that this was Li Bai's authentic work, Gaoihan's jaw dropped. Not to mention that she didn't expect Xiang Pengfei to actually acquire this wisteria wood chair of hers for a price of $100 million. Half and half. I only know that there are definitely treasures inside, but I don't know that it's Li Bai's real work. Yunfan nodded and answered truthfully. Indeed, Yunfan had only received the inheritance, but did not have the perspective function. It was only with experience that he had judged that there was definitely something hidden inside the rosewood, but what the price of the specific thing was, Yunfan was unknown. But generally treasures hidden in this way were basically inexpensive. Facts proved that Yunfan's guess was basically alright. However, what really surprised Yunfan was that Xiang Pengfei. I did not expect to actually recognize that there were other antiques among the wisteria wood at a glance, and also be able to recognize at a glance to prolong lifespan is false. It can be seen that to Pengfei treasure identification ability is very powerful, not at all worse than their own. That's so, but I still have to thank you today. If it wasn't for you, I would have definitely been humiliated. Gaoihan nodded with an afterthought, suddenly admiring Yunfan even more. At the same time, she was also glad that she had brought Yunfan over to attend her grandfather's 80th birthday banquet, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. The reason why Gaoihan didn't want to stay in the provincial city was that she didn't want to see the ugly faces of Gao Zicheng and the rest of them. She was always bullied in the past, but today she could be considered to be out of breath. Mr. Cao is polite. I am just doing my part. Yunfan smiled and said modestly, right. I'll have that $100 million hit your card by then. Gaoihan thought of something and suddenly said, in Gaoihan's opinion, if it wasn't Yunfan's words, he wouldn't have realized that the wisteria wood chair would hide Li Bai's true masterpiece. It would only be treated as an ordinary wisteria wood chair, and it was even possible to throw it away after a few decades. Although it was sold for $100 million, to Gaoihan, this $100 million had nothing to do with herself. Mr. Gao doesn't need to be like this. The wisteria wood chair itself is Mr. Gao's. $100 million are also Mr. Gao's. I just borrowed the flowers and found out that there are other antiques hidden amongst the wisteria wood chair. Yunfan froze for a moment, not expecting Gaoihan to be so bold. $100 million to give to himself when he said so. No, that being said, if it wasn't for you, I would have just treated this chair as an ordinary wisteria wood chair, let alone discovering other values. Gaoihan shook her head. If it wasn't Yunfan, this wisteria wood chair would be worth a few tens of thousands of dollars. Even if it hid how precious antiques were inside, it just wasn't worth anything if it wasn't discovered. Let's put it this way then. It's better to split it according to the agreed ratio. I only need 25%. Yunfan knew that Gaoihan's character was very stubborn. Even if she excused herself, Gaoihan would still give herself all of it. Instead of that, Yunfan would rather just take 25% of the money that belonged to him. And Yunfan really didn't do anything. The fact is that the company's business is not a big business, but it is a big business, and it is a big business, and it is a big business. As the saying goes, the kindness of a drop of water is repaid by a spring of water. During this period of time, Gaoihan is not bad to Yunfan at all. Yunfan is also aware of, so will only take part of their own on the line. Chapter 81 Transfer of Shares. Alright then. Gaoihan hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Right, that, Mr. Gao. I think there is some embarrassment between the two of us now. Why don't I just resign? Yunfan thought of something and said his innermost thoughts. After so many embarrassing things happened in the villa yesterday, Yunfan didn't even know how to face Gaoihan. If it wasn't for Gaoihan taking the initiative to find Yunfan to talk, Yunfan was afraid that he wouldn't take the initiative to say a word to Gaoihan, mainly because the relationship that happened between the two people was too ambiguous. So much so that Yunfan did not know how to go with Gaoihan to contact. In the end, thinking about it, it was better to resign, so that it wouldn't be too awkward. Why? Gaoihan froze for a moment. Is it because you think the salary package I offered you isn't high enough? Then I'll raise your base salary to 200,000 commission from the original 25% directly to 30%. Gaoihan then waved her hand in a very bold manner. If it was because of the simple issue of work treatment, Gaoihan felt that it was all a minor issue. Yunfan was worth the price. In the past, Gaoihan had never offered her employees such a salary, but the Yunfan from all aspects of the ability to show as well as the character of the words, completely worth the money, not to mention other things, just by himself to put $100 million all the money to Yunfan. Yunfan just belongs to their own 25%. Try to ask, how many people can do this? Not only that, but Gaoihan felt that Yunfan's better place was too much, not only the excellent ability to identify treasures, but also more in terms of character. Compared to the ability then, Gaoihan paid most attention to the character. Even if the ability is strong, if the character is not good, it is futile, just like Zhang Wansen. In the past, it was Gaoihan who looked at the wrong person, which led to being conned by Zhang Wansen. It is not a question of salary. The salary given by Mr. Gao is already very satisfied. Mainly yesterday, Yunfan shook his head slightly, wanting to speak. Gaoihan instantly understood what Yunfan was trying to express. Her face instantly reddened. In her mind, she could not help but recall the scene yesterday when she was bathing in the bathroom and was rashly intruded by Zhang Huai, even touching her privacy, as well as the scene this morning when she pushed open the door to her room and saw her own intimate clothing. This made the always cold and proud Gaoihan feel shameful, and her white cheeks instantly turned red. If possible, Gaoihan hated to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Alright, don't talk about those things. Didn't I say for you to forget? Gaoihan instantly raised her voice and said seriously. Originally, Gaoihan had almost forgotten about yesterday's matter. Who knew that Yunfan himself took the initiative to bring it up again? And Gaoihan, who had easily forgotten about it, remembered it again. There is no need to think about the matter of leaving the company. As long as I am still the owner of a line of pawnshops, there's no way I'll let you be inspirational. Gaoihan thought of something and emphasized once again. The attitude was very grim. Gaoihan was very clear about Yunfan's ability. After leaving from herself, there were definitely many people who wanted to dig for Yunfan. Once he let go of himself, then Yunfan would most likely be occupied by his own rivals afterward, and could cause a lot of trouble for himself. Such a person had to stay by his side, and absolutely could not become his own rival. Alright, I still have some things to do so I'll leave first. Without being told, Gaoihan turned around and left, leaving Yunfan alone to stand in place with a bitter smile. When such a thing happened, Yunfan had thought that Gaoihan would fire herself. Even if she didn't fire herself, he was also embarrassed to stay and work with Gaoihan again. So Yunfan took the initiative to resign, not realizing that Gaoihan had actually rejected his proposal. Forget it, it's better to stay at the pawnshop. Yunfan took a long breath and then lit a cigarette and stuffed it into his mouth. Just as Yunfan was about to go back, Gao Mingyuan and Aunt Hu followed him out. Son-in-law, why are you alone? Where did Ihan go? Gao Mingyuan walked over with a smile on his face, looking at Yunfan with joy in his eyes. After experiencing what just happened, Gao Mingyuan liked Yunfan even more. Mainly because Yunfan's state of being fearless in the face of danger was not something that ordinary people could imitate. This is enough to prove that Yunfan's confidence in himself as well as the predicted calmness. In Gao Mingyuan's opinion, Yunfan this person will become a great atmosphere in the future. Although he is only an employee of the pawnshop now, his future achievements will definitely not be low. The golden scale is not a thing in the pool. Once encountered, the wind and rain will be transformed into a dragon. In order not to let such a golden son-in-law leave, Gao Mingyuan decided to distance himself from Yunfan a little more. Mr. Gao just left. Yunfan replied truthfully. I don't know why when he saw Gao Mingyuan, Yunfan's whole person was a little embarrassed. Mainly this Gao Mingyuan was acting really too enthusiastic, which had some conflict with Gao Mingyuan's status position. I've said don't call Mr. Gao. You are now boyfriend and girlfriend. Right, son-in-law? Where do your parents live? I'll come pay a visit some other day. Gao Mingyuan thought of something and immediately corrected himself verbally. Jiang Chang, Shen's group, conference room. The conference room at this moment was filled with the smell of gunpowder. All the shareholders of Shen Clan Group were sitting on a desk. Seriousness was written all over everyone's face. Since everyone is here, let's get straight to the point. Regarding my 5% shareholding in Shen Clan Group, I intend to transfer this 5% that belongs to me to Lu Dahai. Me too. I'm transferring my 3% shares to Lu Dahai. I'm transferring 10% of my shares to Lu Dahai. In a flash, everyone except Shen Shuning as well as Shen Qingshan basically transferred the shares that belonged to them, and transferred to the same person. Chapter 82, The End of the Road. This caused both Shen Shuning and Shen Qingshan to look at each other. Today's meeting was jointly held with all the board members, but what Shen Shuning didn't expect was that this meeting was actually about the transfer of equity, having thought that it was about the recent fire at the Shen Group's campus. What do you all mean? Shen Qingshan, who hadn't been speaking, couldn't stand it anymore and directly slapped the table and stood up. Everyone knew that Shen's group and the Lu family had irreconcilable friction, and the two sides themselves were now at a white-hot stage. Who knew that these shareholders of Shen Group actually transferred their shares to Lu Dahai one after another? It doesn't mean anything, Shen Dong. We are simply transferring the shareholding that belongs to ourselves. It doesn't seem to be illegal, right? Yes, Mr. Shen. We didn't steal. We didn't rob. We just transferred a portion that belongs to us to others. Are you so angry? The crowd immediately said in a conspiratorial manner. They did not put Shinshan in their eyes in the slightest. You transfer equity. Why do you have to transfer it at this juncture? Also all transferred to Lu Dahai. Or is it that all of you have defected to Lu Dahai now? Shinshan slammed his fist on the table. The water cups on the table were slammed to the ground. And the coffee also spilled all over the place. Now this situation is a discerning person knows that these shareholders have already stood Lu Hai. Otherwise it would not be possible to transfer all the equity to Lu Hai. The main thing is that the equity owned by these people is about 51%. That is to say, Shinshan and Shinshuning two people's equity is only 49%. In the past, Shinshan was the largest shareholder of the company. That is, the actual controller? But if these shareholders now transferred their shares to Lu Dahai, then the largest shareholder would also become Lu Dahai, and Shinshan would lose the actual control of Shin Group. It seems like who we defect to has nothing to do with you. Alright, don't talk nonsense. Since the equity transfer conference has already finished, let's just get together and part ways. The crowd did not give Shinshan the slightest bit of face, and disliked him back without any hesitation. With that, they all stood up one after another, intending to leave. All of you stop right there. How much did Lu Dahai pay you guys? Shinshan, will pay double. Shinshan was really getting real this time. He knew very well that if Lu Dahai got these shares, then Shin's group is basically already in name only. This fight between Shin family and Lu family, Shin family can basically declare the end already. Sorry, even if you offer 3 times as much, there's no way we'll change our minds. These people refused very decisively. There was no room for Shinshan to retain his position. Soon, only Shinshan and Shinshuning were left in the originally lively conference room. Dad, don't bother. Since they dared to transfer the equity to Lu Dahai, it's enough to prove that Lu Dahai has completely bribed them. Shinshuning, who hadn't opened her mouth, said from the side, hands wrapped around her chest. Her complexion was very grave. Shinshuning knew that Lu Hai, this villain, should have bought all these shareholders, and gave the conditions are very tempting. Otherwise they would not be able to transfer these shares in their hands out. Mutiny so suddenly. This makes Shinshuning feel very headache. Did not expect the park on fire thing has just calmed down. I did not expect such a thing to happen again. One wave has not yet subsided and another wave has arisen. If that's really the case, then aren't we losing in this competition? Shinshan immediately felt a burst of speechlessness. Originally thought that in the fight with the Lu family, the Shin family would be able to gain the upper hand, but no one expected such a thing to happen. This Lu Dahai is very sinister and cunning. I also didn't expect that he would actually buy these shareholders. Shinshuning also expressed great surprise, mainly because Lu Dahai this chess move is really too high. In this way, if only need to grasp the dominant power of Shin's group basically will be directly disintegrated. Daughter is father sorry you? If it is not that dad had a conflict with the Yao family in the first place, it would not have evolved into what it is now, and if he did not call you back from abroad, there might not have been so many things. Shinshan's fists clenched, eyes full of hot tears said, he very much wanted to the Lu family over, but things had come to this. It was obvious that the balance of victory had already tilted in favor of the Lu family. Once the equity really into the hands of Lu Dahai, basically Lu Qingshan's position as chairman of the board of directors will not be guaranteed. And then Shin Group as Lu Dahai alone said. Although Shin Qingshan still owns 49% of the shares, but as long as the mastery of the dominant power, Lu Dahai will be able to slowly Shin Qingshan as well as Shinshuning hand 49% of the shares to a little bit of wear out. Dad, don't say this kind of words. Even if we don't tear the face with the Lu family in the first place then, in the future is always going to meet each other. Sooner or later thing. Shinshuning spoke out to comfort, knowing that now his father had reached the end of the road. Without the actual control of the company there was nothing left. Why don't you go abroad first? Dad will stay in Jiangqing alone and fight the Lu family to the end. Shinshan's fists pinched and creaked, as if he had already made some kind of determination. Chapter 83 Lu Dahai gains power. Shinshan knows that the best solution now is to let his daughter, Shinshuning, go abroad to avoid the wind. Once he lost his power, the most dangerous person would be Shinshuning. I won't leave Jiangqing. Moreover, I won't go abroad. Not to mention that it's even more unlikely that I'll go abroad in this situation now, Shinshuning said very stubbornly. She also knew that her father wanted her to be able to avoid the wind, but Shinshuning's character was just and upright. Even if you lose, you have to lose to face it openly and honestly. It is impossible to hide in the east and west. Hide, but once dad doesn't have the ability to protect you anymore, then that villain Lu Dahai will surely find you in trouble. Shinshan still wanted to say something more. Shinshan was very clear that Lu Dahai's persona had previously sent people to assassinate Shinshuning 2 or 3 times, but in the end, they all ended in failure, and now once he lost his power, Shinshuning was definitely the most dangerous one. There isn't a word of fear in my Shinshuning's dictionary. Even if I lose, I'll admit it. Shin Shunning clenched her teeth and said word by word. These were Shin Shunning's innermost thoughts. Even if the situation was unfavorable now, Shin Shunning didn't want to retreat. This was not in line with Shin Shunning's character, since as well as choosing to go to war with the aristocrats, then surely she had to persevere until the last moment. Alas, since this is the case, then Dad will also accompany you to the end, no matter what tricks the Lu family will play. We all then. Shin Qingshan sighed. See his own daughter, so stubborn also cannot say anything more. Shin Qingshan also know his daughter's character is very stubborn. Well, next I will make the matter of the fire in the park public. First set off the storm of public opinion. Use the storm of public opinion to protect themselves. Shin Shunning nodded heavily. Regarding the matter of the fire in the park, Shin Shunning had already investigated more or less, and had also gotten the evidence from the arsonist's hands about Lu Dahai's request for him to commit arson, and he himself only needed to find the media to expose it at that time. Afterwards, he then slightly guided, will be able to use the pressure of public opinion to protect themselves. After all, he has already Lu Haiha to the exposure. If their own family was attacked by the life of the personal threat, it is easy to associate it with Lu Haiha's due. This was by far the best solution. Alright then, I'll leave this matter to you. Shin Qingshan was also agreeable after learning about Shin Shunning's idea. Well, during this period of time Dad, you'd better find a few bodyguards to follow. Personal safety is most important. Shin Shunning thought of something and faintly reminded how perverted Lu Dahai was. Shin Shunning was aware of it, and it was very likely that he would pose a threat to his family's personal safety. I'll protect myself, and you should protect yourself as well. Shin Qingshan nodded heavily. At the same time, a clubhouse in Jiangcheng. Lu Dahai looked pleasant as he enjoyed the feeling of being star-studded by a group of beautiful women. Come on, one drink for each of the beauties. Lu Dahai was drunk, holding a beautiful woman in one hand, holding a wine glass and shaking it, enjoying himself. Today's Lu Dahai was very happy, mainly because the fight about the Shin group was almost close to an end. General Manager Lu, drink slower. A few black silk beauties assisted Lu Dahai while holding Lu Dahai's wine cup. Their faces were full of shyness. Lu Dahai also didn't politely. After drinking it all, his hands were placed on the two black silk beauties' buttocks and pinched them fiercely. This feel really good. Lu Dahai couldn't help but flirt too, then held one of the beauties' face and directly nibbled. Mister. Lu was really too shy. The beauty was kissed and immediately had some hands and feet. While wiping the saliva on her face, she said with an excited smile, to be honest, although the beautiful woman hates Lu Dahai to move so much on herself, but there is no way. Lu Dahai gives really too much, and can only forcefully endure the nausea to kiss with Lu Dahai. Suddenly a burst of telephone ringing Lu Dahai from the tenderness of the countryside to wake up. Hey, have words quickly say, have fart quickly put. Lu Dahai answered the phone directly after the expression changed. Seriously said. What Lu Dahai hated the most was when others disturbed his enjoyment when he was enjoying himself. Young Master Shun's group executive shares have all been transferred to Young Master's name. I'm here to inquire about how the Young Master's next move should be carried out. The butler licked his face and said in a lowly manner, afraid of angering Lu Dahai. Have all of them been transferred? Lu Dahai froze for a moment, not expecting the efficiency of the movements to be so fast. Yes, currently the Young Master has 51% of the shares and is currently the single largest shareholder. The housekeeper nodded and replied how. The shares of the Shin Group executives were what Lu Dahai had allowed the butler to operate, mainly spending huge sums of money coupled with some underhanded means to threaten these executives, and ultimately forcing them all to hand over the shares in their hands. Yes, the next thing we need to do is to kick Shin Shunning and Shin Qingshan, the father and daughter pair, out of the Shin clan group. Let them not have the slightest relationship with the Shin clan group. Without the Shin clan group, after that it will be nothing more than a breeze for us to clean up after them. Although said now Lu Dahai drinks some drunk, but the mind thought is still very clear, especially in the face of Shin's group. This matter above is to fight up 11 spirit. Chapter 84 to Shinshin's current boyfriend. Alright, young master, I know what to do. After hearing Lu Dahai's idea, the butler immediately hooked an evil smile on his face, feeling very impressed with this idea of Lu Dahai's. Alright, hurry up and go take action. Don't disturb my enjoyment anymore, Lu Dahai immediately said impatiently. Then, before waiting for the housekeeper to answer, he directly hung up the phone. Chicks, waiting anxiously, come, let's continue drinking. Lu Dahai immediately had a lewd smile on his face, and then directly pounced on a few beauties not far away. Returning from the provincial city, Yunfan obtained a day off. Yunfan intends to go to a trip to the Yuntang Antique Appraisal Center. That is, he opened this store. Since the opening, Yunfan basically seldom go to this store, and do not know how the development. Standing in front of the entrance of the Yuntang Antique Appraisal Center, Yunfan immediately had some surprise, did not think that after many days, the Antique Appraisal Center actually decorated so well. Yunfan almost did not recognize. Just when Yunfan was ready to go and he saw Song Jifei in a suit with a cigar in his mouth, directly out of the doorway. "Yeah, brother Fan, why are you here?" Song Jifei had some surprise. The main industry has not seen Yunfan's figure in the past few days. Seeing Yunfan at the door was more or less a surprise. "I came to see how the appraisal center has developed." Yunfan also smiled and responded. "The current business is not bad. We hired 4 or 5 employees, basically all young and beautiful big sister. In the face value of our store have one well. Come to our store consulting people are also more. Basically are some middle-aged people. The current daily turnover is about 6 figures. This is not counting the performance of selling antiques." Song Jifei took a deep breath, exhaled the smoke, and smiled obscenely. Song Jifei was very aware of the psychological characteristics of these rich people. After all, he had been a security guard for many years before. Every day with these rich people in and out. Generally speaking, middle-aged men are the richest. These people basically there is no one can resist the beautiful girl. As for the appraisal center of those appraisal officer, Song Jifei also try to find some girls. The proportion of rich people are mostly men, more women less, and play antiques are basically a number of men. Casting is the most important thing. Your kid is not bad, quite a business vision and business acumen. Hearing Song Jifei words, Yunfan on the side of some surprise, did not think Song Jifei's head actually so bright. Originally thought that their own this appraisal center to Song Jifei management will not appear some problems, but the fact proved that there is no problem, and take care of the well-organized. Hey, isn't this what I learned from Brother Fan? And it can't be said that I didn't learn anything in these few years of fighting outside. Song Jifei naively touched the back of his head. He directly extinguished the cigar in his hand. Cheer up well. Subsequently, if the turnover is good, we will continue to open branches. At that time, you will directly take the share. Yunfan patted Song Jifei's shoulder, which was considered to give Song Jifei a shot of stabilizer. Since Yunfan didn't have much time and energy to manage his own company, he could only hand it over to Song Jifei to manage. Yunfan was also never a man of errands, as long as the development was good. When the time came to give Song Jifei 20% of the shares were completely no problem. Don't worry about it, Brother Fan, leave the appraisal center to me, and I will definitely develop it into one of the largest appraisal centers in Jiangcheng. Song Jifei patted his own chest and assured, since he dared to say such words, it proved that Song Jifei had his own certainty in it. Currently Jiangcheng did not have an antique appraisal center. The main thing is that there are too many pawnshops in Jiangcheng. These pawnshops are attached to some of the functions of the appraisal in it, but these appraisal services are not professional, and even said that maybe in order to sell their own pawnshop antiques, or low price to buy each other's hands of antiques will say some words to deceive consumers. Completely insufficient authority. But now the Yuntang Antique Appraisal Center is not the same as a professional appraisal institutions for identification, and identification of all the results of all recognized, and is also willing to fake one to compensate for 10, not to mention other things, alone fake one for 10. There is no one can do with Yuntang Antique Appraisal Center as well. Well, then you first busy, time is almost up, I go to pick up my sister. Yunfan glanced at the time, then he planned to leave first. These days Yunfan didn't have the time to pick up Yun Xiaoxiao. Now that he had the time, he would naturally choose to personally go pick up Yun Shirao, and incidentally take Yun Shirao to have a delicious meal. After leaving the Yuntang Antique Appraisal Center, Yunfan drove his phaeton to Xinya's elementary school. Due to the traffic jam on the road, there was a bit of a delay, but when he arrived at the elementary school, he was only 3 minutes late. Yunfan stood in a corner next to the school entrance as usual, quietly waiting for Yun Shirao to appear. However, what Yunfan did not expect was that he actually waited for Tu Xinxin, his ex-wife, only that the one standing next to Tu Xinxin was no longer Luo Xiaodong, but a man with a big belly. The man looked to be in his 30s. The two men were holding a boy, and the boy looked to be 7 or 8 years old. The three people were talking and laughing, especially Tu Xinxin, wearing a tight little halter child, the whole person dressed up very sultry. When walking, she intentionally or unintentionally stuck to the man with a big belly. Yunfan subconsciously turned around with the intention of avoiding it, not wanting to see Tu Xinxin, but who knew that Tu Xinxin saw Yunfan and even took the initiative to walk over. Chapter 85, Sealing the Cloud Sails. Yunfan subconsciously wanted to dodge, but Tu Xinxin took the initiative to greet him. Hello again, Yunfan. Come, baby, let me introduce you. This is my wimpy ex-husband, Yunfan. Saying this, Tu Xin's gaze went back to the big-bellied man behind her, and she stuck up with a smile on her face. This is my current boyfriend, Lu Dahua, currently working as a local supervisor in the Jiangcheng Antique Association, earning $1 million a year. When Yunfan was mentioned, it was obvious that Tu Xinxin's expression was all disgust, but when LV Dahua was mentioned, Tu Xinxin's eyes became mesmerized. Pretty fast ah. The last one was just divided not 2 days ago. Right, and the next one is here again. Yunfan laughed coldly and said in a conspiratorial manner. Yunfan also did not expect the speed of 2xinxin's change of object in front of him to be so fast. With their own just divorced directly with Luo Xiaodong together. However, Luo Xiaodong bankruptcy decisively abandoned Luo Xiaodong and chose this LV female Dehua. This makes Yunfan's impression of 2xinxin even more into the bottom. Originally also read in with 2xinxin has a few years of conjugal love-in, but now words, Yunfan thought of himself and 2xinxin married, will only feel very disgusting, whether I change my object quickly or not. It seems that it doesn't have anything to do with you. Don't think that you think you're great just because you've made a little bit of money now. A rotten orange is a rotten orange. Get it? It won't be because you've earned a little bit of small money that you'll impress me. You won't be able to make me look at you squarely in this lifetime. Tu Xinxin also got a little angry in the face of the taunts, but then her face also pulled down and she directly disliked him. Although Luo Xiaodong was said to have been bankrupted by Yunfan, in Tu Xinxin's opinion, Yunfan was still a loser. He was only lucky and made a small fortune, but this did not change Tu Xinxin's opinion of Yunfan. In Tu Xinxin's mind, Yunfan was still a small character, still a waste that was abandoned by himself. So you took the initiative to look for me just to talk this trash? By the way, your vision of finding a boyfriend is getting more and more pulled down. The last Luo Xiaodong, at least his family has a few tens of millions of assets. This person you found only has a yearly salary of 1 million or a part-time job. Yunfan laughed, then shrugged his shoulders, unimpressed and asked rhetorically. You? Tu Xinxin was instantly infuriated and gasped for air, but there was no way to fight back. Hey, kid, you're arrogant. I don't care how arrogant you are. When you meet me, you'd better keep a low profile. Lu Dahua, who hadn't said anything, directly poked Yunfan's chest and looked at Yunfan with slightly provocative eyes. The tone was very arrogant. What does it have to do with you if I am arrogant or not? Yunfan pulled the corner of his mouth, feeling that the LV Dahua in front of him was very interesting. He had no grudges or enmity with this LV Dahua, and he came up here to provoke himself. Yunfan felt that what he said was the truth. This LV Dahua is not as good as the last Luo Xiaodong. At least Luo Xiaodong's family background is better than this. The looks were also a bit more handsome than this pig-headed steward. You'd better pay attention to your words. I heard that you have your own pawn shop in Jiangchang, although it is said that you are acquiring someone else's. As long as it is in Jiangchang, I can have the ability to seal your pawn shop. Kill it. Lu Dahua pulled the corner of his mouth and said very arrogantly. Inside the words were all threats. Oh, are you that capable? Who gave you the right? Yunfan immediately felt some want to laugh. This LV Dahua was a little too rampant. Just a supervisor of Jiangchang Antique Association was so arrogant and domineering. If it was the president of the Antique Association, wouldn't it be heavenly? Don't you care who gave me the right? Anyway, I have enough ability to seal off your pawn shop. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Facing Yunfan's skepticism, Lu Dahua did not explain anything too much to Yunfang, but expressed his attitude and ability. Alright then, please seal off my pawn shop. If it's not sealed, I'll look down on you. Yunfan snorted and laughed. This Lu Dahua was too arrogant. Yunfan could not see this kind of person. Currently Yunfan did have his own industry, not only by Yuntang Antiques establishing the center, but also by acquiring Luo Xiaodong's dozen of pawnshops. Remember what you said, I will make you beg. After Lu Dahua dropped these words, he turned around and left with Tu Xinxin in his arms. Yunfan, you're screwed. You've messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with. I'm telling you. Although this female Edward is not as good as Luo Xiaodong in terms of financial power, he can be too much better than Luo Xiaodong in other aspects. Tu Xinxin turned towards Yunfan and smiled smugly, as if she had already seen Yunfan's final miserable appearance. Yunfan did not reply anything more either, merely sneering twice. In the face of LV Dahua's threat, Yunfan actually did not put it in his eyes. Wanting to seal, to kill one's own pawnshop, this was tantamount to a fool's dream. Just after Yunfan had listened to it as a joke, he suddenly saw the non-performing Yun Xiaoxiao running towards Yunfan with a bounce. Brother, why are you here? Yun Xiaoxiao was a little surprised the moment she saw Yunfan. Usually it was auntie who came to pick up Yun Xiaoxiao. Today brother is off. So incidentally I came to pick you up and take you to dinner. Yunfan instantly squatted down, his doting eyes looking at the Yun Xiaoshan in front of him. How nice. Yun Xiaoxiao gave a naive smile. It looked very happy. Tell brother, did anyone else bully you during this time at school? Yunfan thought of something and raised his hand to rub it on Yun Xiaoxiao's small head. Brother, there's no one bullying Xinya anymore. These students are all rushing to be friends with Xinya. Yun Xiaoxin replied truthfully. That's good. If anyone else dares to bully us, just tell brother. Brother will protect you. Yunfan once again rubbed Yun Shashu's little head. Yunfan himself was a very protective person. In the past, not protecting Yun Xiaoxiao well was due to Yunfan's own ability strength not being in place enough. But the current Yunfan was not what he used to be. Chapter 86, Going After Yunfan's Sister. Shinya knows. Yun Shinya nodded obediently. Tell brother what you want to eat. Brother will take you to eat. Yunfan said and directly stood up, softly asking. Shinya think for a moment. Shinya want to eat. Forget it, why don't we just go home and eat auntie's cooking? It's too expensive outside. Yun Shinya put her small hand at her chin, thinking seriously, then her tone had some gravity. Shinya good boy, brother now has money, no need to save money for brother. Seeing Yun Shoshio so understanding, Yunfan could not help but feel some heartache. Yun Shoshio, when his parents were still around, Yunfan's family's conditions were not particularly good, living in a relatively tight situation. Yun Xiaoxiao has never spent money recklessly, and then her parents were no longer around. Yun Xiaoxiao was still very thrifty, other small children wanted toys and food. Yun Xiaoxiao didn't want anything, very understanding, which made Yunfan's heart warm. Then let's casually eat a little at a roadside stall. Seeing her brother say this, Yun Shoshin then expressed her thoughts. Come with brother, brother will take you to a place. Yunfan knew that if he let Yun Xiaoxiao choose on her own, it was possible that half a day Yun Xiaoxiao wouldn't choose to go to a better place. Instead of that, Yunfan would rather decide on her own. Yun Shoshin nodded. Yunfan said as he directly brought Yun Shoshino to sit on the phaeton. Looking at Yun Shoshin's excited little face, Yunfan felt some relief. Now that his parents were also gone, all Yunfan had to do was to properly raise Yun Shoshin as his sister, slowly develop their own forces, one day to take revenge for his parents. Settlement West Hotel. This is a famous 5-star hotel in Zhengcheng. Yunfan directly asked for a private room, although it is said that only 2 people eat together, but the sense of ceremony should not be missing. With Yunfan's work slowly getting busier later on, there wasn't much time he would spend with Yun Xiaoxiao, so if he had time, Yunfan still had to spend all his time with Yun Xiaoxiao and make up for Yun Xiaoxiao a bit more. In itself, now that Yun Xiaoxiao has lost her parents and only Yunfan is left, Yunfan, the older brother, must be the one to take up the responsibility of being her own older brother. Provincial city, inside a certain villa. Pissed off, this Gaoihan is really here to smash the scene. Gao Zicheng slammed his fist on top of the table in front of him, instantly knocking the table over. The entire person was so angry that his face turned blue. Originally, at Grandpa's banquet, he would have been the star-studded existence, but who knew that the accident that happened would make him fall directly from heaven to hell, turning him into a jumping clown. Brother Chang, calm down. The more this time, the more we should calm down a bit. Gao Zicheng's little brother saw his big brother getting angry, so he had to speak out to comfort him. The things that I asked you to investigate, how is the investigation going? Gao Zicheng lit a cigarette and began to gulp it down. The investigation is over. The man next to Gaoihan is called Yunfan, currently serving as a treasure connoisseur inside Gaoihan's pawnshop. The 2 people have an extremely close relationship, especially Gaoihan is very appreciative of this Yunfan, and the payouts to Yunfan are all very generous. The little brother nodded and gave a truthful account of what he had investigated. As for this Yunfan's family background, I've also investigated it clearly. Mom and dad were already killed 5 years ago. Currently there is only a younger sister left. The 2 of them depend on each other. But it's worth mentioning that this Yunfan seems to have gotten married but divorced again. The 2 of them made me make a fool of myself at the banquet. I definitely won't let them go. Gao Zicheng nodded after hearing this, took a deep drag on his cigarette and closed his eyes. If it wasn't for the appearance of Yunfan and Gaoihan, there was no way that they would have been the jumping off point at all, and they would have definitely become the biggest winner at this banquet, gaining the favor of the Gao family's old man. But now that things had happened, there was no longer any room for regret. Then what should we do now? Gao Zicheng's little brother frowned. Gaoihan can't be moved for now, but we can start with Yunfan. Doesn't he have a sister? Kidnap his sister. I'm going to make him raise his eyes in this world. Gao Zicheng clenched his fists and directly threw the cigarette in his hand inside the trash can next to him. Okay, but if we move Yunfan, Gaoihan will definitely get angry when she finds out. Gao Zicheng's little brother thought of something and asked with a desire to speak. So what if we let her know? Gaoihan is not in the provincial city. Not to mention that the relatives of the Gao family basically support me now. The future me will be the best successor candidate for Master Gao. She won't dare to do anything to me, Gao Zicheng said with conviction. Having said that, Gao Zicheng didn't dare to make a move against Gaoihan. Once other relatives knew about it, Gao Zicheng's persona would collapse, but Gao Zicheng wouldn't let Gaoihan go. After becoming the head of the family, the first one would take Gaoihan. With Brother Chang saying this, then I'm relieved. The Gao family junior brother let out a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. Well, Be a bit more numb when doing things. Don't leave any loose ends. Gao Zichang nodded and reminded, Brother Chang, don't worry, we won't personally take action. We've already investigated some relevant situations. We'll let others take action. Even if we're discovered, we won't be suspected. The corner of Gao Zichang's little brother's mouth hooked up a light smile and said smugly, after this is done, you will be given a bonus of $200,000. Just finish it as soon as possible, Gao Zichang said, lighting another cigarette and stuffing it into his mouth. Okay, Brother Chang. After the little brother heard this, an ecstatic expression appeared on his face, and he then left. Humph. Yunfan right, although we have no grievances, but since you dare to offend me, Gao Zichang, then don't blame me, Gao Zichang, for being ruthless. The corners of Gao Zichang's eyes were slightly wrinkled as a killing intent filled the air. Chapter 87, Meeting Lu Dahai. At this moment, Yunfan did not know that he had already been hated by Gao Zichang. Yunfan was taking his sister to eat inside his room. Shinny, you eat first, brother is going to the restroom. Yunfan suddenly felt a little pain in his stomach. Okay, brother, Yun Xiaoxiu said without looking back. The little head never left these delicacies on the table from the beginning to the end, and the two little hands kept stuffing their mouths. Yunfan said as he drew a few sheets of paper and left directly from the private room. Good thing that the corner of the corridor is the bathroom. Yunfan immediately opened the floodgates. Less than 3 minutes out of the bathroom. The original tense look was also relaxed at this moment. So comfortable. Yunfan let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. As the saying goes, people have 3 emergencies. This saying is not fiction. Just now it almost gave Yunfan suffocated. Shin Shunning was very depressed. It was mainly this morning. The executives of the Shin group of companies held a meeting and transferred all the shares in their hands to Lu Dahai of the Lu family. This made Lu Dahai directly become the largest shareholder of Shin group. The shareholding percentage directly surpassed his own father. However, in the afternoon, Shin Shunning received a decision from the top management of Shin group to remove Shin Shunning's position as general manager. Not only that, even his father Shin Xingshan's position as chairman had changed hands, and the current chairman of Shin group had become Lu Dahai. His father's real power was also completely hollowed out at this moment. Shin Shuning knows that all this is Lu Dahai behind the ghost. Lu Dahai, the reason why he did so, is to want to empty themselves and their father. In this way, the Shin family basically exists in name only. This makes Shin Shun Ning very reluctant, so lost to Lu Hai Hai. Shin Shun Ning 100 unwilling, but things have come to this point, there is no room for salvation. Shin Shu Ning knows that the next step of the Lu Si is estimated to take their own and their father Shin Xingshan down. In order to consider their own safety with their father, Shin Shu Ning decided to put the Lu Si arson news out, looking for the media to publicize it. The bigger the incident, the better for themselves, at least to protect themselves. Just as Shin Shunning was preparing to operate, she unexpectedly received a call from Lu Dahai. If you don't want Shin Group to be ruined, meet with me for a meal. Lu Dahai's voice came just after he connected the phone. What do you mean? Shin Shunning naturally also heard the threatening implication in Lu Dahai's words. Now the actual controller of Shin Group is me, which means that I am now able to make Shin Group close down and go bankrupt with a single word. Both your father and daughter should not want to see the huge Shin Clan Group being destroyed. The Lu Dahai on the phone paused and said to himself, a smug look spreading on his face. At this time Shin Shunning had some silence. Shin's group for their father Shin Qingshan, how important. This point Shin Shunning himself is also aware of. His father was young when he started from scratch, slowly developed a little bit into the current strength. It is not easy to have achievements, did not expect that now actually give others to do the graft. It was hard to imagine a situation after his father lost the Shin Group. Just dinner is so simple? Shin Shunning asked tentatively. According to the understanding of Lu Dahai, Shin Shunning felt that this matter is not as simple as imagined. There must be something else fishy. Eating a meal, chatting, that's all. Lu Dahai smiled a smile, and answered in a harmless manner. Okay, I promise you. Time, place. After hesitating for a few minutes, Shin Shunning finally chose to agree to Lu Dahai's request. Shin Shunning knew that she didn't have any choice right now. She didn't want to see Shin's group lose in the hands of Lu Dahai. She could do nothing but agree to Lu Dahai's request. I'll send the address on top of your cell phone later, Lu Dahai said and hung up the phone with a smile. Hearing the sound of beeping in the phone, Shin Shunning clenched her pink fists and gritted her teeth. At this time, Shin Shuning hated her own strength as weak. If the strength is strong enough, words will not fall to this point today. Just when Shin Shuning had mixed feelings, Lu Dahai's message came. After seeing the positioning sent by Lu Dahai, Shin Shunning didn't hesitate for a second and drove directly to Shin Shuning. Also do not dare to determine Lu Dahai in the end, cannot be sure. But now there seems to be no choice for their own space, only to be able to follow what Lu Dahai said to do. to be able to fight for a ray of hope. Shin Shunning just arrived at the hotel in front of the foot. The foot will see Lu Dahai is waiting for himself in the hotel lobby. Lu Dahai was staring at himself with an ambiguous look on his face, which made Shin Shunning feel very uncomfortable, and only felt some nausea. Thought you wouldn't dare to come, but I didn't expect to really come. In the moment of seeing Shin Shunning, Lu Dahai still has some surprise. Shin Shunning can come. Lu Dahai still admires Shin Shunning. The general public still really can't do the same as Shin Shunning. Have such a big courage. I am a man of my word. I hope you can also be honest and trustworthy. Shin Shunning did not have any expression on her face and said to herself, don't worry about it, manly man, a spit is a nail. The private room I've already booked. Let's go to the private room to talk first. Lu Dahai glanced at the time, then urged. After arriving at the private room, Lu Dahai very boldly recruited the waiter and ordered a large table of dishes. Shin Shunning, however, did not have the slightest appetite, and could only look at the food with dry eyes and inner trepidation. Chapter 88 Threatened. Why don't you eat the dishes? Seeing that Shin Shunning did not move her chopsticks, Lu Dahai asked suspiciously. I already ate when I came. I'm not very hungry. Shin Shunning smiled awkwardly. At this time, where else would she be in the mood to eat and drink? Don't be like this. Eat enough to have the spirit to talk about other things. Lu Dahai smiled lewdly and took the initiative to get up to Shin Shunning to clip food. This behavior directly let Shin Shunning feel very repulsive. Subconsciously dodge a bit. No need to clip. I'll eat it myself. Shin Shunning forced herself to hold back her nausea, and quickly and politely refused. Hey, if you reject me, then the matter about Shin's group is exempt from discussion. Lu Dahai smiled evilly and directly uttered a threat. As expected, Shin Shunning, who heard this, had to give up her resistance and let Lu Dahai give herself the dishes into the bowl. At this time Shin Shunning was teeth clenched, when she has been so aggrieved. However, people under the roof had to bow their heads. Now the chairman of Shin Group is Lu Dahai. Shin Shunning had to endure again and again. That's right, as the saying goes, those who know what's right are wise. If you don't listen, I just need a word. Your father's remaining shares in Shin's Group will also be replaced. By then Shin's Group will really completely change its name to Lu's Group. The corner of Lu Dahai's mouth hooked up a light smile, said faintly, looking very pleased with himself. To be able to see Shin Shunning so obedient seen, Lu Dahai felt that it was still not easy. To know Shin Group in Jiangcheng is also considered a large company. The two families have been fighting for so many years. In the past, Shin Shunning is unruly character. The eyes will not look at Lu Dahai. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, Shin's Group has fallen out of favor. What the hell do you want to do? Shin Shunning couldn't hold back any longer. Her fists pinched and squeaked. What I want to do you should also be clear. It's very simple. You be my girlfriend for 3 days to accompany me to sleep a few times. I can let your father continue to serve as the chairman of Shin's Group, and I will not interfere with Shin's Group anything. Lu Dahai's eyes showed a touch of lust. The color of lust. His eyes kept wandering back and forth on Shin Shunning's body. Today Shin Shunning, purposely wearing a casual dress, looks very atmospheric, but under the casual dress of the better body shape cannot be hidden, especially Shin Shunning's stunningly beautiful face. Lu Dahai could not help but fall for it. Impossible. Shin Shunning refused very dryly. Not to mention the hatred with Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai alone looks like a dog. Shin Shunning cannot see, meaning there's no way to talk about it? You think about your father. Think about the Shin Group. Talk to me about the object. Perhaps your Shin family can still survive in Jiangcheng. Do not talk to me. I will let your Shin family in Jiangcheng completely extinguished. Lu Dahai spread out his hands and said arrogantly. The reason why he was so confident was entirely because Lu Dahai had people from the provincial city side behind him. Otherwise, there was no way to buy Shin's Group shares with Lu Dahai's own family's money alone. You are threatening me. Shin Shunning immediately felt some anger being threatened, more or less uncomfortable. You can also understand it this way. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. Lu Dahai admitted without a care in the world. Saying that, Lu Dahai directly sat back on top of his position, then lit a cigarette and began to gulp it down. Not far from Shin Shunning eyes with a hint of teasing. In the eyes of Lu Hai, Shin Shunning in front of him is completely the lamb to be slaughtered. Shin Shunning fell into a tangle. On the one hand is their own innocence. On the other hand is the entire Shin family. Shin Shunning did not know how to choose. Very painful. In the end, an answer was born in Shin Shunning's mind. I promise you, but I hope you can do what you say. Shin Shunning's fists clenched. No problem. Lu Dahai manly man. A mouthful of spit is a nail. Then let's drink first. The corner of Lu Dahai's mouth hooked up a light smile, as if everything was in his budget said, and began to pour Shin Shunning a glass of wine. Shin Shunning tried to push back, but finally picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one go. The usual Shin Shunning basically does not drink much. Itself Shunning's alcohol consumption is relatively general. This time Shunning probably drank almost a kilogram of foreign wine under Lu Dahai's irrigation. No, I can't drink anymore. Shuning immediately felt his head has some dizzy face. There are some hot. Even said the scenery in front of the eyes have become some phantom. Indistinct. The last cup is not drunk after drinking. Lu Dahai began to persuade again. Naturally no in front of Shunning is already reached a critical value. Drink again may really drunk, but still deliberately say so. There is no way. Under the persuasion of Lu Dahai, Shunning finally picked up the wine cup, once again took a sip. This time Shunning really lost consciousness, directly lying on the table above to fall asleep. Seeing Shunning sleep very deeply, Lu Dahai lit a cigarette. His face showed a smug look. Let's say that there is no woman that I, Lu Dahai, can't get. To kill you so easily is really too much of a waste. At the very least, you have to wait for me to play enough before you sleep. Lu Dahai clamped his cigarette. The corner of his mouth involuntarily hooked up a light smile. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call. Is my room booked yet? Lu Dahai asked to the attendant inside the phone. Mr. Lu, your room has been booked. It's on the 10th floor. You can just take the elevator directly upstairs after dinner at that time. The waiter's polite voice came from the phone. Okay, there is no need to keep the remaining $200 in the card. As your tip, Lu Dahai said generously, then extinguished his cigarette. Thank you Mr. Lu. The receptionist smiled even sweeter. After hanging up the phone, Lu Dahai directly picked up the sleeping Shunning and walked towards the elevator door. Chapter 89, Grievance and Grievance. At this time, Lu Dahai had already fantasized about being able to have any kind of relationship with Shunning. Although it was said that the two families had a great hatred, but Shunning had a slim figure and beautiful looks, and had countless suitors. Lu Dahai had long been harboring ill intentions towards Shunning, and now that he finally had the opportunity to taste Shunning's flavor, it made Lu Dahai excited. Suddenly, Lu Dahai bumped into something. A stagger almost fell down. This made Lu Dahai instantly burn with rage. Who is it? Walking without eyes? Lu Dahai instantly fumed. Looking up, he found a familiar silhouette appearing in front of him. It's you dog. The moment Lu Dahai saw Yunfan, anger surged to his heart. Originally, the fact that he had just collided with Yunfan had made Lu Dahai very irritated. Who knew that the one who had bumped into him was also his enemy, which made Lu Dahai instantly on fire. He couldn't help but think of the scene when he went to Gaoihan's house that time. The whole time he was humiliated and ignored. Lu Dahai couldn't wait to break Yunfan into pieces. Please keep your mouth clean. Yunfan raised his head and also found Lu Dahai in front of him. Then his eyes hovered over Lu Dahai's body and found Shunning next to Lu Dahai. Yunfan froze for a moment. Yunfan had just finished going to the toilet and was ready to go back to the private room. Who knew that he accidentally bumped into Lu Dahai, and as a result, he was sprayed by Lu Dahai. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you. 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 The last time Shunning Park Fire. Yunfan has been in the identity of the mysterious person to help Shunning. At that time said it was the last time to help Shunning. Yunfan naturally talked to the word. Said Yunfan turned around and was ready to go. Stop, you want to leave after bumping into me? At this moment, Lu Dahai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Yunfan with a hateful gaze. What do you want? I don't have time to play with you here. Yunfan glanced at the time and said eagerly. His little sister was still waiting for him in the private room. It had been a while since he had gone to the restroom, and he was afraid that his sister would be in a hurry. In a hurry to cast off? Since I met you today, let's settle new grudges and old grudges together. Last time I told you to leave Gaoihan, you took my words as a whisper. Today I'll let you see my Lu Dahai's power. Lu Dahai gritted his teeth and said. Originally Lu Dahai let his men investigate Yunfan's background as soon as he returned. However, because the war with Shunning had not yet ended, he had temporarily forgotten about Yunfan, and he did not expect that the wrongdoers would be narrow. Surprisingly, they ran into each other again in this place. So let's end the old and new grudges together. Boring. Yunfan skimmed his mouth, not putting this Lu Dahai in his eyes at all. Said Lu Dahai directly picked up the phone. Hey, you guys hurry over? I have a task for you. After making the call, Lu Hai looked at Yunfan with a smug expression. You just wait for death. In a moment, my men will arrive. Lu Dahai said arrogantly. Today, Yunfan must be taught a lesson so that Yunfan would know how powerful he was. I said I don't have time to play with you here, let me go before it's too late or you'll regret it. Yunfan said eagerly once more, not wanting to have too many encounters with Lu Dahai here. Why are you wimpy? If you're goated, Just kneel on the ground and apologize to me and admit your mistake. And swear to never harass Gaohan and leave from Jiangchang, and I will be able to get out of your way. At this moment, Lu Dahai thought that Yunfan was a wimp and wanted to admit defeat to himself, and was immediately smug. There was no one in Jiangchang that Lu Dahai couldn't rule over. Yunfan immediately forehead out of 3 black lines. Did not think that this Lu Dahai actually so narcissistic. He was just anxious to go to see his sister. This Lu Dahai actually naively thought that he had egged out. Since Lu Dahai wanted to die so much, then Yunfan would satisfy him. Fine. Come over and I'll apologize to you. Yunfan instantly shrugged his shoulders and looked at Lu Dahai not far away with amusement. Lu Dahai naively thought that Yunfan really wanted to apologize to himself, and with a smug look on his face, he directly and unguardedly walked towards Yunfan. Just when the two were less than half a meter away, Yunfan raised his hand and slapped hard on Lu Hai's face. Instantly Lu Hai's face had 5 more slap marks, and the pain directly made Lu Hai scream out on the spot. You actually hit me. Lu Dahai covered his face, incredulously looking towards Yunfan who was not far away. Mainly Yunfan's strike was really too sudden. Lu Dahai did not have any defense at all. I didn't want to talk to you in general. It's you who had to be beaten up. Yunfan patted his palm. Unimpressed, he said. At the same time, 5 or 6 stout men walked up. What does Brother Hai want with us? The stout men asked with a dumbfounded look on their faces, not yet realizing the seriousness of the problem. This pussy dared to hit me. Today you guys must waste him. Waste 1 arm $100,000. Waste 2 arms $300,000. I'll be responsible for everything that goes wrong. Lu Dahai has been overwhelmed by hatred, said with red eyes, upon hearing that there was money to be taken. At once 5 or 6 stout men's eyes were green. Eyes flocked to Yunfan, who was not far away, and saw that Yunfan was 175 in size and had a relatively thin figure. At once, he was happy. This is not to beat the baby. It is simply to pick up money. Chapter 90, You're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Alright, Brother Hai, just leave it to us. The fighters were rubbing their fists and were eager to try. $300,000 was already close at hand. How to look at the Yunfan in front of them was a skinny and weak one, not their opponent at all. Brothers on, show Brother Hai how powerful we are. Subsequently, these people swarmed and surrounded Yunfan directly. For a moment, Yunfan was watertight, surrounded by people on all sides. Feeling the jackal-like eyes of these people, the corner of Yunfan's mouth rose slightly. A few of you go together, so as not to delay me. Yunfan hooked his finger and said arrogantly. These people Yunfan did not put in his eyes at all. So rampant. Fine, let's see if you can still be rampant in a while. The fighters were enraged. It was the first time they had seen such an unselfish person. Brothers on. With a command, everyone rushed towards Yunfan, bound to hold the purpose of taking Yunfan's arm and leg. However, the next moment, a jaw-dropping scene occurred. With just a single punch, Yunfan sent the nearest fighter flying. The fighter flew out a dozen meters away at that moment and lay heavily on the ground, directly fainting. Yunfan's behavior made everyone dumbfounded. Everyone did not expect that Yunfan was actually so powerful and had extraordinary hands. To know that they are all practiced. Most of them are retired from the army. More are practiced. But in front of Yunfan, as if they were chickens, there is no chance of resistance at all. It's all been said. A few of you have to go together. Yunfan skimmed his mouth and smiled evilly. These words certainly had an element of provocation in them, but they were all Yunfan's truth. However, Yunfan's words completely enraged the crowd. Originally, the crowd was still a little scornful and fearful of Yunfan's skill, but at this moment, everyone was burning with rage, and there was only one thought within their hearts, which was to finish off Yunfan. Just when Yunfan's words had just fallen, this group of people pounced towards Yunfan as if they didn't want to lose their lives, and even some of them had already taken out their daggers and other murderous weapons. Delusional desire to kill him with one blow. Looking for death. Yunfan's eyes narrowed slightly, his fists clenched, and without the slightest bit of politeness, he directly killed these people in 3 or 2 blows. That's right, these few fighters were directly killed by Yunfan in seconds. All of them were sprawled out, lying on the ground, rolling from side to side in pain. The original team of strong fighters were directly destroyed by Yunfan. The whole process took less than half a minute. As a bystander, Lu Dahai witnessed the whole process, and at the beginning, Lu Dahai's face was filled with smiles. For Lu Dahai, these fighters are their own, each person's strength. Lu Dahai is very clear, basically is the existence of 1 against 3. Taking down a Yunfan was still easy, but, who knew that a surprising scene had occurred? These people were not Yunfan's opponents at all, or rather, in front of Yunfan, these people were actually so unbeatable. Are you pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Lu Dahai stammered, looking somewhat shocked. Already to this point, Lu Dahai is not a fool. Naturally know that Yunfan is a practitioner, and the strength is also different. Not ordinary people can be comparable, but Yunfan has not been shown, and even give a person a kind of their own weak feeling. Realizing that he had been tricked, Lu Dahai became furious. Any more moves? Feel free to come, if not, it's my turn. Yunfan did not take the initiative to answer Lu Dahai's question, but instead smiled evilly and walked towards Lu Dahai step by step. Originally, Yunfan was not prepared to be general with Lu Dahai, but Lu Dahai made a fool of himself. In that case, Yunfan had to choose to fulfill Lu Dahai. Chapter 91, A Final Farewell. What do you want? You don't come close to me. Lu Dahai completely panicked at this time. Originally Lu Dahai thought that he was able to easily pin down Yunfan, but the facts showed that he still underestimated Yunfan too much. However, the next moment, the miserable screams were endless. The whole person directly flew out, ruthlessly hit the corridor columns, directly let Lu Dahai fainted in the past. Immediately Yunfan saw the hotel staff rushed over. Yunfan did not say anything and directly left. Several minutes had passed by the time he returned to the private room. Brother, why are you just coming back? Shinya thought something had happened to brother. Only Yun Shoshin said with a worried face. I'm sorry, Shinya. Brother, there was a delay when that incident happened outside. Yunfan smiled ashamedly. He knew that Yun Shoshin would be worried about himself, which was why Yunfan hoofed it back. It's fine, brother, just fine. Seeing that her brother was safe, Yun Shashu's hanging heart instantly relaxed. Alright, is Shinya finished eating yet? Let's go home after we finish eating. Yunfan glanced at the meal on the table and realized that he had already eaten almost all of it. Shinya has almost eaten. She's already very full, Yun Shoshu said with a satisfied face as she touched her stomach. Then let's go home. Yunfan smiled, holding Yun Shoshin's hand, and the two of them left the hotel directly. At this moment, Shinshuning opened her eyes in a daze and realized that she was lying on the sofa at the front desk of the hotel. Miss, you're awake, the front desk attendant asked with a surprised face. Where am I? Shinshuning had some confusion and only felt some headache. Miss, you were drunk and fell to the ground at that time. The waiter told Shinshuning the general situation. Shinshuning only recalled at this time, she was one to be drunk by Lu Dahai, and after that, she was unconscious. After watching the hotel surveillance, Shinshuning realized what was going on, and the whole person was dumbfounded. The surveillance video inside shows very clearly, it is Yunfan saved himself. Although it is said that Lu Dahai went to molest Yunfan, only then was Yunfan forced to take action. But no matter what, Yunfan did indirectly save himself, which made Shinshuning very touched inside. Suddenly remembering the scene at the last time in Niandian, Shinshuning also suspected that Yunfan had saved her, but there was no definite evidence. She had planned to ask Yunfan when she met him, but she never found the opportunity. Shinshuning picked up her cell phone and dialed Yunfan's number with a nervous face. She was looking forward to Yunfan answering the phone, but also worried that Yunfan would not answer the phone. At this time Shinshuning's heart was still very complicated. At the same time, Yunfan, who sent Yun Xiaoxiao home, was taking a shower in the bathroom when he suddenly received a phone call. The caller ID Shinshuning. Yunfan has some confusion, do not understand. Shinshuning to call himself for what? However, since she was able to call herself, it was enough to prove that Shinshuning was safe. Yunfan was not prepared to take this call. Naturally he could guess what Shinshuning's intention of making this call was. However, who knew that Shinshuning had been making a non-stop call and the ringtone had been ringing non-stop? Hello? Yunfan, who answered the phone, did not take the initiative to say anything. I want to see you. A familiar voice rang out. Yunfan was a little confused, not understanding what Shinshuning's intentions were. I want to see you. Count it as a final goodbye. And by the way, I will tell you all the things that I have never told you. Shinshuning's tone was very calm. What things? What do you mean? At this time, Yunfan was even more confused. How to feel the phone Shinshuning has some strange. The specific were strange. Yunfan is not clear. Only feel with the usual Shinshuning has some unlike. Chapter 92, The Truth That Has Been Dusted for Years. However, Shinshuning did not say too much and then hung up the phone, after which Yunfan received a text message from Shinshuning. An address. Yunfan had some DD. Could it be that she said that in order to intentionally want to meet with me? A thought was born in the middle of Yunfan's mind, but soon Yunfan shook his head and dismissed the idea. It should be unlikely. Shinshuning is not such a person. Based on the understanding of Shinshuning, it was impossible for Shinshuning to do so. After taking a shower, Yunfan drove directly to the agreed location without saying a word. Xuanqiao Night Market. This is a relatively famous night market in Jiangchang. Every night the flow of people is bursting. There are many foreign tourists like to come to this place to spend money, but also belongs to the number of Jiangchang is more one of the net red attractions. After getting off the car, Yunfan looked at the crowded double bridge night market. suddenly have some dumbfounded. Shin Ning will be agreed to set the place in this place, which makes Yunfan still feel very surprised. This kind of places generally rich people will not come. In addition, there are too many people. It is difficult to accurately find Shin Ning in the crowd. Just after Yunfan looked for about 3 minutes, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Shin Ning, wearing a long dress of flowers, is not far away from the beckoning towards himself. Yunfan hurriedly ran over with small broken steps. The barbecue has been ordered. Want a drink? Shin Ning asked softly. The eyes had been placed on Yunfan on the opposite side, and from among Shin Ning's words and behavior, Yunfan could not see a trace of abnormality. Don't drink. I have to drive in a while. You also drink less. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone, Yunfan said politely. What happened during the day was also fresh in Yunfan's mind. Isn't this with you? Shin Ning made a small joke. Okay, no more jokes. Let's not drink then. Saying this, Shin Ning directly put down the small satchel on her shoulder and sat on top of the chair. Yunfan also obediently sat down. The table above was filled with barbecue. Very sumptuous. Say it, what's the matter of looking for me? Yunfan asked as he opened the window of heaven. Not wanting to have too many encounters with Shin Shulin, Yunfan had already made up his mind to disconnect from Shin Shulin, but Shin Shulin suddenly found Yunfan. This made Yunfan's original Taoist heart directly messed up. I have to say, Shin Ning after so many years still did not have any changes, and even said than before are more beautiful a few points. But whenever Yunfan saw Shin Ning, he could not help but think of the events of a few years ago, and all the feelings he originally had for Shin Ning would be suppressed in an instant. Eat first, we'll talk later. Shin Ning interrupted one by one and did not directly answer this question of Yunfan, which made Yunfan embarrassed to say anything more. He could only eat the midnight snack on his own. Shin Ning's gaze never left Yunfan, which made Yunfan have some embarrassment, not knowing what Shin Ning really meant. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Shin Ning spoke once again. Do you still hate me? Shin Ning asked in a flat tone. Yunfan froze for a moment, not expecting Shin Ning to ask this. I used to hate, but I've let it all go now. Yunfan picked up a skewer and put it into his mouth, answering truthfully. In those years, Yunfan did resent Shin Ning, feeling that Shin Ning's words didn't count, and that period of time was almost Yunfan's low point, and it was even said that Yunfan during that period of time was devastated. But later, with the passage of time, Yunfan slowly from the valley out. Also understand the fact that the two people simply do not have any results. First of all, the two people's family background is not the same, and secondly, the two people are not a world of people. Sooner or later to break up. If he continued to be with Shin Ning, he would only delay Shin Ning. It was just that every time he thought about the two people, Yunfan would only feel some regret. That's all. When she heard Yunfan say that she was now relieved, Shin Ning was visibly dumbfounded for a moment. There was some hidden pain inside. I was the one who apologized to you for what happened back then, but what if I could tell you that there was something else going on back then? Shin Ning hesitated for half a day, and finally intended to tell Yunfan all about that year's events. Now that it had come to this, if she didn't say it today, she wouldn't have much of a chance in the future. Yunfan frowned with some confusion. What do you mean? Yunfan had some uncertainty. Could it be that the reason for the breakup at that time was not precisely because Shin Ning had found a new person? She was afraid of being known by outsiders, so she just left the country. In fact, back then, I broke up with you not because I changed an object. That object was actually a trust that I found. The real reason was that my father let me go abroad to study for gold plating. Shin Ning did not have the slightest hesitation, told Yunfan the situation back then word for word. Yunfan, who learned the truth of the matter, the whole person froze in place, revealing a face of disbelief. All along, Yunfan thought that Shin Ning left the country because she didn't have the face to stay in Jiangcheng anymore, and ran away with that new object of hers. But what did not occur to him was that it was actually not the case. Even the new object is only Shin Ning invited a trust. Yunfan did not think that the truth of the matter would actually be like this. Chapter 93, Questioning Yunfan. All along, Yunfan thought that Shin Ning had moved on, so she chose to break up with herself. But it did not occur to her that there was no such thing as moving on. It was all a play that Shin Ning herself had found someone to put on, the purpose of which was to let herself die, after which Shin Ning could logically leave the country. Why didn't you tell me earlier? At this time, Yunfan has some emotional excitement. Back then, if Yunfan knew that Shin Ning was forced to leave the country to leave himself because of his own father, Yunfan could not be so hateful to Shin Ning. I will find another opportunity. If I tell you directly for no reason, you might think that this is an excuse, Shin Ning said unusually calmly. I've had a very tormented time abroad these past few years, and even though I'm the one who brought up the breakup, I'm also the victim. Shin Ning laughed bitterly and shook her head. In fact, the one who was most upset by this matter was Shin Ning. Shin Shunning had to cheat Yunfan while breaking up with Yunfan and letting herself play the bad role. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand this pressure. In the past few years, Shin Shunning has been in a beautiful situation on the surface, studying abroad, but in reality, she has been immersed in endless pressure every day. More often than not, she regretted what she had done. If Shin Shunning had been able to hold out a little longer, she wouldn't have separated from Yunfan, and maybe the two of them would have entered the marriage hall by now. But there weren't that many ifs. No matter what, things have already passed. Maybe everything is destined. Yunfan raised his head and looked at the starry sky, his thoughts running wild, since it had been so many years since the two broke up, and both had now moved on to their own lives. Then let's continue to live our own lives. What's more, Yunfan has already put it down. Everyone had their own lives to lead, and Yunfan also had his own path to walk. Yes, everything is predestined, but I've gotten my comeuppance. Shin Shunning smiled bitterly. Yunfan had some uncertainty, not knowing why Shin Shunning said that. Right, please answer me a question. I hope you won't lie to me. Shin Shunning suddenly thought of something, her expression directly serious, staring directly into Yunfan's eyes. Was it you who saved me that day in the Myeongdong Hotel? Shin Shunning had always thought that it was Yunfan who had saved her, but there had been no evidence and she had only been able to hold a skeptical attitude. But on this day Shin Shunning felt that she should look for Yunfan to personally question him. What are you saying? Why didn't I understand? Yunfan said, pretending to be dumb, and the whole person began to change the topic. Yunfan also did not expect Shin Shunning to actually ask herself this question. To be honest, in Yunfan's opinion, the last time on the face of the sky to be able to save Shin Shunning is completely by mistake. If that group of people did not provoke Yunfan, Yunfan could not have made a move. And Yunfan also wiped his tail clean, not thinking that he would actually leave a foot in the sand and make Shin Shunning suspicious of himself. You don't have to play dumb. I remember very clearly. I saw you in the corridor of the hotel that day, although I didn't find out anything about you at the front desk of the hotel, but my sixth sense told me that that person was you. Shin Shunning's tone became grave. Since she dared to say so, Shin Shunning also had her own guess. And just now, Shin Shunning clearly felt that Yunfan's eyes had some evasiveness, and that Yunfan's eyes liked to squint every time he lied, which was always a characteristic. You're really looking at it wrong. I haven't even been to the place you're talking about. Yunfan waved his hand and denied as usual. When you lie, your eyes like to squint like the left. I didn't expect that after so many years, this trait still hasn't changed. Shin Shunning smiled and said lightly. At this time, Yunfan appeared to have some embarrassment. Yunfan had thought that he had concealed himself very thoughtfully, but still did not expect to be dismantled by Shin Shunning. So embarrassing? Yunfan smiled awkwardly, and was at a loss as to what to say. Why don't you dare to admit it? Shin Shunning stared at Yunfan's eyes. It did not understand what Yunfan's intentions were. There's nothing I dare not admit. I just don't want to create trouble in vain. I'm living a pretty good life now. Yunfan froze for a few seconds before slowly replying to say. This was Yunfan's innermost thoughts. Right now Yunfan did not want to break this existing life. There's another question. Today inside the hotel, the person who relieved me was you, right? Shin Shunning asked once again. When she woke up from the hotel, Shin Shunning investigated the hotel's CCTV and saw with her own eyes that Yunfan saved himself and beat a group of people such as Lu Dahai to death. Seeing Shin Shunning's attitude so firm, Yunfan knew that Shin Shunning must have known something. Yunfan also no longer denied it, but nodded. How did you get mixed up with Lu Dahai? Yunfan felt very strange. A scum like Lu Dahai, Shin Shunning should be extremely detestable. It was even more unlikely that she would eat and drink with Lu Dahai. I can't help it. Shin Shunning laughed bitterly twice, shook her head, and told a rough account of what had happened recently. Chapter 94, Going Abroad. After listening to Shin Shunning's explanation, Yunfan realized that Shin's group has reached the edge of bankruptcy. Although Shin Qingshan still has shares in Shin's group, but there is no actual control. With the puppet undoubtedly, Yunfan did not think. Just less than half a month's time, Shin's group actually occurred skyrocketing changes. At the same time also understand why Shin Shunning will be with Lu Dahai dinner and drink. The original This Is Lu Dahai is blackmail Shin Shunning. Shin Shuning was forced to promise Lu Hai to go to dinner and drink. For a moment Yunfan did not know whether to sympathize with Shin Shunning or to feel happy. When Shin Qingshan looked down on himself, numerous times with the status of the humiliation of their own. Yunfan hated Shin Qingshan bankruptcy, but today, retribution finally came. But at this time the Yunfan a moment of joy not up. Just when Yunfan had mixed feelings inside, the emotionally complex Shin Shunning suddenly stood up and looked at Yunfan with affection. Yunfan, honestly, do you still like me? This was something that Shin Shunning had always wanted to know, and if she didn't ask now, she wouldn't have the chance in the future. Yunfan was dumbfounded by Shin Shunning's question, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Do you want to hear the truth? Yunfan, like a fish in his throat, hesitated for half a day and asked, want to hear the truth? Shin Shunning said with incomparable seriousness. The deep eyes looked at Yun Fan and did not move. The truth is that I don't have any feelings for you now. In the past, I might have liked you very much, but it was only limited to the past. After all, people move forward. I can't stay stagnant. Yun Fan replied politely. The refusal had been quite dry. In Yun Fan's opinion, he and Shin Shunning were indeed no longer in the same world. Even if he liked Shin Shunning in the past, it was a fondness during his student days. It was also a youthful madness. Now Yun Fan has grown up, knowing that the status gap between the two people is still very big. Plus Yun Fan has now been married, although already divorced, but Shin Shunning is still a yellow flower girl. There is also the most important reason. Yun Fan wants to avenge his parents. The enemy is the provincial city's powerful family. Yun Fan knows that this road is a long way to go, before the success of revenge absolutely cannot involve innocent people. Good, I understand. Shin Shunning smiled incomparably miserably. A teardrop flashed from the corner of her eyes. Yun Fan, who saw this scene, was somewhat dumbfounded, his heart aching vaguely. Yun Fan also did not understand why his heart ached. Well, my purpose of asking you out today has been accomplished, and I've already bought the order. Unsurprisingly, I'll be leaving the country in the next 2 days, together with my father, and Jiang Chang may never come back. Shin Shunning wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and tried her best to keep herself calm as she said, Yun Fan frowned, somewhat clouded. The news of Shin Shunning's departure from the country was really too sudden. In Yun Fan's opinion, if Shin Clan Group was tossed around by Lu Dahai so much, the Shin family would definitely have to fight back. At the very least, they could not let Lu Dahai win too easily. But what was never expected was that Shin Clan directly cowered and chose to leave the country. It's nothing, I'll leave first. Shin Shunning stood up shakily, picked up her bag and turned around. Looking at Shin Shunning's parting back, he didn't know why Yun Fan felt some slight sadness. More than that, there was some despondency. Forget it, don't think so much. Yun Fan shook his head, allowing his brain to remain as calm as possible. With that, he didn't waste any time and finished all the barbecue on the table before planning to leave. Jiang Chang, Yun Fan's villa. Yun Xiaoxiao finished her bath and was writing her homework in her room. Auntie Nanny brought a plate of fruits. Shinya, you're still doing your homework this late. Auntie cut some fruit for you. Eat it later when you're resting, Auntie Nanny said with a kind face. With that, she placed the fruit plate next to Yun Shiny's table. Yun Shiny said without lifting her head. Okay then, thank you Auntie. Yun Xiaoxiao also responded with a small grin. Her body and mind had been immersed in her homework because she was in too much of a hurry. I don't know how long it took, but there was gradually no movement behind her. Yun Xiaoxin was still fully immersed in her homework. Suddenly, a knocking sound came from outside the door again. Auntie, is there anything else? Yun Xiaoxin asked without lifting her head. The only one who knocked on the door at this late hour was the nanny's aunt, and there were only 3 people in the entire villa. In addition to Yun Shinoa, there was Yun Fan and the nanny. Yun Fan basically wouldn't come to Yun Shinoa's room at night. The nanny was more likely to come, to take care of Yun Shinoa's living and eating. However, not a single person responded to himself for half a day. The knocking on the door was still ringing. Is that you Auntie? Yun Xiaoxiao had some sense that something was wrong. Starting to stop, the pen in her hand, she tentatively asked. This time Yun Shiny was a bit flustered. No one responded to himself. The next moment, the door opened directly. Chapter 95 Assassination Attack. Yun Xiaoxiao's pupil shrunk slightly, and when she saw the face of the visitor, her entire body was startled, and she was just about to scream. Who knew that immediately afterward her mouth was covered? Nose inhaled a burst of misty smoke. Yun Xiaoxiao felt dizzy. Who rode less than a second of time? Marketing small directly unconscious up. The black man's mouth hooked up a light smile. Oh, I didn't expect the task to be so simple. The black man laughed evilly. Then he picked up a knife and directly stabbed Yun Xiaoxiao's chest. The man in black was basically running to take Yun Xiaoxiao's life. As a professional assassin, the man in black's grasp of wounds, as the saying goes, was quite precise. If you don't know, you'll be shocked. After his hand rose and fell, the black-clothed man looked at his own battle results complacently, especially the excitement after seeing the blood. With that, he glanced at, breathing gradually weak Yun Xiaoxiao. The man in black confidently left. Yun Fan, who came back from the night market, just arrived at the villa and realized that the light in Yun Xiaoxian's room was still on, which made Yun Fan feel something strange. In the past, Yun Xiaoxiao would also study at night, but not until so late. Yun Fan had set a study program for Yun Xiaoxiao that would not exceed 10 o'clock at night at the latest. But apparently the time had now come to the early hours of the morning, and the dog outside the door has been barking unheard of. Even in the air Yifan smelled a trace of the flavor of blood. For the capture of blood, Yun Fan at this time became unusually sensitive. A bad thought was born in Yun Fan's mind. Shinya is in danger. Yun Fan said as he directly rushed towards the room where Yun Shoshin was, and as expected, the moment he pushed open the door of Yun Shoshin's room, Yun Fan was directly dumbfounded, only to see Yun Shoshin directly lying in the middle of a pool of blood. At this moment, Yun Shoshin's breathing had become very weak, and was even said to be no longer breathing. Shinya. Seeing this scene, Yun Fan's eyes directly reddened as he hysterically roared. Regardless, Yun Fan hugged Yun Xiaoxiu and began to check the condition of the wound. It was discovered that Yun Xiaoxiu had an additional fatal wound in her heart. There were no other wounds on the entire body. It was because of this one fatal wound in the heart that Yun Xiao had almost lost her life, but now there was still a breath, which made Yun Fan breathe a little sigh of relief. Without saying a word, Yun Fan began to resuscitate Yun Xiaoxiu. After a series of resuscitations, Yun Fan's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Damn it, Shinya isn't out of danger yet. But fortunately, the situation has slightly improved. Yun Fan's fists were clenched, and his heart ached inwardly as he looked at Yun Xiaoxiu's dying appearance. Who the hell did this? A wave of killing intent burst out from amongst Yun Fan's eyes. The temperature of the entire room directly dropped to freezing point. Yun Fan had never been as angry as he was today. One had to know that Yun Xiaoxiu was Yun Fan's bottom line. A dragon had reverse scales and would be furious when touched. Obviously Yun Shoshin's injury made Yun Fan completely furious. Shinya, brother will help you find the murderer and take revenge for you. Saying this, Yun Fan placed Yun Xiaoxiu on the bed. The current Yun Xiaoxiu was slightly better after Yun Fan's resuscitation and was not in any life-threatening condition anymore. Unceremoniously speaking, if Yun Fan had come 1 minute later, Yun Xiaoxiu would have died due to excessive blood loss. Yun Fan concluded that the murderer did not go far away. From the Yun Xiaoxiu body temperature, the murderer may be less than 2 minutes to leave. Yun Fan, full of killing intent, adjusted his emotions and directly chased out. After the man in black succeeded in his crime, he was standing on a large tree not far from the villa, picked up the phone and made a call. Hey, mission accomplished. The man in black lit a cigarette and placed it on his mouth, puffing out clouds. The entire person acted very calmly. Obviously the person on the other side of the phone froze for a moment. So soon? Well, here's the picture. In order to increase his persuasiveness, the man in black sent the photo of the aftermath of the crime to the opposite side. Okay, good job. 200,000. Immediately have someone pay into the account. After the man on the opposite side of the phone responded, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked into a smile. Aha! The man in black nodded heavily and then hung up the phone. Just as the man in black leaned on top of his torso and gulped down clouds, a strong killing intent came to his nose. As a professional killer, the man in black was still very sensitive to Shai's capture. Instantly, he was on guard. The next moment, a black shadow appeared in front of the person. You're the one who hurt my sister, aren't you? Yun Fan lowered his voice and asked word for word. The man in black couldn't get a good look at Yun Fan's appearance before he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave and was shivering all over. But after hearing Yun Fan ask this, the black man also understood that this was probably the relatives of his target just now. Ha! A disdainful laugh. Although the sense of oppression Yun Fan gave himself was just too strong, the black man was not a vegetarian either. Without any further ado, he directly took the lead in pulling out a dagger from his hand and directly stabbed at Yun Fan's throat. As the saying goes, the first to strike is strong, the second to strike is a disaster. In the view of the man in black, they only have the initiative in the hands, to be able to invincible. Reacting to Yun Fan's backward step, his body bent to avoid the man in black's attack. The black-clothed man's eyes clearly froze for a moment, and did not expect Yun Fan's hands to actually be so athletic. Looking for death, Yun Shan spat viciously with a murderous aura. Chapter 96 It's Gao Zicheng. This behavior of the black man completely angered Yun Fan. In an instant, Yun Fan came behind the black man and threw a punch at the black man's waist. A punch that Yun Fan left no stone unturned. The black man did not react at all and did not expect Yun Fan's speed to be so fast. Yun Fan's punch directly caused the man in black to fly out 3 or 4 meters away. And when he stopped, a mouthful of blood was spat out from the corner of the man in black's mouth. Put! The man in black wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The entire person did not have the arrogant complacency from earlier, and after resurveying the Yun Fan in front of him, the originally confident black-clothed man, at this moment, had some bottomlessness. Even the man in black had some fear. The killing intent shown by Yun Fan was too strong, so much so that the man in black wimped out. Seeing that the situation was not good, the black-clothed man made a gesture to prepare to escape. But how could Yun Fan give the opportunity? Yun Fan directly backhandedly grabbed the black-clothed man's shoulder. A dragon claw hand ruthlessly pressed the black-clothed man, followed by wanting to uncover the black-clothed man's veil. The man in black used his whole body to fight back, but in front of Yun Fan, he was still too young. On the spot, Yun Fan was pressed to the ground and uncovered the veil. A relatively young and unfamiliar face. Who told you to attack my sister? Yunfan's eyes narrowed into slits. Deeply, he asked. Yunfan knew that the black-clothed man in front of him 100% belonged to an assassin. There should be an accuser behind the scenes. The black man did not answer Yunfan's question, but tried to put up a struggle. But how could Yunfan give a chance? Directly smashing his fist on the black man's face, the black man spat blood from his mouth on the spot. He directly lay on the ground, dying. Yunfan basically did not leave any residual force. The next is also a dead hand. At this point, the man in black also knew that he had no hope of escaping. I'll ask you one last time. Who actually instructed you? Otherwise I will kill you. Yunfan once again asked in a deep voice. This time Yunfan's eyes revealed a murderous aura. Yunfan was not joking with the black man, nor was he intimidating the black man. In Yunfan's opinion words, the black man deserved to die. But Yunfan could not let the black man die so easily. He had to find out who the black man behind the scenes really was. Don't say it right. It's fine. Yunfan let out a light laugh. Then he came in front of the man in black and stepped on top of the man in black's fingers, the pain of 10 fingers causing the man in black to scream out on the spot. Ah! The black-clothed man's forehead instantly broke out in a fine sweat, and his originally rosy face turned pale in an instant. The arrogant complacency also disappeared in this instant. If you tell me, I can let you off the hook. Otherwise, all 10 of your fingers might be beautiful, and you might become a cripple in this life. The corner of Yunfan's mouth hooked up a light smile, fatally threatening to for an assassin then. Hands are undoubtedly the most valuable asset otherwise. Losing his fingers would represent the complete end of his career. This for the killer words. The blow is really too big. Previously had hatred of the enemy. It might choose to retaliate against the killer at this time, and it would be hard for a killer without the ability to defend himself to live through it. Don't you dream. There's no way I would betray my employer. The assassin gritted his teeth and said stubbornly. After hearing this, Yunfan probably knew that the assassin in front of him must have a mastermind behind him. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to say this. But Yunfan was not defeated by the killer's stubbornness either, but intended to slowly break down the killer's psychological defenses. With that said, without the slightest hesitation, Yunfan once again stepped on the killer's second finger, and the screams were endless, this time without the slightest hesitation, followed by the third, the fourth, the fifth, until he was ready to step on the sixth. The killer couldn't hold on anymore completely. Don't step on it, I said. The killer's entire body was somewhat confused. His body was trembling, and the clothes on his body were already drenched in sweat. The killer had not expected Yunfan to be so cruel. He had thought that Yunfan had an element of intimidation in it. Who knew that Yunfan was not intimidating himself at all, but was really giving himself a chance? If I had known this, why would I have bothered? If I had said so, I wouldn't have to suffer like this. Yunfan clapped his palms together and smiled smugly at the corner of his mouth. It was fortunate that the killer man had conceded relatively quickly, but if he had been a little slower, all 10 of his fingers might have been wasted. It's Gao Zichang from the provincial city. The killer stammered and replied. Gao Zichang gave me $200,000 to lay hands on your sister. In the end, the killer still said the specific situation one by one. After hearing the words, Yunfan's eyebrows completely wrinkled down. It did not occur to him that it was actually Gao Zichang who spent $200,000 to find a killer to lay his hands on his own sister. Yunfan naturally knew that Gao Zichang's target was himself. It was just that his poor sister had given herself as a shield. Can I go now? The killer innocently asked. You can go, Yunfan said without a single emotional fluctuation. This caused the killer to rejoice inwardly, thinking that he could really leave, and immediately stood up with the intention of escaping. However, the moment the killer had just taken a step, Yunfan directly rushed up, ending the killer's sinful life. From the moment the killer had hurt his sister, Yunfan had no intention of letting this killer go. Gao Zichang, right? Fine. I will slowly settle this account with you. Let's wait and see, Yunfan said with his fists clenched tightly and a murderous aura. Chapter 97, Do unto others as they would have them do unto you. Yunfan's conflict with Gao Zichang originated from attending the Gao family's old man's birthday banquet. In the final analysis, the birthday banquet conflict was still the first provocation by Gao Zichang, and only then did Yunfan counterattack. But it did not occur to him that Gao Zichang actually held a grudge. He even used such a dirty and nasty trick to retaliate, which completely enraged Yunfan. It is not polite to come and not go. He. The corner of Yunfan's mouth hooked up a light smile. Then he returned home, opened his laptop and logged into the so-called darknet after typing in a few URLs. The darknet is the legendary place full of blood and violence. Yunfan has understood this darknet before a long time ago, and also knows the existence of the darknet, just has not been in. After entering the website, Yunfan saw at a glance the top of the website has a bounty order option. Yunfan directly opened the bounty order, found that there are almost more than 1,000 bounty order. The price of 10,000 to tens of millions of dollars ranging. The only pity is that these reward orders Yunfan cannot open, should only be able to open the killer. However, Yunfan was also not curious about these things, saying that Yunfan released a bounty order himself. The reward amount was as high as $1 million. The object of the bounty was undoubtedly none other than Gao Ziqiang. Since Gao Ziqiang had invited killers to harm his sister, then Yunfan chose to return the favor. After posting the reward, Yunfan exited the darknet and cleared his browsing history. Yunfan did not intend to deal with Gao Ziqiang by himself, in which case he would definitely offend the entire Gao family. The first thing that Yunfan did was to find a killer, and he did not want to make a big fuss. After doing all this, Yunfan came to his sister's room. At this time his sister's breathing had become quite even. The color of her face has also become slightly rosy from the miserable white at the beginning. Yunfan knows that her sister is now out of danger and only needs to recover slowly. Provincial City, Heavenly Man KTV, 006 Private Room. Gao Ziqiang was hugging the two sisters at the KTV, singing songs, drinking a little wine, and the whole person was behaving happily. Today's Gao Ziqiang was very happy. It was mainly revenge. On top of the Gao family's old man's birthday banquet, Gao Ziqiang felt that he had been insulted. This made Gao Ziqiang unable to bear it. He could only find a killer to teach Yunfan a lesson. The reason why he didn't directly hurt Yunfan, Gao Ziqiang had his own thoughts in it. If he directly ended Yunfan, for Yunfan, it would be too cheap. The most torturous thing was to let Yunfan's closest sister die in front of him, leaving him to live alone in the world. That was the best way to torture someone. In itself, Yunfan no longer had any relatives. There was only one sister, and now she was no longer alive. There was no difference between Yunfan living and dying. Let you go against me. This time there is merely only a lesson left, but if there is a next time, I will let you meet the king of hell as well. Gao Ziqiang picked up a cup of wine and directly drank it all in one go. His face flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. In Gao Ziqiang's opinion, it was as simple as breathing to pin down Yunfan, depending on whether or not he was willing to do so. Everyone continue to drink. Don't get drunk tonight. Gao Ziqiang quickly came back to his senses and said drunkenly. This matter of Yunfan, Gao Ziqiang did not put it in his heart from the beginning to the end, and felt that Yunfan was just a clown. As long as he is willing, he can let Yunfan go to see the king of hell. But Gao Ziqiang felt that this is really too boring. If Yunfan know the time words will be honest to live. If Yunfan do not know how to appreciate the words, then do not blame Gao Ziqiang nonchalant. The next day, Shen family villa, Shu Ning, back. Shen Xingshan had just poured himself a cup of morning tea at this moment when he heard a movement outside the door. Then he asked without turning his head back. Back. Shen Shunning nodded and said truthfully. After separating from Yunfan last night, Shen Shunning did not go home, and went to the bar to drink another night, and did not come back until dawn. At this time, Shen Shunning was staggering, and her body was revealing an odor of alcohol. Did you look for Yunfan yesterday? Shen Xingshan asked with a very calm expression. Knowing a daughter is like a father. Although Shen Xingshan did not see Shen Shunning looking for Yunfan with his own eyes, he was able to guess. After seeing it, there is no more regret. Shen Shunning did not deny anything and answered truthfully. Dad, I'm a little tired, so I'll go back to sleep first. Just book the airfare for me. When Shen Shunning finished this sentence, her tone had some fatigue, and her whole person was a little shaky. Now there is a way that we cannot have to go abroad, Shen Xingshan suddenly said. Shen Shunning, who was originally walking towards the upstairs, stopped her steps and froze directly, then looked back at Shen Xingshan, who was not far away, seemingly waiting for Shen Xingshan's answer. Over in the provincial city, there is a young master who found me and said that he can help us solve our difficulties. The precondition is that you can marry him, Shen Xingshan said very helplessly. So what does Dad mean? Shen Shunning naturally understood what Shen Xingshan meant and asked rhetorically. I didn't promise that, young master. I think it's better for you to choose freely in this matter. In the past Dad broke up you and Yunfan because of this kind of thing. Now all of a sudden Dad understands that the happiness of his children is the most important. The corner of Shen Xingshan's mouth pinched up a smile. I don't know whether it was a bitter smile or a pleased smile. The previous Shen Xingshan was too overbearing. Always feel that their daughters have to listen to themselves in everything. What they say is what. And then with the increase in age, it is also possible that after this blow, Shen Xingshan feel that their previous domineering character is actually wrong. So now Shen Xingshan gives the right to choose to his daughter, whether it is to choose to go abroad or to choose the young master. It is up to Shen Shunning to decide for herself. Chapter 98, Getting Married. After listening to Shen Xingshan's answer, Shen Shunning's entire body has some stagnation. Incredulous gaze to their father. Shen Xingshan is a kind of person, as a daughter of Shen Shunning is naturally the most clear. Before Shen Xingshan is basically a very domineering existence. Everything has to be said by Shen Xingshan. including Shin Shuning's own path, has to follow the planning required by Shin Shinshan to go. At least when Shin Shinshan said this sentence, Shinhwa thought Shin Shinshan was trying to let himself marry a rich family. In this way it would be able to help relieve the pressure on the Shin family. But what he didn't expect was that Shin Shinshan actually didn't go about it that way. Why so surprised? Shin Shinshan was beside himself with tears. Naturally, he knew where this expression of Shin Shuning came from. This made Shin Shinshan feel very guilty inside. In the past, Shin Shinshan felt that everything he did was for Shin Shuning's good, and if Shin Shuning dared to resist, Shin Shinshan would be particularly angry. There were even some times when it was mandatory to make Shin Shulin do what he said, and then it was probably because of his age. It may also be that after experiencing these things, Shin Shinshan felt that what he did was too much. Children have children's thoughts, have their own thinking. It is impossible to use their own thinking to limit their children's thinking, so that their children are also the same as themselves. In the past, it was Dad who was too overbearing. It was also Dad who was too ignorant, but Dad also wanted to do it for your own good. You shouldn't be angry with Dad. Shin Shinshan sighed. The whole person seemed to have aged dozens of years, as if he had aged, no longer having the same kind of spiritedness as before. Shin Shuning also felt as if his father's hair, sideburns had become very pale overnight, knowing that his father had endured too much pressure during this period of time. I won't be angry. Shin Shuning did hate her father in the past, feeling that her father was too hegemonic, simply saying one thing and not another. This made Shin Shuning feel very annoyed, but then as she slowly got older, also as the contact with her father became deeper, Shin Shuning knows Shin Shinshan is also for their own good. Although the method is not right, but the intention is good. Especially see always strong father at this time admitted his own mistakes, with his own apology to show good times. Shin Shuning feel a hidden pain in the heart. This made the father in Shin Shuning's impression that was like a high mountain and unclimbable, as if he had collapsed all of a sudden. Right, father, please help me contact that big family in Shin City. I'm willing to marry him, Shin Shuning said in a flat tone, as if she was saying a very small thing. When he heard this sentence, Shin Shinshan froze for a moment, and thought that he had heard it wrong. Shin Shuning was a kind of person. Shin Shinshan was more than clear. If Shin Shuning didn't like a person, it was impossible for her to take the initiative and ask to meet with the other person. This point Shin Shinshan was also very clear. Since a few years ago, after breaking up Yunfan and Shin Shuning basically did not talk about the object, even if he gave Shin Shuning in the introduction of the object. Shin Shuning is a very resistant look, but did not expect today Shin Shuning actually took the initiative to ask to meet that rich kid. Shu Ning, you're not kidding, right? Shin Shinshan asked tentatively. No kidding, I'm very serious. Shin Shuning put on a far-fetched smile. You wouldn't be trying to sacrifice your own happiness for the sake of the Shin family, right? If it's really like this, Dad doesn't agree. Shin Shinshan suddenly understood something. The whole person also became serious. Although it was said that once Shin Shuning married the other party, Shin family's situation instantly can turn the tide. But now Shin Shinshan feels that his daughter's happiness is the most important. If it is said to use his daughter's happiness to exchange for the Shin family, Shin Shinshan feels that he can't do it. No, Dad, don't think too much. Mainly I think my age is old enough. It's time to find someone to get married. Shin Shuning smiled a little and slowly explained. Is it really like this? This is too sudden. Shin Shinshan looked at Shin Shuning in front of him with a half-hearted look, remembering that 2 years ago, Shin Shinshan had asked Shin Shuning when she would get married in the future. Shin Shuning had categorically said that she would not get married in the future. However, today she suddenly changed her mind, which made Shin Shinshan feel something strange. It's because I suddenly figured out that one can't stay unmarried for the rest of one's life. Right, early or late is still married. Shin Shuning's expression was quite calm, with a faint smile on her face. Such a smile, meaningful. Instead of finding a favorite person to marry, it is better to find a suitable one. In the face of Shin Shuning's sudden open-mindedness, Shin Shinshan frowned. Did Yunfan say something to you? You tell Dad. Dad will teach him a lesson for you. Shin Shinshan instantly became angry, his fists clenched in a furious manner. Shin Shinshan felt that his daughter was very strange, as if her entire person had changed after meeting with Yunfan. It had become quite strange. Chapter 99, Seized. Don't look at Shin Shinshan as a more domineering person, but Shin Shinshan is still more muddled alone, especially Shin Shinshan only Shin Shuning this one daughter, who bullied Shin Shuning are not allowed. Yunfan didn't bully me. It's me who wanted to open up. Shin Shuning instantly cried and laughed, not expecting her father's reaction to be so big. That's more like it. If this kid dares to bully you, I will definitely not let him off. Shin Shinshan's tightly clenched fists loosened slightly. Only then. As for the matter in the provincial city, we'll slowly contact it later, Shin Shinshan said with a gloomy expression. Aha. Shin Shuning nodded heavily, then returned to his room. Originally Shin Shuning had already made plans to go abroad with his father, but who knew there were variables? This is also considered the last thing I do for the Shin family, Shin Shunning said to herself with her head lowered, the corner of her mouth hooked into a bitter smile. At this time, Shin Shunning's color was quite self-deprecating, and there was no more of that essence from before. The whole person was like a deflated ball. Originally, when she was abroad, Shin Shunning had been thinking about Yunfan at home, thinking that she would go to Yunfan the first time she returned to the country one day. But who knew that just after returning to the country, his father lied to himself that Yunfan had died, which made Shin Shuning feel very sad. Until that night, Yunfan called Shin Shulin. Shin Shuning realized that Yunfan was not dead at all, and after that, she had been trying to explain to Yunfan the misunderstanding of those years, but she never had the chance to do so. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him, but I didn't know that he would be so happy to see me again. Originally thought to be able to get Yunfan's understanding. Who knew that Yunfan did not buy it, and the two people really have been released. But Yunfan himself admitted that he no longer has any feelings for himself. This made Shin Shunning feel very painful inside. For a moment it was as if she couldn't breathe. But slowly, Shin Shunning realized that she was indeed too stubborn. The past cannot be retained. The future can be changed. Maybe the two people are destined to be destined for each other. Early this morning, Yunfan returned to Ihan Pawnshop, as the management of Zhang Mei has also resigned. Yunfan knows that Zhang Mei has no face to stay down. After all, with Zhang Wanson in a mess, causing the loss of tens of millions of Ihan Pawnshop, and Zhang Wanson finally got the due retribution. Originally embezzlement and bribery, Zhang Wanson was sentenced to 3 years in prison, probation for 4 years, that is to say, in 4 years' time, as long as Zhang Wanson does not make any mistakes, then do not have to go to jail. But Zhang Wanson in the probation period and do illegal and criminal things, and Zhang Beautiful to the evidence have been provided out. If nothing else, Zhang Wanson should spend the rest of his life in jail. Just as Yunfan was leisurely leaning back in his recliner playing Fight the Landlord, a group of uniformed law enforcement officers suddenly rushed in. Where is your boss? The head law enforcement officer asked with a frown. Hello, this sir, who are you looking for? The service staff immediately went and came over to inquire. We are the law enforcement officers of the Jiangcheng Antique Association. After being reported by someone who suspects that your Ihan Pawnshop is not fully qualified, we are now seizing you for an indefinite period of time, and you will not be able to open your business again after the rectification is completed. The head law enforcement officer said word by word with a very serious expression. Just at this time, Yunfan, who was sitting in the office, heard the sound of commotion outside the door, and instantly sensed that something was wrong, and directly pushed open the door of the room and came out. What's going on? Yunfan swept the law enforcement officers present, and the whole person was also a bit confused. Teacher Yun, something big is wrong. The receptionist at the front desk panicked, telling Yunfan the general situation. Yunfan's entire person also had some froze after hearing the news. You are from the Antique Association? Yunfan looked at these law enforcement officers in front of him with a torch-like gaze. Jiangcheng's Antique Association is considered a more authoritative organization within the antique industry, and is considered to be a single-handed existence. However, anyone who opens an antique store in Jiangcheng needs to apply for a series of materials at the Antique Association. However, it is clear that these people said that the business qualification is not enough, is completely an excuse. Ihan Pawnshop has been opened all these years. How can this simple problem? Unsurprisingly, Ihan Pawnshop should have been targeted. That's right, we are the law enforcement officers of the Antique Association. Now please cooperate with us in enforcing the law. The law enforcement officer in the lead said methodically, with a very tough attitude. Do you have any evidence to say that our business qualifications are incomplete? We can bring the business qualifications to you. Yunfan immediately could not help but sneer twice. It was obvious that these people were here to deliberately pick a fight. When I say that your business qualifications are incomplete, that means they are incomplete. Understand? If you stop us from enforcing the law, the consequences are even more serious. Your stores may be directly seized. The law enforcement officer in the lead did not hide anymore and directly said arrogantly. At the same time, the same thing happened to Yunfan's Yuntung Pawnshop. Chapter 100 LV de Was Demon. At the same time, Yunfan received a call from Song Jifei. Hey, brother Fan, something big has happened. Song Jifei on the phone was very panicked, which made Yunfan a little confused. In the past, Song Jifei was very calm. Even if he encountered a big thing, he could face it with a smile and deal with it in an organized manner. Like today, this is the first time he has seen this. What's wrong? Yunfan asked with a frown. A bad thought arose within him. The Yuntung Pawnshop, as well as the Yunting Treasure Appraisal Center, have been seized by law enforcement officers. Song Jifei said in a panic. It was the first time he had encountered this kind of thing. Itself, Song Jifei did not have any experience in the related industry, let alone encountering this kind of situation. He did not know what to do. and could only call Yunfan at the first time to consult Yunfan's opinion. When was it? Yunfan frowned and became serious. Half an hour ago. Song Jifei answered truthfully, somewhat impatiently. One had to know that closing down for a day would be a very big loss. Yunfan currently owned almost 7 or 8 pawnshops of his own, an appraisal center, and his daily earnings were probably over $1 million. Okay, I know. Don't be in a hurry. Just wait for my call. Yunfan nodded and swept these law enforcement officers in front of him, knowing that these people were all together, without any surprises. Yunfan probably knew who was behind this. Last time, when he was picking up his sister Yun Xiaoxiao from her school, he encountered his ex-wife Tu Xinxin and Tu Xinxin's current boyfriend. At that time, he was threatened by Tu Xinxin's current boyfriend. Yunfan did not put it in his heart at that time, thinking that the other party was making a big fuss. He was not concerned about it. But what Yunfan never thought was actually really used the power of the Antique Association, seized the pawnshop under his own banner, and incidentally involved the pawnshop of Gaoihan. This makes Yunfan feel somewhat speechless. Targeting himself is completely understandable, but why did he involve Gaoihan in targeting him? Just as Yunfan was seething with anger, the law enforcement officers bluntly put a seal on Ihan pawnshop and then swaggered away. This caused the rest of the employees to be dumbfounded, with anxious faces. How to do? Mr. Yun, Mr. Gao is on a business trip abroad. She just left less than a day. Did not expect such a thing to happen. How to explain to Mr. Gao? The female employee was anxious. Encountering this kind of thing for the first time, she was a bit at a loss for words. Don't be anxious. I have my own measures. Yunfan tried to comfort the crowd's emotions. Then should we tell Mr. Gao about Ihan pawnshop now? The female employee tried to ask. Gaoihan had explained that if Gaoihan was not in the pawnshop, Yunfan was the biggest official position, and she could ask Yunfan's opinion on anything. No need. This small matter is not enough to trouble Gaoihan. Yunfan frowned and said slowly, good. The female employees nodded. They still trusted Yunfan. Yunfan was still very high inside the prestige of the crowd. You guys go home first, rest for a day and a half. I'll call you when it's open for business. Yunfan thought of something, said methodically, now this situation class can't go on. Can only repatriate the crowd first? After that Yunfan in thinking about countermeasures. Okay. The crowd nodded unanimously, and then left one after another. At this moment, only Yunfan was left alone at the scene. Yunfan frowned slightly, intending to go find Vice President Li. With that, Yunfan called President Li's phone. Jiangcheng, Vienna Hotel. Inside the presidential suite, LV Dehua had just finished doing lovemaking with Tu Xinxin, and the whole person became very comfortable. Then he sat on the bed and lit a cigarette, started to gulp down the smoke, and Tu Xinxin also had a flushed face and was a bit shy. Hubby, Seal, how is the killing of Yunfan going? Tu Xinxin asked with a shy face, seeing that Yunfan was as good as the day, one day better than the other. This made Tu Xinxin feel very difficult. What makes Yunfan that live better than herself? This made it difficult for Tu Xinxin to accept, feeling that Yunfan could only live worse than herself. You said that Grizzly has been handed over to someone else to deal with? No surprises. His store has been indefinitely seized, the whole business to stop. Right. Even with that Ihan pawnshop where he works, may also have to indefinitely stop business. Lu Dehua took a deep breath of smoke, enjoying it very much. It's just a shutdown and reorganization. After hearing this, it made Tu Xinxin feel very frustrated. No, it's an indefinite suspension and reorganization. That is to say, the suspension is just a manifestation. It's to make sure that if my side doesn't let up, he won't be able to continue his business for the rest of his life. So it's the equivalent of a closure. Killed. Lu Dehua shook his head and said with a smile. A touch of ferocity flashed across his face. Originally, Lu Dehua did not have any conflicts with Yunfan, but it was because Yunfan was too pretentious and unselfish, which made Lu Dehua unbearable, coupled with the fact that Tu Xinxin had been crying in her ears, demanding that Yunfan be sanctioned. There was no other way. Lu Dehua had no choice but to step in. Chapter 101, Yunfan's counterattack. Wow. That must be rectified indefinitely so that Yunfan can't open his business. Tu Xinxin covered her mouth and said in feigned surprise, but inside she was overjoyed. Don't worry about it. Definitely make him unable to open his business. The corner of Lu Dehua's mouth hooked up with a light smile, and he said triumphantly, then husband, when will Xin Pawnshop be able to join the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce? Tu Xinxin thought of something and asked tentatively. The Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce was an organization of a commercial nature created jointly by the Jiangcheng Antique Association. Many people want to join this organization. Not only is this created by the Antique Association, but more reason is that there are a lot of Jiangcheng's some high-profile people in the business world. Contacts are in it. The value of connections is much higher than cash. This I say not count. Must go through the vice president, they agree. But I will find a way to let XIN pawnshop join it, LV Dehua said with some embarrassment. He was just an executive of the Jiangcheng Antique Association. He didn't have that much authority. It was mainly because XIN pawnshop was not strong enough to reach the threshold of being able to join the Chamber of Commerce. Then well, believe that the strength of the husband pinches surely can make XIN pawnshop join the Chamber of Commerce. Figure stars. The originally drawn face instantly smiled again. Tu Xingxing's purpose is very simple. On the one hand is to sanction Yunfan Nickel Yunfan's sharpness. On the other hand is to let their own family's pawnshop can succeed in joining Jiangqing's Chamber of Commerce. Only in this way, the development of the future will be able to smooth the wind and water. At this time, Yunfan also did not idle, directly went to a trip to the Antique Association. The last self-introduction. Yunfan vaguely remembers that LV Dehua seems to be an executive of the Antique Association. Should not have thought that a small executive actually has such a strong strength, being able to mobilize Antique Association's law enforcement officers to seal off his pawnshop. Just as Yunfan was feeling shocked, he happened to see Ouyang Xiaokong coming down from a commercial vehicle. Brother Yunfan, what brings you here? As soon as Ouyang Xiaokong got out of the car, he saw Yunfan not far away and took the initiative to come forward to greet Yunfan. For being able to see Yunfan at the entrance of the Antique Association, Ouyang Xiaokong was still surprised. Vice President Ouyang, I wonder if you have the time. Yunfan wanted to say something, knowing that the only thing that could solve the current crisis was to look for Ouyang Xiaokong. After all, Ouyang Collector was the vice president, and his official position was definitely above female Dehua. Brother Yunfan, is there something wrong? Ouyang Xiaogong was a little confused and asked with wide eyes. Regarding Yunfan's understanding, Ouyang Xiaogong also knew that normally, Yunfan would not have approached Ouyang Xiaogong. Since he took the initiative to find himself, he must have something to ask for his help. However, Ouyang Xiaogong was more surprised. Being able to make Yunfan take the initiative to seek his help was an extremely rare thing for Ouyang Xiaogong. Does your Antique Association have a person named Lu Dehua? Yunfan did not ink the question and asked directly to the point. I don't know but I can help you check. Ouyang Xiaogong frowned, recalling the name in his mind. Nay, there was no point. The number of people in the Antique Association itself was very large, although it was said to be just an association, but inside and out there were probably dozens or hundreds of people. Although Ouyang Xiaokong was the vice president, he was usually busy with his own things and rarely had too much contact with these people. Alright, please. Yunfan nodded. With that, Ouyang Xiaogong directly picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Does our Antique Association have a person named Lu Dehua? Ouyang Xiaokong asked the man on the phone. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Ouyang Xiaokong immediately walked over to Yunfan and replied with a smile on his face. Brother Yunfan has investigated clearly. There is indeed one called Lu Dehua, who seems to be the supervisor of our Antique Association. What's going on? Could it be that this LV Dehua has offended Brother Yunfan? Ouyang Xiaogong frowned and subconsciously asked. He blocked my pawnshop. Yunfan said and told Ouyang Xiaogong the general situation word for word. After listening to Yunfan's narration, Ouyang Xiaogong's entire body became a little angry. His fists clenched. Asshole. To actually dare to seize Yunfan brother's pawnshop, truly not knowing what to do. Ouyang Xiaokong was furious. Just wait a moment. Brother Yunfan, leave this matter to me. Ouyang Xiaogong tried to comfort. In itself, Ouyang Xiaokong was thinking of pulling Yunfan in and letting Yunfan be in his company. Yunfan's talent. Ouyang Xiaokong was also looking at it in his eyes. He appreciated Yunfan, but Yunfan had not been giving face. Now the relationship between the two had slightly improved. Who knew that halfway out of the road, Lu Dehua directly destroyed the relationship between the two? How could this make Ouyang Xiaogong not be angry? Yunfan nodded heavily. Yunfan was still very relieved if he left this matter to Ouyang Xiaogong to handle. After about 5 minutes had passed, Ouyang Xiaokong once again walked over. That LV Dehua's cell phone is not being answered, but I have already notified the relevant personnel in advance to immediately go and unseal your pawnshop. I am deeply sorry about this matter, Ouyang Xiaogong slowly said, his entire body becoming somewhat serious, knowing that if this matter was not handled properly, the relationship between Ouyang Xiaokong and Yunfan would definitely change places. The relationship between the two people could not be affected because of this small matter. Ouyang Xiaokong felt that he would never allow such a possibility to arise. Yunfan also did not expect Ouyang Xiaogong's efficiency is actually so fast. However, it is normal to think about it. Ouyang Xiaokong is the vice president of the Antique Association, a person under a person, the status of 10,000 people. Thank you then, I'll treat you to dinner when I have the chance. Yunfan smiled and said vaguely, okay, no problem. Ouyang Xiaogong agreed in a single breath. Chapter 102, The Dark Net. After a few more polite pleasantries, Yunfan hung up the phone with Ouyang Xiaogong. He exhaled a long breath. then lit a cigarette and started to puff on it. With Ouyang Xiaogong's words, Yunfan's hanging heart finally relaxed. At the same time, provincial city, a certain villa, Gao Zichang was sitting in his own villa asleep. Suddenly, there was a figure standing outside the window. Gao Zichang didn't have any notice. Unsuspecting Gao Zichang, still silent in his sleep, the window opened. The silhouette is getting closer and closer. Gao Zichang's breathing became deeper and deeper. The silhouette picked up a dagger, slowly came to the front of Gao Zichang, then raised his hand, a knife to Gao Zichang's throat. Gao Zichang's blood splattered on the spot. Without any defense, Gao Zichang fell into a pool of blood so pitifully. He had met the king of hell. After determining that Gao Zichang was no longer breathing, the silhouette left immediately. After the incident, the silhouette went away, hiding his work in his name. Other than the silhouette, no one knew what had happened. It wasn't until an hour later that a scream pierced through the clouds. Ah, dead man! The house servant who came to clean the house. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the scene of Gao Zichang collapsing in a pool of blood. The blood had long since solidified, and it was obvious that he had already been dead for a long time. Subsequently, the entire Gao family was in an uproar. Yunfan, who was the initiator, had just returned home at this time, leaning back on his recliner in boredom, enjoying the beauty of the villa. All Yunfan could do now was to wait for news from Ouyang Xiaokong. The villa was empty and his sister had already left for school. Originally, Yunfan was not prepared to let Yun Xiaoxiao go to school so early, always thinking that Yun Xiaoxiao's wound had not recovered well before she experienced so much damage. But I didn't expect Yun Xiaoshan to insist on going to school. Feeling that being at home was too boring, there was no way that Yunfan could not stop Yun Xiaoshan, so he could only let Yun Xiaoshan go to school. But Yunfan, who had experienced a loss, also raised his vigilance, directly spending a lot of money, hired 2 personal bodyguards, 24 hours close to protect the safety of Yun Xiaoxiao. After all, killers are everywhere, and as Yunfan's status rises, and the number of people he offends becomes greater in the future, the safety of those around him must be guaranteed in place. Otherwise, when something that was too late to regret happened, it would be useless for Yunfan to regret. Shaking his head and getting rid of the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Yunfan opened his laptop. He logged into the darknet. The mission was picked up? So fast? After seeing that the bounty he had posted had been picked up, Yunfan was dumbfounded. Originally, he thought that there were not many users in the darknet, and it would take at least a while for someone to pick up the reward order. But I didn't expect it to be picked up directly. After checking the time, Yunfan probably knew that an hour after he posted the bounty order, it was picked up by someone. It was just that he didn't know when he would be able to complete the task. Just as Yunfan was thinking about it, the interface popped up with a task completed. The bounty order that was originally in the process of being picked up became completed. What followed was the bounty amount being deducted. What the hell? Yunfan thought he was stuck, and after refreshing the webpage several times and logging back in several times, he realized that the order had indeed been completed. After realizing that it wasn't a lag, Yunfan had a bold thought pop up inside. Is the task completed so quickly? Yunfan inwardly sucked in a breath of cool air. He was really surprised. This darknet was still the first time Yunfan had used it, and he did not expect the efficiency to be so high. In order to verify his guess, without saying a word, Yunfan directly contacted the customer service of the darknet. There is no way. Yunfan has no way to dock with the darknet's order-taking killer. It could only contact the customer service. Inquire about order fulfillment. Yunfan quickly typed a line on the keyboard. In less than a second, customer service replied with a message. Dear darknet user 988-7646, hello. Your order number 007639 is currently in a completed state. The time of sending the order is 6:23. The time of receiving the order is 6:23. The time of completing the order is 6:24. Yunfan then saw several photos. The content of the photos is not other people. It is the picture of Gao Zichang falling in a pool of blood. After seeing the photos, Yunfan can really put down his heart, knowing that Gao Zichang was really solved. It was estimated that even a ghost would not have imagined that he could die so tragically one day. Ha! Yunfan coldly laughed twice. Gao Zichang purely deserved it. Presuming to lay hands on his sister, Yunfan naturally could not let him go. As for offending the Gao family, Yunfan was naturally not afraid. But neither is he stupid. The Gao family's current strength in the provincial city is still very strong. The main reason why Yunfan dared to hire a killer was that he would not leave any traces. As long as there was no direct evidence to prove that he had killed Gao Zichang, the Gao family could not do anything with themselves. After briefly browsing the darknet for a while, Yunfan hung up the phone. This darknet, Yunfan think in the future or less logging better. Mainly because here is filled with the dark side of human nature. Killing is only head pointing. And after a brief understanding, Yunfan also knows that the number of people registered on the darknet has been as high as 1 million people worldwide, and the number of light orders has reached a staggering hundreds of thousands of pieces. That is to say, the world has been hundreds of thousands of people have been assassinated to varying degrees. This is an horror of a thing. Chapter 103, Relationships. Mainly Yunfan was worried that he would sink into it after browsing more. After all, killing people only cost a little money. It was just too easy. It didn't even need to do it yourself. And there was no responsibility at all. LV Dehua received a phone call, and the whole person was a bit silent. That's right, Lu Dehua was ordered to apologize to Yunfan, and promptly lift his targeting of Yunfan, otherwise he would be expelled from the Antique Association. And the one who called himself was no one else but the vice president of the Antique Association, Ouyang Xiaogong. Alright, I know. LV Dehua clenched his fists and bit his teeth with a creak. He also did not expect that this matter would actually provoke Ouyang Xiaokong, and would make Ouyang Xiaokong personally call himself. After hanging up the phone, Lu Dehua's entire face directly pulled down. Originally, Lu Dehua thought that he had ordered the sealing and killing of Yunfan's antique store. As long as he didn't let go, he would never be able to open the business, but did not think that this has only passed less than half a day short time. Suddenly was subjected to a personal call from the people above. This is still the first time. What's wrong, baby? Tu Xinshin, who was lying on the side with a blank face, rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked in confusion. Tu Xinshin only saw Lu Dehua answering a phone call, and the original great mood directly vanished up. The top called me, LV Dehua said with a clenched fist and a grave expression. What's wrong? Tu Xinshin was even more bewildered this time. Let me go apologize to Yunfan and lift the targeting of Yunfan. Lu Dehua slammed his fist against the wall and said with great displeasure. He had just finished pretending in front of Tu Xinshin in less than half a day's time. When the above ordered him to stop immediately, everything came too suddenly. Why? Originally sleepy Tu Xinshin, this moment instantly awake. The moment she heard that she had to apologize to Yunfan, lifting the target on Yunfan. Sleepy also not sleep. I don't know why. Could it be that Yunfan knows Ouyang Xiaogong? Lu Dehua asked tentatively. He also felt strange. This was a call from Ouyang Xiaokong himself. Ouyang Xiaokong was the vice president of the Antique Association. Normally it would not have alarmed Ouyang Xiaokong. Moreover, in Lu Dehua's opinion, Yunfan could not have the slightest connection with Ouyang Xiaokong. The two people themselves are not from the same world. Yunfan was also just a nobody. It would not be so bad that Ouyang Xiaokong would personally call himself. I don't know. I've heard of that Ouyang Xiaokong. At Yunfan's level, how could he possibly know someone else? Tu Xinshin was also quite puzzled, thinking that Yunfan was just a loser. He had just somehow become a thug, but he was definitely still a mess when it came to interpersonal relationships. Then it's probably Yunfan who complained to the Antique Association. Or it's the owner of a Han pawn shop who approached Ouyang Xiaogong. In the end, after thinking about it, Lu Dehua felt that there were only these two possibilities, and that the second possibility was the most likely. After all, there was a process to go through if you complained, and the process review couldn't be so quick. I should have known that I would have only targeted Yunfan and not involved a shouting pawnshop. Lu Dehua regretted it. This possibility is not Noihan pawnshop boss seems to be called what Haihan it, in Jiangcheng words is not very famous, but rumor has it that this Haihan in the provincial city has a background, and in Jiangcheng has not been a person who dares to mess with the Haihan. Can see that this Haihan really is a little something. Tu Xinshin on the side also analyzed it with a fervent voice. Tu Xinshin also didn't know what kind of luck Yunfan had gotten into to be able to meet such a boss. The first one he met was still Shin Shunning. The first one was Shin Shunning, who was the rich daughter of Shin's group, and had helped Yunfan a lot at that time. The second encounter is this Gaoihan. This is simply the luck is not general against the sky. The average person can meet a boss of this level is already very good. Yunfan was able to meet two in a short period of time. Then you didn't tell me earlier. I wouldn't have offended this Gaoihan if I knew that he still had such a background. Lu Dehua immediately had some complaints. I didn't think of so much at that time. And who knew that this Gaoihan's connections are so wide? Actually even the vice president of the Jiangcheng Antique Association had to give three thin faces. Tu Xinshin clenched her fists, gritted her teeth and said, also with some reluctance. In fact, Tu Xinshin had some selfishness of her own. Tu Xinshin simply wanted to sanction Yunfan, so that Yunfan could not be so arrogant. That was why she did not tell Lu Dehua, but it was not expected that things would develop to this point. Forget it, there's no use talking about this now. Lu Dehua then shook his head and also said rather helplessly, then are we going to apologize now? Tu Xinshin tentatively asked with some reluctance. It was so hard to seize the pawnshop under Yunfan. I didn't expect that after just less than half a day, such a turn of events would happen again. It was too exciting. Simply the mood was like a roller coaster. Apologizing is naturally impossible. At most I'll go and lift the target against letting Yunfan as well as Gaoihan's pawnshop operate normally. Lu Dehua also had his own modesty. Wanting LV Dehua to bow his head and apologize was absolutely impossible. Even if the vice president of the Antique Association demanded that Lu Dehua apologize, Lu Dehua would definitely not apologize. Then is this okay? Will the vice president blame us? Tu Xinxin said with some concern. This was disobeying Ouyang Xiaogong. Blame us, we're not afraid. The president of the Antique Association is my first cousin. He wouldn't dare to expel me. If I didn't have this relationship, I wouldn't dare to mess around with my connections. The corner of LV Dehua's mouth hooked up a light smile, and he said proudly, it was because of this layer of relationship in LV Dehua in these years to be able to mix in the Antique Association, to be able to abuse his power in the Antique Association. Chapter 104, Investigating the Cause of Death. But then are we really just going to cheapen Yunfan? Tu Xinxin still had some reluctance. No, how can we just cheapen him so easily? But we also have to choose to avoid him. After all, it's the face of the vice president. I can't not give it. Lu Dehua lit a cigarette and began to gulp it down. But we can do this. Yunfan is not open an antique store with antique appraisal center. Then we can do this. In that way. Eventually, LV Dehua brightened up, thought of something, and came together on Tu Xinxin's ear, and began to whisper. After listening to the ploy that Lu Dehua said, Tu Xinxin also couldn't help but hook up the corner of her mouth with a touch of arc. Good ploy. Tu Xinxin also did not expect that LV Dehua would actually come up with such a vicious plan, which would be just right to use against Yunfan. Good, then do as you say. Tu Xinxin's originally unhappy face was once again filled with a smile. Aha! Lu Dehua nodded heavily. At the same time, provincial city, Gao family assembly, Elder Gao, with a serious face, he looked at the moneyed Gao family crowd. How is it? Did you find out the cause of death from Chong? Gao family old master asked with a serious face. Gao Jiqiang died, and died very lightly, quietly lying in the middle of the family's villa, and so on when found. The person has been completely dead, and even the room for resuscitation is not there. If the discovery of the early words, perhaps there is still room for resuscitation, but the discovery of it is really too late. Didn't find it. After checking all the surveillance near the villa as well as in the villa, didn't find anything abnormal. Yeah, I didn't find anything strange either, including the edges and corners of the villa. All of them have been carefully searched, and there's no sign of anything coming through. A moment of high family people, you a word I said to each person's face are hung full of doubt. For high self-improvement of the death. Gao family people. Some people are happy and some people are sad. In addition to Gao Zichang's parents are more sad. 7 people do not feel anything. In their view, high self-improvement if not dead, is to compete with them for the position of high family head. If high self-improvement died, then for them then it would naturally be a good thing. So that was why they weren't particularly sad inside. From Gao Zichang's wounds hard to see then it belongs to a one-strike death. That is to say the person who killed Gao Zichang is a professional killer. Elder Gao expressed his great disapproval of this statement from the Gao family's crowd. As the Gao family, the family resident, Elder Gao, was naturally well informed. Naturally know that there are professional people to kill Gao Zichang. Gao Zichang must have offended someone, and the interior of the villa is sure to pass through the person, just after not investigated, or the person's anti-detection ability is particularly strong, and did not reveal the field of vision in the case of monitoring the face. But Gao Zichang does not seem to have any enemies. In the end, who was going to kill him? The rest of the Gao family revealed their doubts one after another, each expressing great incomprehension. This is unknown. Turn around and investigate who Gao Zichang had come and gone with during this recent period of time, with whom he had exchanges, or with whom he had a conflict. Elder Gao shook his head and also said with a puzzled gaze. Elder Gao also didn't expect that his grandson, Gao Zichang, would actually be assassinated by others and die one day. All along, the high old masters have been treating Gao Zichang as his successor training, which has an indelible relationship with Gao Zichang's performance in front of the high old masters. But now all of a sudden Gao Zichang person was gone. Gao Laozi had some dumbfoundedness inside, and even said that there was some overwhelmed. Okay, the people of the Gao family nodded their heads, as if they were relieved. This matter must be investigated clearly by everyone. Otherwise the impact on our high price is really too great. So many people in Shenzhen are looking at our high family's jokes. We can't disgrace the high family. We must find the murderer and avenge Gao Zichang. Elder Gao said with a grave expression. In itself, the Gao family's status in the provincial city are very high. Rivals, that is to say, dead rivals are also very much. And now the news that the third generation of the Gao family, Gao Zichang, had been assassinated was not unexpected. Should be in the whole morning were other people to spread. A lot of people are estimated to have now quietly in the dark staring at the high price of every move. but wherever the Gao family had any different emotions, it was estimated that they would be able to laugh their stomachs off. Don't worry about it, Dad. We will definitely seek justice for Ziqiang. The people's fists clenched and they gritted their teeth. Only then did Elder Gao nod heavily, then returned to his seat and sat down. After what had just happened, Elder Gao's heart had been beating non-stop, due to the fact that heart-wise Elder Gao had a very serious problem. Therefore, Elder Gao leaned back in his chair and panted heavily, his forehead sweating profusely. The reason why Elder Gao couldn't catch his breath was because he was exasperated by these things. Thinking of the successor he had cultivated was gone. Elder Gao was at a bit of a loss for words, and time was basically too late if he were to retrain. The Gao family didn't have anyone worth cultivating among the third generation, and even less among the second generation. Chapter 105 Verification. At this time, Gao Eihan, who was out on a business trip, received a call from her father. Hello, good daughter. Something big has happened at home. Do you know? Gao Mingyuan said with a serious face inside the phone. Gao Eihan, on the other hand, was confused. What is it? Gao Eihan didn't understand what her father was talking about. Normally, his father was very calm. It was rare for situations to have such a big reaction. At least from Gao Eihan's point of view, his father was very calm and collected when he encountered things, and had the habit of solving problems independently. Your cousin Gao Ziqiang was assassinated. Gao Mingyuan's expression was directly serious, and at the mention of this matter, Gao Mingyuan was also confused. To be honest, for the matter of Gao Ziqiang being assassinated, Gao Mingyuan was also very shocked. The main thing was that this matter happened too abruptly. There were no signs, and when he got the news, Gao Ziqiang was no longer alive. According to the understanding of Gao Ziqiang's words, Gao Ziqiang's last conflict is related to Yunfan and his daughter Gao Eihan. The last conflict was with Yunfan and his daughter, Gao Eihan, and it was on Elder Gao's 80th birthday. So Gao Mingyuan is a little worried that this matter has something to do with his own daughter. His own daughter and these people's relationship is not very good. Both sides were also in a state of saber rattling. If it really had something to do with his daughter, Gao Mingyuan simply couldn't imagine how he should go about resolving this kind of thing. Dad? Gao Eihan frowned. There was a room of confusion. At first she thought that her father was joking with her, but once she remembered that her father would never joke with her, she knew that this matter was true. This makes Gao Eihan the whole person has some dumbfounded. Although it is said that Gao Eihan and Gao Ziqiang two people never deal with, completely is a deadly rival, but Gao Eihan also never thought will want high self-improvement of the name. Two people then on how you usually fight, how to fight, but no matter how to say, the two people have the same blood, are belong to the relationship of relatives. But when the news was learned, Gao Eihan's whole person was still a little shocked. When was it? Gao Eihan, the whole person, you are serious. Also feel that this matter has some not simple. Oneself only in the grandpa's birthday above higher self-improvement conflict. Behind high self-improvement died. It is difficult not to high self-improvement of the cause of death in their own bodies, which makes Hai Eihan realize that this matter is absolutely not only dry. Maybe there is what conspiracy. Just last night, Gao Mingyuan answered truthfully. Gao Mingyuan's worries were actually exactly the same as Gao Eihan's. Both of them had some worries that this was a conspiracy against Gao Eihan. If it was really targeting Gao Eihan, then this matter was definitely not simple. There was definitely a desire to plant evidence to frame Gao Eihan herself. Gao Mingyuan was also an old fox who had been in the battlefield for a long time, so he naturally understood what the situation was now. Last night? But I was on a business trip in the provinces last night, and now I'm not even back. Gao Eihan frowned and replied seriously. This matter? Gao Eihan completely had an alibi. Well, I know that this matter definitely has nothing to do with you. After all, you guys have been fighting openly and secretly for so many years. It's impossible to kill him now. If you want to kill him, you would have killed him earlier. Gao Mingyuan nodded far away. Heard his daughter say so, also assured up. Gao Mingyuan from the beginning to the end did not suspect that his daughter assassinated Gao Ziqiang, but others wouldn't think that way. Other people might think that it was Gao Eihan who had laid a black hand from behind. Chapter 106, Many Actions Lead to Death. What do Grandpa and the others think? Gao Eihan frowned. Right now it didn't matter what her own father thought. What mattered was what the Gao family side thought. Gao Eihan knew that if the Gao family side suspected himself, then he really had a hard time saying anything and had to prove his innocence. You have to know that once you have suspicions, it will be very difficult to clear your name. This makes Gao Eihan feel very headache. At the same time Gao Eihan is also very curious in the end who hurt Gao Ziqiang. Although Gao Eihan for the death of Gao Ziqiang did not have any sadness. Although Gao Eihan is not sad about Gao Ziqiang's death, and even some happy, but Gao Ziqiang's death did bring endless trouble to Gao Eihan. Originally, Gao Eihan and Gao Ziqiang had deep conflicts. Now that Gao Ziqiang was directly dead, Gao Eihan was definitely the happiest, but at the same time, she was also the most suspected one. Currently father is very angry and wants to know who the black hand behind the scene is, but didn't really say much, just let everyone start investigating, and definitely won't let the bad guys off the hook. Gao Mingyuan answered truthfully, thinking about what his father said. Gao Mingyuan knew that the old man of the Gao family did not suspect Gao Yihan, although it was true that Gao Yihan's suspicion was very high, but everything had to be about evidence. It wasn't just lip service. I don't know about the rest of the people, but with their character, they will definitely talk about it, especially in front of your grandfather. Gao Mingyuan hesitated for a moment. The whole person was also in deep thought. As a member of the Gao family, Gao Mingmetic Yuan was also clear about what kind of a character these family members of his were. Normally, Gao Mingyuan and these people would indeed also seem a bit out of place, mainly because Gao Mingyuan's character was similar to Gao Yihan's, not really liking to come into contact with these people. He chose to keep to himself, but in the eyes of these people, this was a sign of cowardice, and they would bully himself, becoming more and more excessive. According to the normal development of the situation, they will definitely have one thing on our side and one thing on the back, on the surface in front of their own face, did not say anything, but as long as he was not there, these people would definitely lead the trouble to his own daughter. This was something that Gao Mingyuan definitely knew. It's fine, soldiers come to stop, water comes to cover the earth, no matter what, I'll take it on. Gao Yihan shook her head, and then said with a firm gaze, it was better to accept the truth silently rather than thinking nonsense. Gao Yihan had never been a person who was afraid of things. No matter what kind of things happened, Gao Yihan would choose to face them calmly. Well, it can only be like this now, but everything has to be about evidence. Even if they wreak havoc, they can't do anything to us without substantial evidence. Gao Mingyuan also nodded heavily, for his own daughter is still very assured. Since his own daughter said did not kill Gao Zichang words, then there is absolutely no harm Gao Zichang. This point Gao Mingyuan is still very confident. Alright, let's not talk about it for now. We'll contact again if there's any significant progress. After Gao Mingyuan dropped these words, he then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yihan, the whole person once again fell into deep thought, silently recalling who was behind this matter. Who killed Gao Zichang? This was one thing that Gao Yihan was very curious about. In the end, Gao Yihan had to thank that person for Gao Zichang's death, but the same thing pushed Gao Yihan into an abyss. Many deeds will lead to death. It can only be said that Gao Zichang himself has done too many sins. Thinking of the things that Gao Zichang usually did, Gao Yihan couldn't help but feel that Gao Zichang deserved to die, and suddenly didn't have any psychological burden. Chapter 107, The Wasted Water Leads to the East. Provincial City, Gao Family. At this moment, the Gao family had already become a mess. A few hours ago, the Gao family had just started a meeting. However, not long after the meeting ended, the Gao family gathered together again, and this time, everyone's face was very grave. After their respective investigations, everyone basically didn't know who killed Gao Zichang. There was no clue at all. Didn't I tell you guys to go back to your respective investigations? Why are you here again? Seeing that the Gao family's crowd had gathered together again, the entire person couldn't help but feel a bit confused. For his most beloved third-generation grandson to fall just like that, it made the Gao family's old master a little heartbroken. Mainly, the old man of the Gao family had some difficulty accepting this, feeling that this was just too outrageous and completely out of the Gao family's expectations. Dad, after we went back, we agreed that the possible murderer was someone who had a conflict with Gao Zichang. One of them frowned and spoke out his inner thoughts. The main reason why he said that was because he had a conflict with Gao Zichang, in which case there would be a motive to kill. The main reason was also that they people simply couldn't investigate who the murderer was. They couldn't say that it was Gao Zichang himself who committed suicide. This was simply something too ridiculous. Eventually, after some deliberation, felt sure that the murderer is with high self-improvement has had a conflict. Only with high self-improvement has a contradiction words. Then there is a motive to hurt high self-improvement. What does this say? The old man of the Gao family instantly frowned. There was something about the words of the Gao family's crowd that felt curious. The old man of the Gao family had naturally considered this idea as well, but without substantial evidence. No matter what, this was entirely his own speculation. It was necessary to produce evidence before one could know exactly what was going on. If you think about it, Gao Zichang hasn't offended anyone during this period of time, and the only person who might have offended is Gao Yihan, who was on top of the grand birthday last time. Soon, the crowd once again expressed their opinions, and this time when they finished saying this, they all held their breath, knowing that there might be some absurdity in this reason. The general public should not believe it. After all, no matter how to say, Gao Zichang and Gao Yihan two people, but Pro's sister and brother. There was also a motive for the murder, but the possibility was really slim. Do you have evidence? Don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence. Elder Gao froze for a moment, and then there was some anger. For these people to say so, Elder Gao was still somewhat speechless. After all, Gaoihan and Gao Zichang were both his own grandsons, and his granddaughter was also the one he had watched grow up. Although it was said that the two Gaoihan and Gao Zichang had always been inappropriate, but no matter what, it is not possible to touch down the killer and put a death hand on Gao Zichang. Dad, although we don't have any substantial evidence now, but all the signs have been able to completely show that this matter really can't be disassociated with Gaoihan. Yes, after all, Gao Zichang and Gaoihan had the earliest conflict recently. It's hard not to let people associate the murderer with Gaoihan. And if we look at it based on the investigation, Gaoihan wasn't even in Jiangcheng on the day of Gao Zichang's death. The crowd said as you spoke. Enough, stop talking. Without substantial evidence, don't say such things again. Elder Gao burst into a rage. His voice directly grew louder, his face reddening as he said, no matter what, everything must be based on evidence. If there was no evidence, one could not talk nonsense. This is something that Elder Gao himself is also very clear about. At the moment there was no evidence that Gaoihan had committed the crime. Everything is just the suspicion of these people. Suspicions can't be taken as evidence. Chapter 108, Destroying the Root and Branch. Since Elder Gao was angry, these people, on the other hand, shut their mouths one after another and no longer said a single word of nonsense. Alright, all go down. If you guys really suspect that it was Gaoihan's doing, please take out the evidence before you speak. Elder Gao waved his hand, and then spoke his innermost thoughts. No matter what, everything should be based on evidence. Now itself was a society with the rule of law. Guessing words can't be taken as evidence. It's just one's own unilateral conjecture. Okay, got it. The people nodded and didn't say anything more. Since Elder Gao had said so, the people definitely wouldn't say anything more. After all, one more word, for these people then, it would definitely affect their impression in Elder Gao's mind. They also didn't want to be ostracized by Elder Gao. After these people left, an intriguing expression passed across everyone's face. There seemed to be some reluctance, and the reason they did this was because they wanted to bring the scourge east to Gaoihan. The main reason was that Gaoihan was also very much at odds with them. Plus Gaoihan also had a very powerful talent. There was even a hint of a threat to their position, so that led them to want to eliminate the root and branch. Although it was said that we were all family, but in the eyes of these people, these were all superficial appearances. These people are basically the interests of the first, that is to say, eyes only their own interests. Who can affect their own interests? Then who is their enemy? Must be eliminated. At this time, Gaoihan did not realize that she has now become a target. Gaoihan paced around the house. Seems to have thought of something. The color became very grave. For the death of Gao Zichang, Gaoihan is actually also expressed very shocked. Although it is said that the two people are very incompatible, but Gaoihan has never thought of hurting Gao Zichang. But now Gao Zichang died, and died very decisively, which makes Gaoihan realize that things are not simple. In the end, under the thought, Gaoihan directly took out the phone and dialed Yunfan's cell phone. Yunfan was taking a shower at home when he received a call from Gaoihan. Hello? Yunfan had some confusion not understanding the reason why Gaoihan was calling herself. But generally, whenever Gaoihan called herself, she was definitely looking for herself for something. What is it, Mr. Gao? Zhang Hui frowned and asked suspiciously. Gao Zichang died. Gaoihan's complexion became very grave, intending to tell Yunfan about this matter, mainly because Yunfan was also present during the last conflict. Gaoihan felt the need to let Yunfan know the actual situation as well. Ah, dead? Yunfan had some confusion, deliberately pretending to know nothing. The main reason why Yunfan pretended so much was because he didn't want others to know that he was the one who had hurt Gao Zichang, which wasn't just responsible for Yunfan himself, it was even more responsible for Gaoihan. If he let others know that it was Yunfan who had made the move, then it was obvious that the crowd would definitely affect Gaoihan. After all, he was Gaoihan's subordinate, and would definitely be imagined by others to be Gaoihan's knowledge, when in reality, he was not instructed by Gaoihan. Yes, I don't know who killed him either, but the situation is bad for us. Gaoihan nodded her head as if pounding garlic and said, nowadays, the only ones who were at odds with Gao Zichang were Gaoihan and Yunfan, and many people couldn't help but visualize the murderer as Gaoihan and Yunfan. This made Gaoihan realize that there was something wrong with the situation. So still, she planned to have a good talk with Yunfan, let Yunfan pay attention recently. Of course, Gaoihan also wanted to probe Yunfan. Chapter 109, Do unto others as they would have them do unto you. What do you mean? Yunfan probably understood what was going on, but still played dumb and asked. Zhang Hui had already anticipated the outcome when he did this. They would definitely suspect that it was Gaoihan, but without substantial evidence, it couldn't be pointed at Gaoihan, and in itself, this matter was unknown to Gaoihan, plus Gaoihan had an alibi. This leads to the fact that even if these people suspect that it is Gaoihan, they will not have any evidence, and the matter itself is Yunfan's own doing. However, It was impossible for them to suspect Yun Fan, mainly because Yun Fan had not left any traces, and the assassin he hired was still hired on the dark web. Wanting to investigate the identity of that killer was like climbing to heaven. Just being able to investigate the surveillance in the villa at that time, even if the monitor turned to bottom, know the killer killed Gao Zicheng, but completely unable to find the true face of the killer. The investigation could not find out the real identity of the killer. In that case, it could not be investigated on Yun Fan's body. And this was Yun Fan's self-confidence. Now Yun Fan just need to pretend to be stupid and forget about this matter. But Yun Fan is worried that if this matter Gao family investigation cannot come up with a so, will it pour dirty water on Gao Weihan's body, wanting to take Gao Weihan out to take the blame. After all, this may still be very big. Gao Weihan herself has contradictions with these people in the Gao family, although they say they are family, but they simply can't integrate together. This is something Yun Fan is also very clear about. These people are currently starting to suspect on me, but they don't have any substantial evidence. But I really don't know who killed Gao Zicheng. Gao Weihan frowned with a helpless look. Although it was said that Gao Weihan hated Gao Zicheng very much and also wanted to kill him, but Gao Weihan had not been able to make a move, mainly because they were born from the same root. Although the two people said that they did not deal with each other too much, but no matter how to say is the same bloodline, are high family people, so Gao Weihan simply just do not with high self-improvement on the line. Their own one person from the provincial city left, went to Jiangcheng, a person to start a business. I'm the one who solved it. Yun Fan hesitated for half a day, and eventually planned to tell Gao Weihan about this matter. Yun Fan knew that this matter was always going to be told to Gao Weihan. He could not let Gao Weihan quilt for himself, and now the only ones who knew about this matter were Yun Fan and Gao, already two people. Of course, Yun Fan decided to tell Gao Weihan also has Yun Fan's own reasoning. In Yun Fan's view, Gao Weihan this person is still very good. Moreover, Yun Fan did not intentionally want to kill Gao Zicheng, but also had his own unspeakable secrets. Gao Weihan's entire body was a little confused when she heard about this matter, thinking that she had heard it wrong, but after hearing Yun Fan's voice so firm, Gao Weihan knew that she hadn't spelled it wrong. It was Gao Zicheng who first laid hands on my sister. Yun Fan also did not hesitate in the slightest and told the specifics of the situation word for word, and after hearing Gao Zicheng's inhuman behavior again, Gao Weihan was also angry. This Gao Zicheng is really too much. It's really a case of more behavior than one can handle. Gao had clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. As the saying goes, woe is not as good as family. Even if Yun Fan and Gao Zicheng had hatred between the two, it also can involve Yun Fan's sister. Yun Fan's sister, no matter what, is also innocent, is also a little girl. This high self-improvement actually asked the killer to kill Yun Fan's sister. Fortunately Yun Fan feel in time, but where Yun Fan then play to a little words. Yun Fan and his sister will not be in the human world. Visible Yun Fan to high self-improvement hate up. Want to kill high self-improvement is also a reason. After hearing the news, Gao Side instantly understood why Yun Fan wanted to kill Gao Zicheng. If it was Gao Weihan who experienced this kind of thing with Yun Fan, she would also choose to go with Yun Fan to do the same thing. Chapter 110, Everyone's a Bastard. Then what now? Gao Weihan asked worriedly. If it was true that Yun Fan had killed Gao Zicheng, then with the ability of the Gao family, they would soon be able to find Yun Fan. This was for Gao Weihan if she definitely did not want Yun Fan to be caught by the Gao family. Knowing that with the character of these people from the Gao family, if they knew that Yun Fan had killed Gao Zicheng, they would make Yun Fan pay for his blood. Although Gao Weihan and Yun Fan had not known each other for a long time, after this period of time, Gao Weihan had already treated Yun Fan as one of her own, and with the stakes between Yun Fan and Gao, the two were now equivalent to grasshoppers on a rope, simply by virtue of Yun Fan's talent as well as his aptitude. It was impossible for Gao Weihan to let Yun Fan be killed by the Gao family. It's fine, don't worry, they won't be able to find me. The corner of Yun Fan's mouth hooked up into a light smile as he said confidently. Of course, Yun Fan's confidence was not conceited, but rather matter of fact. Yun Fan had not left any substantial evidence at all, which meant that it was basically unlikely that this group of people would want to investigate Yun Fan. However, what Jiang Hui was worried about was that since these people could not investigate themselves, they would most likely point the finger at Gao Weihan. This was what Yun Fan was most worried about. If the spearhead was pointed at Gao Weihan, then Gao Weihan would become his own scapegoat. This was the reason why Yun Fan had to tell Gao Weihan about this situation. They shouldn't suspect me, even if they shift the spearhead to me. There's no evidence. After listening to Yun Fan's explanation, Gao Weihan's entire body was also in deep thought. But Gao Weihan did not have any panic. On the contrary, she acted very calmly. In Gao Weihan's opinion, everything should be about evidence, regardless of the time. One cannot speak nonsense without evidence. Alright then, let's all be careful during this period of time. Yun Fan nodded and said seriously. In Yun Fan's opinion, this period of time was the tip of the storm. As long as this period of time was over and nothing unusual had happened, then this matter might end up being a dead end. After all, if the murderer could not be found, this matter might really end up being a headless case and end without a trace. Right. I heard from the employees that the store was seized. Gao Weihan nodded, then thought of something. The whole person once again frowned when she heard this. Gao had been a little confused. At first he thought that it was done by the Gao family, but then he thought that it shouldn't belong to the Gao family. After all, there was no need for the Gao family to take action against himself, even if he suspected that he had something to do with Gao Zicheng's death. In the absence of evidence, he wouldn't take anything against himself. It was even more unlikely that they would say that they would lay hands on their own store. This was something that Gao Weihan was still very confident about. Yes, but it's not a big problem, it's already been unblocked. Yun Fan also did not deny anything. This matter more or less sooner or later will be passed into the ears of Gao Weihan. Only Yun Fan did not expect this matter to come so early. It is also very normal. After all, there are so many employees. It is very likely that the employees will tell Gao Weihan about this matter. That's fine. If there are any problems you can find me in time to help. Gao Weihan was also relieved after hearing these words. However, with regards to Yun Fan's personal abilities, Gao Weihan still believed in them. Okay, Yun Fan nodded. It did not occur to him that Gao Weihan would know about this matter, but Yun Fan did not say anything more, and then the two of them hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Yun Fan had a deep sleep. In the past few days, Yun Fan's life has returned to calm. Basically it is 2 o'clock in one line. Sometimes we'll go his own pawnshop to take a look. It had to be said that Ouyang Xiaogong's work speed was still very fast. Yun Fan had just spoken to Ouyang Xiaogong not long before Ouyang Xiaogong solved the problem. Having said that, Yun Fan also owed Ouyang Xiaogong a favor. But in the future, as long as Yun Fan and Ouyang Xiaogong were both in Jiangcheng, Yun Fan would sooner or later repay this favor. There is no news from the Gao family either. From what Gao Weihan said, the Gao family has already found out that someone sneaked into Gao Zicheng's villa and committed the murder. But there is only surveillance. The person who committed the murder has already begun to investigate, which makes Gao Weihan express great concern. Gao Weihan was worried that Yun Fan would be exposed. Once Yun Fan was exposed, then Yun Fan would be in danger. But Yun Fan was not convinced. The person who assassinated Gao Zicheng was an assassin that Yun Fan had found on the dark net. Even the nationality is not domestic. Even the face has not been missed, has been wearing a mask. Even if the investigation cannot be found, this is the benefit of spending money on the dark network murder. After hearing Yun Fan say this, Gao Weihan's hanging heart finally relaxed. Yun Fan, on the other hand, acted very calmly. Even if you give the Gao family another 10 days, the Gao family will not be able to find out anything, and it is almost impossible to investigate the murderer. Even if Yun Fan himself wanted to go on the darknet to check, the information of this murderer cannot be found. The darknet is basically very confidential to the information of these murderers, including the buyer's information is also private, basically saying that no matter how much money you spend, you don't know. This is the benefit of the dark web. This is also the reason why countless people choose to place their orders on the dark web. It is also the secrecy of the dark web that makes people choose to trust it. Provincial city. Xiang family. Have you heard? Gao Zicheng of the Gao family was killed. Xiang Pengfei held a cup of tea and looked at a middle-aged woman in front of him. The middle-aged woman was wearing a cheongsam with her hair coiled, and the whole person looked very graceful and luxurious, very temperamental. Isn't Gao Zicheng the leader among the 3 generations of the Gao family? It's also one of Master Gao's most among them. How could he be assassinated? The middle-aged noblewoman frowned and was also confused. For this news, the middle-aged woman expressed that she was very irritated. I'm not too sure. I heard that he was assassinated by an assassin. Xiang Pengfei took a sip of tea and shook his head. For these things Xiang Pengfei had always been unconcerned, but the rumors had been spreading for far too long during this recent period. It was inevitable that Xiang Pengfei, who had always been a non-gossiper, would want to know about these things. Good death. Gao Zicheng, this person for people is more proud and arrogant. Attract enemies is also very normal. The noblewoman also did not have the slightest scruples, said the truest thoughts in her heart. Gao Zicheng, this person's reputation in the provincial city are not very good. So much so that everyone shouted at him, especially in the eyes of some of the big families. Gao Zicheng didn't have any character to speak of. Chapter 111, The Search for a Son. Let's not talk about him. How's the investigation of the things I asked you to investigate going? The noblewoman shook her head, obviously not wanting to waste too much time on Gao Zicheng's body, instead throwing out a question and frowning. When hearing this one question, Xiang Pengfei was also serious. Investigated. Back then, I heard that there was a rural couple who carried away this child. Xiang Pengfei thought of something. The complexion of down. The whole person is plunged into the middle of contemplation. That's right. Xiang Pengfei and his wife, 2 people looking for their own biological child, looking for almost 20 years. but there has been no news when their children were just born in the hospital when they were held away, and is held wrong. Later in the want to find when basically have been unable to find. In order to this matter, to Pengfei with the noblewoman looking for more than 20 years. These 20 years the two people spent countless money, want to find the year-lost child, but have not been able to find, which makes the two people feel very distressed. It was so painful that the two never had another child over the years. The main reason was that when they thought of having a child, they could think of their own child being carried away back then. That kind of pain was only known to those who were parents. Where is that couple now? The noblewoman suddenly got agitated. Her voice got louder and asked in a hurry. See the noblewoman so agitated. To Pengfei lost his mind to restore calm a little bit, then said slowly, that pair of noblewoman's current action I have entrusted someone to investigate. Seems to be in Jiangcheng, but I heard that couple died a few years ago. Xiang Pengfei thought of something and said everything he knew word for word. In order to investigate these things, Xiang Pengfei paid all the energy and effort, basically a rest time. Xiang Pengfei will spend a lot of energy to find their own children, but there are no clues at all. The clues are still recently investigated. Of course, to Hongfei for words, this money is nothing at all, even if it is to exhaust the family property to find their own children. This is the parents for the child's obsession, but also for the child's obsession. What about the child? The noblewoman asked tentatively once more, this time unable to hold back any longer, tears flowing out of her eyes uncontrollably. The noblewoman had suffered a lot over the past 20 years in order to search for her biological son, and although it was said that the noblewoman was not lacking in money at all, she had been teared up for the past 20 years. Even every month will go to burn incense to worship Buddha, go to the temple to pray for blessings, praying that they can find their own biological son. Even the money spent on finding her son over the past 20 years has amounted to millions. But for the noblewoman, this is nothing. This amount of money is nothing at all. As long as you can find your own child, let the noblewoman do what the noblewoman is willing to do, even if every day to eat vegetarian, chanting fasting can be. I heard that couple had a daughter. Other than that there aren't any children. As for where their daughter as well as our son are, it's currently unknown. Xiang Pengfei nodded his head, and told all the true information he had learned. In Xiang Pengfei's opinion words, he can currently get the news on these. As for the other news is not at all, mainly because this couple has died, can only know this couple's family location. As for the specific one, there was no way to confirm it, and now several years had passed since the time of the couple's death. Do we know the exact location? If we can't, we'll personally go to the place where this couple lives and take a look. The noblewoman immediately became excited. As long as there were currently clues, then it would definitely be able to find her child. The most frightening thing was not having any clues. More than 20 years of searching had made the noblewoman already disappointed, even saying that the noblewoman had stopped holding any hope, feeling that their son may have died. All of these are not possible. After all, they have been looking for more than 20 years, even in the global search, but there has been no news. If there was any news, there should have been a long time ago, so that the noblewoman already had no hope. But when heard Xiang Pengfei said so, the original extinguished flame once again rose up, restoring once again lit up hope, knowing that their children are not dead. This makes the noblewoman's whole person become very excited. He would like to take a look at what his child looks like, grow tall or not. In the end, is it like himself or is it like his father had a good life? Was there any suffering? Then let's pack up and head over right away. Xiang Pengfei was silent for a moment, then slowly said, although it was said that Xiang Pengfei still had a lot of work left to do, it was compared to his own son. All these work can be postponed, even said that this official position of Xiang Pengfei now cannot be, as long as they can find their own son. Xiang Pengfei can give up too many things. Good, then I'll go prepare for it. The noblewoman also nodded her head as if pounding garlic and said, knowing that she was going to go to the place where her son grew up right away. All of a sudden the noblewoman acted unusually excited and couldn't wait to fly to Jiangcheng right away. In this way, the noblewoman and Xiang Pengfei immediately went to Jiangcheng. Arrived in Jiangcheng has been 3 hours later. Look at the civilian neighborhood in front of you. Xiang Pengfei and the noblewoman have some shock. How they did not expect their children actually live in such a place. This is not to say that the noblewoman and Xiang Pengfei look down on poor places, but that the neighborhood in front of them is too shabby. Simply demolished houses. Even said then will be demolished. These houses look to be ragged, and basically there is no building. The neighborhood streets are basically very shabby. Everywhere you can see the stinking gutter. Let a person smell cannot help but want to be disgusted. This place is not much of a person. Only a few families have not moved out, but these are some of the elderly. Basically cannot see some young people here. See their own children in this place. The past look is not satisfactory. At once the noblewoman and to Pengfei, two people inside more heartache up. Who can think of their own children live so hard? Follow the two of them. the child at least food and clothing, not to say how rich and wealthy. At least the basic security of life is still there, but in this place is simply over the miserable. To know that the parents must be hoping that their children live better and better. Noblewoman and Xiang Pengfei is also so. Chapter 112, Following the Vine. The two men arrived at one of the destinations on the clue after a silent glance at each other, and when they arrived at the home of the pair of old women, the home in front of them was already in a state of disrepair. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a family home. It was hard to imagine that this place was a place where one's children, who had grown up, had lived for over 20 years. Whenever she thought of this, the noblewoman's heart ached vaguely. Even the always strong Xiang Pengfei also felt a great deal of heartache. After all, who does not want their children to live a better life? If one's child was carried away and lived amongst a brocade family, the two of us wouldn't have such a heartache. I heard that this pair of old women attracted a killing curse. The whole family was exterminated, except for our son, and the old lady's daughter. All of them are no longer alive. Xiang Pengfei paused for a moment, and then told the noblewoman what little he knew. When the situation was understood, Xiang Pengfei, the whole person is dumbfounded. Who can think of their own children life so bitter? Adoptive father and mother is an ordinary person even so. Didn't think they also incurred the trouble of killing? It's hard to imagine their own children over the years in the end went through what things. This made Xiang Pengfei feel as if his heart was twisted. And the noblewoman, after realizing this situation, suddenly her tears flowed out uncontrollably. Over the years the noblewoman had not shed a lot of tears for her own child, especially after creating a situation where her own child was having such a bad time, with such a tragic and ill-fated life. It made the noblewoman's tears flow out uncontrollably. Then where is our child now? The noblewoman only wanted to know which place her child was in now. As for the rest, the noblewoman wasn't interested. The noblewoman couldn't wait any longer. After waiting for more than 20 years, there had been no news of her own child, and now that it was hard to have news of her own child, she definitely couldn't let it go. We don't know yet, but let's ask the nearby neighbors first and see if we can pry a little news out. Xiang Pengfei shook his head, also with a gloomy face. Xiang Pengfei was also eager to know the exact situation of his son, but from the news learned in hand then, only the home address of the adoptive father and mother could be known. As for the rest of the news, nothing was known. That's fine, hurry up and ask. The noblewoman couldn't help herself for a moment, and with that, she headed straight to the nearest house in the neighborhood. Hello, may I ask, do you know where the owners of this house next door have gone? Where are their children? The noblewoman asked politely. The noblewoman didn't state the real situation bluntly, mainly because these people must have some caution in the face of their sudden visit. At this moment, an old lady frowned and looked the noblewoman up and down. Fortunately, the noblewoman looked relatively kind. There was no ferocious look, but whenever the noblewoman showed some discord, the old lady probably took the noblewoman as a bad person. Don't worry, old granny, we are not bad people. The noblewoman naturally heard the old granny's thoughts, so she hurriedly explained. Xiang Pengfei also smiled at this moment, but the good thing was that Xiang Pengfei and the noblewoman's expressions were both very kind, and both of them looked very friendly as well, without a hint of a look that would make one's heart wary. This family next door is no longer alive. Talking about them really can be miserable. The old lady was able to take a breath, especially when mentioning this couple next door. The whole person's eyes revealed a wave of regret as well as pity among them. Ah, can the old granny tell us in detail? The noblewoman was even more excited at this time. Listening to this tone of the old grandmother, it was as if she still knew this adoptive father and mother next door very well. Regarding the story of this adoptive father and mother, the noblewoman was still very curious. Of course the noblewoman was most curious about her own child, but the noblewoman couldn't just ask where her own child was going. It would cause alarm. After all, others didn't know the true outcome of the matter. By knowing the adoptive father and mother, she could also indirectly learn about her child's whereabouts from them. Alas, it's a long story. This couple next door are actually bitter people. They are over 100 years old and still don't have children. But more than 20 years ago, said the old lady, sighed and began to tell a long story. After listening to the old lady's description, the noblewoman realized what was really going on. At once, the whole person was in the middle of contemplation. It turned out that this old couple next door, they couldn't conceive a child. That is to say, they couldn't have children. This led them to go to the hospital more than 20 years ago to secretly carry away their own child, who they later raised as an adult. Then with the advancement of technology, the woman went back to the hospital for IVF and eventually gave birth to a girl. And that's how she lived in this place for more than 20 years with a son and a daughter. Always rely on farming to maintain life. But a few years ago, do not know what this couple provoked the people. They were assassinated by these people. In the end, the husband and wife fell in a pool of blood, while the only remaining son and daughter were able to escape. After that, the two siblings left this old place. As for where they went, the old lady wasn't sure, knowing only so much. Did the person who assassinated them also snatch a jade pendant? The noblewoman suddenly thought of something. The complexion directly serious down. The whole person has some angry. Through the old lady's description after, the noblewoman probably knows what's going on. The poor people will have a hateful place. Although it is said that the adoptive father and adoptive mother carried away their own children, it was because of the inability to have children. But no matter what, this was not the reason for stealing their own child. If it is not this couple carried away their own children, the noblewoman and Xiang Pengfei, two people could not be looking for their own children to find more than 20 years. Chapter 113, Finding Yun Fan. The reason why the noblewoman asked this was that she probably guessed what her son was carrying, a jade pendant, and when he was just born, she had given this jade pendant to her own son. The preciousness of this jade pendant was known to the noblewoman. At that time, there was also a family of the same great family that valued this jade pendant very highly. It was most likely the adoptive parents that he had hunted down. This was something that the noblewoman also knew very well. When this jade pendant was in her own hands, this great family had all sent people after her countless times, wanting to take this jade pendant away. But then she gave this jade pendant to her newborn son, not realizing that this jade pendant would bring about a killing. This made the noblewoman feel very surprised, but it was also something to be expected. There seems to be a jade pendant, but that jade pendant just looks like it's worth a lot of money. It's impossible for them to afford it with the couple's possessions. The old lady thought of something, and her entire being couldn't help but frown as thoughts surfaced at the mention of this jade pendant. From the jade pendant's appearance alone, it was not difficult to tell that this jade pendant was not something that an idle person could possess, nor was it some so-called imitation. If it was an imitation, the old lady would recognize it at a glance, and it was obvious that it was a high-end product, and it was worth a lot of money. But with the property of the couple next door, there was simply no possibility of being able to afford this. But at that time it seems to have heard that it was because of this jade pendant that caused this extinction. As for where this jade pendant came from, the old lady was also not clear about it. It just shocked the old lady that she didn't expect the noblewoman in front of her to know about it as well. Then where is the jade pendant now? The noblewoman thought of something and frowned, inquiring, if those people were really after the jade pendant, then everything was justifiable. The noblewoman basically knew what was going on. That jade pendant seems to have been snatched away. The old lady thought of something and answered truthfully. The old lady also knew a little bit about the inner workings of the extermination, and also knew that those people seemed to be after the jade pendant. At that time, they searched next door for a long time before finding the jade pendant, and left afterward. It was only fortunate that the couple's children were not at home. If they were, it would have been true that all 4 members of the family would not have been spared. Then do you know where the 2 children of their family went? The noblewoman instantly thought of something doubtful and asked, the jade pendant being snatched away. This was all a minor issue, as long as one's children were still alive. The noblewoman felt that this was beyond lucky. After all, nothing could be more important than her own child's life. This is also very clear to the noblewoman. Even if the jade pendant is worth thousands of dollars, it is still no match for her own child's life. The noblewoman also knows the preciousness of the jade pendant. The jade pendant was given to her child by the noblewoman, and she knew what secrets it held. She also knows who wants to take action against this jade pendant, and also knows who the black hand behind the scene is. But now compared to the black hand behind the scene, the noblewoman wants her son to be safe. The noblewoman wanted her son to appear in front of her eyes safe and sound more than anything else. I'm not too sure about this. The old lady shook her head. Regarding which place the children of the family next door had gone to, the old lady was really confused, mainly because several years of time had passed, and there had been no contact for several years, so it led to which place they had gone to, and the old lady didn't know at all. Okay, then please. The noblewoman nodded. No matter what, the old lady had answered her own questions for half a day, and at the very least, she had let herself know a little bit about her son's trail. Although the noblewoman was confused about where her son was now, as long as she knew that her son was still alive, then for the noblewoman words have been satisfied. After all, their son alive shows that their search for these years and did not lose hope. As long as there was still a little possibility, she would definitely find her son. No need to thank you. Right, it seems like I heard that it's in Jiangcheng. Right, so go look for it in downtown Jiangcheng. The old lady shook her head, then thought of something and reminded. The old lady's memory was not very good, and this was a sudden thought, only knowing that it might be in the downtown area of Jiangcheng. As for where in the downtown area, the old lady did not know, but no matter what, this would require the noblewoman to look for herself. Although the old lady did not know why the noblewoman was looking for Yun Fan, but from the old lady's concern for Yun Fan, the old lady felt that the noblewoman in front of her should have some relationship with Yun Feng. It may be Yun Fan's distant relative. This is not possible to say, but this possibility is still very low. After all, the noblewoman, whether from the temperament or from the body dress to see words, all belonged to a rich person, and how the pair of old women next door is just an ordinary person, and also very poor. The two parties simply can't hit each other. Downtown Zhangcheng, right? Good. Thank you. This $100,000 will be my reward to you. The noble woman nodded and then took out $100,000 cash from her bag. Knowing that the old lady wouldn't be able to use her cell phone, she didn't transfer the money by cell phone and directly took out $100,000 cash and gave it to the old lady. When the old lady saw the $100,000 cash, the whole person was a bit dumbfounded. How did not expect the noblewoman in front of her to actually take out $100,000 cash at once to reward herself. This is the old lady unheard of things. After all, in the old lady's view, $100,000 is not a lot of money. In today's era, $100,000 is equivalent to the average person's income for 2 or 3 years, maybe 3 or 4 years or even higher income. After all, ordinary people couldn't save much money all year round, but the noblewoman in front of her took $100,000 for herself in one go. This was too generous. Is this true? The old lady had some desire to speak, some disbelief in what her eyes were seeing. This was $100,000, not $10. The old lady hadn't saved this much money in her life savings. I didn't expect to get so much money directly after just answering some questions, which made the old lady not think about it in any way. Chapter 114, Recognizing a Relative. It's what you deserve. Just take it. The noblewoman gave a small smile. Indeed, this was what the old lady deserved. The old lady had at the very least let the noblewoman know that her son was still alive, which was undoubtedly a great benefit, and the scope had only been narrowed down to the downtown area of Zhangcheng. In contrast to the previous aimless search, now the entire scope narrowed down to the city of Zhangcheng. This is undoubtedly a great thing for the noblewoman. Although Zhangcheng is said to be very large, but compared to aimlessly searching words, has been considered very good. The noblewoman intends to the next full force in Zhangcheng search for their son. By the way, do you know what the neighbor's son looks like? Or what the name is? The noblewoman suddenly thought of something. Surprisingly, if she wanted to go and search for her son in Zhangcheng, then she definitely had to have a likeness. She hadn't seen her own son yet, but the old lady in front of her had, so the noblewoman directly inquired about the old lady, intending to portray her son's basic information from the old lady's mouth. Only then would she be able to search for her son based on the basic information. Originally, the noblewoman thought that she was looking for her son was already like looking for a needle in a haystack, but if she had the basic information and the city where she was located, then it would not be a nightmare. This will not be a mirage, can be sure to find their own children. Compared with the previous certainty, this time the certainty is definitely bigger. After all, Zhangcheng is so big. As long as they can post this message to the whole city of Zhangcheng, as long as he can post this message to the whole city, let everyone know, then basically his son will definitely recognize himself if he sees it. In that case, she would be able to find her own child, which made the noblewoman feel a little excited just thinking about it. Previously, the noblewoman had searched for her son in every city, but there was no news at all. It was a needle in a haystack at that time, but now it was different. Seems to be called Yun Fan. There's a younger sister named Yun Xiaoxiao. The younger sister is almost 8 years old. The old lady pondered for a while and slowly replied, mainly because several years of time had already passed. The old lady and Yunfan hadn't been in contact for a long time, coupled with the fact that the old lady was a bit older. She had almost forgotten about these things, and only remembered after careful recollection. What does it look like? The noblewoman asked once again. Since she knew her son's name was Yunfan, then it would be very easy to find. There are only so many people named Yunfan in the entire Jiangcheng. Among so many people there must be this person that she wanted to find. Looking is very handsome, very sunny. The old lady smiled at this time and recalled that when she thought of Yunfan, a familiar face could not help but appear in the old lady's mind. It had to be said that Yunfan was still a very polite person, and was also very sunny and handsome, at least in the old lady's opinion. With his own aesthetic point of view then, it is indeed counted as a handsome man. The main thing is that Yunfan, this person's emotional intelligence is very high, and very hardworking, willing to help his parents do things, even said willing to do some dirty work. This is still not easy. Generally young children are not willing to do some dirty work, basically more want to enjoy some life. But Yunfan was different, probably because of the changes in the family, also probably because from a young age, life was not very good for the family. It led to Yunfan, this person is very hardworking. Then do you know how tall Yunfan is? Is there a picture of him? After hearing the old lady's description, the noblewoman's entire body became even more excited, even more curious to know what her son looks like now. After listening to the old lady, she knew that her son was now very handsome, but she heard that her son was very hardworking and enduring, so that the noblewoman felt some heartache. The reason why hardworking is also because of family reasons, which makes the noblewoman the whole person cannot help but feel some heartache. Are to blame the noblewoman did not take good care of Yunfan. If she had looked at Yunfan a little more, Yunfan wouldn't have been carried away by someone else. But time has passed for more than 20 years. There is no medicine for regret in the world. And what the noblewoman can do now is to find Yunfan as soon as possible to make up for the debt she owed to Yunfan for so many years. There's no picture if there is one. But this Yunfan is still quite tall. About 1 meter 8 in height. I can describe it to you. Looks a little bit like you. The old lady wanted to say something, and her gaze kept resting on the noblewoman not far away. The more she looked at the noblewoman, the more serious she became. And eventually the old lady suddenly thought of something, and the whole person became very surprised. Because Yunfan did look like this noblewoman in front of her with no powdered resemblance, especially in the demeanor temperament above. Indeed, as if a mold carved out as if the two people are relatives. The old lady carefully recalled Yunfan seems to be with his parents do not look like, whether it's personality or height. Appearance and next-door couples do not have a little similar place. On the contrary, there are many similarities with the noblewoman in front of her. The old lady at first thought that she was wrong, but the more she stared at the noblewoman, the more it seems that Yunfan and the two people seem to be mother and son. Yes, how Yunfan looks so much like you? The old lady asked with a perplexed look of disbelief. Generally speaking, children were the ones who looked more like their parents, unlike fathers and mothers. This possibility was very rare. Of course it wasn't impossible, but it was impossible for two people to look alike if they didn't have any blood relationship, and Yunfan was 5 points similar to the noblewoman in front of her, which was enough to prove that the two people must have some kind of blood relationship, coupled with the fact that the noblewoman was very curious about Yunfan, and had come to look for Yunfan. This made the old lady involuntarily think of something, and the whole person was a bit surprised. You can't be Yunfan's real mother, right? The old lady covered her mouth and said with a face of panic and dismay. Chapter 115, Meeting. The reason why the old lady said so was not without her own speculation, mainly because Yunfan looked too similar to the noblewoman in front of her. It was hard not to let the old lady feel that way. The old lady herself was also a woman and had her own children. The noblewoman in front of her was obviously very worried about Yunfan, and even said that the whole person would be very excited when she heard about Yunfan's better times, and when she heard about Yunfan's more miserable times. The whole person has the heart on the throat. The whole person is like to cry. The emotion is basically by Yunfan to lead the way. It was impossible for an ordinary person to have this kind of emotion. It was obvious. There was only one possibility for the noblewoman in front of her, and that was Yunfan's mother. Other than that there was no other possibility. That's right, since you have guessed it, then I won't hide anything. Yunfan is indeed my son, but he was carried away by someone else more than 20 years ago, and I searched for him for more than 20 years. The noblewoman nodded. In the face of the old lady's doubts, this time there was no hiding anything. Originally the ghost father did not intend to tell the old lady. It was better to do more than less. This was something the noblewoman also knew, but she didn't expect it to be the old lady herself who took the initiative to mention it. This made the noblewoman feel no surprise. After all, her own words and behavior had already shown so obviously, but anyone in their right mind would be able to guess what was going on. Plus even admitting it wouldn't matter much. What actually there is such a thing. After the old lady heard this answer, the whole person was a bit surprised. Her mouth stared blankly. Having lived such a big age, it was the first time that the old lady knew about this kind of thing. All along the old lady had thought that Yunfan and Yun Xiaoxiao were the children of the couple next door. After all, from the time the couple next door moved over to live in this place, the old lady had seen both Yunfan's siblings, coupled with the fact that this couple, indeed, usually treated Yunfan very well, so the old lady did not think much of it. Only the old lady had only one point of doubt, that is, she felt that Yunfan and the couple next door seemed to look different, and the relationship between each other docile. As to why feel strange, this also cannot be said for a moment, is the sixth sense. I didn't realize that Yunfan is actually your child. No wonder Yunfan looks so much like you. The old lady's entire body was actually a bit angry when she heard the ugly things that the couple next door did. Being a woman is the most understanding of women. Everyone has their own children, and the old lady also has her own children. If she is an old lady, their own children were carried away by others. They have been looking for more than 20 years. The old lady should be how heartbroken. Try the woman in front of you is also the same. The noble woman in front of you also looked for her own child, looking for more than 20 years. The old woman could hardly imagine how the noble woman had spent these 20 years, and at the same time she felt great hatred for the couple next door. Although it was said that she was neighbors with the couple next door, and the relationship between the two sides was not bad when they were alive, but one thing is another. It is indeed disgusting enough to carry away other people's children. Is it true what you said? Does my child really resemble me? The noblewoman had now forgotten her hatred and her eyes contained tears. She only wanted to see her child quickly, especially after hearing the old lady say that Yunfan looked 5 points similar to herself, which made the noblewoman even more excited all of a sudden. It was very tempting to see if her son looked 5 points similar to herself or not. It is indeed very similar. You'll know when you see it then. The old lady also smiled with a sense of humor, and also very much hoped that the noblewoman would be able to find Yunfan as soon as possible, and reunite both mother and son as soon as possible. Okay, thank you. If we wait for the day we find Yunfan, I will come to the door to pay my thanks once again. The noblewoman nodded. Seriously, she replied. The old lady in front of her had indeed given the noblewoman too much confidence in herself, and the noblewoman was one who repaid the kindness of a drop of water with a spring of water. The old lady's kindness to herself was remembered by the noblewoman, although she said that she had already given $100,000, but in the noblewoman's opinion, this $100,000 was really too little. It was simply minuscule. Okay, no problem. I wish you to find your child soon. The old lady also nodded her head and spoke her innermost blessings. The old lady also very much hoped that the noblewoman would see Yunfan soon. Let the mother and daughter, two people reunited. The same old lady also have some heartache. Yunfan did not think that Yunfan was actually picked up by someone else. This 20 years Yunfan days are really more bitter. Did not do what good life, but now is considered to be the end of the bittersweet. Wait for one day Yunfan by the noblewoman found words. It is estimated that we'll be able to eat fragrant and drink spicy. However, the old lady did not have any envy, not to mention any jealousy. These are all Yunfan should have, but only late 20 years of time. After leaving the old lady's house, the noblewoman and Xiang Pengfei didn't have the slightest hesitation, and the two of them went directly to the downtown area of Jiangcheng, intended to print out their own children's basic information and then find people who know people in Jiangcheng to inquire about. See if there is a child called Yunfan. Now from the noblewoman's hands to learn the news to see. The scope has been narrowed down particularly small, just in a Jiangcheng, and the name is already known. Under such circumstances, find a person is very simple, just a matter of time. Although the noblewoman wanted to see Yunfan quickly, the noblewoman also knew that it would take a certain amount of time. It was impossible to just say that she would see him. Anyway, she had already waited for more than 20 years, so she did not care about waiting for this amount of time again. After doing all the things, the noblewoman and Xiang Pengfei did not have the slightest stay. The two people returned to the provincial city. The main thing is that the two people in the provincial city still have work to do. It is not possible to stay in Jiangcheng all the time. At least now to Jiangcheng is also considered to be a gain. Can later find Yunfan when the time to go back to Jiangcheng. Chapter 116, the grand finale. At this time, Yunfan does not know that someone is looking for himself. Yunfan this period of time is still busy now. Since a line of pawnbroker unblocked, the business fire cannot. Every day there are a lot of people to a line of pawnbroker trading antiques, which makes Yunfan busy. A lot of times are working overtime until after 10 o'clock before going home. Just after Yunfan finished working overtime as usual, the whole person lay down on the office chair and stood up, stretching a lazy waist. Finally finished with things, Yunfan yawned, his entire body slightly exhausted. For the whole day today, Yunfan did not have any paddling. He had been busy with his own work, so much so that Yunfan had not eaten until now. With some hunger in his stomach, Linfan planned to eat some late-night snacks outside before going home. After all, his own sister should have already fallen asleep at home by now, and it was getting late. Normally, his own sister basically fell asleep after 8 o'clock. This was a good habit that his own sister had developed. It was also Yunfan who asked his sister to go to bed early and get up early. After all, his sister was relatively young, not yet an adult, and hadn't stayed up late. In the past, when Yunfan was young, he also slept especially early, basically going to bed early at 8 or 9 o'clock, and already getting up at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. At that time the day was very long basically. A day looking forward to the past cannot pass, and then with the growth of age, Yunfan grew up and found that time is really fast. A blink of an eye, a closed eye, a day passed. Even said nothing to do. A week has passed, a month has passed. Time with the age of the older will also become very fast. Now that Yunfan was in his 20s, Yunfan knew that he was not far from 30, just a few years away. These years are long and short. It depends on how Yunfan spends it, but Yunfan will not waste his time. What he has to do now is to make himself strong, at that time, so as to take revenge for their parents. After all, their parents were killed by the enemy. They still witnessed these enemies hurt their parents, to their own jade pendant to snatch away. At that time their own jade pendant but put on the side of the parents to keep as Yunfan himself put to the parents, but did not expect to be that a group of people to snatch away. just when Yun Fan was feeling a lot of emotions, suddenly heard the sound of brakes coming from the door of the pawn shop, to know that now there is only one person left in the pawn shop. Yun Fan. Basically there was no second person. How could there be the sound of brakes outside the door? This made Yun Fan's entire body involuntarily alert. After all, it was so late now, one had to be a little more careful. May I ask if this is the Yihan pawn shop? Only to see a pair of middle-aged women coming down from a Rolls-Royce car. The middle-aged man was dressed in a suit, looking very righteous, while the middle-aged woman was dressed in a very graceful and luxurious manner, with a very eye-catching temperament. It seemed to be a noblewoman. From the appearance of the two people alone it was not difficult to see that these two people were rich. Just don't know why the two people came to the pawn shop so late, presumably to pawn antiques and cultural relics. Yun Fan did not think much about it. Nodding, he politely replied, "Yes, may I ask what the two of you need?" Yun Fan nodded, smiled and replied. The entire person acted very spellbinding and easygoing, which was usually how Yun Fan looked when receiving guests. "Little Fan, do you know who we are?" The noblewoman suddenly sounded victorious. Her voice had some choking and her eyes had some redness, including the middle-aged man in front of her was also red in the eyes, from the sudden change of the two people, directly making Yun Fan confused. With some uncertainty, "Who are you guys?" Yun Fan did not understand why the middle-aged couple in front of him asked so. Yun Fan carefully measured the middle-aged woman in front of him. How could he think of who the middle-aged couple in front of him was? Yun Fan only felt that there was some familiarity, but was clearly able to affirm that the middle-aged couple in front of him hadn't seen them before. But soon Yun Fan's gaze went to the middle-aged man in front of him. "Oh, I remember. You seem to have appeared at the 80th birthday of Elder Gao in the city of Badi province. I still have an impression." Yun Fan suddenly thought of something. The whole person involuntarily froze. When he attended the birthday banquet of Elder Gao at that time, Yun Fan remembers very clearly how domineering this middle-aged man in front of him was, directly helped himself and Gao Yihan to get out of the way, and ruthlessly hit Gao Zicheng's face, but also spent hundreds of millions of dollars to acquire Gao Yihan's piece of Li Bai's authentic painting. Originally, Yun Fan hadn't thought about it, but that aura on the middle-aged man was just too special. "It's you!" At this moment, Xiang Pengfei was a little dumbfounded, and the scene of that day could not help but appear in his mind. Indeed, that day he had seen his own son, just did not expect to see his own son on that occasion, and they have not recognized. If to Pengfei know that is his own son, I am afraid that in the first time in a timely manner to recognize, also will not be delayed until now. "What's wrong? Did you remember too?" Yun Fan smiled and did not think much about it, thinking that Xiang Pengfei had just remembered what happened that day. Although Yun Fan did not know Xiang Pengfei, but from the Gao family's old man's respectful attitude towards Xiang Pengfei, it was not difficult to see that Xiang Pengfei's status was still very high. "Son, it's Dad's poor eyesight that didn't recognize you." Xiang Pengfei couldn't hold back any longer and directly ran towards Yun Fan, hugging him as tears flowed directly out of his eyes. Xiang Pengfei, who has always been high-minded and proud, could no longer hold back this time, and directly cried out. Xiang Pengfei had searched for his son for more than 20 years. I did not expect that now actually really found. The most outrageous is as early as a few days ago. The two have met, but at that time rubbing shoulders to Pengfei did not recognize Yun Fan. "Ha!" Yun Fan this time even more confused. Do not understand why Xiang Pengfei shouted his son, and the noblewoman in front of him did not want to. A hug of her own to Yun Fan, almost out of breath. "Son is dad with mom is not right. Lost you more than 20 years ago, now it's hard to find you." The noblewoman couldn't hold back any longer and directly hugged Yun Fan and directly started to cry bitterly. The heartache and grievances of these 20 years were all vented at once. She couldn't hold it in any longer and cried bitterly. Yun Fan at this time, even if again stupid, also probably understand what is going on. In front of this middle-aged couple is actually their own parents. After understanding the general situation, Yun Fan the whole person has some dumbfounded. Yun Fan has always thought that his parents are an ordinary person, is a farmer, but now only know. It turns out that their parents are someone else, has been raising their parents as only their own foster parents. Is they in the hospital more than 20 years ago to carry away their own? Say their foster parents are human traffickers is not too much, and in front of them are their own biological parents, and they have been looking for themselves for more than 20 years, which makes Yun Fan was frozen in place, and his sister is the biological daughter of the trafficker. That is to say that Yun Fan and his sister do not have any blood relationship, just get along for 8 years. Yun Fan, who learned this news, had some inability to accept the truth, feeling that these things were just too sudden, making Yun Fan unable to digest it for a while. "Son, mom and dad know that you may have trouble digesting these things for a while. It's okay, digest it slowly." The noblewoman held Yun Fan's hand and said in a very doting manner, and it was true. What the old lady said was not wrong. Yun Fan and the noblewoman did look similar to each other by 5 points. Very much like the noblewoman, Both in terms of demeanor and temperament were carved out of the same mold as the noblewoman. It is worthy of being the son of the noblewoman. Although the noblewoman did not have a blood test with Yun Fan, but just by seeing Yun Fan's first glance, the woman knew that this is her own son. Sometimes is not their own flesh and blood just need a glance to feel out. The woman and Pengfei know now cannot be too much shock to Yun Fan this process. Yun Fan need to slowly to accept. After all, more than 20 years of foster parents suddenly learned that the traffickers or individuals cannot accept the reality of the need for time to accept. So the noblewoman and Pengfei two people first left, and about 3 days later, Yu Fan once again found the noblewoman and Pengfei. And their own biological parents are indeed in front of Pengfei and the noblewoman after knowing the real identity of Yun Fan. Yun Fan the whole person has accepted the noblewoman and Xiang Pengfei. After all, this is his own biological parents. Go back to the provincial city with mom and dad. These 20 years of hard work for you. The noblewoman hugged Yun Fan and cried tears of joy. The efforts of more than 20 years finally paid off. Finally found her own biological son. The noblewoman knew that her efforts for so many years were not in vain. No hard work. Thank you for never giving up on finding me, but I want to live my own life, and I also have a sister. Yun Fan smiled. Although it was said that he now had a father and a mother, he could not abandon his sister. Although one sister said that she did not have any blood relationship with oneself, but her parents were no longer alive, so one definitely had to take good care of her sister. Good, all according to you. Anyway, what you do, mom and dad support you. As long as there is time, come to the house to sit for a while on the line. The noblewoman nodded and said in a very doting manner. Whatever Yun Fan wanted to do, the noblewoman would agree to Yu Fan, mainly because the debt to Yun Fan over the past 20 years was just too much. Aha! Yun Fan nodded heavily. The end of the whole drama.